Hidden Guns by Henry W. Patterson. Adventure Magazine, August 30, 1923. Never within the memory of the oldest voyageur had there been such a snowfall in the Tualax country. During the latter part of December and all through January, the gray clouds hung low over the tree-tops, pouring down their load of fine crystals with sullen persistency, while the north wind, sweeping through the forest, piled the flying flakes high against all obstacles, driving them firmly into each crack and crevice. The two trappers on Canyon Creek fought the drifts for many days in an effort to keep their lines clear. At last, however, when they woke one fearfully cold morning to find not only the north window, but also the doorway on the other side of the little cabin covered with hard-packed drifts that rose clear to the peak of the squat roof, they laid aside their spruce wood shovels with a sigh of resignation and relief. Jim Henderson, gnarled and grizzled by years of life in the wilderness, dug a narrow tunnel to daylight. While he went to the creek and chopped the water hole clear of ice, his partner, a young tenderfoot named Nick Hartley, cleared the snow from the wood pile and sent a good number of dry logs down the slanting chute into the cabin. The men then made a final round of the traps and lifted those not already frozen and too deeply buried. Thereafter the daily trip for water and more infrequent attacks on the wood pile were the only breaks in the dull routine of eating and sleeping. During the first few days the partners loafed about, enjoying to the full the perfect relaxation that comes with the knowledge that work is for the time being not only futile but practically impossible. Time passed slowly, however, and gradually the atmosphere of content began to change to one of restlessness. Nick, who had never before been snowed up, was the first to feel the irritability that generally accompanies a long period of enforced inactivity. One morning as he crept down the tunnel behind a pile of firewood he said, "Seems to me you picked a punk place to build this cabin, right under a bank and only open on the south, where any fool ought to know a north wind drift worst." Henderson knew very well that he had made a mistake in picking the spot, but he did not care to have the fact called to his attention. "Oh, I did I?" He flared in sudden heat. "Well, it's comfortable, ain't it? I ain't noticed you packing up yet. Derned glad to come in here you was last fall. If you don't like it you know what you can do and where you can go to. Who said anything about not licking it? I didn't. You know you foozled it when you located here, or you wouldn't holler like that before you're hurt." "Shut up," blustered the old man. "You make me plumb tired. If you had any backbone at all, you'd have kept your mouth shut in the first place, and not started whinnin' like a kid." Nick suppressed a surge of wrath and turned away, lest he rouse his partner's temper any further. He did not know that this was Henderson's method of weathering a long snowstorm, a hot argument every now and then to act as a sort of safety valve, relieving the pressure of the bile of boredom before it had accumulated to a dangerous degree. Henderson made a few more attempts to rouse the younger man, but when he discovered that he could not do it, he too grew silent and increasingly angry. He resented Nick's attitude, and Nick was quick to note the fact, and to feel a like resentment not unmixed with apprehension as Henderson. His pride forbidding him any longer to rage openly, took more and more to muttering and cursing under his breath. Nick worried gloomily over the change in his partner, not realizing that a day or so of work on the trap lines, and a few more pelts added to the pile in the corner, would serve to bring both men back to normal cheerfulness. He sulked and moped and watched Henderson with hostile eyes. Such a state of affairs could not continue for long. A belated thaw had at last set in. The snow was ceasing, and a few more days would see a resumption of outdoor work, when a final flare-up occurred. It was late afternoon. Henderson rolled out of his bunk to go to the creek for water and found Hartley gazing at the snow-bound north window. The old man laughed, a sneering, mirthless cackle. Enjoyin' the view, he asked. Nick had been thinking of digging away enough to let some light into the cabin, now that the snow had stopped drifting, but after that remark he would willingly have died first. He grew red and tried not to notice the question. "Well, now," went on Henderson, enjoying the situation, "I always liked that view myself. It's so much better en gazin at your sour-bellied features." He picked up a pail and his snowshoes and added with elaborate politeness, "Possibly you could tear yourself away long enough to get some wood. There ain't any left, as you'll see if you can wrench your eyes away from that soul-fillin' picture of nature at her best." This was a long and difficult speech for Henderson, and he felt that he had done a rather neat bit of work in getting it off so smoothly. He chuckled again as he opened the door and started up the tunnel. When he heard that laugh, something snapped in Nick's brain. He whirled in a frenzy and rushed to the door. "By I've stood all I'm goin' to from you," he cried wildly. "You keep out of here or I'll beat the livin' lights out o' you." His voice rose to a shriek as he poured out his rage in a flood of vituperation. Henderson, standing at the top of the tunnel, went flaming hot with a fierce joy. "Come out here and say that," he yelled. "Come out, you." At that moment Nick, frantically eager to obey the summons, dived into the tunnel. His head and shoulders struck its roof. A slight upward surge as he plunged, and the snow slumped in with a dull rumble. Nick was swept back into the cabin by a miniature avalanche, and Henderson stood staring at the tumbled groove where the tunnel had been. In the next few instants the old man's opinion of Nick underwent a radical change. His exhilarating wrath became red fury, born of the conviction that his partner was a coward, who had played a sneaking but effective trick that left Henderson ridiculously helpless. As this realization swept over him, he grew dizzy and swayed on his feet, while the veins stood out on his purple neck. When he could control his limbs, he floundered to the chimney and began to roar inarticulate masses of blasphemy at the man below. At last he managed to form a coherent sentence. "Wait," he bellowed, sobbing. "Great, just wait till I get you. If I don't rid the earth o' your drivelin' carcass. Coward, 's too good for the likes o' you. Hangin's too good. Shootin's too. Oh, gimme my gun. I'll shoot you down like a yeller dog. I'll drill you like a sieve. Just wait." He surged back to the tunnel as the smoke from the fire strangled him and, snatching up a snowshoe, began to dig furiously. Nick, listening to this tirade of abuse, began to feel a panicky terror. Henderson's gasping, choking voice sounded perfectly demoniacal as it reverberated in the chimney, and the frightful threats were delivered with the frenzy of a raving maniac. The long siege had been too much, thought Nick. The old man had gone suddenly crazy, crazy with the lust for blood. Weren't the papers always full of stories of men who shot people in bursts of insanity and then grew sane again? If Henderson could get his gun now, he would surely do for him, unless he shot Henderson first, or unless, but he didn't want to run. He must do something, though. His partner's snowshoe was crunching nearer and nearer the snow-filled doorway, while the digger gasped great lungfuls of air into his heaving chest. Nick stood hesitating for another moment, glancing about the dim-lit room while the candle on the mantel spluttered and wavered. Then he ran to the shelf by the bunks and with trembling hands gathered up the 2 revolvers, the rifle, and all the cartridges. 3 minutes later Henderson burst in. Nick stood waiting for him with set face in front of the fireplace. The old man kicked the little pile of snow to one side and shut the door carefully. Then he whirled and charged across the cabin. His partner met him halfway. The desperate rough and tumble fight that followed raged for an hour, all about the little room, under the bunks, almost in the fire. Stools flew everywhere. Extra clothing fell from the walls and got tangled up with the writhing swelter of arms and legs. Ashes swirled, while the men panted and tugged, punched gasping, short-armed punches, neither giving an inch, seemingly as strong and fresh as ever. Then of a sudden, as they rose together, Nick made a terrific effort to hit the old man on the jaw. The old man dodged back sharply, and the fist swished harmlessly past. Nick half turned and stumbled forward, unable to overcome the momentum of the blow. He blundered heavily against Henderson, who had not regained his balance. They crashed to the floor, rolled apart, and lay flat in utter exhaustion. Henderson at length drew himself with much grunting to a sitting posture. He sighed as his eyes took in the wreckage of the room. "What a couple o' derned fools we be, anyway," he remarked heavily. Nick rolled over and met his partner's wry grin with a hoarse chuckle. He too sighed as he surveyed the hodgepodge of furniture and clothes sprinkled with ashes. The old man staggered to his feet and made for the door to let some fresh air into the reeking room. As he stepped over Hartley, he stopped and reached down a sweaty hand. "And I figured you was a coward," he remarked. "Man, you're a wild cat." "Aw, heck," said Nick as he grasped the hand and pulled himself erect. "You'd a done me up easy if you hadn't been all in from diggin'. And say, Jim," he snickered again, "I thought you'd gone crazy. Honest I did. I was that scared Henderson had reached out to unlatch the door when the wooden handle lifted seemingly of its own volition. The heavy door swung inward with a rush, and 3 men leaped into the shack. "Put 'em up," said the leader, greasy-looking and fat. "What?" began Henderson in utter bewilderment. Then he caught the gleam of an automatic, and his hands rose reluctantly above his head. Nick, after a suddenly suppressed motion toward the shelf, followed suit dumbly. The other invaders came forward, each with a snowshoe thong formed into a noose. They deftly slipped these over the upstretched hands, drew them tight with a jerk and tied them. Now then, hands down, way down, went on the fat man. The thong's free ends were tied with painstaking care to their wearer's ankles. "Bring him over here where we can look at him." The fat man walked to the hearth. The prisoners were pushed after him. "See here," said Henderson, as his tall, dark jailer finished searching him and started a thorough investigation of the cabin. "What's the meanin' o' this, anyway?" "Why," responded the fat man in a confidential tone, "we're hungry, see. So we decided to ask ourselves to dinner with you and your buddy." Nick's guardian came back from his inspection of the premises. "Say, Cap," he said, "there's plenty of food, all right, but there ain't no guns here." "Have you looked everywhere?" "Sure, and so's Tony." "Why was you so leery o' jumpin' these holds?" "What d'ye jump 'em for anyway?" grumbled Tony. "I'll answer both them questions while we rest a bit," said the fat man indulgently. "As to jumpin' 'em when they're fightin', Perry, you never want to do that. It's tackin' a chance, because there's generally a gun that both's tryin' to grab, and it may go off any time right in your face. And Tony, didn't I give you my reasons for jumpin' 'em at all before we got here? You'll know when you've been workin' at this work as long as I have that news can travel fast, mighty fast. How was we to know they wouldn't recognize us, from a description or somethin'? How was we to know one of 'em wasn't a bull? And lastly, how was we to know but what they might try to stick us up, if we didn't get the hop on 'em and us just ooze, in cash? We couldn't answer a one of them questions till we seen what was what, could we? Play it safe, boys," he ended, patronizingly conscious of his superior astuteness, "and you'll always come out on top, even if you do make it unpleasant for the other feller sometimes. See?" He teetered ponderously on the heels of his moccasins and drew forth a silver case. "Have one," he offered, holding it out to Henderson and Hartley. "No, sorry." He lit a cigarette with a flourish. The old man paused in his snarling efforts to twist out of his bonds and coughed savagely, but his partner lay quiet, a scared look in his eyes. "Now," said the leader of the gang, "let's rustle some grub." Here he stirred Henderson with his foot. "Where's the bread box?" "Get your foot off me," burst out Henderson. "What kind of a game you tryin' to pull off, anyway? Come into a man's cabin with your hiffaloot, and gabble and tie him up. Lemme go. Will you rustle some grub if I do?" "Not by a dern sight I won't," the old man roared. "I'd rustle you and your dirty gang to out o' here if I had a gun." "Yeh, if," taunted the fat man. "Then why ain't you got one?" He snapped suspiciously. "That young idiot lost it somewheres, that's why," gritted Henderson, while the young idiot gave fervent though silent thanks for his partner's quick wit. The fat man turned to Hartley, who shrank away. "Well, you goin' to act nice and sociable and cook us up some grub? We got to move on pretty quick, and it'll be all for the best if you hustle about it." "Yes, sir," said Nick eagerly. "I'll do my best for you." "Blasted little slob," muttered Henderson. "There, that's something like," said the fat man heartily. He was enjoying himself thoroughly. His manner became even more grand as he continued. "It ain't every man has the privilege o' waitin' on me. I cut quite a figure down where I come from." He gestured, his cigarette held jauntily between his pudgy fingers. "Why, me and my pals cleaned up a whole fortune in just 2 hours not so many nights ago." "Oh, it's all right, Perry," he reassured his companion, who had turned with a warning oath from his task of loosening Nick's bonds so he could move about. "I doubt if anybody's goin' to look for us up this way, and I know our friends here won't squeal on us." He leered. "Tony's a good pard when it comes to disappearin', Tony?" He chuckled again, glowing more and more in the light of his own importance as Tony grinned in a pleased way. "Say," he said to Nick, who was digging out some meal from the food box, "hustle that grub, you hear?" "Yes, sir, I am, as fast as I can," answered Hartley. Henderson at this point made a furious effort to free himself, fairly bursting with rage. "That's right," said the fat man, glancing at Henderson with a tolerant smile. "Now let's fix the fire. Gettin' a bit chilly, seems to me." Nick started toward the fireplace. "There's no more wood," he said. "Go get some, then don't stand there like a fool. I'll have to dig for it." "Better let me go, Cap," said Perry. Nick looked at him in ill-concealed relief. "No," snapped the fat man, noting the glance. "What the are you buttin' in here for? Let the boy go. He knows where tea is, and I'll bet my shirt he won't try to run off in all this snow and cold. You bring in all the snowshoes and duffel while I turn him loose." As Perry came back with a load of packs and snowshoes, the leader said to Nick, "Now, then, young feller, don't go tryin' any monkeyshines. You bring that wood in peaceable, or—" Quick as light his right hand fluttered and a bullet spat into the threshold of the door, so that Perry's descending foot covered the hole. Even Henderson, crouched against the wall and watching his partner with veiled speculation and anxiety, was impressed by this display. He drew in his breath sharply. Nick was frankly frightened. "See," said the fat man, replacing the automatic in his hip pocket. "And Perry and Tony are most as good as that, too. It's easier to draw from a holster." He added in explanation, "Yes, sir," answered Nick. "I'll be as quick as I can." His bonds were removed and he hurried out, rubbing his wrists. "Shut that door," roared the fat man. Nick rushed back and closed it. The fat man turned to Henderson. "How long will it take him to get that wood?" he inquired. "No fooling, now." His hand flickered as Henderson hesitated. "Not very long," said the old man hastily. "'Bout 5-10 minutes, I guess. He's got to burr down into the snow, that's all." The fat man walked about the room restlessly, glancing here and there. The candle sputtered. The graying coals of the fire settled with a whispered crunch. "What'll ye do wid de fellers, Cap?" inquired Tony after a while. "Just wait till we've had some food and we'll decide," answered the fat man. "Say, though, it's lucky you knew about this place, Tony. I'm near starved." He grinned as he continued, "If you birds hadn't been fight, and I dunno as we'd a found you at that in all this snow. Too dark to see much, but Tony heard a thumpin' and crashin' along the bank o' the river somewhere, so we breezed over. We come away in a bit of a hurry from where we last was, and we're in a bit of a hurry to git where we're goin', up to Tony's place, so this makes it pretty nice. Where the S that other guy, I'm gittin' cold." Tony loosed his revolver in its holster and started silently for the door, but just then Nick's voice was heard, asking them to open up. He stamped shivering into the room, covered with snow from head to heels, carrying a great load of logs. "Easy does it, young feller," said the fat man, watching like a cat as Hartley staggered to the hearth. Tony and Perry closed in behind him, ready for anything. Nick squatted down and dropped the logs carefully before the fire. He selected some small, dry splints and put them on the coals, blowing gently until they burst into flame. He gave one quick glance around him before he carefully reached forward and placed a larger piece on the blaze. Then, with a sharp exclamation of pain, he yanked his hands back from the scorching heat, to wipe them on his shirt front, and in the same instant leaped erect and whirled to one side. A revolver appeared in each of his hands, and before one could think 2 spurts of flame shot out. The fat man yelled and careened against the wall, clutching his right shoulder. Perry crooked his arm with a startled oath as his gun, holster and all, was torn from his numbed fingers. "Up!" snapped Nick, and the bewildered Tony obeyed. Henderson dived across the room, leaped prodigiously, and sunk his head in the fat man's stomach. The fat man, who was clawing wildly for his gun with his left hand, grunted and crumpled to the floor in agony. Perry at this instant recovered his wits and rushed forward, snarling, to stagger back, blinded by the impact of a gun barrel across his eyes. "Here!" yelled Henderson, squatting before his partner. Nick lowered one gun, still covering Tony with the other. Henderson grasped the barrel between his wrists and held it against the rawhide thongs. "Shoot," he said, and Nick pulled the trigger. The old man jumped up. His hands and moccasins were scorched, but he was free. He grabbed Tony's gun and covered Perry before the cursing man had cleared his eyes of dizziness and blood. A minute later the 3 invaders lay bound hand and foot. Nick and Henderson stood looking down at them. "Of course," said Nick, "it's easier to draw from your shirt front than your pocket, but I'm pretty near as good as you, ain't I?" He bent to examine the fat man's shoulder, only a flesh wound. He said to his partner, "I didn't dare to try for his gun in this light. It was too far behind him. That was a good one you gave him, all right." "Yeh," returned Henderson. "Why, I was all ready and waitin' for that play. What about the one you give Perry, huh?" The fat man groaned and eased over on his side. "Say," he wheezed craftily, "a man that can shoot like you can is wast, in his time out in this place. Why don't you 2 come in with us? There's 40,000 in bills amongst us 3. We'll split it 5 ways, 8,000 apiece. What about it?" Henderson spat. Nick grinned. "No," he answered, "not us, I guess. I seen your face in the papers too many times a couple o' years ago, and I bet it's there today, too. You're wanted bad back in the States, old boy, and I know it." He turned to his partner. "Jim, they's no use us 2 tryin' to take this gang out to the post. I'll start off now and bring in the sheriff and a few others to help. I'll be out there tomorrow night and back the next." All right, only hustle. We don't want this place to be a pig pen any longer, and we can help. Besides, we got to get out on the lines pretty quick. Listen." The fat man saw it was no use to try to bribe his captors. "You got us, and I don't say it wasn't my fault. not tack in Tony's advice and common in peaceable, instead o' stagin' a hold up. He gave a twisted smile as Tony cursed him heartily. But you'd never a done it without pullin' that hid gun stunt. I wish you'd tell me before you go just how in you did that. This question was burning in Henderson's mind as well, though he gave no sign, only smiled a superior, tolerant smile as if such a thing was of everyday occurrence. End of Hidden Guns by Henry W. Patterson.
His 13th Wife by Herbert Raymond Garter. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. With Jonas Bruckner, marriage had become a habit, and a highly profitable one. Under various aliases, he had led a dozen different wives to the altar, and later followed them to the grave. In each instance, he had survived to find himself a wiser and richer man. Naturally, the statutes concerning bigamy had never troubled him. In every venture, he had been legally free of his previous bride before contracting the responsibilities resulting from another wedding. And by uncanny good fortune, the laws against murder had left him unscathed and unsuspected. Since the days of his youth, Bruckner had worshipped Bluebeard as his hero. In his teens, he had devoured newspaper accounts of the doings of such modern maniacs. Invariably, their unskillful slaying of successive spouses in order to collect insurance had ended in their intimate association with the scaffold, the electric chair, or the guillotine. Bruckner would smile in his sleeve over their clumsiness, and in choosing his vocation, resolved that he at least would never be so crude. Insurance companies, he had learned, were customarily curious, and the profession which Bruckner proposed to enter made inquisitiveness on the part of others extremely undesirable. In the first place, he determined never to give his name to any maiden or widow who carried a policy on her life. Should his prospects be insured, they must allow that protection to lapse upon the assurance that the bridegroom possessed plenty for two. Thus, he eliminated one source of suspicion as to his motives. If, however, those who ensnared his accordion-like heart happened to be wealthy, Bruckner certainly could not be blamed. Besides, he always made it a rule to state to the license clerk that he was a bachelor, casually adding that he was well-to-do and retired. This knowledge was also the bait he persistently dangled in order to catch his intended victims. The plan had been remarkably successful, to which Bruckner's worldly possessions bore mute testimony. Frequently money talks, but Bruckner's was as silent as the graves from which it had been obtained. Under each new alias he maintained a modest bank account for current expenses. None of them had been large enough to cause him any regret if he suddenly found it inconvenient to cash another check or present himself in person to claim his balance. The bulk of his fortune he kept in cash in several widely separated safe deposit vaults, to the banks where these sums were stored. He was known under various names, and was understood to be an eccentric man who travelled extensively. The names he assumed for this purpose were never employed for any other form of his activities. His long absences and semi-occasional appearances caused no comment, and had never resulted in any undue curiosity. In fact, the officials of these reserve institutions, as he termed them, were not aware of the contents of the boxes Bruckner rented. Probably they imagined that he used them for storing papers. One, however, did contain something vastly different. In it were the tools of his trade, poisons of varying natures which he picked up at intervals in infinitesimal quantities in various parts of the world. Being versatile, he liked to vary his method of operation and took a genuine pride in his work. Mad he undoubtedly was. But the man was an artist, and no manufacturer or financier or creator of beautiful things ever took more satisfaction in his accomplishments than did Bruckner. The one fly in the ointment was the fact that he could never confide to anyone just how clever he really was. To atone for this, and by way of diversion, he occasionally indulged in criminalities of a totally different nature, in fields where he might share his triumphs with others. He had a smattering of medicine and knew much chemistry, both of which he studied with sinister intent. He had played at being an amateur cracksman, and had been complimented upon his skill in opening safes. Likewise, he had participated in several notorious Black Hand outrages, and was well and favorably known in those circles. That is, the personality he assumed for this purpose was known to such associates. Thus, Bruckner had broadened his knowledge of ways and means of producing death in secret, and had familiarized himself with other branches of the trade, upon which he might fall back in case wife murder ever became an unhealthy occupation. Bruckner flattered himself that during the whole of his career he had never made a single mistake. Not once had he been regarded as anything but a sincere mourner at the biers of his dear departed. Never had he run afoul of coroner or police. At times he chuckled over his remarkable capabilities, and congratulated himself upon his caution and truly exceptional foresight. Perhaps his success was due to the fact that he concentrated upon crime in its more subtle branches and had never been addicted to any vice, either petty or great. Nor had a pretty face ever tempted him. During the whole of his marital adventures, Bruckner had never once been in love, not even the victim of a passing infatuation. Business before pleasure was his motto, and he adhered to it strictly. Because he found the courtship stage of his engagements a trying ordeal, marriage usually followed his proposals swiftly. With grim humor, he often boasted to himself that he had no heart, and in view of this fact, he was reluctant to indulge needlessly in silly lovemaking. The women of his choice were invariably rather mature and usually unromantic. The more homely they might be, the better satisfied he was. A young and attractive wife might have admirers who would interfere with his plans. She would also be more likely to have relatives who might have too much to say, and to whom her death would be a real bereavement. Widows with children were banned. He had an aversion to stepsons and daughters about the house. Instead, this pseudo-lonely bachelor always sought a matron similarly situated, each with a tidy sum to support them and both desiring a quiet, comfortable home. There was method in his rule. Not only was he assured of privacy in the domicile about to be established, but he could not be accused of the unpardonable crime of marrying for money. Bruckner was both sensitive and proud. He valued the good opinion of the community because it was an asset in his curious business. To pick out a bride of great wealth would mean additional difficulty in collecting his inheritance after the obsequies. Such details would be bound to be annoying, and Bruckner loved simplicity in this respect. A few $1,000s, always less than his own little nest egg, and perhaps a small property upon which no other heirs had any claim, were to be readily gathered in without the formality of court proceedings or the advice of counsel. After each deal, he cashed in his gains, opened a new bank account under a new name, and stored his net profits in one of his safety deposit boxes. This had been going on for years. It was true that such gradual means of accumulating wealth necessitated many marriages. None of his wives had lived more than 3 years after the wedding, but in no case did he cause a death under 12 months. He remained prudent rather than avaricious or hasty. He never sought a rapid denouement at the risk of personal safety. Moreover, his wives all died seemingly natural deaths, and were fittingly interred. Bruckner would not countenance anything so crude as to savor of murder. Also, Bruckner had a certain sentiment about proper burials. As a result, each simple ceremony was marked with unostentatious respect. While the countryside was dotted here and there with nicely cared-for graves and tastefully adequate tombstones, everything he did was done very well. Chapter 2. When analyzed, Bruckner's plan was as simple as it was practical and resultful. He would go to a small town and take a comfortable room at a cheap hotel or boarding house, frequented only by men. Without undue heraldry, he would announce that he was seeking a suitable place to end his days. After he had attained the age of 50, this sounded reasonable. So he discarded the various fantastic stories so successfully circulated during his youth. These had been ingenious but rather more risky. In fact, he now looked back with concern upon the chances he had taken in connection with his first alliance, contracted when he was 20. His initial venture had culminated admirably, however, and his 4 successive ones, covering a scant 10 years, also paid him neat profits. Now, when he was installed in a new and temporary residence, Bruckner would make it a point to scrape up a speaking acquaintance with a few substantial but humble souls in the neighborhood. He never associated with those who were prominent or overly endowed with worldly goods. He could not afford to make a permanent name for himself. He was always fading out of or into a picture. He was but a passing incident in the life of each community. To his chosen cronies, he would casually state that he was a plain man without frills. He regretted that he had not settled down and taken unto himself a life companion before he had grown too old to think of matrimony. Frequently this observation would bring forth good-natured chuckles and sly winks. Male matchmakers would pass on the word to their romance-hatching wives. And soon several no longer young hopefuls would begin to preen themselves and press Mr. Bruckner to drop in for tea. Reluctantly, he would accept and begin to judiciously sound out the situation. If all seemed well, he would guardedly hint at his state of mind and eventually suggest a married partnership on the basis of mutual contribution to costs and common connubial convenience. If the proposition met with a favorable reception and the recipient of his attentions appeared pliable, the marriage would be solemnized at no distant date. When this portion of the program was over, Bruckner would bide his time before springing the climax of his little drama. There were several phases of the stage setting to be considered. If his newly acquired wife was not possessed of real property, and there seemed no reason for their remaining where they were, he would find some good incentive for moving to another city. The death of a middle-aged matron causes less comment in a neighborhood where she is a stranger. Such a move made, he could proceed at his leisure, without engendering gossip or unwelcome sympathy. Of course, where a wife possessed valuable lots and houses, or perhaps a little business, he must gradually make excuses to dispose of these, or else remain on the spot and wait until he could do so as sole executor. Practice had made him perfect, no matter which course he was forced to take. In any event, no sooner would the funeral be forgotten than Bruckner would move on. Invariably, those who had known him expressed their regret and felt genuinely sorry for the lonely, broken-hearted man. Once or twice a second candidate had coyly sought his attention, but such women had no chance whatever. Under no conditions would Bruckner marry twice in the same town, or even under the same name. His various ventures were widely separated as to scene. He would shake his name together with the dust of the deserted community and assume a new and equally commonplace one upon his arrival in the section selected for his next proceeding. That little matter of choice of names indicated his extreme cleverness. Never was he known by a distinctive cognomen. His surname was likely to be the most numerously mentioned in the local directory. Fortune favored Bruckner in that he was a man whose appearance made his age seem uncertain. As he pleased, he was readily able to subtract or add 10 to 20 years from the truth. Then, too, he made a careful study of personal appearance, and without resorting to artificial means of disguise, had in his box of tricks several methods of altering his looks. Little niceties of dress, a different manner of brushing the hair, and the time-worn cultivation or destruction of mustaches, beards, side whiskers, and imperials all served his purpose upon occasion. Possessed of an excellent memory, a perfect capacity for forgetting the past, and a penchant for looking into the future, Bruckner was well equipped. He was devoid of conscience, insensible to sentiment, and looked forward to the day when he might safely write his memoirs, to be published posthumously. Chapter 3. Such was the man who found himself a widower for the 12th time last fall. Upon casting up his accounts after the final ceremonies of that funeral, Bruckner, as he then elected to style himself, discovered that his total fortune amounted to some $200,000. It was safely stowed away in his safe deposit strongholds. He had remaining, under the new name of Bruckner, sufficient capital to see him through his next adventure. The surplus he did not mean to touch, as usual. Yet in the weeks that followed the death and the settlement of the estate of his most recent wife, Bruckner seriously considered the idea of remaining single. Like many another prosperous man, after years of striving, he longed for a life of indolence, broken of its monotony by such pursuits as might please him. He hated the very thought of a home. He had no wish to settle down. He had possessed a surfeit of wives that he did not want in a personal way. Bruckner had married them in the casual course of business, and this gave him a thought, in the nature of a vacation. Suppose he should seek a spouse who actually pleased him. Thus far he had not experienced such a genuine pleasure. For a man married as much as he, the situation was silly. Yet Bruckner had his doubts. If he paid court to a young and beautiful girl, one whom he really admired, he might, even after the passage of all these years, fall in love with her. That would prove fatal. He had heard of idiots, drunk with love, who told their wives everything. That would never do. In the first place, the lady might not prove sympathetic. Also, he was certain that sooner or later he would desire to kill her, from sheer force of habit or perhaps from ennui, since he no longer needed money. Such a situation would be awkward if he became devoted to her, for then he would break the heart which had been proof against Cupid's darts through all these years of many marriages. So he relinquished the thought and went to New York to rest up a bit and think the situation over. As usual, he went to a modest hotel. Yet the days he spent alone were tedious, and like a fish out of water, he longed to plunge once more into the matrimonial sea. For a time he had whiled away some of his hours in the company of a Russian who claimed to have been a watchmaker to the late Tsar. This gentleman still made timepieces, but he made them to put in bombs, and made them very well. His genius appealed to Bruckner, and the two became quite friendly, although Bruckner was slightly nervous lest the police should visit the bomb maker's place while he was present. However, he had no other company. His safe-cracking friends were all in jail, and the others were safe beyond the reach of the law, or else had been reached by it and removed from this vale of tears. So he found himself craving for action and the further exercise of his remarkable talents. Then he met Mrs. Mary Corcoran, a healthy, husky lady who was doomed to become his wife from the first moment he saw her. Mrs. Corcoran was a widow of just the proper age, not too wealthy, Bruckner thought. Although she was possessed of a trifle more than her predecessors, she owned a place by the seashore and was extremely fond of bathing. She had a little motorboat, and at the time when Bruckner entered her life, was about to open her bungalow for the season. The situation appealed to Bruckner. He needed a rest and a change of clime, and a stay by the sea would be welcome. It would do him good and build up his health, while he planned how to break down hers. So he mentioned to the widow as much of his plan as was fitting for the lady to know. She proved entirely agreeable, even eager, Bruckner thought. In fact, he was rather afraid that she was in love with him. That might prove awkward, but it could not be helped. So he married her and took a solemn oath that when this adventure was over, he would never again tempt fate. The bungalow was on a little sandy point, some miles from the nearest town and the railroad station. Mrs. Bruckner, née Corcoran, taxied back and forth from the village in her motorboat when her fancy suggested such journeys or purchases required them. Bruckner spent much of his time sitting on the beach with his pipe and his thoughts, and practically lived the life of a married hermit. They got on together beautifully, and Bruckner thanked his stars that the woman did not desire him to be eternally complimenting and petting her. Her sole aim was his comfort, and never in all of his 13 marital ventures had he lived so pleasantly and contentedly. It almost seemed a shame to terminate such an ideal arrangement. In fact, it would be little short of a crime. Chapter 4. But just as he knew he would, Bruckner reverted to type. He simply could not resist the temptation to kill the woman. She did not annoy him. He had nothing against her, and he did not wish her money. Just the same, he wanted to kill her, and he wanted to do it in some new and original way. For days he thought it over, and grew more perplexed with the passage of time. He could not sleep at night, and he found himself nervous and restless. His appetite began to fail, a condition unheard of before, and even his pipe and tobacco failed to solace him. Once or twice he wondered whether it would not be wise if he went out and got drunk. He vetoed that idea, however, for he had always made it a rule to keep his head clear and his brain unfuddled. Drunken men and women, Bruckner always said, are inclined to talk too much, and he was a man of silence. Besides, the hooch lately available had, in cases, proved fatal. During all of his meditation and perplexity, Mrs. Bruckner remained in blissful ignorance of the thing which was troubling him. It was true that she seemed to suspect that something was wrong, but when she pressed for an explanation, he naturally put her off. She appeared to be alarmed about his health and was constantly urging him to go and consult a physician. He flatly refused and told her he had never been sick in his life. Of course he knew what was the matter, and also knew very well that no physician's prescription would cure his ailment. His wife made more frequent trips to the little village, and even went to New York to bring back dainty viands to tempt his appetite. Apparently her sole ambition in life was to prepare a dish that would tickle his palate, and Bruckner was not without some appreciation of her kindness and concern. At times, he almost resolved to put away his idea and let the woman live. But impatience to have it over with and to be at peace with the world mastered him at last. His intentions crystallized into action on the morning when she announced her intention of going over to Calder's Point to attend a pinochle party. Bruckner never played cards and said that he would not go. However, he even urged that she indulge in this pleasant diversion. "You stay around me too much," he pressed her tenderly. "You're wearing yourself out looking after my health. Stop worrying, and have a good time while you may. I mean while you're still young and have your health," he added, realizing that he had almost made an unfortunate slip. "All right, I will, if you really don't mind," she agreed, and explained that the party would occur on the following Monday night. She proposed to take the motorboat over, leaving at 7 o'clock, remain for the night, and chug back again the following morning. Bruckner was delighted. A sudden inspiration had plunged him into an ecstasy of joy. At last, like a bolt from the blue, he had hit upon a plan to do away with the woman. It was entirely possible that the thing had been done before, but it was new with Bruckner. It could not possibly savor of design, and it would happen while she was away. He would be presumed to know nothing of the accident until the heart-rending news should be brought to him. Then he would be stunned. Bruckner was a past master at registering grief, surprise, anguish, but after the funeral he could spend the entire summer at the bungalow in undisturbed peace. He was glad that he could accomplish his purpose so early in the spring, for unlike the average man, his thoughts did not lightly turn to love in that entrancing period. The thought necessitated a visit to his friend, the clockmaker to the former Tsar. He made it and outlined his needs minutely. That is, he told the clockmaker precisely the sort of box he desired, how long and how wide it should be, and explained just how its timepiece was to be set. It was to be put up in a candy box and tied neatly with ribbon. It should weigh 5 pounds and bear the wrapping of a smart confectioner. On the day he meant to use it, Bruckner would call for the box. It must be ready, and everything must be fixed so that he would not need to unwrap it. Mrs. Bruckner was going away in her little sea taxi at 7 o'clock. He would arrive from the city an hour before. He planned to reach the bungalow via a hired launch, timing himself to get there a little late for supper, but in time to bid her goodbye. When he did so, he would thoughtfully put the candy box in his wife's motorboat, calling her attention to it, and laughingly instructing her not to nibble at its contents during the journey. He wished her to save it for the party and present it to her hostess. He hoped she would obey. The trip would take her a little more than an hour. She did not mind that, since she loved the sea and could handle her craft as well as any man. But if everything went well, Mrs. Bruckner would never land at the wharf at Calder's Point. Just about 15 minutes before she was due to reach that settlement, the little clock would tick its final tick, and Mrs. Bruckner would proceed to eternity instead of the pinochle party. The complete simplicity of the scheme appealed to him strongly. He would put the bomb near the gasoline tank. Its explosion would destroy that container, and everyone would surmise that the blowing up of the fuel store had caused the tragedy. No one but the dead woman would know about the candy box. That is, no one but the clockmaker of the Tsar. That gentleman would not be likely to speak. Secrecy was also essential to the success of his profession, and in such matters he was strictly honorable and thoroughly reliable. He need not know for whom the box was intended, and for reasons of his own, he would not inquire too deeply into the matter. Chapter 5. Everything went as planned. On Monday morning, Mr. Bruckner announced that it would be necessary for him to go to the city in connection with some business at his broker's. He promised to return as speedily as he could, but told his wife not to wait for him if he should not be home by the time she intended to leave. That was camouflage, carefully planned. He always thought of little details like that in order to turn away suspicion from the minds of his victims. Besides, he wanted to establish an alibi and have it known that he was away all day. Moreover, he always disliked to be around his victims just before the climax of his cunning. Their very confidence and trust in him always tended to annoy him, but he knew very well that he would be back on time. Otherwise, of course, he could not place the candy box in the little launch. The clockmaker was ready for him, and the box itself was a beauty, as creditable a piece of work as Bruckner had ever seen. It did not weigh too much nor too little, and while he was assured that the watch was perfect in its mechanism and timing, it did not give forth the slightest sound. The clockmaker beamed when he saw the look of admiration in Bruckner's eyes, and told him that he might trust the little bomb implicitly. "It is worthy to blow up a prime minister," enthused its author. "Unfortunately, these days kings are few and trade is far from good. The war seems to have caused an unreasoning dislike for explosives on the part of my very best customers." Bruckner condoled with the man and took his departure. He had received the professional word of the watchmaker that the bomb would not go off if he were to drop it, and that it would not explode until 8:15 precisely. That was as Bruckner wished. The detonation would be heard just as the motorboat was entering the waters about Calder's Point, and would startle those on shore waiting for his wife. In all probability, the bomb would tear her to pieces and wreck the boat completely. At least it would utterly destroy itself and the gasoline tank. That was, of course, essential, for there must be no remaining evidence, even though no clue could possibly point to him. But because the time schedule of the railroad had been changed without his knowledge, Bruckner did not arrive at the bungalow until almost 7 o'clock. It had been a narrow escape from being too late, and the incident made him nervous, yet in a way he thought it was fortunate. Mrs. Bruckner was down at the landing, dressed in her best bib and tucker, and she greeted him with a smile and an inquiry as to his health. "You look tired, my dear," she sympathized in a motherly sort of fashion. "I really hate to go away and leave you. "I am tired," Bruckner confessed. "I guess I'm not as young as I used to be, and I haven't been right pert for the last few weeks. I'll soon be better, however," he added cheerfully. "Just you go on and have a good time, and don't give a thought to me." Then he produced the candy box and displayed it to her. The boatman who had brought him was gone by this time, and he had not seen the package which Bruckner had kept wrapped in a newspaper until this very moment. Now Mrs. Bruckner took it in her hands and plucked at the ribbon, but he shook his finger at her as he might do to a naughty child. "Now don't be impatient or selfish," he reproved. "Keep it until you get to the party, then offer some to the others with my compliments." "I suppose I should do that," she agreed with him. "And now I must be going. There's a light under the coffee on the stove, and your supper's on the table. You won't mind a cold snack, will you?" "No," said Bruckner, and then the one flaw in his plan occurred to him. How could he make sure that she would put the candy box where it would certainly destroy the gasoline tank? He could not, if he left it in her possession. Of course it would kill her, but that was not enough. His plan must work out exactly as he had intended, and the only way to ensure its perfect success was to go along in the boat. That, in a way, was a risk, but Bruckner was equal to the situation. It required quick thinking, but he had a bright idea on the spot. "Well," he reproached himself, "if I didn't forget my tobacco, I guess I'd better go back as far as the station with you, and then get one of the public launches to bring me home. It won't take more than half an hour, and I'll eat supper later." So he took the candy box from his wife's hands and helped her into the boat. She went directly to the little engine and started it as he stepped aboard. The bomb would not blow up for about an hour. In 20 minutes, he would be at the station landing. When he got out, he would put the candy box by the gasoline tank and lay a tarpaulin over it, with the explanation that he did so to keep it from being wetted by the spray. Mrs. Bruckner would think nothing of his doing that and would probably forget all about the candy until it reminded her of itself forcibly. Speedily the little boat chugged away from the wharf and cut the waves like a knife as it shot off toward the station pier. It was twilight, growing gradually darker, and lights began to twinkle from the group of cottages ahead. "Perhaps," Bruckner suggested to his wife, "I'll stay over at the post office for a while. Maybe I can get some of the men to play a game of pool and go back home about 10 o'clock. Supper being cold, it won't make any difference, and I can make some fresh." But he never made it. There was a terrific crash. The little motor launch was rent asunder. When the detonation died away, there was nothing left but a few pieces of floating wreckage, and, curiously, a red ribbon floating on the surface of the sea. Bruckner and his wife had been blown to atoms. The clockmaker had worked well, and the bomb had gone off precisely as he had planned, at the hour appointed by Bruckner himself. But the former creator of timepieces for the Tsar was not a man who read the daily papers. In preparing the bomb and setting the clock, he had not known of the fact that the daylight saving law for the season went into effect at the stroke of 2 that morning. Hence, the explosion had occurred just 1 hour earlier than Bruckner had expected it would. Chapter 6. But simultaneously with the crash that ended the lives of the Bruckners, 2 strange men appeared before their little bungalow. The visitors on the beach looked out to sea, not knowing that the criminal they sought was now beyond their reach. "Gosh!" one of them exclaimed. "That gasoline certainly made a thorough job of it. It won't even be worthwhile to send out a rescue boat." The other detective shrugged. "I'm more interested in what we're likely to find inside the house," he said. "Since nobody seems to be home, suppose we go right in." They did, and they made a thorough search, including a chemical analysis of the coffee on the stove and the cold snack on the table. It was a delicious-looking little layout of tempting morsels, but the chemist who tested it whistled loudly in amazement when his task was finished. "The old girl must have been in a hurry to finish this chap," he announced. She's put enough poison in all this stuff to kill an elephant. Funny, too, because she always worked slowly before. Before? Questioned his companion. Is she one of those fiends who marry a lot of men and murder them for their insurance? The chemist nodded. She was tried twice and acquitted for lack of convicting proof. But we've been watching her ever since, and her mug's in the rogues gallery under the alias of Arsenic Annie. Headfirst into Hell by Horace McCoy. Black Mask, May 1931. Captain Jerry Frost and Eddie Giles bust some clouds in Manana Land. This story is a high-stakes pulp adventure set in the golden age of pulp fiction, with crime thriller and aerial combat elements. The story explores themes of courage under fire, loyalty, and survival amidst intense danger. It follows classic pulp heroes, hardened, resourceful individuals facing relentless challenges, moral ambiguity, and personal sacrifice. There's a subtext of camaraderie, as well as a romantic tension between the protagonist and a mysterious female character, contributing to a rugged yet emotional undertone. Almost as soon as the wheels of his little black ship had touched the landing field at Valbuena in Mexico City, it was apparent to Captain Jerry Frost that this revolution was not being regarded with the customary Latin indifference. On every side, there were unmistakable signs that the Tento uprising plainly was not being taken lightly. Armed troops were on patrol. The attitude of the field attendants was crisp, so crisp it bordered on hostility. There was a tension that tightened the throat. Captain Montez hurried into a hangar and conversed with an officer. Presently they returned to the roadway and signaled an automobile. It rolled up quickly. On its windshield was a gun poster, a flag of Mexico and the seal, an eagle holding a serpent entwined in its talons. It was the presidential insignia. Montez nodded, and Frost and Giles stepped in. Montez sat beside the driver, and Frost and Giles were in the back seat. They were guest players, these two, temporarily resigned from the Rangers. They had been borrowed for a little work below the border. Montez said, "We are to meet the president at once." Eddie Giles frowned and took off his helmet. He ran his fingers through his hair. "Say, I don't want to meet anybody until I have a chance to wash," Frost cut in. "You haven't got time to pour perfume on your hair, Jellybean. We are now mixed up in a war." "Yeah?" Giles said. "I guess the last 6 months have been a house party." Captain Montez felt impelled to arbitrate and half-turned to say over his shoulder, "After you see the president, there will be time to bathe." Frost said, "Sure," and nudged Giles. He pointed off in the distance. He said, "Popo." Giles said, "Who?" "Popocatépetl volcano. The smaller one is Ixtachihuatl." "Oh," Giles said blandly, "volcanoes." "Yeah, volcanoes. Nice little places where they dump wisecrackers." Giles chuckled and sat back. The car rolled along a road that was like glass, fairly eating up the miles to the city, which was now visible through the mauve mists. Occasionally they roared by a surprised Federalista who, recognizing the emblem on the windshield, came smartly to what Mexican soldiers humorously call attention. All of them stared after the car. Montez leveled a finger ahead. "Castillo de Chapultepec," he said. "Home of the president." The castle sat atop a rugged forested peak, and it was a citadel that might have delighted a feudal baron. And too, it bore a strange resemblance to the lonely fortress the Negro Christophe erected a century ago in the Haitian jungles. Nowhere south of Cancer is there similar architecture. Fighting men ever have been surprised and delighted with the strategic possibilities of the Castillo de Chapultepec. Giles sucked in his breath sharply and said, "I could take a machine gun squad and hold that place against the world." He leaned over and stared, fascinated. Frost nodded. "Yeah, I guess you could in the old days. But now somebody would lay an egg on you and whoosh." He pantomimed the dropping of a bomb. 2 sentries with fixed bayonets approached and saluted. They turned to the interior and shouted, "Capitan Montez!" Their shouts attracted the crowd, and they surged around and stared in undisguised curiosity. The gates swung open, and the car moved through. Inside, it stopped again, and the gates went to with a clank. Montez, Frost, and Giles got out. They walked into an outside corridor and climbed a wide, thickly carpeted flight of stairs. 2 officers passed Montez and saluted sharply. They moved to an inner door, and without ceremony, Montez threw it open and preceded Frost and Giles across the threshold. 2 men sat behind a massive hand-carved desk. One of the men behind the desk stood up. He was small and half-bald, and wore glasses to which was attached a thin black ribbon. His dress was neat and conservative. He smiled thinly. His name was Manuel Flores, and he was president of Mexico. The other man slowly got up. He was tall and swarthy, and wore a double row of campaign ribbons across his tunic. But even without them, even without his pea-green, snug-fitting uniform, you would have known he was a soldier. His name was Pedro Nolanti, and he was commander of the Army of the Republic. The president said, "Sit down, gentlemen." The Americans hardly had expected to hear their own language spoken by the president, and they looked at each other in mild surprise. The president observed their expressions and laughed. "I studied in your country, as did Montez. Nolanti also knows your language," the president said. Frost didn't know exactly what to say, but he said, "That's fine." The president went on, "Montez's message to us was welcome. Maybe we can help each other see." Frost said, "I hope so. Has General Nolanti made his plans?" Nolanti was a light opera military leader performing for a vast mob. He was perfectly accoutred. A highly polished Sam Brown belt came over a square shoulder and a heroic chest, and his bronzed throat muscles bulged under a collar that was none too loose. His fingers were thin and tapered, and on the little finger of his left hand he wore a heavy garnet ring. His forehead was deep, and his smile was cold and confident. His eyes struck the only false note in the ensemble. Frost noted they were shifty and darting. General Nolanti carefully explained the menace of this revolution. He related the insidious methods Tento had employed and told how the country in the north was in revolt. He has assembled about 2,000 men near about La Salada and Venado. Frost lifted his eyebrows. He said, "A large number of men to get together in a wild country, General." Nolanti admitted it. "But," he said, "they are there. Captain," he went on seriously, "the reason other revolutions have caused Mexico so much trouble was because the officers would sit and wonder how a rebel leader could muster an army. Instead, they should have done something about it." He extracted a long black cigarette from his pocket and lighted it. "I do not sit and wonder. I fight." He inhaled luxuriously. "I am moving troops today. To the north? See, to the north. There will be no trouble in the south." Nolanti laughed and said nothing. He regarded Frost in amusement. "Then, Captain, you should know Mexican rebels will not fight where there are no pulquerias. They must have tequila." "They have airplanes," Frost said. "A few, perhaps. So have we." Frost said, "How many?" "Several." Frost said, "How many are you going to use?" "3," said Nolanti. "Montez, you, and you." He indicated Giles. Frost wrinkled his brow and sat back in the chair. "Only 3?" "That is enough," Nolanti said. "I have good infantry." He said it with the doggedness old-line soldiers usually evidence when modern methods of warfare are mentioned. Frost bit his lip and Giles looked puzzled. Frost said, "You mean we are going into this revolution with only 3 airplanes?" His tone was incredulous. "Por qué no?" Nolanti blustered. He repeated, "I have good infantry." His sharp eyes darted about Frost. He had that peculiar sense which warned him of antagonism. He seemed to know that Frost knew he was merely playing a part, and, what was infinitely worse, overplaying it. The president felt something of the same tension. for he got up and said, "You gentlemen are here to get 2 prisoners. If you do get them, the revolution, or a big part of it, will be at an end." Abruptly he concluded, "It becomes my privilege, gentlemen, to appoint you coronels in the Army of Mexico." Frost said, "Thank you," and looked up. Something in the eyes of the president registered heavily on the American flyer. It might have been pathos. It might have been fatigue. Manuel Flores was involved in deep intrigue, and he was magnificently unprepared. The look Frost caught prompted the question, "Are the troops loyal?" Later he admitted that was not the proper thing to say. It came impetuously. The suddenness of the query startled Nolanti, and then he became composed and replied, "Quién sabe? One never knows." Frost said, "Yes." He looked at Giles, and Giles nodded. The president said, "You have had a long trip," and extended his hand, which the Americans shook warmly. "As you Americanos say, good luck. Montez will attend you." On his way to the delayed bath and a change of uniform, Giles remarked to Frost, "The general has got a queer eye." Frost said, "So you noticed that too?" "Yeah, and I don't mind saying I think he's a lousy four-flusher. He couldn't command any army of mine." Frost regarded his companion with admiration. "Eddie," he said, "damned if you aren't getting intelligent." The Federalistas found no royal welcome awaiting them in La Salada, which is 20 miles west of Venado, on the Mexican National Railroad in the state of San Luis Potosi. It is absurdly easy to sit here and write 20 miles in a few motions of the fingers. And in some other country it might have been only a little harder to negotiate. But not between La Salada and Venado. That score of miles which separates them lies through as wild and remote a section as Mexico holds, arroyos and canyons, no roads at all in some places. And crowning it all, a terrific sun that was very nearly unmerciful. Not once during the march, and the march, moving 3,000 troops with their provisions and ammunition trains in a single day, was not a mediocre military achievement. Did the Tento Cargadores, as Nolanti had contemptuously dubbed them, reveal their presence? The official communiqué had said the country would be filled with them and that sniping probably would be indulged in. Perhaps Tento's men were more clever than the Federalistas thought. Throughout the march, Nolanti's troops expected to be fired on, and mile after mile they trudged, their nerves taut. A brush, a skirmish, might have relieved their pent-up emotions. By the time they reached La Salada, they were in no mood for frolic. They shed their packs and took up their billets, exhausted. Only a hardy few consorted with the dancing girls in the pulquerias, the dancing girls who are, magically, always present on the Latin American battlefronts before the soldados. If the military leaders maintained an espionage system as elaborate as these girls, the results would be different. Unfortunately, La Salada was openly hostile to the men of the Republic. Weisberg and Jacobson, only officials of the Black Ship Gang now at large, unaware that their leader, Paul Parker, had been captured and executed, had carried out his propagandic ideas perfectly. They had convinced the somnolent citizens of La Salada, as they had thousands of others in the north, that Mexico's freedom depended on the Tento rebellion. Glorious liberty, they said, could come only from association with his ideals and by helping his men. It is never difficult to sell the ignorant peon a quantity of patriotism. Therefore, the name of Tento had been hoisted as a savior. The day after the federal invasion of the hostile town, 3 airplanes roared across a molten sky and dropped down on an improvised field almost within the confines of the village itself. One of them was a cabin plane, which was totally unfit for battle service, and bore, among other precious passengers, the person of General Pedro Nolanti. Another bore the trim figure of Captain Jerry Frost, and the third belonged to Eddie Giles. Both Americans were now clad in the green uniform of the Mexican Army staff and wore the insignia of coronets. They came into a town thick with the heat of the sun. It was the hour of the siesta. Not even the outrage of a federal invasion, Not even Nolan's pompous proclamation of martial law could disturb that ritual. There would be plenty of time to worry about the indignities later. The sun hammered down so relentlessly it brought mirages before the eyes. It was a ghostly and unreal land of cavernous colors and glittering highlights. There even was a drowsiness in the slow clanging of the cathedral bell. The marketplace was ridiculously quiet. Old women slept before piles of unpatted tortillas. The keeper of a shop had gone to sleep sitting in his chair, and his head had fallen forward on his chest in grotesque fashion. General Nolanti and his men walked ahead and conversed in rapid tones. Behind him was Montez, and bringing up the rear were Frost and Giles, regarding the tomb-like village with true tourist curiosity. Giles mopped his head in a fashion that can only be described as unmilitary and said, "Why, am I hot?" Frost said banteringly, "Come back in the summer, then you'll find it really hot." Giles muttered, "It'll have to be a hell of a good show to make up for this." Then a silence fell between them. Conversation required too much effort, but Nolanti still conversed in that humming tone. He had a lot to talk about. Boots clattered noisily on the cobblestones. Then from somewhere came the bark of a pistol, so clear and loud and startling that it sounded like the crack of doom. Frost looked up quickly whence the sound had issued, and got a glimpse, through a barred window, of a woman with a pistol in her hand. The silhouette was perfect, and almost immediately that silhouette vanished. Nolanti and the officer at his side stopped at once. Nolanti said, "Dios, did I not command all civilians to surrender their arms?" A storybook house disgorged 3 soldiers. One of them was buttoning his shirt. They saw the group of officers had stopped and went into a meek salute. "Go in," Nolanti said. "Arrest the person who fired that shot." Before the soldiers could comply, Frost had moved up quickly. He had gotten a glimpse of the woman, and he would have staked his life she was young. He said, "Would the general permit Coronel Giles and me?" Nolanti frowned at the interruption. The soldiers had not moved. "We saw her," Frost said. "We know," Nolanti said, "very well." He waved his hand, and the soldiers did a clumsy about-face and walked swiftly away. But by then Frost and Giles were crossing the street. Giles said, "You're crazy. This ain't our fight." Frost only smiled. His eyes were sympathetic. His heart was pounding lustily. He was tense with excitement. Adventure. Why didn't someone cheer? He wanted to beat his fists against the wall that surrounded the house and shout, "Adventure! This is adventure!" That was the way it got him. Sudden, cyclonic, all over. Chapter 2. The wall which protected the house was tall and thick, and the house sat back in the yard. At a single glance, Frost knew it was occupied by a personage. It was big and formal and aloof in its dignity. The gate was open, and they went through it, up the steps and into the hall. They entered a darkened interior, and for a moment they paused to adjust their eyes to the gloom. A man bumped against Frost, and he turned and grabbed him by the arm. It was a Federalista. His shoulder was blood-stained. Frost said, "What's the trouble, soldado?" "The woman had a pistol, muy coronel," General Nolanti ordered. "I know. Go get treatment. We'll arrest the woman." The soldier lamely saluted. Frost saw the red wave of blood had reached to his hand. Giles said to Frost, "I still think you're crazy." Frost laughed like a boy at play, and they went down the hall and into a room. Despite the brilliance of the mid-afternoon sun, a tiny candle burned before a crucifix in a nicho. Kneeling there was a woman. The smoke hardly had cleared from her pistol. She heard them enter and stood up. A vermilion shaft of light hammered through and outlined her figure. In a single glance, Frost noted she was young, breathtakingly young, and that the curves of her throat and breasts were superb. She slowly raised her hand. A pistol gleamed. Her eyes were fearless. "Pigs," she said. "Have you no respect for prayer?" Frost said, "An odd prayer, señorita, with a pistol in your hand." She said, "You will leave at once." Gladly, after you give me your revolver. No civilian is permitted to have firearms. Her body trembled with anger. Her eyes flashed. Rage at taking dictation engulfed her. With a visible effort at self-control, she said, "One soldier already has been shot. I hope you will spare me the pleasure of shooting another." Resolution was written in every feature of her face. Pride is a stubborn master in high-caste Mexicans. There was no mistaking her meaning. In a moment she would fire. Frost leaped beside her in a sudden bound and wrested the revolver from her hand. He stepped back and looked at her. Her eyes now were coldly contemptuous. Frost bowed slightly. He said, "My apologies, but this is war. I should arrest you." She said between her teeth, "Swine, fit only to serve Nolanti, the butcher. Get out. Andale." Frost nodded to Giles and they walked out. In the street, Giles said, "Are all these dames like that?" Frost said soberly, "Most of them are." He looked at the revolver almost affectionately and put it in his hip pocket. "Maybe you should have arrested her," Giles said. "Shooting a soldier, even one of these soldiers, is pretty serious." Frost shook his head. "No, she doesn't belong in a military prison." He looked back at the house and thought he saw a form pressed against the window. He could have sworn he saw one. He would have sworn it was the girl. Hours later, when Nolanti received the report that one of his soldiers had been wounded by a civilian, and a woman at that, he went into a rage. He roared at his officers, swore at his men, and cursed the American flyers. He shouted, "Bring her here!" A little later, her identity was established, and the general became a dynamo of hatred. The daughter of the rebel Rubiez. "Dios!" he exclaimed. "Must I go myself?" He stamped the length of his narrow headquarters and recalled that not many years before, the name of José Rubiez had been one to conjure with in Mexico. A direct descendant of a long line of distinguished ancestors, owner of one of the largest and most prosperous ranchos in the country, he ruled in San Luis Potosi with a kindly hand. Guerrilla invasions had gradually cut his property, for there was no federal protection available. His vaqueros were killed, taxation had throttled him, and he had died with a prayer on his lips that God speed the Moses who was to bring liberty to his beloved people. His daughter was not at his deathbed, only a few of the vaqueros, a duenna. The Señorita Rubiez's train, transporting her home from school in the States, raced destiny, and, as so often is the case with those handicaps, lost. "Arrest her!" Nolanti shouted over and over, and arrest her they did. It was not difficult, for she offered no resistance. She made no complaint. It was as if she thought that might cheapen her. She went with the soldiers, but her soul seethed. She walked into Nolanti's headquarters ahead of the soldiers. There was hauteur in the tilt of her head and determination in the ring of her step. Frost and Giles were unaware of the action taken by Nolanti. If they had known, they would not have invaded headquarters so unceremoniously late that afternoon. They blundered, simply blundered, into the room. Frost saw her sitting there, and his heart looped. She regarded him without so much as a flicker of her eyelids. For all the martial atmosphere, she was a regal personage condescending to sit with her inferiors. She felt it. Nolanti felt it. His officers felt it, and they were uncomfortable. As Frost and Giles entered the room, Nolanti frowned. Frost said, "I beg your pardon. I did not know." His voice, strangely hard, chopped off the words. Nolanti hesitated briefly. He cloaked his annoyance behind a mask of inscrutability and said, "Come in." He did it as gracefully as the circumstances would permit. The flyers entered. "The Señorita Rubiez," Nolanti said, "is charged with assault on a federal soldier. I suppose," he added, "you are aware that she did shoot a soldier?" He looked directly at Frost, and the implication was quite patent. Frost's jaws snapped together. "Quite, sir, but I saw no reason." "Ah, of course not. And since when did you become the commanding officer?" He leered a little. The Señorita Rubies is—" He broke off his words as he looked at her. For a long time he feasted his eyes, and then he said suddenly, in a more dulcet tone, "Perhaps the crime is not so bad, eh?" He smiled. "Every charming woman should be privileged to shoot at least one soldier." He laughed, pleased with himself. His officers smiled. Nolanti, encouraged, went on, "Perhaps the Señorita would appreciate the courtesy if General Nolanti dismissed her." Everyone in the room but the Señorita knew what he meant. She gave no sign she had heard. She sat immovable. She did dart a swift glance at Frost, as if to make sure he was still present. Frost saw it. His heart looped again. With no more ado, Nolanti decided on his course of action. "Señorita, you may go. I am sorry my men arrested you. They shall be punished. And you would be wise if you could find leniency for General Nolanti." She did not stir until he had finished speaking. Then she rose and nodded. She murmured, "Gracias," in the same tone she employed to thank her servants, and swept from the room. There was silence in her wake. Nolanti's expression as she passed out the door was supercilious. It was purely a defensive smile. The sense of inferiority she forced on him was gone. There was a glint in Frost's eye. He experienced a surge of antipathy. His life heretofore had been free of women. He had been a soldier, and a soldier has no time for them. The following morning Montez entered the quarters of Frost and Giles. He was plainly excited. "The General wants to see you," he said. Frost got up heavily and walked across the narrow room, swimming in heat, to the bunk where Giles lay sleeping in a pool of perspiration. He slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Pile out, soldier." Giles blinked his eyes and sat up. He observed he was soaked. "Hell," he said. "Turn off the heat." Frost said, "Nolanti sent for us. Looks like work in the wind." Giles buttoned his shirt and laced his boots. He grunted and said, "What if Weisberg and Jacobson aren't in on this? What if they aren't?" Frost said, "Well, in that case, they just aren't. Looks like a hell of a chance we're taking to get 'em." Under his breath he said, "Damn." He looked up and went on, "Understand, I'm not shaky about it." He jerked his lace through a brass eye of his boot. "I just think it's a hell of a chance to take." Frost said, "Yeah? Well, you were pretty anxious to get down here." Giles pulled a crooked forefinger across his forehead and flung the sweat beads to the floor. "Sure, and I'm pretty anxious to get back, too." Frost let his eyes drift out the window towards the big house where the girl lived. "Yeah? Well, maybe I ought to agree with you, Eddie. Maybe I ought. But it's different, too different. I hope the next revolution is at the North Pole." "Sure, but," Giles said, "hell," he was disgusted. "Let's go see his nibs." They found his nibs red-hot and ready. He hardly gave them time to get in the room before he fired. "How am I going to fight an enemy I can't locate? I want to know where they are. I want information, and at once." Frost said, "You mean reconnoiter?" "Exactly. Very well." Without another word he turned on his heel and left the room, Giles behind. Giles said, "A swell way to run an army. Nix. Don't let it get your goat." Later, at the field, Giles said again, "A swell way to run an army." Frost said, "Crawl in. It'll be cooler where you're going." Was that meant for a dirty crack? Take it any way you want to, Duke. They spun their propellers, and the motors thundered in the still air. They got off the field in a flutter of wings and headed north. As they left the field and soared over La Salada, they could see beneath them the upturned faces of Nolanti's men, curious at the workings of an airplane in wartime. 15 miles to the north, Frost got his first glimpse of the men with whom Tento hoped to march into Mexico City. Over a rolling finca that was at one time a part of the vast holdings of José Rubies, the flyer caught sight of innumerable forms in the arroyos and canyons, who scurried to cover and resembled headless gnomes. They looked ready for action. Frost said to his instrument board, "This is no joke." He was frankly surprised. He had known the seeds of unrest which the gang had planted in the north had borne fruit, but not in his wildest dreams had he imagined it would be so productive. He looked across at Giles, who was riding abreast with his neat 3. Frost pointed below. Giles nodded. They conveyed their surprise to each other. To avoid pot shooting on the part of the rebels below, they remained high, but those rebels evidently had been given their orders. No shots were fired. Emboldened, Frost swept to within 1,500 feet of the ground to better view the surrounding country. Revolutionists were sprawled all about the entire finca. The focal point of this, the enemy territory, apparently lay in a small village which ostensibly had been one of old José Rubiz's commissaries. As Frost and Giles swept over the scene, there was great confusion below, and they knew they had located the post command. Frost nosed around in a spanking breeze and came back at 1,000 feet. Suddenly, the chatter of a gun stabbed above the roar of the motor. He looked out. A knot of men manipulated a gun which spat rings of smoke. It was a machine gun. Frost said, "Damn!" He slapped his throttle open and zoomed into what was almost a stall. Then he flattened out and had a look through his binoculars. He could make out the forms below. "Headquarters," he said. "Sure as little apples." He looked at Giles, rolled his arm, and flung it forward. He fell away in a glide and headed for La Salada. 30 minutes later, he stood before Nolanti. "Well," said the general. Frost said, "They've got thousands of troops scattered about in the arroyos 15 miles to the north. Their headquarters are in a straight line northwest." He leveled his arm. "They've got the men, and there is considerable activity. I'd say they're ready to go any minute. Planes? None. But we've had brushes with this outfit before," Frost said soberly. "When the time comes, they'll have 'em. That's all." Frost paused a moment and said, "May I be so bold as to suggest our troops be assembled and held in readiness?" Nolanti said, "No, no." Frost and Giles wandered aimlessly along in the gathering dusk of early evening, restless and disgruntled, but not knowing what they could do about it. They had been hired for the show, and were burning with anxiety for action, and this opera bouffe general was cramping their style. Finding themselves presently before a gaudy restaurant, the Café Golondrina, they entered by common tacit consent, and killed an hour or so over a hotly spiced meal. There was some stringed music, girls sang and made eyes. The place grew crowded with soldiers and noisier and rougher, but it wasn't particularly amusing to the present mood of the 2 soldiers of fortune. Afterwards, they walked slowly along the narrow street back towards their billet. The moon had come up full, and the world was bathed in ghostliness. A few soldiers loitered along. The only sounds were from the Café Golondrina behind them. Suddenly Giles said, "Jerry, what about Weisberg and Jacobson?" "Don't get in a hurry, my boy. I've got a plan all worked out. Tomorrow." He cut his speech off short as Giles laid a hand on his arm. They saw a slender form march briskly into the courtyard of the Ruby's home. It vanished in the shadows as if it had been suddenly swept off the face of the earth. Giles asked, "Get a slant at him?" "Yeah, and I don't like the looks of it a damned bit. He made a play to her this afternoon, and now he's come to see about it." They stopped at the gate and looked inside. In the window of the room where Frost had first seen the girl, there was a dim light. "Come on," Frost said grimly. They went inside and cautiously made their way to the side of the house. Frost whispered, "Get set for anything." Giles murmured, "Righto," and they stopped beneath the grated window. Presently they heard the voice of the general. He was employing his best voice this night. The girl dismissed her duenna tremulously. There was a pause, and Nolanti said, "Señorita, pardon the intrusion. I come to warn you. La Salada is no longer safe. The enemy," she cut in swiftly, "I do not fear the enemy without. It is the enemy within, the men of Nolanti, the butcher." Frost breathed. "Atta girl," Nolanti said severely. "That is no tone to take with me, but for me you might have faced the firing squad. The girl laughed. "I am not afraid. I come only to warn you. Still, I am not so hideous. There are women in Mexico. I am not one of those women," she said acidly. "And now will you go?" "Not yet," said Nolanti. "Not yet. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall show you how Nolanti." In a moment, there was a resounding slap as an open palm struck a cheek. Nolanti muttered an imprecation, and there were sounds of a struggle. The girl's short cries were laden with fear. Frost said to Giles, "I'm going in. Give me a boost." Giles locked his fingers together to form a step, and Frost slid up and reached for the iron grating above with his fingers. He pulled himself up and went through the window. Before either the girl or Nolanti was aware of his presence, he was within the room. Nolanti snarled and his hand dropped to his hip. "What are you doing here?" Before he could unbutton the flap of his holster to get his gun, Frost was beside him. He said, "It means, muy general, that your attentions are unwelcome." Nolanti pulled himself erect. He snapped, "You forget your place, soldado. I am General Nolanti. Andale pronto." The girl stifled a sob and fell back a step or two. She lifted her eyes to Frost, and he saw, in the dim light of the candles, that the defiance she had earlier evinced, the contempt, was gone from her face. He was no longer to be regarded as an enemy. He saw it, and it fired him. He said, "Beat it, Nolanti. Get out." He was plainly trying to avert an open break with his superior officer, but his attitude was determined. Nolanti's eyes glittered. "You are insulting. I shall show you how, Nolanti." His hand went to his hip again. This time the flap was opened, the butt of the gun exposed. This time the general meant business. Frost recognized it was one or the other. He also went for his gun. Nolanti had the start of a fraction of a second. Just a fraction. Frost's life hung by that thread. And then there was a soft plump, and Nolanti's eyes popped open. He groaned and folded up on the floor like a Japanese lantern. As his body went down, it revealed, directly behind, another form. It was Eddie Giles. He was holding his pistol in the flat of his hand. He put it back in his holster. "I smashed him pretty hard," he observed dryly. Frost knelt beside the stricken man. "It was a wallop at that. Where'd you come from?" Giles said, "Hell, you need a nurse." Nolanti groaned and turned over on his side. He'd been hit hard. Giles had clubbed him over the temple, and blood streamed from a deep gash. Frost said to the señorita, "Get some water and a towel." She whisked out of the room, her nostrils dilated and her hands trembling. "This is liable to be bad business," Giles said. He looked at Frost and dropped the general's hand. "Women," he said pointedly, "are a damned nuisance. My God, you ought to know that by now." Frost said, "Cut it. I'm not a bit sorry, not even a little bit." The girl returned with a basin of water and a towel. Giles propped Nolanti's head in his arms, and Frost bathed the cut and tried to bring him back to consciousness. The girl had dropped on one knee beside Frost. He said, "I'm not sorry I came." She didn't say anything. She bestowed a reverent glance on the crucifix in the niche, as if it had been responsible for the intervention of the Americanos. Nolanti sat up and blinked his eyes. Giles was holding him. The girl said, "I should have gone to my brother in Mexico City, but the soldiers." The soft candlelight cast exquisite shadows over her face. Frost said, "Don't worry." Nolanti placed his hand against his head and looked about the room curiously, desperately seeking to penetrate the fog in his brain. He felt someone holding him and turned around and saw Giles. "You, eh?" From behind. He got to his feet and swayed as if he would fall again. Frost caught him. Nolanti said, "Gracias. I am glad to know how Americanos fight." He bowed curtly to the Señorita Rubies and wiped away the flow of blood from his eye. "1,000 pardons, Señorita." "Aye." Frost thought he had never seen so odd a sight. In the flickering shadows, Nolanti shifted unsteadily but vigorously tried to maintain his unctuous manner. Then suddenly, there was a blast of rifles in the street. Shouts and screams of surprise arose. The clarion notes of a bugle rang through the night. Nolanti stood erect as a tent pole. Madre de Dios, the rebels! He turned and dashed from the room, insensible to his wound. At every crack of the rifles, the girl flinched. Her face was being slowly drained of its color. Outside, a pandemonium reigned. La Salada was chaos. Frost said shortly, "Tento," and he damn well knew when to come. "Señorita, I will remain," she said resolutely, getting a grip on her emotions. "I am not afraid." "Then we remain," Frost said. "They will sack the town." "Viva Tento, viva Tento!" The shouts were in the hall of the house. Frost dashed to the door and slammed it. He dragged a table, which he shoved against it. Giles grabbed 2 chairs, and together they pulled out a cabinet. Frost said to the girl, "Go, hide." She looked at him for an instant, 72 inches of sinew, flushed in the candlelight, an automatic in his hand and the steel of battle in his eyes. She looked at him and left the room, unaware of the pounding at the door, the rifle fire in the street. Everything, Frost watched her disappear through a door. "Jerry!" Frost turned. "Give me a hand!" Giles was tugging at a huge Renaissance cabinet. They squared it around and crouched behind it. "Let 'em have it, Eddie." "Damn right!" The door creaked and burst in. 6 swarthy faces appeared above the improvised barricade. Their rifles glinted in the yellow light. Crack! Crack! Twin jets of flame leaped across the space from the Americano's pistols. A voice boomed curses in the hall. The soldiers fell away. The doorway became mysteriously bare. The same voice surprised, "2 men!" and then loudly, "I call upon you to surrender in the name of Tento." Frost looked at Giles. Giles looked at Frost. "The big cheese himself," Giles said. "Well?" Frost said, "It's the wall any way we go." He raised his voice. "Come and get us." It is characteristic of adventurers to discount danger. Even the most extreme moments of peril do not so register. Frost, Giles too for that matter, had been in some tight spots. None had ever been tighter than this. Disaster was close. And yet there was little concern. They should have known their predicament was desperate. There was a pause, broken only by the scurrying of footsteps in the hall. An order was barked in Spanish. A moment later, Frost crawled to the window. A dozen soldiers were moving in from the street, their purpose all too plain. He and Giles were trapped. He backed slowly to the cabinet and dropped down on his haunches. He said softly, "Looks bad. They're surrounding the house. Keep an eye on the window." Giles said, "Righto. If this is the finish, we'll go in a blaze." He laughed shortly. "I was just thinking about that picture show we saw a couple of weeks ago, where that ranger got in a closet and shot it out with the rustlers. Things like that do happen, I guess." A head appeared over the barricade. Frost nudged Giles. Giles stopped speaking. Frost snapped his automatic up and squeezed the trigger. The body pitched forward and hung across the top of a chair. "3," Frost said. There was a fervid oath from the corridor in that same heavy voice they had identified as Tento's. "Madre de Dios." It checked itself there, and presently another voice was heard. It came from a safe retreat. "Machine guns are here, muy coronel. Will you come out?" Frost said, "Nolanti." Eddie, the louse sold out. The damn traitor. He marched these men into a trap. No wonder he didn't want to fight until tomorrow. "Yeah, Nolanti." Giles raised his head and shouted, "Go!" Frost clapped his hand over his mouth and said, "Wait a minute." Then, "We're gone ducks this way. Want to take a chance the other way? We're Americans, you know." "Yeah, but a hell of a lot of good that'll do you now." "We got in with 'em, and—" Frost cut him short with a shout, "We'll come out. Throw your pistols out the door." 2 automatics went sailing through the air and through the door. A moment later, The soldiers cleared a path for Nolanti. He was no longer the immaculate actor. His uniform was blood-stained and bedraggled, and his head was swathed in a bandage. He resembled a desert chieftain. Behind him came Tento, a hulking figure with fierce mustachios, and half a dozen soldiers. Nolanti made no effort to suppress his pleasure. Frost looked at him and said, "You damned louse." "Ah, yes, but as you Americanos say, all's fair in love and war," he said proudly. Ah, there was a trace of fanaticism in his eyes now. He said, "Tomorrow we amuse you with a court-martial." Rifle fire punctuated his speech. The bell in the cathedral kept up its frenzied ringing. It set a mad tempo for the scene in the streets. Tento's followers had the advantage of preparation and a night move. They knew exactly when and where to strike. The faithful Federalistas, routed in a surprise attack, went into action with little will and no sort of direction. The firing was vigorous. Whenever rebels and Federals met, the streets became narrow battlefields. Neither side gave way until the other had been exterminated. Some combatants, too close for rifles and pistols, closed in with knives. And above the rifle fire, the confusion, the shots, the ringing of the bell, came the shouts, "Viva Tento!" It was a quick and complete rout. By the light of torches, Nolanti and Tento rode among the men until the first trace of dawn, the one pompous and confident, the other wounded but clinging to his purpose with a tenacity almost superb, both haranguing the men of the government. Latin American warfare is largely a matter of oratory anyway. By morning, the Federalistas who had survived became rebels, and Mexico City loomed close at hand. It was a wave that gathered speed and size as it went on, the red fires of rebellion. But the little Flores, unused to governing a republic of such deep intrigue, had placed implicit faith in a more powerful guidance. That very night, he got some sort of divine inspiration. He flashed orders from his bedroom in the Castillo de Chapultepec for 5,000 additional men to be mustered into service. Queer? Not at all. History is filled with such premonitions. Chapter 3. Accustomed as he was to military pomp, any court-martial in which Nolanti had a hand would be, of necessity, impressive. The next morning, he gathered a small but select tribunal in the wide drawing-room of the Rubias' home, which now was headquarters. There was Tento himself, his barrel chest bulging, his mustachios running wild like villas, who was, incidentally, Tento's military hero. Next sat Nolanti, his appearance slightly more at ease, his head still bandaged, and there were 3 other officers nondescript in appearance, who were there to furnish atmosphere for the little drama and background for Nolanti. Tento, big and gruff and brutal, had roundly complained of the stage setting. He had insisted the formality of a trial was unnecessary. Tento's policy was to shoot them where they stood. He had protested, he still did. "General, this is the whim of an old man," he said bluntly. "No," said Nolanti. "Perhaps they can be influenced, mon jefe. They could help us. They will see we mean business." Still, Tento was not satisfied. "Perhaps. Perhaps. Do you think they will join us?" "Quien sabe?" Nolanti lifted his shoulders. "Maybe." Tento bestowed a tolerant glance upon him. "You do not know fighting men well, amigo. The Americanos will laugh." 2 other men entered the room. One was of medium height, who walked jerkily, a man past middle age. The other was constructed along sturdy lines and was red-haired. Tento and Nolanti both rose as they entered the room. The middle-aged man said, "Where are the prisoners?" Tento said, "They will be here shortly." "Damned nonsense. Why all this play?" He snorted. "They should have been killed last night." The red-haired man put in, "I'm telling you again, I don't like this. Bumping off a couple of Americans is no cinch. We are getting into a mess." Tento said, "Poof," as the middle-aged man nodded approvingly. Tento held up 2 fingers. It was the most insulting gesture known below the border. Tento said again, "Poof!" There was a sound of boots on the floor, and 4 soldiers escorted Frost and Giles into the room. The flyers abruptly came to a halt as they looked upon the men grouped around the table. Frost was surprised to see the 2 men in civilian clothes. He knew them, Weisberg and Jacobson, the 2 remaining members of the Black Ship gang still at large. Weisberg smiled. Perhaps smile is not the word. It was more of a smirk. He noted Frost's expression and said, "I see you remember me." Frost said nothing. Weisberg went on, "This time there will be no monkey business." His face was bland, but there was steel in his words. Frost looked upon the men with a certain grimness. This was to be no court-martial. This merely was a prelude to murder. Tento said to the soldiers, "Vamos, andale," just as a bit of bravado, and they went gladly. There was more fun in the pulquerias anyway. Without moving his head, Tento said, "You Americanos are charged with murder. Have you anything to say?" Frost grinned. "I'd like to have the rope if you don't mind. I know Mexican marksmanship too well." Nolanti bristled and a smile played around the corners of Tento's mouth. He shook his leonine head in mock sadness. "What a pity," he said. "Your sense of humor." He shook his head again and turned to Nolanti. "You, General, will pronounce sentence." Frost's heart dropped like a plummet. He said, "You know what this will mean? Uncle Sam." "Poof," said Tento. Weisberg snapped, "We have waited a long time for you, Frost, a long time." Nolanti laced his fingers and leaned forward. Before he could open his mouth, a crisp whisper filled the room. "Hands up, signors." 2 forms stood in a side doorway. One was the Señorita Rubies. The other was Captain Montez. "A single move, and you are dead men." The girl and Montez both had leveled their pistols. Montez commanded, "Stand up, signors," in an excessively polite tone. The officers got to their feet. Montez said to Frost, "Take their guns." Now fully alive, Frost and Giles moved among them and took their revolvers swiftly. When they were disarmed, the flyers stepped back. Tento blustered, "I could raise my voice." "And stop a slug with your head," Giles finished. He covered Tento with Tento's own gun. Montez said, "And the next time, signors, your men should search the cellar." Nolanti, almost apoplectic with impotent rage, twisted his heavy garnet ring nervously around his finger. He was an actor and a traitor, and he was frightened. But he was not stupid. He did not wonder how Montez and the girl had hid in the cellar all night, nor why the beautiful señorita seemed so interested in the cause. Nolanti didn't wonder because he didn't care. It had happened. Threats would be absurd. So he said, "Capitan, you should know how helpless you are. The old regime is doomed. Now if you would care to—" "I don't," Montez said. By now Frost had come closer to the Señorita Rubies. It was no time to indulge in greetings. Yet he said, "How did this happen?" For an instant a trace of a smile lighted her face. A Japanese carver of ivory might have caught the exquisiteness of her profile and the curve of her lips. She said, "I am a soldadera. I owed you a debt. I have tried to repay," Frost mumbled. "Yes, yes." He turned away. There were many things to say. He had never wanted to say such things before, but he forced himself to turn away. He was a soldier, a fighting man. What had Giles said? Women are a damned nuisance. They weren't really. Not to everybody, but to a fighting man. Frost shut the picture of the beautiful señorita from his mind and remembered his job ahead. Tento had spread his hulk in a high-backed Spanish chair. He was uneasy. He was restless as an animal, and Nolanti was far from being at ease. The slender traitor recognized the approach of something like his fate. The actor playing the dual role he loved and in which he excelled, and playing it with finesse right down to the finish, sat in this great broad room awaiting whatever was to come. He was like a rabbit in a trap. A life that so long had been conducted for his benefit alone had slipped upside down. Weisberg and Jacobson looked on through narrowed eyes. They had faced the guns of Jerry Frost before, and they knew the man. Once they had escaped, but they knew they could not again. The next time Frost would say it with lead. The three other Mexicans were mere puppets, and they knew it. They said nothing and sat immovable while the drama played itself swiftly before them. Montez and the Señorita Rubiz had burst into the room in a moment of sheer impetuosity. He had waited until the soldiers had left the room and gone elsewhere. There were no other sentries. It is doubtful if the gallant officer had thought ahead of that move. What was to happen inside, how he would extricate himself and his friends, evidently had been of no immediate concern. Companionships are welded by dangers. Montez's two companions were in danger. That was all that mattered. Somehow, Frost sensed Montez had exhausted his resources. The brave Mexican could think no further. He seemed to have no conception of what to do next. And Frost knew that delay was dangerous, terribly dangerous. Their lives depended on speed. He said to the Señorita, "Get some rope, cord, anything, and some rags. Have you some rope?" She nodded. "Hurry!" Frost gestured with his pistol at one of the Mexican officers. "Stand up and undress." He turned to Giles. "Eddie, block the door." He looked back at the Mexican and snapped, "Go on, pull off your pants and blouse." The Mexican slipped out of his blouse and pulled off his pants. He presented rather an incongruous picture there in the room. His comrades looked on, puzzled. "Montez, put on that uniform. Give him yours." Montez caught the idea and hurriedly changed clothes. Two stood guard while the other exchanged uniforms. The fit of the khaki left something to be desired, but no attention was paid to that. When the Señorita Rubiz returned to the room, she found Montez, Frost, and Giles in the brown of the rebel army. She saw the rebel officers wearing the pea green of the federal forces, and in a moment she knew what had happened. She made no comment. Frost said to them, "Signors, our position is quite like yours, desperate. It is your life or ours, and we have no scruples against blowing off the top of your heads. The first slip and hell gets turned loose." The Señorita handed him a quantity of rope and a skirt. She handed them to him with the air of a soldier who completes a mysterious mission successfully and asks no questions. Frost handed it over to Giles without taking his eyes off the group. "Tie him up, Eddie, and gag him. Watch the door, Montez. Eddie, all but Weisberg and Jacobson. We'll take them with us." Giles went immediately to work. He hummed a bar or two as he tied up the officers. He gagged them effectively. Nobody offered any resistance. The leveled guns cowed them. Giles stretched them on the floor and admired his handiwork. Weisberg and Jacobson fidgeted nervously. Weisberg said, "You can't get away with it, Frost. You can't get away with it." Frost said, "No. Get this and get it in a hurry. We're going back to the flying field, see? You'll go, and like it. No more chances with you. The next time I bump you off myself, see?" Frost's eyes were blazing, and his voice was hard. He had not forgotten the escape of the Black Ship gang from an express train months before, at the cost of 2 Rangers' lives. "Now get up and shove off. We'll send an army back after the others." It was a strange procession that emerged a little later from the house of Rubiz, and yet it was not so strange at that. Jacobson and Weisberg came out first, and in the rear were Frost and Giles and Montez and the girl. Coming through the iron gate, Frost said, "Right through the skull if it comes to a showdown." Giles said, "Righto." They walked briskly into the street, into a sun that was brutal in its intensity, and headed for the improvised flying field. Soldiers stepped aside and saluted mechanically. Not a one of them so much as looked twice. Weisberg and Jacobson occasionally lifted their eyes to the skies. Frost said to Giles, "Black ships are due." Giles didn't say anything. Frost increased the cadence. He was nervous. His heart was not normal. He was in a tough spot. The girl complicated the situation. Giles had been right about women. As they reached the field, the guards moved away from the planes. Frost stopped Weisberg and Jacobson beside the cabin plane in which Nolanti and his staff had been transported to La Salada. Frost said quietly, "Get in the plane. Eddie, you ride with them and take Miss Ruby's. And let the lead go at the first sign of monkey business." "Sure," said Giles. "But I hate to leave my little ship." "I hate." "Nix," Frost interrupted. "We're in a hurry, and if anything happens, see that these prisoners get through." Montez got in and sat down at the controls. The starter whirred, and then the motor skyrocketed into explosions. Giles and the girl got in and sat in the rear of the cabin. Frost motioned for Weisberg and Jacobson to get in. They did. As the cabin plane pulled off, Frost stood just clear of the slipstream and raised his hand. Montez got away in a rush, and Frost went over to his ship and took his helmet off the accelerator knob. He pulled it down over his forehead insouciantly and tucked in his ears. He looked behind him at the village of La Salada, sprawled in the sun like an ugly wound. Soldiers, tasting a triumph, eager to move, waiting for orders. But these orders would be late. Frost walked to his plane, wound the starter, and got in. 1,500 feet up, he saw that Montez was holding his throttle open. The nose of the cabin plane was up, and the ship had gone into a long climb, pointing roughly south by east. Its motor was blowing black rings through the exhausts. The swaying of the craft itself in the bumpy channels indicated excessive speed. Within that plane sat two members of a gang that had given the state of Texas more trouble than any other combine in the turbulent history of the Lone Star State. They had been guilty of murder, robbery, counterfeiting, smuggling, violation of the Neutrality Act between the United States and Mexico. They had run the length and breadth of the criminal statutes. As he roared through the air, Frost found it difficult to grasp the full significance of his capture. It had gone on so long he could hardly realize it was ended. It was a dream. The two surviving members captured, the others dead or in prison. It had been a long fight, a long, long fight. Weisberg and Jacobson, the last two. Montez's cabin plane took a gap in the clouds at 6,000 feet, and Frost sat on its tail and pulled through directly behind. Above, the sun was shining brightly, so brightly it nearly blinded him. The ground was visible only in smudges of dark brown. At intervals, Frost swept the sky on a level with his eye. Then he began systematically to search in layers. He had an uneasy feeling. For the life of him, he could force it into no definite fear. It was just a sort of blend of caution and intuition. Frost didn't stop to analyze it. He merely accepted it and let it go at that. It is possible that the onrush of victory, after so long a fight, might have been predominant in the wave of uneasiness. He flew on and on. He looked at his airspeed indicator, 110. Montez was setting a fast pace. San Luis Potosi unrolled beneath. The white tiled buildings flashed in the sun. The plaza was crowded. Beyond, there were tiny settlements that resembled mere dots. Long ago, they had been burned into insensibility, and there was no place on the map for them. Halfway to Mexico City, near Celaya in the state of Guanajuato. Frost's subconscious fears welled into a crystallized mass that chilled him to his ankles. It was like coming out of a nightmare and sitting up stark in a shadowed room. There is nothing so completely unnerving. The enemy. It is possible that before he kicked his rudder around, he looked back and saw them. Later, he said he wasn't sure whether he acted when the hunch hit him or when he saw the planes. At any rate, he perceived two dots hanging on the lower edge of the sun. They hadn't been there a moment ago. It was as if the sun had spawned them. He did not attempt to surmise how they were so soon in pursuit. He remembered seeing Weisberg and Jacobson glancing upward. He didn't think those two planes were in the northern sky when they took off, but with his attention on Montez's ship, he could not be certain. Anyway, that was past now. Other matters of the moment were more pressing. Frost slid off on a wing and picked up the bright flash of his pursuers. He loaded his guns methodically. The coldness he had felt a moment ago was gone. In its place had come a comfortable glow. He opened his throttle and went into a climb, straight into the sun. He put up the ball of his thumb to shut out the blazing inferno. His heart was beating faster, but he was not conscious of it. His temples felt tight. He pushed his goggles up. No goggles while firing. He looked up and around, but saw only those two planes. One of them was 2,000 feet higher than the other, and half a mile away. He had the sun and the altitude. He knew it. He nosed over and came down like a comet. Frost pulled up sharply, did a quick climbing turn, and faced the black ship head-on. An old trick. Let him know immediately you've got guts. A big help sometimes. Air fighting deals a lot with the other fellow's psychology. Frost opened his sight cover and pressed the trigger. Both guns vomited a stream of lead. The black ship's pilot held his fire a trifle too long, and in a split second, Frost had driven out of range. The black ship swept by, and Frost half-rolled to get on top and went high in the climb. Montez had observed Frost's predicament. He knew the two black ships were trying to pocket him, catch him on the intersecting line, and let go. It was first-grade air stuff, and Montez thought Frost was certain to be trapped. He lost speed, and his big ship was loafing along at 8,000 or 9,000 feet, half a mile away. Frost saw it and swore at his instrument board. He said, "The fool! Why doesn't he run for it?" From high above, he saw that the second black ship had spotted the cabin plane and had darted for it like a falcon. Frost waggled his wings in a desperate signal to get away, but it was not seen. "The fool! Oh, the damned fool!" he swore. He kicked his bus over in a dive. 115, 120, 125, 130, 140, 145, 150, vengefully 160. The wires screamed in the wind. He could not hear his guns chatter. He knew they were working only because he could see the crank arms moving. He was hammering at the black ship in short bursts of 10. The enemy was visible in his ring sight. The next moment, it had disappeared. The pilot had turned in a wild split air to miss the lead. Frost stalled and whipped out in a spin. He ruddered out of the spin and ran his stick through a slow ellipse. He leveled off and streaked away, threw himself up and over in an Immelman turn, and came out with his guns barking. Eddie Giles, peering through the narrow slot of a window in the cabin plane, his face grim and his upper lip in his teeth, muttered, "God, what a pilot! I never saw anything like that before." Frost was thinking clearly. He was perfectly coordinated. There was, nevertheless, blood in his eye. They say the ideal ace is a high-strung, impetuous chap who goes wild, a hellion ripping and smashing in brilliant maneuvers. Perhaps. Certainly in this fight, Jerry Frost was anything but that. He was cold, calm, and deliberate, and he knew he had never engaged in a scrap so technically perfect. He had the wind in his hair and a taste of the clouds on his lip. He closed in on the black ship, and as he rolled over, he had a glimpse of the ground, a great grey scarf that stretched as far as he could see. The other machine split-aired for a frantic second and let go its guns. A storm of bullets clawed at Frost's plane, and white-hot needles stung him in the shoulder. Something warm trickled down his arm. He was hit. "Damn," he said. "Damn." There came that tightening of the throat, that ghastly wound that never quite heals, the fear of men who fly. This was the way it got them, in a flash. For a moment, it jumped in every fibre of his body. For just a moment. It was too devastating a force, and Frost knew it. He had to beat it as quickly as it had come. His hand reached for the trigger control as he pulled up into a half-loop, his fabric flaying in the breeze. The black ship flew squarely through his smoky line of fire. That was all. It flopped once, and a puff of amberish smoke ripped away from it. It stalled madly and side-slipped to whip the flames away from the cockpit. The pilot was up now, with a leg over the side, groping blindly for a foothold on the edge of the lower wing. Then the burning machine slid out of the slip, and the flames swept down the fuselage. The pilot hesitated and then flung himself off into 10,000 feet of space. Frost thought, tough to go like that. Tough, damned tough. Mustn't look at him, might do things to my throat. Won't look. Funny, how he twists and turns. Frost blinked his eyes. For the first time he was conscious they stung fearfully. He wiped away the tears on the coat sleeve of the khaki uniform. Then he saw it and remembered it was a rebel soldier's garb. He laughed aloud. Funny, damned funny. He looked out and saw the other black ship streaking for the cabin plane. Montez was flying like mad. Frost opened his throttle, and his machine leaped ahead. The fabric ribboned back in the breeze as he eased the stick back and went into a gradual climb. The pilot of the black ship was unaware of the fate of his companion. He was close beside the cabin plane now, trying to get across some sort of a signal. He knew his superiors rode in that ship. Inside the cabin plane, there was some confusion. They had seen Frost's fight, Weisberg and Jacobson with ominous, brooding eyes, and Senorita Rubiez slumped in her seat from the excitement. Giles darted swift glances from the prisoners to the ships outside. Weisberg was sitting ahead of the girl. In the excitement, she had laid her pistol in her lap. Weisberg had seen it. He slowly shifted his position, and in a flash he had pivoted quickly. His hand darted for the weapon. But Giles had seen. Crack! The cabin was lighted by a momentary flash, and a puff of smoke rolled by the girl's face. She screamed and jumped. Weisberg groaned, and the reflex jerked his arm back in a convulsive movement. It dangled helplessly beside him. The bullet had smashed his elbow. "Sit still!" Giles shouted. Jacobson swore roundly, and the black ship pulled closer. Giles leaned over the senorita and said, "Steady." He leveled his arm across her and broke the glass with the barrel of his gun. The air rushed in and tore at her hair. The black ship's pilot saw the movement and reached for his own pistol. Crack! It wasn't a difficult shot, with the two planes side by side and at the same rate of speed. Giles fired again, and the pilot threw up both hands and slid forward like a sack of meal. The black ship dived from sight. Outside, there was another roar, a threnody of victory. The nose of Frost's ship appeared. He looked across and nodded in wide, slow movements. He opened his mouth and slowly formed the words, "Okay." He threw one arm forward, holding the stick between his knees, and Giles waved his hand. Giles shouted ahead to Montez, "Step on it!" Giles did not notice Frost sunk low in his cockpit. He screened his shoulder from the eyes in the other plane. His shoulder was badly hit. Blood was streaming from it. It seemed to Frost they flew on forever before the snow-capped peak of Popocatépetl emerged from the eternal mists which surrounded it. He was tired. He had not slept the night before. He had stayed awake in that narrow jail, devising an escape, and his shoulder pinched like the first faint gnawing of cancer. He was seized with a mad desire to close his eyes. The lids were like lead. He laughed to himself. Joke on him. Eyes heavy. Ha, ha, ha. Funniest thing in the world. There was the field. Right below. Montez down. And Giles was with the prisoners. Good. Old Eddie. Eddie said women were a damned nuisance. No woman ever looked at Eddie the way the senorita looked at him. Going down. Got to hurry. Couldn't keep eyes open. Couldn't fly like this with a shoulder knocked all to hell and back. He chuckled a bit to think of that. Silly to think of flying when a shoulder was knocked all to hell and back. He yanked his eyes open. He saw a streak of ground flicker through his struts. Faces, white faces upturned. He yanked back his stick. God, the damned thing was heavy. Must have an elephant on the elevators. Like turning a truck. Never been that heavy before. Something was wrong. Somebody was sitting on the elevators. Get the hell off there. Got to look and see. He felt a crash, and his head shot forward, and he remembered throwing up his arm to keep his teeth from being bashed out against the cowl. It was dark, very dark, except for a single spot of light way off in the distance. He moved. Something cool touched his forehead. He muttered, "Everything is okay?" There was a whisper. He saw something. He couldn't make out what it was. "Everything is okay?" A voice said, "Sure, okay." He tried to move. His left side was stiff. Muscles had stuck together. What the hell? He stirred again. No luck. He opened his eyes. He closed them and then opened them again. "Where am I?" he said. "What's the matter?" Then, never mind. He sat up suddenly and winced from the pain. "Lay down." A voice said, "Be still." He laughed. "Still? What the hell still? I'm okay." He laughed again. "I'm all right." He twisted his head to get a squint at his shoulder. It was taped in bandages. He grinned. "I'm all right." Then he saw faces. Giles, Montez. A man in a white coat with a stethoscope draped from his neck. Another face. A little round face. He had seen that face before. Now with the devil. Sure, the Presidente. The face was coming towards him. Montez stepped forward and whispered, "El Presidente." Frost said, Sure. The little man was ridden with emotion. He tried to speak, but the words clogged in his throat. His hands trembled. He finally managed, "Gracias, muy amigo. Gracias." That was all he could say. Frost grinned. "Nix, I want to get up. Hell, I'm okay." He looked at Giles. "Hello, Limey. Everything set?" Giles smiled and came closer. "Yeah. Weisberg and Jacobson are on their way to the border with a special guard the President appointed. And say, the troops captured Tento and Nolanti. I've got you an invitation to a little shooting party." "Huh? How long have I been in here?" Giles said, "Long enough." Senorita Rubies emerged from the background, and Frost again saw the exquisite shadows on her face. His shoulder was throbbing, but not too much for him to think, "I could fall for this dame like nobody's business if I had time. It's too bad I'm a soldier." Senorita Rubies indicated a young man in his late 20s, a young man of proud demeanor. She said, "My brother," and he stepped forward and bowed cordially. "My thanks, sir." Mr. Fortune's Trials by H.C. Bailey. Trial 4. The Hermit Crab. First published London Magazine, October 1924. Once upon a time, Mrs. Fortune, irritated by the sight of her husband lying on his back and thinking beautiful thoughts, asked him if he had ever done any work in his life. Reggie Fortune replied with dignity that he would be eternally honored among the great benefactors of humanity for his work. In the case of the Hermit Crab, he opened his eyes and smiled. "That is perhaps my masterpiece, Joan," said he. Mrs. Fortune showed him the tip of a red tongue. "Mormon," said she, yet it began innocently enough. It began, as Mrs. Fortune complains, soon after they were married. The Honourable Sidney Lomas, Chief of the Criminal Investigation Department, came in to a lazy Sunday lunch, and contemplating Mrs. Fortune with artistic approval, congratulated Mr. Fortune on his knowledge of women. "I don't," Reggie Fortune protested. "I don't know anything about women, but I don't act as if I did. That is how I am wiser than all other men." The Honourable Sidney Lomas shook his head. "These experts," he sighed, "they never will tell you how they do the trick, will they, Mrs. Fortune? This profession of innocence is irritating, Reginald. How did you persuade her to marry you?" "How did I, Joan?" Mr. Fortune murmured dreamily. "I always wanted to be a mother to you, my dear," Mrs. Fortune explained to him. "And you were getting so fat." "He was," Lomas agreed with enthusiasm. Nay, more he is. Are you sure that you are the right treatment for him? I think what he really needs is something sterner. I should recommend Miss Platt Robinson. Could you arrange for him to marry her too? If you think it would be for his good, Mr. Lomas, Mrs. Fortune said demurely. It would be for mine. Lomas sighed. But married people are so selfish. Who is your lady friend, Lomas? Does she want to be a mother to you? Mr. Fortune asked. Lomas shuddered. Not that. No, only a bore, not a mother. I'm afraid you haven't heard of Miss Platt Robinson, Reginald. She would be annoyed. Philanthropist at large, isn't she? At large, unfortunately, Lomas agreed. She's one of the earnest women who have made England what it is, Mrs. Fortune. She has lately become superintendent of the Records Department of the Ministry of Social Welfare. Poor thing, said Mrs. Fortune. I gather that isn't what the women in the Records Department call her. Her appointment was a shameless job, wasn't it? Fortune smiled. My dear Fortune, there are no jobs in the civil service. Forgive me, Reggie said meekly. I do not understand these things. Miss Platt Robinson, sir, is one of those noble women who have given their lives to good works. Whenever you hear of a scheme to prevent people doing something and make them do something else, you may be sure Miss Platt Robinson is in it up to the neck. She was born to set everybody right. She had her big chance in the war, of course. She went round lecturing mothers and housewives on the joys of sacrifice. Then she looked after the manners and morals of young women in factories. And when she had won the war, some earnest, wealthy philanthropists felt that the country had to provide for Miss Platt Robinson. So she was pushed into the Records Department of the Ministry of Social Welfare. Hence these tears. What do they do there? Mrs. Fortune asked. Lomas shook his head. No one knows. Miles of card indexes and box files and women. A dreadful place. And Miss Platt Robinson superintends. Having come in over the heads of all the permanent staff, Fortune murmured. Do birds in their little nests agree, Lomas? It was feared by some miserable cynics like you that there would be trouble. Old Bligh, he's secretary to the ministry, said it was the dirtiest work in his chief's corrupt career, and he hoped and believed the women in the Records Department would tear Miss Platt Robinson limb from limb. Some of them have been in the service 30 years. You wouldn't expect them to want an outsider put over their heads. And the woman who should have been made superintendent, Miss Thornton, has worked her way up from the bottom, and I'm told she's fit to run the empire. They all worship her. They ought to have made a rebellion, said Mrs. Fortune. I sometimes suspect you are a man, Joan, her husband sighed. Women are conscientious. Women have a sense of duty. They had, Lomas agreed. They took Miss Platt Robinson to their bosoms. All was peace. Old Bligh was much annoyed, said it convinced him women were unfit for the public service. For months all was peace. He smiled at Mrs. Fortune. Woman is the most patient of the animals. I don't know how long it would take Miss Platt Robinson to get on a woman's nerves, but she has now begun to receive attention. He took from his pocketbook a small sheet of drawing paper and gave it to Reggie. A scene from bird life. Artist unknown. Mr. Fortune looked at a sketch in watercolour. A young cuckoo ejecting a fledgling hedge sparrow from the maternal nest. Very neat and good. I'm not a bird fancier myself, but I grasped the allusion. So did Miss Platt Robinson. She calls it a threatening letter, Reginald. Is this the only one? No, the others are not illustrated. She had one which said, Did you think you could get away with it? Not so, Platty. Several of them call her Platty or Platter. That annoys her particularly. She has had a dozen or so, none of them very long. One said her appointment was the scandal of the century. Another said, We must draw the line somewhere, Platty. That's the general tone. They get more peevish as they go on. So does Miss Platt Robinson. She don't think much of Scotland Yard. She can't understand why we haven't found somebody to hang. Why haven't you? Mr. Fortune murmured. My dear fellow, there's 300 women in the department. All the 300 may be in it. My fellows tell me she's put everybody's back up. She's been meddling at large, meddled with their luncheon hours, with their catering, with their holidays. Of course they kick." "I wonder," Reggie Fortune murmured. "It's not much in my way, Lomas. I like passion and gore. But there are points." He looked affectionately at the picture of the cuckoo, and the next morning found him at Scotland Yard. He was in time to assist at the interview between Mr. Wheely, the hoary old politician who was Minister of Social Welfare, and Lomas. Mr. Wheely came in like a lion. He was much distressed to find that the Criminal Investigation Department had done nothing to clear up this deplorable affair. He was compelled to say many unpleasant things, and he said them at length. "Now you've finished, sir," said Lomas placidly. "I've only to add that the staff of your ministry never gave any trouble till you appointed Miss Platt Robinson. However, if you want a criminal case over your appointment, I'll do what I can. I'm laying the papers before Mr. Fortune." "A very interesting case," Reggie smiled. But Mr. Wheely flinched. The name of Mr. Fortune meant murders to him. "Ah, really? Really? I am quite sure you will do everything that is possible. But the important thing is to settle the matter, to restore confidence and good feeling. We mustn't have any publicity, Mr. Lomas." "I rely on you, my dear sir." "Absolutely." He went out like a lamb. "What a nuisance politicians would be if they weren't all cowards," said Lomas. "Here are the papers, Reginald." Mr. Fortune examined a dozen letters. They had no resemblance except in the general style, which was mysterious and humorous. The writer or writers used paper of different kinds. Though all were good, the words were in script, or printed in different inks and with different pens. The letters had been posted in different parts of London, most of them in the West End. The general sense of them was that Miss Platt Robinson ought not to be superintendent, and would not be superintendent long, but there was no definite threat. "Anything strike you, Lomas?" Mr. Fortune smiled. "Nothing to take hold of." Lomas shrugged. "Nothing criminal?" "Insubordinate, of course, written to the head of the department, not a police matter." "I wonder," Mr. Fortune said. "You know, there isn't any malice. They're not bitter, and they have humor. Very unusual anonymous letters. I would like to have a few words with Miss Platt Robinson." Lomas sighed. "She'll have the words. Reginald." They took a cab to the new Gaunt building, which is the home of the Records Department. They were led through long corridors of echoing concrete to the severe room, all whitewash and white paint, where on an island of carpet in the middle of a vast bare floor were the table and the chair of Miss Platt Robinson. Pictures of Joan of Arc and Florence Nightingale looked down upon her. She stood up between them, a large, plump woman in a dark coat frock. She had an extensive face, in which the eyes and the mouth stood out, an earnest, voluble face very pleased with itself, and she began to talk. She was glad to see Mr. Lomas. She felt it extraordinary that there had been so much delay in dealing with the case. She wished to remind Mr. Lomas that she had to think not only of herself, but of the women committed to her care. A tax upon her she might afford to treat, as she did, with contempt, but it was too plain that their gross nature, their repetition, must have a deplorable influence upon the morale of the women on her staff. It was amazing to her. "Have you told the women here all about the letters?" Lomas broke in. Miss Platt Robinson said contemptuously that her secretary of course opened her letters. "And you don't trust your secretary?" "I trust everyone, Mr. Lomas. It is one of my principles. But I suppose you have some knowledge of the world. You should be aware that such things cannot be kept secret." "If my secretary couldn't keep secrets, I shouldn't keep him," Lomas said. Miss Platt Robinson said that she was not inclined to discharge a trusted woman on a vague suspicion. She was surprised to receive such advice. "We're not advising," said Reggie meekly. "We're asking questions. Do you suspect anyone?" "I do not allow myself to suspect, sir. It is one of my principles." "And very grateful and comforted," Mr. Fortune murmured. "But somebody painted the cuckoo. What is your theory, Miss Platt Robinson? Why did you get the bird?" I am convinced, sir, that we have to deal with an attempt to undermine my authority in the department. By whom? I am not a detective, sir. It is not possible for me to watch and investigate and obtain evidence. The case has been referred to your department, and I must leave it in your hands. I never meddle. That is one of my principles. Mr. Fortune lay back and smiled at the picture of Joan of Arc. Thank you so much. I do like a free hand, he murmured. Miss Platt Robinson made an impatient noise. But one really must point out, sir, that your handling of the affair has been deplorably feeble. The attacks are being continued. Only this morning one had an outrageous thing. She opened a drawer in her table and drew out a parcel. Kindly examine that. Mr. Fortune looked at the address. It was in printed letters. The parcel had been posted in West London. It was made up of a tin box, which was packed with seaweed. From this he drew forth a large whelk shell. Out of the shell protruded the front claws of a crab. "Good gad," said Lomas. "What is the meaning of that, madame?" "I wonder how you can ask me," Miss Platt Robinson cried. Reggie had laid down the shell and the crab. He was poking a curious finger inside the box into the seaweed, which contained little lumps of red sand and shell. "What is the thing, Fortune?" Lomas said. Reggie looked up. His round, cherubic face was solemn. "What? This gentleman?" He lifted the whelk shell. "Oh, he's Pagurus bernhardus, a hermit crab." "Why should the creature be sent to me?" said Miss Platt Robinson. "The hermit crab, madame, in the inscrutable wisdom of Providence, is given a naked and tender abdomen. He is, therefore, tempted to shelter it in other people's property. He evicts the whelk and finds a safe and comfortable situation. Here you see him." Lomas smiled. "So this is a variation on the theme of the cuckoo?" "I fear so." Reggie shook his head. "I fear so." He put the hermit crab back into the seaweed and carefully packed it up again. "This is positively outrageous," said Miss Platt Robinson. Into the room came a small, brisk woman. "I think you had better read these. Oh, I beg your pardon. I will bring them when you're free." She was gone again. It seemed to Reggie Fortune that the frown which Miss Platt Robinson sent after her had a certain acidity. "Well, well," he said. "And not one of these queer things has suggested to you any person who don't like you?" The prominent eyes of Miss Platt Robinson stared at him. Miss Platt Robinson seemed to struggle with emotions. "It must be someone who has lost all sense of decency," she exploded. "Jealousy, I suppose." She burrowed among the papers on her desk. Mr. Fortune lay back and winked at the picture of Florence Nightingale. Miss Platt Robinson took up a strip of yellow paper and gazed at it eagerly. "I should advise you to compare that writing with the anonymous letters, sir," she said. "It was a note about the practice of the department. It was in a clear, bold hand." "And who wrote this, madame?" Miss Platt Robinson hesitated. "I should prefer to leave you to draw your own conclusions, sir." "We will," said Reggie, and he took up the box with the hermit crab. "It's a very interesting case." "Good morning." "Interesting," Miss Platt Robinson gasped. Outside, in the long gaunt corridor, Reggie and Lomas were submerged in a flood of young women going to lunch with earnest haste. "The female of the species is more dreadful than the male," Reggie murmured. "Hold my hand, Lomas, I'm frightened. They look very determined. I'm not good enough to die. What an awful place this is. A labyrinth full of women. Fancy being lost here." They emerged at last into sunshine and the street. "Lunch is strongly indicated," Reggie sighed relief. "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." "But why are you so rattled, Reginald?" "How can you ask? You also were present. Something will come of this. I hope it mayn't be human gore." "The woman's a fool," said Lomas. "Some humorist's been pulling her leg. That's all there is to it." "I wonder. Not a nice woman, Lomas. Not really a nice woman." "Well, I don't mind owning I shouldn't like anybody to send me a dead crab in a whelk shell. I fear I should be peevish. The hermit crab upset her, didn't it? She had suspicions all right after that. Do you know the writing she gave me as a sample?" "Confound her," said Lomas. It's her assistant's, Miss Thornton's. She was the little woman who blew in. She's been in the office all her life. She ought to be superintendent now if she had her rights. Does she think so? How can she help thinking so? As you say, Reggie nodded, that writing looks possible. The anonymous letters are disguise, of course. What's Miss Thornton's reputation? One of the best. Good gad. I hope she hasn't lost her head. It would be an infernal shame if she's ruined herself over the Platt Robinson. Somebody's lost her head. Reggie smiled. You can't tell what a woman won't do when she begins to hate another woman, Lomas pronounced. They all run mad then, even the best of them. Yes. There was some nasty temper about, I wonder. Confound you, what do you think of it yourself? I don't think. I haven't enough facts. I only wonder. Very interesting case. I wonder what they'll be up to next. Lomas chuckled. It won't be easy to beat the Hermit Crab. Mr. Fortune possesses the faculty of remaining awake after a large lunch. He spent the afternoon in a scientific investigation of the Hermit Crab, and the packing, and the tin. In the evening his wife found him benign but pensive. In the morning she heard with regret that their chauffeur and factotum Sam had gone to the seaside for a day or two. Mr. Fortune offered to drive her himself. She shuddered. Reggie Fortune's driving is the triumph of mind over matter. For some days nothing else disturbed their happiness. Mr. Fortune asking over the telephone whether Miss Platt Robinson had received any more congratulations, was told that she had gone on holiday. Sam, the chauffeur, came back to his job, and one morning the voice of Lomas spoke over the telephone. Reginald, are you there? You are quite sure you are there? You haven't eloped with Miss Platt Robinson? I hadn't noticed it. This is very suspicious. Better come around and prove an alibi. Sam drove Mr. Fortune to Scotland Yard. What is this unseemly jest, Lomas? I am a good young husband. Anything you say will be used as evidence against you. Now, Reggie, where is she? Oh, my aunt, is she really gone? The Vanishing Lady, A New Illusion by Miss Platt Robinson. This morning, Lady Bandicott. Do you know Lady Bandicott? Reggie held up his hands. Lady Bandicott is one of our most earnest social reformers. Quite so. She came round with her tail fluffed out and her back up. She had a meeting yesterday at which Miss Platt Robinson was to make a speech on the modern woman. Miss Platt Robinson didn't turn up. The evidence is that she left her house early the day before yesterday without luggage. She didn't even say when she was coming back. She hasn't been seen since. Well, said Reggie Fortune. And what's Lady Bandicott's view? Lady Bandicott points out that never before in our Fair Island story did Miss Platt Robinson fail to make a speech when she had the chance. She argues that it was no small thing which stopped her from making a speech. She suggests that Miss Platt Robinson has been made away with by some wicked enemy of the rights of women, or some disgruntled female in her office. It is an interesting case, isn't it? Mr. Fortune smiled. And what does the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department make of it? I think it's a case for a medical man, Reginald. I suppose the wretched woman is off her head. Lost her memory, or had a nervous breakdown. Didn't she look like it? I wonder, where did she live, Thomas? Miss Platt Robinson had a new house in a garden suburb, in a room where the paint and curtain glared at each other across angular furniture, which insisted that no man had ever thought of making furniture like it before. Reggie and Lomas conferred with a grim housekeeper. Miss Platt Robinson had said nothing when she went out, but that she would not be in to lunch. She went out alone. She had no one call on her that morning. Lady Flora Norton called the day before. Reggie, who was playing with the things on the writing table, looked up. An old friend. Lady Flora worked under Miss Platt Robinson during the war. She was Lady Flora Holmbury then, of course. Miss Platt Robinson certainly had some letters the morning before she went out. She always had many letters. The housekeeper could not say if there were any friends she was likely to visit. She had many friends. Yes. We'll find them in the address book here, no doubt, Reggie said. Thanks very much. We'll ring when we've finished." The housekeeper started at this abrupt dismissal and went out reluctantly. "What have you got, Reginald?" Lomas came to him. Mr. Fortune took from the pages of the blotting book an envelope addressed in a bold hand to Miss Robinson. "Good gad! Another letter." Lomas drew out a sheet on which was written, "You will not be superintendent long. That doesn't seem much to run away from. I suppose there was something more." Reggie was going over the writing table. "No, nothing more," he said. "Only that and nothing more. A very interesting case. Some of these drawers are locked. Yes, yes. I don't know how far you're going into Miss Platt Robinson's secrets. I want my lunch. I want to know how this letter came here. It didn't come by post." "No, it didn't come by post," Reggie agreed. "Goodbye." "Confound you, Fortune. This is serious." "I know. That's why I'm going. I'm going to lunch with the Hermit Crab. Goodbye." To his waiting chauffeur, Mr. Fortune said, "Liverpool Street." "Won't the car do it, sir?" Sam smiled. "You're so romantic, Sam. I want a luncheon car." In the afternoon sunshine, Mr. Fortune arrived upon the seafront of Walton on the Naze. The summer was still young, the beach not crowded. Though the tide was high, only a few bathers disturbed the glittering steel sea. Mr. Fortune walked northwards with a roving eye for them and the little groups that took the air on the promenade. But he saw no one who detained him, and when he came to the end of the promenade, he strode on northward still, by the path at the edge of the tall green corn above the sea. At the point where the coast opens to make the wide inlet of Harford Water, he sat down on a stone groin and contemplated the landscape. Only a flock of sheep grazing in the salt meadows and the gleam and call of plovers disturbed the solitude. The tide was rising still but almost full, and from the groin to the grass of the low islands, the water shone grey. "Yes, a soothing harmony," he murmured. "I like these damsels." And he rose lazily and went on by the path which rims above the shore between hedges of tamarisk. He saw on one of the islands white tents. When he was as near to it as he could get, he came out from the tamarisk and stood by the water. From the island, girls were bathing. Mr. Fortune lit a cigar and watched them with artistic approval. They had a boat out. They swam to it, dived, dark lithe shapes curving pleasantly in the sunshine with a gleam of white arms and legs. Mr. Fortune approved and clapped. The girl who was steering the boat turned. Another girl climbed into the bows and shaded her eyes to look. Mr. Fortune took off his hat. There was conversation on the sea, heads bobbing tip and clustering round the boat and gazing at the intrusive man. Then they vanished into the water like seats. The girl at the tiller bent down, the motor began to throb, and the boat made for Mr. Fortune. 50 yards from the shore the engine was stopped. "What's your trouble?" the girl cried, and she let her boat drift in to stare at him. "I've come to call," said Fortune. "At home 6 Mondays," said the girl. "But I'm sure Miss Platt Robinson would like to see me," said Mr. Fortune meekly. "Poor you." She smiled. She had a thin brown face which became pugnacious when she smiled. "Come on then." Fortune looked with pathos at the yards of water between him and the boat. "Be a little man," she exhorted him. "Nana's watching." But she brought the boat in nearer. "Baby paddle now?" Reggie Fortune, though plump, has agility. He ran down the battic and jumped, arriving in the bows of the rocking boat on all fonts. "You owl," said the girl. "You nearly had her over." "Then it would have been my duty and my delight to save your life," Reggie smiled. "Save your grandmother," said the girl, and started her engine. Mr. Fortune made his way aft to her side. She was clothed in engineer's overalls, from the trousers of which little bare feet came out. She tucked them under her. "Don't you mind me, Jonah," she said. "You look about for a whale." The boat made for the island at the rate of knots. "Do you get many whales?" Reggie smiled. "I thought you were catching crabs." The girl stared at him. "It's a clever little man, isn't it?" she said. The island was near. A group of girls, some still in bathing dresses, some in sweaters and shorts, stood on the beach watching. "And very picturesque too," said Mr. Fortune. "But embarrassing, you know. I never had so many ladies take an interest in me all at once. Feet cold?" The girl's warlike smile flashed at him. She stopped the engine and heaved her little anchor over the gunwale. The boat brought up in shallow water. "Who is your young man, Vi?" a clear voice hailed. "Little Jonah looking for a whale," the girl said. She was rolling up her trousers. "Come and paddle, ducky. Nana will hold your hand." Mr. Fortune took off his shoes and socks. "There's a brave man," said she, and they splashed together to the beach. Mr. Fortune, holding his shoes in one hand, took off his hat with the other to a cluster of smiles. "I hope I don't intrude," he said, and heard a camera click at him. "Sir, the pleasure is ours," said somebody who consisted chiefly of a mop of chestnut hair. Mr. Fortune became confidential. "Would you mind to introduce me to the hostess?" The small person made a curtsy in the grand style, a work of art made piquant by her shorts and her bare knees, and rising from it showed him beneath chestnut hair a comical little face with no nose to speak of but large and dangerous eyes. "So charming of you to give us the pleasure," she murmured in a conventional voice. "We were just going to tea." She put her hand in his arm and led him towards the tents. Mr. Fortune's feet dragged. Mr. Fortune saw the shape of Miss Platt Robinson. Mr. Fortune gasped slightly. Not as once she sat majestic between Florence Nightingale and Joan of Arc, Miss Platt Robinson walked the island. That plump, important shape was clothed in a sweater and shorts. Mr. Fortune averted his eyes. So did not she. Her prominent eyes swelled and glared from a red face. "Mr. Fortune!" she cried. "Positively outrageous!" "Platty," said the little creature on Mr. Fortune's arm. "Potatoes, Platty." Two of the girls took Miss Platt Robinson and led her gently but firmly away. Mr. Fortune was taken to the tents where 2 oil stoves were roaring beneath kettles and several deck chairs stood. "Won't you sit down?" said the little creature in her conventional voice. "Tea, children." "May I put on my shoes?" Reggie murmured. "If you think you'll feel safer," she smiled. He subsided onto the grass. He put on his shoes. He gazed at Miss Platt Robinson, who also sat on the wound but afar off with a pail between her legs, scraping a potato in a slow time, a tragic woman. She gave a lot of trouble. The little creature smiled. "But I think she's beginning to grasp things." "What things?" said Mr. Fortune anxiously. "The great realities. If you don't work, you don't eat. Platty has to scrape the potatoes for dinner before she has her tea." Mr. Fortune gazed at her in alarm. But a girl brought him a cup and buttered biscuit. He found himself the center of a ring of curious and amused girls. "Do you know all my young people?" said the little creature in her conventional voice. "Vi, Hoodlums, the Wogger, Belinda." She reeled off a string of names and nicknames and laughed. "And you're Daniel in the lion's den, aren't you? What's your second name, Daniel?" "I am called Fortune," said Reggie meekly. "The Scotland Yard man," she cried. "Oh, good work." Yes, I am rather proud of it myself," Reggie murmured. There were emotions among the sweaters. Someone pointed a finger at the slim, dark girl of the bat. "You've done it now, Vi. This is your fatal weakness for policemen. He's better here than spying on land." Vi smiled at him. "It's a long, long way to Tipperary, isn't it, Mr. Policeman?" She waved her hand to the surrounding sea. "Yes, he's better here," the little person pronounced. "But how in the name of wonder did he get here?" "Prisoner, what brought you to the premises?" "May I smoke?" Reggie smiled and lit a cigar. "Thanks. Well, the reasons were primarily geological. If there's any leg pulling, we'll do it, thank you." "I wouldn't dream of it." Reggie swept a deprecating glance round the circle of Amazons. "It's unnecessary. The reasons were primarily geological, secondarily gastronomic or culinary. Somebody sent a hermit crab to Miss Platt Robinson." "Oh, help! Platty didn't eat him, did she?" The little person gurgled. "Is a hermit crab a crime, Constable?" said Vi. "The answer to both questions is in the negative," said Mr. Fortune gravely. "A hermit crab isn't even a clue. He might have come from anywhere round England. But his packing was very interesting. Seaweed with some little lumps of sand caught in it, hard red lumps with lighter veins partly shell." He smiled at the small creature. That gave me the Hermit Crab's address, you see. Miss, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Couldn't you guess that from the seaweed? Said the little creature. Bad luck. But you were quite clever, weren't you? What did you find in the sand? Mr. Fortune shook his head at her. No, not clever, only painstaking. All for your good. I found bits of Trophon contrarius. Is it catching? No. It's a shellfish of the past. Of the Pliocene, in fact, some time before you were born. It indicated that the sand was red crag. Red crag only comes down to the sea between Felixstowe and Frinton. We come next to the gastronomic evidence provided by the tin. That tin had held pigeon pie. There were still fragments adhering. Well, one doesn't buy pigeon pie in tins for ordinary household purposes. So it emerged that somebody who was living in a boat or in camp on this bit of coast took a friendly interest in Miss Platt Robinson. I sent a man down to look for ladies living the simple life near Walton. He discovered your island, so when Miss Platt Robinson vanished, I came to call. He smiled. That's my half of the story. I should like to hear yours, miss. It really would be friendly to tell me your name. The little person looked at him profoundly. She had greenish eyes flecked with brown. Curious eyes which laughed in their solemnity. She said nothing. It was Vi who spoke with that pugnacious smile of hers. Does your mother know you're out, Mr. Fortune? You alarm me, madame. That was the idea. You might be here a long time. Quite a long time. You might be peeling potatoes, same as Platty. You might be helping her wash up. Platty would like to have somebody else wash up. Especially the bacon plates. We'd lend you some clothes, too. You'd look like a Boy Scout. Mr. Fortune sighed. You don't do me justice, you know. I'm really kind at heart. I don't want you to get into serious trouble. I should worry, Vi laughed. Well, Snooky, what about him? He wants chastening. Don't be an owl, said the little person. Mr. Fortune, you mean if we don't let you go off with Platty, there'll be policemen coming to the island? It is only too likely, miss. Well, what of it? You came here of your own choice. So did Platty. She stood there on the groin looking like a pelican in the wilderness. Of course, we sent the boat across. When she was getting in, she fell into the sea. So we lent her clothes while her own were drying. Then she wouldn't do her share of the washing up. So Platty was made kitchen orderly. No work, no meals for Platty. We're nice girls who rescue the perishin'. We're good girls who are finding work for a forlorn female, helping the unemployed. We're not afraid of your policeman, Mr. Fortune. You don't begin at the beginning, do you? Reggie smiled. What brought Miss Platt Robinson down to Walton Point, Lady Flora? You pig, the little person cried. You knew me all the time. You see, that's my job to know all the time, Reggie said meekly. But I don't. I don't know what Miss Platt Robinson will be up to when she gets back to land. There's threatening letters. There's assault. There's kidnapping. There isn't. Lady Flora was shrill. She came of her own silly, nasty mind. Oh, cut it out, Vi said. Let's maroon 'em together, Snooky. Lady Flora's green eyes gleamed gold. That's a solution. Not tonight, said Reggie, looking at the sea. The tide was far out. The island was surrounded by wide banks of muddy sand on which the boat lay high and dry. Lots of time to talk it over, Lady Flora. Do tell me how you brought her down here. Lady Flora considered him again. She looked round at her cohort of girls. Is he human? Who thinks he's human? A number of hands went up. Who thinks he's a pig? Vi voted for that with a frown. Mr. Fortune is human. Sir, listen to the story of our young lives. In the war we were all good little girls making shells. Some fiend sent Flatty down as a welfare worker to our factory. Before we knew where we were, our superintendent was booted out, and Platty had her job. That's Platty's little way. She's the world's worst wangler. And then she made us all happy. Platty's great on discipline. Platty's idea of discipline is making a girl do everything she don't want the way she hates to do it. She altered all our shifts. She upset all our days off. She turned down half the forewomen and put in a mob of her own. We used to call them Platty's Spy Corps. Oh, it was a merry old time. We should have had our own private revolution if the Germans hadn't started theirs first. The armistice shut the factory down just in time to save Platty's neck. Well, we burnt Platty in effigy on armistice night and resumed the life of peace. But we didn't forget her. And when we heard she'd wangled another big job, it was felt something had to be done about it. We remonstrated with her by hermit crabs and so forth, but Platty went on her wicked way. We heard she was disciplining the poor girls in the records department, same like she disciplined us. Then we took action. I called on Platty. She's always been a little afraid of me. I don't wonder, Reggie murmured. Poor me, said Lady Flora. No, sir, it's the title that does it. Platty's a snob. Well, I called. I was friendly but patronizing. I congratulated her on her appointment. I hoped. Kind but cold. I hoped she'd make good. I understood the girls in the records department were a wild and wanton crowd. Flatty said it was too true, but she was introducing discipline. I hoped so, superior and incredulous. I had heard there was a party of them down here in Camp shocking the whole East Coast by their costume and conduct. Platty jumped at it. Where were they? Who were they? What were they up to? So I gave her the address, and the next time I saw our Platty, she was standing there on the point goggling at us. Wasn't she asking for it, Mr. Fortune? We brought her over, and we gave her discipline. If she isn't a brighter and a better woman, it's not our fault. We've been quite firm with the flatter. She's had to do lots of things she didn't want the way she hates to do them. Look at her now. Miss Platt Robinson stood glowering at a fire which smoked sullenly beneath a black cauldron. Platty's evening hate. She cannot make a fire burn, and if it won't burn, Platty has to wash up in cold water. So good for Platty. The pains we take with her, Mr. Fortune. Yes, yes, said Reggie dreamily. Fellows who write plays tell me it's the last act that's the trouble. How's it going to end, Lady Flora? I don't see how it can end happily. Dear me, Mr. Fortune, the little creature resumed her conventional voice. I thought you had come here to clear it all up. That's what policemen are for, isn't it? Policemen are human, you know. They feel for Miss Platt Robinson. She's a woman and a sister. And sisters can be very unpleasant sometimes. Haven't you noticed it? You don't think she's grateful, Mr. Fortune? Said the little creature sadly. Speaking from observation, I fear she isn't grateful. Speaking from experience, I'm sure she has no sense of humor. And speaking for myself, I'm frightened. What did you think of doing with her? We thought a week's education would be enough, Mr. Fortune. You'll have police here before that. You'll be in a police court for threatening letters, assault, and anything else Platt Robinson's lawyers can think of. Then it would all come out. The green eyes laughed. How gorgeous! But she'd never risk it, Mr. Fortune. Think of Platty's prestige. Think of the girls in the records department chortling. She'd risk it all right, said Reggie sadly. Aren't you a little hard on Miss Platt Robinson? You might give her a chance. You'll have to let her go soon. Why not do it prettily? Let her go now if she'll kiss and be friends. Mr. Fortune, you're a wangler yourself, the little creature cried. She shan't kiss me, someone said fervently. It seemed to be the general feeling. No doubt that can be arranged. Mr. Fortune smiled upon them. All right. It's got to end some time, Lady Flora said. Shall he wangle? Hands went up. Shall he not wangle? Only the black-browed Vi opposed. Go and wangle, sir. First prize for courage, our Fortune. Miss Platt Robinson, surrounded by wood smoke, had a rather ghostly appearance. This is a distressing situation, madame, said Reggie. She struggled with passions. What are you doing here? She exploded. I'm trying to get you away, but your friends seem to be very determined young people. My friends, Miss Platt Robinson gasped. Don't you understand that this is an abominable outrage? Look at me. I do, said Reggie, and looked away. Oh, Miss Platt Robinson, why did you come here? I was kidnapped, sir. But you came alone. We found that out. All the way from London to Walton Point. And these damsels say you asked them to ferry you over. "It's a conspiracy, Mr. Fortune," said Miss Platt Robinson vehemently. "These wretched girls wanted to get me in their power. That creature, Lady Flora, told me there was a party of my girls from the records department out here behaving scandalously. I considered it my duty to investigate, and look how they treated me." "Do you really want people to look at you?" Reggie said with emotion. "I mean to say, we can bring some police over here and rescue you, but do you want policemen assisting you in this, neglige?" "It's perfectly disgraceful," Miss Platt Robinson faltered. "I'm only thinking of you," Reggie murmured. "You see, these young women say they didn't ask you to come, and they won't help you to go, and while you stay you'll have to work for your living." "But that's outrageous," Miss Platt Robinson whimpered. "But the only answer is policemen, and you're in a sweater and shorts." "I don't know what they've done with my clothes. They've no right to keep my clothes. It's theft, at least. I can prosecute them all. Theft and kidnapping and conspiracy. Oh, they'll be sorry for this." "I shouldn't count on it." Reggie shook his head. "Are you quite sure you want to prosecute, Miss Platt Robinson? If you take 'em into court, they'll bring out the whole story. I'm only thinking of you. Do you want to be cross-examined about your camp life? Very sad reading for your girls in the records department. And, speaking officially, I doubt if you'll get a conviction. They'll say you would come where you weren't wanted, and they fished you out of the sea and gave you dry clothes and—" "But they won't let me go," Miss Platt Robinson wailed. "Oh, Mr. Fortune, you must do something." "It is a distressing situation," Reggie agreed. "They're not fond of you, you know. They seem to think you haven't been nice to them. Why not try it? Bury the past. You want to get away. You don't want scandal. Well, kiss and be friends. Tell them if they put you ashore in your own clothes next tide you won't prosecute." Miss Platt Robinson stared at him. "But I told them that yesterday," she cried. "They only laughed at me. Is it possible they didn't trust you?" Reggie sighed. "This is very painful. I wonder if they'll trust me. Do try, Mr. Fortune. Freedom in your own skirt and no prosecution." Reggie held out his hand. "Promise?" "Of course." Miss Platt Robinson took his hand gingerly. Reggie strolled back to the circle of girls by the tents. "Peace with honor. You put her ashore in the morning clothed and in her right mind. She don't prosecute. Good for Platty," said Lady Flora. "No more washing up for Platty. Reveal Platty's clothes, Vi. She'll want to dress for dinner." She did, but she was not sociable. Except towards the lemon cheesecakes, her manner was restrained. She retired early, desiring to be put ashore as soon as possible in the morning. The flap of a tent fell behind her. "Well done, Platty," said Lady Flora. "Didn't she behave prettily? Not one rude word. Quite a reformed character. I thought we could educate her. Those women in her department won't know their Platty." She sighed. "What have I done for thee, England, my England?" The last of the sunset lingered rosy. The moon was rising out of a gleam of silver on the sea, and from the mainland came faintly the bleating of sheep. "All is peace, and I feel so good. It's quite disconcerting, Mr. Fortune." "Yes, I shouldn't let that worry you," said Reggie. Between a ground sheet and a rug he dozed uneasily through that night. Stiff, crumpled and unshorn in a blaze of morning sunshine, he was landed beside Miss Platt Robinson on Walton Point. She was primly neat. He had never disliked her so much. From the island came 3 joyful cheers. "Really?" Miss Platt Robinson muttered and set her lips. "I quite agree with you," said Reggie heartily. But she had no more to say, and she strode out at a round pace. When they came to the town, "I was thinking of a bath and some breakfast," he ventured. "I am taking the first train to London," said she. Reggie sighed relief and turned into a barber's. The next morning, among his letters, he found one from Lady Flora. "Dear Mr. F0RTUNE, perhaps it would be good for you to have these, with our love." These were photographs, chiefly of Miss Platt Robinson. Miss Platt Robinson was shown in sweater and shorts blowing the fire, scraping the potatoes, washing the dishes. But what Mr. Fortune stared at was the postscript, for Lady Flora had written, "Wouldn't they look nice in the picture papers?" Mrs. Fortune was allured by his expression. "Reggie, have you told me all?" said she tragically, and she came to look. "Oh, bless her, My dear, they ought to have taken her for the movies. I shouldn't wonder if they did, said Reggie morosely. But what is this? She found a photograph of Reggie walking barefoot, with his shoes in his hand and bowing. Oh, you precious. I want this enlarged. You have no heart, Joan, Reggie complained. No woman has any heart. Mrs. Fortune gurgled. She had found another photograph of him putting on his shoes, while a circle of girls admired him. But it's a Mormon, said she. A nice, shy Mormon. At this point, a maid came in to say that Mr. Lomas had rung up to ask Mr. Fortune to go to Scotland Yard at once. Lomas received him severely. You wired me that the Platt Robinson was returning safe and in good condition. Oh, my aunt, Reggie gasped. Didn't she? I don't know whether you're mad or she is. As far as I can make out, you've been compounding felony and committing high treason and being no gentleman. Look at that. It was a letter of many sheets, a formal complaint from Miss Platt Robinson to the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department that she had been kidnapped and kept in captivity by a party of women acting in collusion with one of his officials, Mr. Reginald Fortune. She proposed to call on Mr. Lomas and lay the facts before him. She expected him to take drastic action on her behalf. She's not a nice woman, Lomas, said Reggie sadly. Not really a nice woman. Good gad, don't be futile. The woman's capable of dragging the department into a big scandal. What are the facts? So Reggie told him. Reggie showed him the photographs. He was profoundly moved. Poor wretch, I don't wonder she's peevish. No, I thought she was peevish. Do you wonder I told her to hush it up? It's the only thing to do, of course. She'd ruin her position if she drags all this out. Good gad. Think of these snapshots in the picture papers. I do, said Reggie. I'm in one or two. Lady Flora's very resourceful. Oh, the Platt Robinson must let it drop. I'll manage her. I wonder, Reggie sighed. I can frighten her, said Lomas. And Miss Platt Robinson came. Lomas put up his eyeglass. Lomas glared at her. Lomas rang for a shorthand writer. Sit down, madame. You have made a grave charge against a trusted adviser of mine. Mr. Fortune will be present at this interview. I'm having a note taken of all that you say. Let me warn you that I am acquainted with all the facts and approve of Mr. Fortune's action throughout. It is entirely owing to his skill and resource that you have been saved from a distressing situation to which you had come by your own folly. You are now breaking a promise which you made in your own interests. You are bringing a false charge against him. I warn you that anything you say without foundation will involve you in very serious consequences. Miss Platt Robinson flinched. She did not expect to be treated like this. She had been outrageously treated. She wanted those women punished. You undertook not to prosecute them in order to prevent the practical joke which they had played on you being made public. Mr. Fortune gave you good advice. You want to break that undertaking. Do you want to see these photographs in the picture papers? He handed them across the table. Oh, abominable, Miss Platt Robinson cried and crushed them into a ball. They have the negatives, you know. Do you want to make it public you roused such ill feeling in the department you last controlled that the women determined to punish you like this? What am I to do? Is nothing to be done for me? We have done a great deal for you. We have extricated you from a most unpleasant situation without scandal. It is more than your conduct gave you a right to expect. I have done with the case. No one is to be punished. Miss Platt Robinson gasped. What about all those threatening letters I had? Threats? I have read no threats. Insulting. Have you any proof who wrote them? We have none. You don't want proof, Miss Platt Robinson cried. Good morning, madame, said Lomas. And when she had gone, he smiled on Reggie. I wonder, Reggie murmured. You know, I should put a man to watch her, Lomas. I don't think she's safe. Good gad. Lomas dropped his eyeglass and his smile. What can she do? Assassinate Lady Flora? Or do you think Lady Flora's rascals will be after her again? Some nice quiet man, Reggie murmured. She's not safe alone. It was a month afterwards that Mr. Fortune, visiting Lomas on the matter of the infested marmoset, a crime, you remember, of passion, was shown the report of the detectives who had been observing Miss Platt Robinson. No one had attempted to interfere with the lady. She had gone nowhere except to a few public meetings, and several times on a jaunt by bus in the evening from her suburb to Finsbury Park. Not worthwhile keeping the men on the job, is it? Lomas shrugged. Evidently Lady Flora's finished with her. and she's not meddling with Lady Flora. But why Finsbury Park? Said Reggie. Lots of nice places near her home. What does she do at Finsbury Park? I could bear to know that, Lomas. My dear fellow, lots of simple people like a bus ride on a summer evening. She's not simple, Reggie protested. Not at all a nice woman, Lomas. Tell your fellows to find out what she does at Finsbury Park. Oh, very well, Lomas shrugged. You've got Miss Platt Robinson on your nerves, Reginald. I have. 2 weeks later, there came to Lomas a letter from the Minister of Social Welfare. Mr. Wheely regretted to find that the Criminal Investigation Department had failed to discover the author of the threatening letters received by Miss Platt Robinson. Emboldened, he was compelled to assume, by this strange inertia of the police, this person had now sent letters of a more scandalous character. Very fortunately, however, impunity had made the author rash. If Mr. Lomas would kindly call upon him, he would be able to point out evidence which must lead to drastic action. Yes, I shouldn't wonder if he's right. Mr. Fortune smiled. You know this woman's a public nuisance, Lomas groaned. Who's after her now? Have you got that letter we found in her blotting book? Of course I have. All the Platt Robinson communications. Except the Hermit Crab. You had that. He wouldn't keep, but the letter will. We never found out how it came to her, you know. It wasn't posted. No, it wasn't posted, Reggie smiled. That's what's interesting. Lomas, my dear old thing, what about Finsbury Park? What did Miss Platt Robinson do at Finsbury Park? Lomas rang for the reports. They testified that on 3 nights during the past fortnight, Miss Platt Robinson had posted a letter, once certainly a blue letter, in a certain pillar box at Finsbury Park. Very sound man, that man, Reggie murmured, and turned the pages of the London directory. Pillar box at the corner of Curtis Road and Garden Road. Garden Road. Yes. Lomas, dear, ring up Mr. Wheely and tell him we'll come round to him now, if he'll have Miss Platt Robinson and her letters ready for us. I don't see my way, Lomas protested. My dear fellow, oh my dear fellow, Reggie chuckled. Then leave it to me. They found Mr. Wheely frowning majestically, guarded by a cynical secretary who did not conceal his disgust for the whole affair. Over against him, Miss Platt Robinson swelled and preened herself. Mr. Wheely spoke. He had to complain of the manner in which the Criminal Investigation Department had handled this serious case. He was bound to say he desired to point, but, he must add, and he had only to remark in conclusion, it was deplorable that inertia, he did not wish to use the word incompetence, should expose a valued public servant to such persecution. Yes, it will save time if we come to the facts, sir, Reggie said. I understand Miss Platt Robinson has received some fresh letters. Where are they? Mr. Wheely again delivered an oration. The secretary handed Reggie 6 letters. They were on pale blue rough paper. They were in a bold hand. Their tone was alike. The last said, Do not imagine you will be allowed to stay here. We shall get you out somehow. No outsiders here. The civil service does not want them. I have had more than enough of your meddling. I have friends and influence behind me. You will not be superintendent long. Reggie read it aloud. Very painful. The work of a spiteful and cunning mind, he said gravely, and Miss Platt Robinson has evidence who was the writer. Look at the postmark, please. Miss Platt Robinson smiled. Posted, last Friday, N4, the others the same. N4 is Finsbury Park, said Miss Platt Robinson. Perhaps Mr. Fortune will compare the writing with this. She handed him an official document signed E. Thornton. Surely I have seen this writing before. Reggie frowned. Do you know her? Miss Platt Robinson cried. I have only met her in your room, madame. When we were investigating the earlier letters, you gave me a document written by your assistant superintendent. You suspected her then. I have always suspected her, Miss Platt Robinson cried. Don't you see the likeness? It leaps to the eye, said Mr. Wheely. Yes, positively, I am compelled to say. It leaps to the eye. And Miss Thornton lives at Finsbury Park, Miss Platt Robinson cried in triumph. 23 Garden Road, Finsbury Park. That is the paper she uses. Look, here is a note of hers. She writes with a J-nib. You've prepared the evidence very carefully, madam, Reggie said. The writing is surely conclusive, Mr. Wheely pronounced. Yes. The writing is like Miss Thornton's writing, Reggie said. But it's even more like this." He produced the letter found in Miss Platt Robinson's blotting book and read it out. "You will not be superintendent long." "Just compare that, sir." Miss Platt Robinson became red. "Where did you get that?" she gasped. "You see the resemblance, Mr. Wheely. 6 weeks ago, when Miss Platt Robinson's sudden absence from London alarmed some of her friends, they called us in. Lomas and I went to her house to make inquiries. We found this letter on her writing table. We found some of this blue paper. We found one of her pens fitted with a J-nib. The letter has not been posted, you see. It is obvious that it was an experiment in imitating Miss Thornton's writing. The first of the series. The others were posted by Miss Platt Robinson herself. In the last few weeks, she has often been to Finsbury Park of nights. Fortunately, she was attended by a detective. He has seen her post 4 letters in the pillar box near Miss Thornton's house at the corner of Garden Road. Last Friday, he saw that the letter was blue. Miss Platt Robinson has been writing herself these letters in order to bring a false charge against her assistant superintendent. I don't know whether you wish the case to go to the public prosecutor or whether you will deal with it yourself." "Obviously a case for the public prosecutor," said Lomas. "Good heavens, woman! What have you done?" Mr. Wheely cried. "It's a conspiracy, Mr. Wheely," Miss Platt Robinson wailed. "They've been working against me all through. They had no business in my house, setting detectives to watch me. Outrageous." "Upon my word," said Mr. Wheely. "Outrageous indeed. Is that all you have to say? Don't you see what you've done? You've involved the office in a scandal, a gross scandal, madame. It's intolerable, a most painful thing. You've betrayed my confidence in you in the most deplorable way. Really? Oh, you must go." "Not back to the department, Miss Platt Robinson," said the secretary. "Not— Oh, Mr. Wheely, you don't mean that. Great heavens, woman, you don't think you can retain your position after this?" Miss Platt Robinson's eyes swelled at him. The words which came to Miss Platt Robinson were, "Outrageous, really outrageous." She rose. She made strange noises. "It's a conspiracy against me," she announced. "You've all agreed to trump this up. I won't bear it. I'd rather resign." The door slammed behind her. "Not really a nice woman," Reggie murmured. Yes, I mean no, of course," Mr. Wheely bleated. "A most painful affair. At the same time, I'm bound to point out, Lomas, I do hope you agree with me. No reason why it should go any further. Now she's gone, I dare say Miss Thornton won't want to prosecute her." Lomas shrugged. "Miss Thornton's a very good official," said the secretary. "Yes, quite so, quite so. It is a mistaken policy to appoint these outsiders." "I always thought so," said Mr. Wheely. "Outside in the corridor, but I wish we could have sacked him too," said Reggie sadly. "You never," Lomas sighed. "Not while England's England. Even you have your limitations, Reginald. That comforts me, for I find you rather diabolical." No, only careful," said Mr. Fortune.
Hunting License by James V. McConnell. Imagination Stories of Science and Fantasy, April 1955. Trophies from a big game hunt were highly prized. So naturally, Karsten and Thurman wanted their guide to find a really choice criminal. The helicopters buzzed lazily overhead like fat flies in a warm May wind. "There they go. Right on time," said William Karsten III. His hunting jacket shone bright red in the early morning sun as he moved out into the open to watch the planes. "I do hope that they don't get airsick," replied Thomas Thurman from his comfortable chair in front of the fire. He took a long stick and began poking the embers closer to the coffee container. William Karsten turned around and looked at his companion. "Why in heaven's name should you be so concerned about them?" he asked. The early morning light on his brown and gray hair gave it a more youthful appearance than it usually had. "They don't hunt very well when they're sick," said Thurman, "and that, of course, is my only concern for them." He smiled at his hunting partner, then motioned him over to the fire. "Have a cup of coffee while we're waiting." Karsten walked over to the center of the little forest clearing where they had built the fire. "Might as well have a cup, I guess," he said. His face, furrowed with deep lines that had taken half a lifetime to create, wore a slight frown. But I wish that Emmett would get back. What's the sense of hiring a hunting guide if he's not around to take care of things for you? I'm getting hungry. Thurman laughed at him. If you'd worry more about where we're going to hunt instead of spending all your time thinking about your stomach, we'd probably have better luck, he said. He poured a cup of sweet brown coffee for both of them, then passed one of the cups to Karsten. Emmett probably couldn't get the warden on the phone right away. Thurman, who had once been something of an athlete, began to laugh, his heavy-set body shaking gently with the expressed mirth. If the worst comes to the worst, Bill, we could fix our own breakfast, you know. Karsten uttered a sigh. Hunting just isn't what it used to be. Sometimes I wonder why I bother to come out at all. He settled down comfortably on a collapsible chair and looked around him. He could just see the top of a tall metal fence a few hundred yards away, the stout circle of steel that engirdled the game preserve, cutting it off from the rest of the world. You come hunting for the same reason that I do, Bill Karsten. Because you love the thrill of the sport, Thurman told him. Because there's nothing like it in the world, the bright open air, the smell of a green forest, and the pleasure of pitting yourself against the hunted. That's why you come hunting. Karsten shrugged. I suppose you're right, but he stopped in mid-sentence, interrupted by the sound of trampled underbrush. Oh, here's Emmett back. Emmett Packer, registered hunting guide, came from behind a clump of bushes into the little clearing in the woods. His bright yellow hunting jacket reflected a dazzling pattern of sunlight and shadows in striking contrast to the man's weathered complexion and dark black hair. He waved a muscular arm at his employers. Sorry I took so long, boys, he said, walking towards them, but I had trouble getting the warden on the car telephone. The line was busy. Emmett poured himself a cup of coffee. But I finally got a hold of him, and he'll be along in a little while, and the horses are all lined up for us at the gate, so we shouldn't have any trouble at all. Good, said Thurman. Emmett smiled, and now I suppose you boys would like a little breakfast. Emmett said it not quite as a question, but more as an assertion of a known fact. Of course, said Karsten. I'm starving. Got to have energy to hunt, you know. He smiled jovially. Emmett set about opening canisters and boxes in preparation of the meal. Thurman and Karsten leaned back in their comfortable chairs and stared at the scenery. Overhead one last helicopter droned by. In the tall forest grass a cricket chirped angrily. How would you like your steaks? Asked Emmett. Medium, said Thurman. A little on the rare side if you can manage it, said Karsten, and no onions for me. They give me indigestion. He glanced nervously at his watch. I wonder if I'll have time to call the office before the warden gets here. Tom Thurman smiled. Relax, he said. Your office can take care of itself for a change. Well, I guess it can, but then why worry about it, said Thurman. Forget it. Make the most of your vacation. After all, it isn't every day in the year that you come hunting humans, you know. Shrugging his shoulders for an answer, William Karsten relaxed again. The aroma of the cooking meat permeated the morning breeze, mingling with the subtler smells of pine and warm, rich earth. In the nearby trees birds sang out loud. Wonder how many we'll get this year, asked Thurman after a while. Emmett looked up from his chores. If you boys will just follow my directions, you'll get the limit. He smiled proudly. My hunters always come back with the limit. You know that. Karsten harumphed. I saw some of the sorry specimens you dug up for the Kilpatricks last year, and I must say, he continued, they were the poorest excuses for human beings I've ever seen. Emmett frowned and started to answer, but Thurman spoke first. That reminds me, Bill. If we bring back any bodies this year, Martha says we'll have to wrap them up first. What's the matter with Martha? Asked Karsten. She doesn't really object to the sight of naked bodies lashed to the front fenders of your car, does she? With a laugh, Thomas Thurman said, No. Martha doesn't object to our displaying the spoils of the hunt. But she says that last year the blood spoiled the finish of the car, and I don't want to have it repainted again this year. He sighed softly. Just one of her whims, I guess. Breakfast is ready, said Emmett. The high-pitched whine of rotor blades interrupted their meal. The three men watched the bright blue helicopter drop slowly out of the sky and come to a gentle landing at one edge of the clearing. Once the plane's engine had stopped and the blades were no longer twirling, the door to the aircraft opened and out stepped a rotund figure dressed in a uniform the same sky-blue color as that of the plane. He bounced more than walked towards the seated trio. Good day, gentlemen," the warden called out as soon as he was within earshot. "Oh, please don't get up on my account." A Thurman motioned with one hand. "Have a seat, warden. We're glad to see you." The warden plopped his pudgy body down in one of the chairs. "Thank you," he said, his voice as round and as jolly as his appearance. "Having breakfast, I see." He waved a hand. "Oh, please don't offer me anything to eat. I'm on a diet again." He sighed. Emmett rose to get the papers that the officer would want to see. "How's the crop this year, warden?" he asked. A frown crossed the fat man's face. "Fair, just fair," he said. "I can't understand it, really. A few years ago there were so many of them." His face brightened a bit. "But then, there's still enough to go around, and that's the important thing. And on the other hand, I suppose that we ought to be happy, from the sociological point of view, of course, that there just aren't as many criminals in our society today as there used to be. It speaks well for us, don't you think? William Carston, 3, made a slight noise with his tongue, but it ruins the hunting. You can't have a hunt unless you've got criminals to hunt for." He turned to his companion. "You see, Tom," he said, "I told you that it wouldn't be too good this year. I wonder what's wrong with things nowadays that there just aren't enough criminals," mused Thurman. Emmett returned with the proper papers and handed them to the warden. The fat little man looked them over carefully, then handed them back to the guide with a wave of his hand. "They look in excellent order," he told Emmett. He turned to the hunters. "You have a good man here in Emmett," he told them. Emmett favored the officer with a smile. Reaching inside his jacket, the warden extracted a little box and handed it to Emmett. "Here are the supersonic whistles, gentlemen, and the crystals for your ear plugs so that you can hear them. Just be sure to use them. Remember, the first time you sight a quarry, give one long toot on the whistle. If you hear nothing in your earplugs, he's yours to track down. But if you hear 3 short toots in answer, that means that someone else beat you to him." The officer wagged a finger at the 2 hunters. "And let's have no mistakes and no arguments, like we have had in the past. Just follow the rules, blow your whistles correctly, and everyone will have a fair chance at the game." Emmett fitted the slim crystals into the earplugs. "They look a little different this year," he said. "Oh, yes," the warden told him. "We had to go much higher up on the supersonic scale this time since we discovered that one of the quarries last year could hear up to 22,000 cycles." He smiled jovially. "Can't have the hunted hearing the whistles when they're being tracked down, you know." Carston wiped his lips with a napkin and then handed his empty plate to the guide. "Any new rules this year, warden?" he asked. "No, I think the only new thing we have this year is that hunting jacket of yours, Mr. Carston." "It is new, isn't it?" Carston beamed. "Why, yes it is. Latest style, I think." He raised his arms to display the brilliant red garment the better. "It's a new kind of material. Guaranteed to be seen for half a mile, even at night." He lowered his arms, then patted one of the chest pockets. "But the best thing is that it's got a self-contained heating-cooling system built right in. All you have to do is to turn the dial, and you get whatever weather you want." The warden looked impressed. "My," he said, "what won't they think of next?" He smiled again. "I imagine that the people you're going to be hunting would give a pretty penny for one of those today. The weatherman says it's going to be a bit chilly tonight." Thurman lit a cigarette. "I guess it is rather hard on them, being dumped in the middle of the preserve completely naked, so to speak." He sighed. "But then, they're criminals after all." "That's right," said Carston. "And remember, they've got their paint to keep them warm," he added, laughing. The warden snapped his fingers. "I'm glad you reminded me, Mr. Carston. The paint is a little different this year." Carston looked surprised. "They haven't changed the signals, have they?" he demanded. "Oh, no. said the warden. Black stripes painted all around the body still mean he's an ordinary criminal. Black and red alternating stripes mean crimes of passion. And all red stripes used for the subversives, of course. Just like always. Coughing discreetly, the warden continued. What I meant was that after the complaints we got last year, we decided to use a really indelible paint so that not even a skilled surgeon could get it off. Complaints? Asked Thurman. The warden gave a gigantic sigh. That's right. It seems that some of the hunters, not people like you, mind, but some of them have been altering the color of the stripes after they've bagged their game. He smiled. And we can't have that, you know. It just isn't sporting. When you display your trophies, you want all the glory that's coming to you, but no more than you actually deserve. Putting his hands on the arms of the chair, the warden made a valiant effort and managed, just barely, to remove his body from the comforting confines of the chair. Well, he said, I must be off. Have a lot of other hunters to see before the season opens. The two hunters rose and shook hands with him. Now, let's synchronize our watches before I leave, the officer said. He peered closely at his timepiece. It's now 7:23, 5 by my official clock. I got word on my plane radio just as I was landing that the criminals were dropped in the center of the preserve at 7:03 exactly. He looked up. The season opens at 10 sharp. I'll see you at the gate before then, of course. He turned around and bounced towards the plane. Before shutting the door to the aircraft, he gave them a final wave of his hand. Good hunting, he called. A little past 10, the three men were riding their horses across the gentle plain that led to the mountains in the center of the preserve. They had passed through the gates with scores of other hunters the moment the season was officially opened. Emmett, said Thurman, jogging along on his large horse. Are you still going to insist on taking us down to that little pass first of all? Emmett reined his horse in between the mounts ridden by the two hunters. Well, I don't want to seem pig-headed about it, boys, he told them, but that's where I think the hunting will be best this time of day. Nonsense, Karsten told him. I was talking to Morris Overman about it just last week, and he said he had his best luck over by that big waterfall. You know the one, Emmett. It has lots of trees around it. Emmett raised his eyebrows as if in disdain. Oh, I know the one, all right. And Mr. Overman is a pretty lucky hunter, too. But I think, Thurman interrupted him. If you want my opinion, he said, we'll do well to try it down in that little valley just the other side of the Leaning Stone. He waved a magazine at them. There's an article on the criminal mind in the latest issue of Hunter's Scientific Monthly by E.C. Stewart. He says that criminals always favor depressions, and that ought to mean valleys too. Frowning, Emmett replied, well, Stewart ought to know. He's a psychologist, after all. But I must remind you that my services are guaranteed only if you follow my directions. If you do like I tell you, I promise that both of you boys will come back with at least one trophy. Why, I even signed a contract to that effect with you. We know all that, Karsten told him. But if you insist on striking off on your own, the guarantee doesn't hold. Emmett paused a moment, as if for effect, then continued. Now, look, boys, he said. Doesn't it make sense, really, that since hunting is my job, I'd know where the big ones are? I don't mean to knock anyone else, but this is my business, you know, and I've been at it for a good many years now. So you boys just stick with me, and you won't come back empty-handed. The two hunters made no reply, but Emmett could see that they weren't entirely satisfied. They rode along in silence for several moments. Then Emmett said to them in a confidential tone of voice, frankly, boys, I didn't want to tell you this, because we guides like to keep our trade secrets to ourselves. But last year, the man I was guiding and I went to this little pass I'm taking you to see, and we came up with a whopper. Really, said Thurman, showing some interest. He must have weighed 250 pounds at least. One of the biggest criminals I've ever seen. A magnificent creature, Emmett told them. You don't say, said Karsten. Who got him? Emmett smiled. A Mr. Thompson, down from the northern part of the district. The body was so big that Thompson had it skinned and tanned, and made a really nice-looking rug out of it. He sent me a picture to show me. Thurman's eyes were wide with delight. Amazing, he said. As for myself, commented Karsten, I don't hold with this rug business. They're all right, I guess, for those who like them, but they get torn up so easily. Human beings just aren't thick-skinned enough, I suppose. 250 pounds, mused Thurman out loud. If he weighed an ounce, Emmett said, you don't get many that size, you know. He looked at the two hunters, then smiled securely. So shall we just follow my lead and head for the pass first thing? All right with me, Thurman said. Me too, said Karsten. He belched loudly, then rubbed his stomach gently. I think I ate too much for breakfast, he said. The way to the little pass led up over the crest of one of the smaller mountains. The three men jogged along at an even pace over the level ground, but traveled more slowly up the steep facing of the mountainside. The two hunters often complained about the heat and the terrain as they rode. Emmett said little except when he urged them to hurry along. The sun was high in the sky, just past the zenith, when the trio came down the side of a small cliff and out through a little pass onto an open space of ground. Emmett pulled up his horse and dismounted. Well, boys, he said, let's get off here for a while. The other two dismounted and handed their animals over to the guide. Looks like a fairly good spot, said Thurman. Emmett tethered the horses quickly and then began unpacking some of the equipment. He put up the collapsible chairs in the cooling shade of a single tree that stood near the center of the little clearing. Then he placed some of the boxes containing food around the chairs and handed the two hunters their guns. If you boys will make yourselves comfortable, I'll go out and scout around for something to shoot at, he told them. Karsten settled down into one of the chairs with an audible sigh of relief. Thurman gave his gun a casual inspection. All right, he said to the guide, go ahead, and see if you can find something worthwhile. Emmett tucked his rifle under his arm and headed off into the dense underbrush. Have something to eat, Karsten said, passing an open box to his companion. Thurman helped himself to the food, then leaned back in his chair. I don't mind saying that I hope Emmett will come up with a good-sized one right off, he said. You know what I'd like. Karsten said through a mouthful of food, I wish he'd find me a real red head. That's all I really need to give my collection balance. He waved a chicken leg at Thurman. If it were a good-sized head, I'd hang it right in the center over the mantelpiece. I could surround it with heads that have dark hair and make quite an attractive pattern. My wife goes in for color schemes, you know. Tom Thurman sighed. The day was dry, and he could feel the drowsy heat of the sun even in the pleasant shade of the large tree. He began to fan himself with his hand. I understand the latest fad is to have the whole body stuffed and mounted on a plaque before you hang it up on the wall, he said. He shrugged his shoulders. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. He continued, but it seems to me that they would take up an awful lot of room if you did that. A tiny gnat began to pester Karsten as he ate. He brushed it aside several times, but it always returned to whine annoyingly around his face. Well, Karsten said, there's precedent. Remember how excited old Maury was the first time he bagged a 200-pounder? Karsten guffawed. He was so damn proud he kept the whole body and tucked it away in his freezer. Used to pull it out to show to people when he gave a party. Sighing in reminiscence, he continued. Had to give it up after a while, though. He thought it out so many times that it began to spoil. He slapped violently at the gnat. Thurman opened his canteen and began sipping at the cool liquid inside. He was about to light a cigarette when he saw Emmett returning. Here comes Emmett, he said excitedly to Karsten. Maybe he's made contact. Karsten got up from his chair heavily. He's smiling. I'll bet he found us a good one. He reached for his gun. Emmett walked up to the two hunters quickly. Well, boys, you're in, he said, grinning broadly. I found one, just like I told you I would. Where? Asked Thurman quickly. Down this little path here, about a quarter of a mile. He's hiding in a kind of thicket, but you won't have any trouble spotting him. The sun's bright there, and you can see the white of his body clearly. He paused to give them a superior grin, and I don't think he knew that I'd spotted him. You stay here and look after the horses, Thurman told the guide. We'll signal you at the kill. The two hunters walked quickly down the path under the refreshing shade of the forest. Both of them were excited, and they tended occasionally to stumble over tree roots and dead branches as they went. He must be just down the way there. Karsten whispered hoarsely after they had gone for some distance into the woods. "Shush," whispered Thurman, attempting to quiet his companion. The path made a slight turn just beyond them, and when they had rounded it, they saw a thick clump of bushes ahead. Through the green and brown pattern of the leaves they could see brief patches of pale white. "That's it," whispered Karsten. Thurman nodded and pulled out his whistle. He gave a long, silent blast on it that he could hear only as a sharp rasping noise from the tiny plug he wore in one ear. The two hunters stood quietly, waiting, their faces filled with expectation. After a few brief moments, Thurman turned to his hunting partner. No answer. "We must have spotted him first." "Good," said Karsten. "Let's go get him." They had no more than started towards their quarry when they saw a sudden movement in the bushes. The white patches disappeared, and they could hear the sound of running feet. "Damn," said Karsten loudly. "He must have heard us." Thurman smiled. "It's better this way, Bill. I rather like tracking them down, don't you?" "Well, it's kind of a bother as far as I'm concerned, especially so soon after eating," Karsten said, but he followed quickly behind as Thurman set off in pursuit. The forest was too thick for a man to run with any real speed, so the hunters managed to stay close behind their quarry without expending too much energy. I wonder what he looked like. Karsten said they pushed their way through the thick underbrush. I didn't get a good look at him. Neither did I. Thurman replied, grabbing hold of a vine to pull himself over a dead tree that stood in their path. "I hope he isn't just an ordinary criminal. I've got enough black stripes at home as it is. Look out," Karsten cried suddenly. "He's doubling back on us." The two men turned rapidly and set off in a new direction, attempting to head off their quarry before he could make his way to open ground. They managed to get in between him and the edge of the woods, and were rewarded by seeing a brief ripple of white as the naked man turned and started back towards the center of the little forest. "Good work," said Thurman. Most of the time they tracked him simply by listening to the directions the noise of his running came from. Often they were close enough at his heels to get a quick glimpse of flesh in the distance, an arm, a leg, or part of his back. They got their first good look at him when they came out from behind a rock into a little clearing. The quarry was just disappearing into the forest on the other side of the open space. "Red stripes," cried Karsten as they rushed across the clearing. "He's a subversive. Now, that is luck." "Looks awfully small to me," said Thurman, "whatever he is." "Damn, you don't suppose it could be a woman, do you?" Karsten asked somewhat breathlessly. "We only got a glimpse of it." "I hope not. Supposed to be bad luck to shoot a woman first thing on a hunt, you know," Thurman replied as they reached the far side of the clearing. "Anyway, we'll soon know." They plunged into the heavy forest only a few hundred yards behind their game. Following rapidly along behind him, they left a wake of broken branches and torn limbs as they went. The forest rang with the sounds of the chase. Soon, sloshing across a little stream, they came up over a grassy knoll and down into a shallow glade on the other side of it. "He's heading for the rocks over that way," Thurman said, turning off in pursuit. "He won't be able to go much farther." "I don't know if I'll be able to go much farther," said Karsten, the perspiration beading out across his heavy face. "I'm not used to this." "Neither is he," Thurman reminded him. "Remember, he's had nothing to eat for almost a week, and they probably didn't let him sleep for 3 or 4 days back. He can't last much longer." "I hope not," said Karsten. They passed across a narrow strip of marshland, carefully avoiding most of the bog holes as they went. Just on the other side, as they came around a series of heavy berry bushes, they heard a long, shrill buzz from their earplugs. Thurman stopped quickly. "Somebody else has spotted him," he said, and took out his whistle. He gave it 3 lusty blasts and then stuck it back in his pocket. That should fix them. He told his partner. They set off again in pursuit. Soon it became obvious to the two hunters that they were gaining rapidly on their quarry. They increased their pace just a trifle to take advantage of their lead. It was perhaps 5 minutes later when they tracked their man down, and for the first time got a good look at him. They were very close to the outcroppings of a rather steep foothill when they came over a little rise and saw him scarcely 1,000 yards in front of them. "There he goes," cried Karsten, "into that little pass between those two rocks." Rapidly they closed in upon the narrow pass. The opening between the big rocks was not much more than 10 feet wide. It led like a narrow corridor through the sides of the hill, and then opened up beyond into a little canyon. The two hunters paused just on the other side of the pass. "I think he's trapped," said Thurman. "I can't tell for sure, because there are too many bushes in the way. But I think this is a little box canyon, and that this pass is the only way out." William Karsten looked around him. "Seems that way to me." He told his companion, "Let's move on in slowly." They took their time as they walked through the narrow canyon, checking behind each bush and rock as they went. The little valley was only 100 yards wide, but several hundred yards in length. On all sides rose a sheer cliff some 50 feet in height. When they were about 200 yards from the end of the canyon, they stopped. The cliff walls had narrowed so that there was scarcely a 25-yard distance from one side to the other. Only one last row of bushes separated the hunters from their quarry. "I can see him from here," Karsten said. "He's up against the back of the canyon there, trying to hide." "Well, this is it," Thurman said. "It's a pity he's such a small-sized one." "Well," asked Karsten, "shall we flip a coin?" "Why not?" said Thurman. He reached in his pocket. "Call it." He said, "Heads." Karsten answered. Thomas Thurman tossed the coin high into the air. Its silver sides caught brightly at the sunlight as it mounted in a smooth arc, then danced back to earth. The two men leaned over to inspect it. "Heads it is," Karsten said, grinning. "I win." "This is your day, I guess," Thurman told him. Karsten moved forward to the clump of bushes, Thurman following close behind. They could see the quarry clearly now, the whiteness of his body in bold contrast with the thick red stripes. "He has gray hair," Thurman said. The criminal inched back along the rocky wall, seeking desperately for some exit. He tried to climb up the side of the cliff, but could do no more than to stir up a small shower of loose stones as he lost his footing. Suddenly he picked up a rock, twirled, and threw it at the hunters. It scarcely covered a third of the ground between them. "Well, I like that," said Karsten. "He's got his nerve." He raised his rifle to his shoulder and looked carefully through the telescopic sight. For several moments he held his stance. Then slowly he lowered the gun back to his side. "I'm sorry, Tom," he said, "but I think I'll let you have this one after all." Thurman looked surprised. "What's the matter, Bill?" he asked. William Karsten sighed. "I think I used to know him." "Oh," Thurman said, and then he frowned. "You're sure it's not just because he's so small that you're giving him up?" He questioned. "No, quite sure. I think he was one of my professors back in college." "Oh, well then," Thurman said. He put his gun to his shoulder and took careful aim. "Shoot for the body, Tom," Karsten whispered to him. "Don't want to spoil the head." Thurman pulled the trigger. The explosion tore the quiet air apart and cast the pieces of silence as echoes up and down the little canyon. "Good shot," Karsten told his companion. "Nice and clean." Thurman smiled. "Thank you," he said. And then, "Too bad you had to give him up." Shrugging his shoulders, Karsten said, "Well, that's the way of things. I don't remember him too well, but I think he taught me anthropology. Old Mac something or other. I forget his name." The two men started walking back towards the entrance to the canyon. "I suppose that I could have taken him anyway," Karsten said as they walked. "But I've never considered it good taste to shoot someone whom I've known." "I know how you feel," Thurman told him. "It sort of, well, ruins the sport, if you know what I mean," Karsten said. "Sure," replied Thurman. They went quietly through the narrow little pass, stopping on the other side. Thurman lit a cigarette and leaned back against a rock to rest. Karsten put a star shell into his rifle, pointed it towards the sky, and fired. They both watched as it burst into a gaudy blossom of fire and smoke far above them. "That ought to bring Emmett on the run," Karsten said. "He can clean things up and leave a marker. The plane will pick up the body later today." Thurman took a deep breath. The air had a tangy smell to it of springtime grass and early flowers. The warmth of the sun gave the forest a hazy sort of glow. In the nearby trees small animals chattered loudly. "Nice day, isn't it, Bill?" "It certainly is," Karsten answered, gazing thoughtfully at the pleasant landscape. "But look at those clouds. It might rain tonight." It might at that, Thurman told him. He gave another sigh and then smiled, dropping his cigar to the ground and crushing it out beneath his boot. "Well, shall we go?" he asked. "I'm getting hungry." End of Hunting License by James V.
Reverse English by Hugh McNair. Detective Story Magazine, January 6, 1920. "People that lunch at Gandil's," soliloquized Mr. Sigismund Klatsch, "should name no names." He contemplated his thick veal chop with obvious affection and returned with gusto to his interrupted task of consuming it. He always lunched at Gandil's, chiefly because the food, considered in relation to the prices, was surprisingly abundant and good, but partly because the arrangement of the restaurant enabled a man with reasonably good ears to overhear occasional scraps of conversation which could be turned to good account. All along the three inner walls of the long, narrow room, the tables were arranged in little compartments, open only on the side toward the center of the café. This, Mr. Klatsch knew, enabled the thrifty Hans Gandil to economize remarkably on space. If the restaurateur arranges his tables in the usual fashion, he must allow space between them. Sufficient at least to leave room for chairs to be moved back and forth without interfering with each other. By setting his tables in these small compartments, Hans Gandil was able to persuade one patron to sit with his back against an inch-thick partition, against the opposite side of which another guest was seated. Besides, it saved steps for the waiters, who were expected to serve only from the outer side of their tables, instead of passing around each one of them after the common practice in eating places. And lastly, as Mr. Gandil had discovered, people who talk business over their meals like the privacy which is seemingly guaranteed by the enclosing backs of the benches. Mr. Klatsch, if he had business to discuss at meal times, carefully avoided Gandil's and selected a restaurant where he could inspect his neighbors. But when he lunched alone, he invariably occupied one of the three-sided cubicles and listened attentively to the unguarded conversation which drifted over the benches. More than once, he had been able to turn this feature of the place to profitable use. Today, however, the pleasure had been other than financial. He had listened with lively appreciation to a frank comment on his own character and habits, which, because of its strong disfavor, appealed to him as a compliment. He had identified the voice as that of young Mr. Goss, whose duty as the traveling salesman for Miller, Kuhn and Corporation, importing chemists, obliged him to pay semi-occasional visits to Mr. Klatsch's office. "I sure do hate a man who would be a crook if he dared, and skates as near the deadline as he can without stepping across it," declared Mr. Goss incautiously. "I run into that sort of businessman every now and then, and I always feel as if I ought to pack a gun and padlock my watch. I've got a customer right here in town who'd take pennies out of a blind man's cup if he was sure nobody was looking. He makes a patent medicine that costs him about $2 a barrel and sells it for $1 an ounce. That's sort of a crab, you know. And he buys just about the way he sells. I caught him just in the act of slipping one over on the firm today." Mr. Goss's companion made some inaudible comment, and the aggrieved salesman, lifting his voice a little as the memory of his narrow escape rankled, related the details. "He buys his materials in small quantities, and you can't sell him an ounce unless you make it a bargain. I never go near him unless I've got a job lot of something to offer at a sacrifice. He uses some stuff that there's almost no call for over here. Kaolinite, we call it, and we import it, now and then, in small quantities merely to have a full line. Today, the old skin wanted me to have the firm stock up heavily on it. Had a line of talk about being ready to expand his plant and wanting to tie up with a house which would carry a full stock of his ingredients. Kaolinite costs a good bit, and we can clean up a nice profit on it, even after dickering with Clatch down to the last penny he can squeeze off our figures, so I was tickled. I'd have fallen hard for his play if I hadn't bumped into Phil Baker, who travels for Peabody and Blair. He tipped me off. It seems Clatch pulled the same stunt on them a couple of years back, got them to import a full ton of kaolinite with the same line of chatter, and then told them he'd take it off their hands at about half what it cost them. See his game? Mr. Clatch grinned. Having invented the game at some expense in mental effort, he was inclined to be proud of it. He nodded approvingly as he listened to the recital. Why, he knew perfectly well that nobody else in the country could use more than a few pounds of it, and that unless Peabody and Blair took his offer, they'd be carrying it till Judgment Day, with cost, freight, and a stiff duty tied up in it. That's why he doesn't import it himself, as he could easily enough. He'd rather let some simple sucker like me bring it in for him and lose money on it. A lad like old Sigismund Clatch is a whole lot worse than a yegg. There's no law to touch him. But I'm going to get square with him this time. Listen, he's counting on our firm to bring over the ton of kaolinite he talked about. He won't place an order with anybody else. I'm going to let him count on us till he gets up against it for his supply, and then I'll hand him the frozen laugh and tell him where he gets off. And I'll pass the word along the line to the other firms so that when he goes shopping for what there is in the market, they'll stick him till he bleeds. That's what he gets for trying to slip one over on yours truly. It was at this stage of the proceedings that Mr. Clatch made his remark concerning the inadvisability of mentioning names in public places. He had been counting on his supply of kaolinite at the expense of Miller, Kuhn, and Corporation, and if luck had not brought him to Gandil's today, the situation which young Mr. Goss expected might easily have come into being, but forewarned, with Mr. Clatch, was very much forearmed. He would arrange for all the kaolinite he needed easily enough, and in due time the laugh would be on Mr. Goss, as it usually was on those who fancied their wits superior to those of Sigismund Clatch. He waited patiently until Goss and his friend finished and departed. Then, scowling a little, he went back to his dingy office in the old brick rookery in which he manufactured his medicine. It was not an appealing location, although when the engravers had properly retouched its photograph, it made quite an imposing exhibit on Mr. Clatch's letterheads and literature. He had added several stories to its height in these depictions, had widened the alley on which it fronted to a tree-flanked boulevard, and had inserted the presentments of trolleys, motors, and pedestrians, which completed the effect of prosperity and solidity. There was no law against any of these expedients, or Mr. Clatch would not have indulged in them. He was one of the most law-abiding of men, a close and careful student of the statutes bearing on his business, and a persistent observer of their every letter. His remedy, which he advertised and sold exclusively in the poorer and less intelligent sections of the country, contained no ingredient which offended any law, local or national. His advertising, over which he spent many long hours of study, made no claims to which a prosecuting attorney could take exception. Every statement in it was either provably true or at least not provably false, although the impression gained by an average reader would contain many erroneous ideas as to the virtues of the preparation. Every testimonial Mr. Clatch published had been duly signed and sworn to by a real man or woman, and the portraits of these grateful patients were painstakingly accurate. Mr. Clatch took no chances. He made a considerable amount of money and took pleasure in accumulating it, though he spent very little of it. Money held immense significance for him. He disliked parting with it, even for things he desired. However, the thrill of amassing wealth was genuine, heightened by the fact that he earned it by skirting the fine line between legality and crime. Money acquired through straightforward, irreproachable means would not have brought him the same satisfaction. Now it annoyed him to realize that his little scheme to secure his next 3-year supply of kaolinite at the expense of Messrs. Miller, Kuhn and Corporation had fallen through. Yet he felt a strange delight in the good fortune that had warned him in time. It would be a hassle to set the trap again, and young Goss, who seemed to be a loose talker, might alert other chemical houses to his tactics. There was even a chance he would have to pay full market prices for this essential element, a prospect that distressed him merely to consider. He had always relished the process of obtaining kaolinite below market value. It catered to his instincts, as he was practically the only large user of the substance in the country. However, securing it at a significant discount required effort and careful planning. He couldn't simply approach a new importing firm and ask them to stock up on such a little used product without placing a definite order. Instead, he needed to buy steadily, in small quantities, for 6 months or a year to convince them he was a consistent buyer. This would increase the chances they might fall for the same trap that had ensnared Peabody and Blair and others before them. As Mr. Clatch pondered which importer to target from his list, a visitor walked into the office. He had no qualms about skipping a clerk to serve as a barrier between himself and unwelcome guests. He believed he was perfectly capable of protecting himself against time-wasting intruders, and his office door was always open to anyone willing to step through. The newcomer stood patiently until Mr. Clatch acknowledged his presence. He scowled ominously, demanding to know the purpose of the intruder's visit, a tone suggesting that unless justified, a violent ejection would follow. The visitor smiled cheerfully and handed Mr. Clatch a printed business card. The medicine maker glowered at it, reading, "John Duncan, importer of chemicals." Clatch glanced up, concealing a flicker of pleasure. A new importer? Perhaps here lay an opportunity. "Well, what do you want?" he demanded brusquely. "I'm not in the market for anything right now." The other shrugged. "Sorry. I thought you might be interested in some kaolinite I've picked up at a price that lets me offer it 10 cents off the market. But if you can't use it..." He turned to leave. Mr. Clatch stopped him. "Wait. I might be able to use a little if the quality's right. Did you bring a sample?" "No. I'm just starting out and my place is still chaotic. But I thought I'd drop in to see whether you could use this kaolinite. I haven't bought it yet. I took an option on it, hoping to sell it to you. If you're not interested, I'll let it go." Mr. Clatch considered swiftly. His guess had been right. This fellow was a beginner, who likely knew nothing of his reputation, if he played his cards carefully. "I could use £100 or so, if the quality's right, and you could deliver it at 15 cents off the market. Bring in a sample, and we'll talk." "All right, but 10 cents off is the best I can do. I'll be around tomorrow." Duncan left, leaving his card behind. The address revealed he had rented space in the Cosmopolitan building. Clatch filed it away and pushed the matter from his mind. The next afternoon, Duncan returned with a sample of the commodity, which Mr. Clatch recognized immediately as a better grade than he had been buying. They haggled industriously for half an hour, and Clatch ultimately signed an order for £50 at Duncan's price. 2 weeks later, the shipment arrived, accompanied by an invoice. True to his habit, Clatch paid promptly, taking advantage of the cash discount. He also placed another order with Duncan for a similar quantity at the same price, which was delivered and paid for as well. Duncan quoted him a slight discount on other chemicals, explaining he was trying to build his business by sacrificing a portion of his profits. Mr. Clatch encouraged this notion, allowing Duncan to believe that when his prices rose to market levels, he would retain Clatch's patronage. He also paid promptly on each invoice. Finally, Clatch felt the time was right to discuss the kaolinite importation. Duncan listened intently, clearly pleased. He promised to place orders immediately, putting him in a position to meet Clatch's needs. "It'll tie up a good chunk of my capital," he remarked. "But I assume you'll be buying it off my hands pretty quickly." "I'll probably buy it all at once," Clatch replied, truthfully enough. "You get it over here as soon as possible, and we'll do business." "I'll cable today," said Duncan, rising. Mr. Clatch, surveying the insurance calendar over his desk, grinned cheerfully. The more of Duncan's capital he tied up in the kaolinite importation, the cheaper that kaolinite would become for him. Duncan would find himself in a corner, with escape only at Clatch's discretion. Things couldn't have worked out better. Less than 3 weeks later, Duncan announced that the shipment had arrived, hinting broadly that he would like to transfer a portion of it to Clatch as soon as possible. Mr. Clatch confronted the situation directly. "Look here, Duncan. Suppose I don't buy any of that kaolinite. What would you do about it?" Duncan looked startled. "It would break me, I guess. I have thousands tied up in it with freight and duties. I need every nickel to keep the business running, but I'm not worried. If you told me to place the order—" "I know, but my plans have changed since then," Clatch replied, shaking his head. "It doesn't seem feasible for me to proceed with the big scheme for a while, maybe a year or two. And if I don't, I can't tie up my capital in that kaolinite." Duncan's expression shifted to one of concern. "Phew, that means I'll be in trouble then." "I counted on you, Mr. Clatch. You told me definitively." "Show me the writing," Clatch interjected sharply. "Don't make any insinuations about not getting a square deal from me, Duncan. If you load it up with kaolinite on the chance of selling it to me, that's your business. I'm stocked up and out of the market right now." But nothing. If you stuck your head in a noose, that's your funeral, Duncan. I've got my own troubles. If you don't have anything else to offer—" "Oh, come on, make a bid on the stuff. You can afford to hold it, and I can't. It's tough, but I need the money. I'll give you all my profit and a slice of the cost too. I'll think it over. Maybe I might be interested." Clatch returned to his work, and Duncan, looking dejected, left the office. He called twice that afternoon and once more the next morning. On the final call, Clatch tired of the situation. "I'll give you 50% of the price for that kaolinite," he stated. "Take it or leave it. $14,000. Not a nickel more." He estimated that this was the minimum he could offer. If he went lower, Duncan might be tempted to deal with other importers who would certainly give him at least that much for his surplus. Duncan groaned and attempted to argue, but Clatch hung up the phone. As was his routine, he headed to the bank to deposit the day's checks. He wasn't surprised to see Duncan there. They had crossed paths in the bank lobby several times, and it was Clatch's suggestion that had led Duncan to open his account at the Fireman's National rather than at the Cosmopolitan Trust. The topic resurfaced as they stood before the teller. "Really, Mr. Clatch, you're pushing too hard. You'll break me if you stick to that offer." "Then don't take it, simple as that." Clatch turned to the teller, sliding his checks under the wicket. "If you break, it's on you. If you sell, you save half your loss. That's better than nothing." "Would you pay cash if I took you up on it?" Duncan clearly wavered. "Of course. I always do. But I take 2% extra naturally." They debated this detail for a moment, and then Duncan capitulated. "All right. You've got me. I'll deliver at your plant sometime this morning and take your price. But this is going to break me. You played me for a sucker, Clatch. You lured me into ordering that stuff just so you could beat me down on it. I see that now." Clatch grinned at the teller. "You're ahead of the game. If you learn to do business my way, it's worth a lot more than $14,000 to you. Next time, maybe you'll get a written contract. Bring me the stuff, and you'll get your check. Right, Paulson?" The teller, with his fixed, impersonal grin, nodded as he worked. Clatch took his passbook and left, feeling quite pleased. He wouldn't need to buy kaolinite again for 2 or 3 years, and he was stocking up at an incredible price. He returned to his office, awaiting news of Duncan's promised delivery. The morning dragged on without any sign of the kaolinite. Stepping out a little earlier than usual for lunch, Clatch made his way to the Cosmopolitan building and ascended to the 12th floor, where Duncan occupied a small, inexpensive office. The door was locked, and he hesitated with his hand on the knob, considering whether to leave a message through the letter slot, when a hall porter sauntered by. "You looking for Duncan? He's gone out of business. Moved his stuff this morning." Clatch suppressed a chuckle. The fact that Duncan had given up the fight after his encounter with the formidable Sigismund Clatch added to his satisfaction. He felt no pity for the man he had effectively ruined through legal means. In fact, knowing that Duncan was more seriously hurt than he had appeared only pleased Clatch further. He was about to leave when he spotted Duncan at the end of the corridor and called out to him. "Hey, Duncan, why didn't you deliver that stuff this morning like you promised? I need to close the deal today or not at all." I'm sorting it out this afternoon," Duncan snapped. "Couldn't get the truckman this morning. I can't blame you for wanting to close a deal like that. It's almost robbery, Clatch." Clatch chuckled. All right. The winner takes his share, and the loser should take his licks too. But when you understand business, Duncan, you won't complain about being robbed. Admitting you've been robbed means admitting you deserved it. Any guy who can't hold on to his money should lose it in this world. Deliver this afternoon, and you'll get your check. 14,000 is better than nothing. You're getting off light, I tell you." Duncan turned away angrily, and after another chuckle, Clatch headed to Gandil's for lunch, enjoying it a bit more than usual. His enjoyment increased when he ran into young Goss at the restaurant. "Hello, Clatch," Goss said cheerfully. "I was coming in to see you this afternoon. Ready for that big shipment of kaolinite you wanted us to have on hand?" Clatch could have laughed in Goss's face. Did he think he was going to pull a fast one on him? Well, let him keep thinking so. With Duncan's kaolinite at hand, he would be independent of Goss and the others for years to come. "Pretty soon, I guess," he said. "Just let me know when you're ready to ship." Goss nodded. "All right. But give us as much notice as you can. We have another customer using quite a bit of it now, and we can't guarantee to hold it for you." Clatch nodded. Another customer. That seemed flimsy. No one in the country bought kaolinite in large quantities except Sigismund Clatch. Did Goss think he could be deceived by such a bluff? His skepticism showed on his face, and Goss read it, responding as if Clatch had voiced his doubts. "Don't believe it, huh? That's where you're mistaken. We've been selling a lot of it, right here in your own town lately. Wouldn't be surprised if someone else has gotten hold of that formula of yours and is starting to compete with you. Better keep your eyes open." Clatch could usually tell when someone was lying to him. He felt uncomfortably certain that Goss was telling the truth this time. The idea that someone else was buying kaolinite didn't sit well with him. It meant there would be competition for a trapped importer to offer his stock. It might even mean Duncan could wriggle out of his predicament. Returning to his office, Clatch felt increasingly anxious. His anxiety grew as the afternoon passed with no sign of Duncan or the kaolinite. He tried to locate Duncan but found no trace of him. That evening, convinced Duncan had learned about the rival buyer, he sought out Goss at the hotel, asking for the name of the customer who had purchased kaolinite. Goss hesitated to reveal it, clearly enjoying Clatch's distress. But Clatch had a knack for extracting information from people who intended to withhold it, and before Goss could censor an impulsive answer to a seemingly casual question, the name slipped out. Duncan. Clatch froze. "You mean Duncan in the Cosmopolitan building?" "I don't mean a thing, Clatch. You can't pump me. One customer's business doesn't belong to another. That's that." Clatch turned away, frowning harder than ever. If Duncan had purchased the kaolinite he sold to Clatch from Miller, Coon and Corporation, he had lost money on every pound. Why? What reason could there be for a man to make Sigismund Clatch such a gift? He worried over this all night and through the next day, with no sign from the absent Duncan. A week dragged by, and still Duncan failed to appear with his kaolinite. Clatch's supply was dwindling, forcing him to send out small orders to the firms he had previously dealt with, including Miller, Coon and Corporation. His peace of mind was further unsettled by the replies he received, each announcing a 10% increase on the last quotations. Clearly Goss had executed his plan to line up the importers against Clatch. When the first of the month arrived, bringing with it a statement from the Firemen's National, Clatch stared blankly at the buff sheet that revealed a balance entirely inconsistent with his own records. He rifled through the cancelled checks with trembling fingers. Suddenly, a shrill yelp of genuine anguish escaped him, prompting the shipping clerk in the adjacent room to poke his head through the door, half hoping someone had finally delivered the physical retribution that most of his employees dreamed of administering to Clatch. Mr. Clatch, clutching a cancelled check, was vigorously ringing the hook on his telephone, screaming a number into the mouthpiece. The shipping clerk, disappointed by the lack of violence, was about to close the door and return to work when the connection was made, and Clatch's voice, now a high-pitched shriek, rang out pathetically. "Say, you've got some nerve charging me $14,000 on a bad check. If you think I'll stand for this." The shipping clerk listened intently, regretting that he couldn't hear the bank's bookkeeper's response. If someone had managed to relieve Clatch of $14,000, it would hurt far more than any solid blow to his sensitive nose. "I tell you it's no good. A blatant forgery. I'll be right down there to prove it. Just wait and see." The clerk watched as Clatch seized his hat and bolted from the office. He returned to his work, feeling disheartened. Nobody could cheat old Sigismund Clatch out of a cent, he thought gloomily. But he would have felt better had he been able to accompany his boss to the Firemen's National, where a suave and courteous cashier examined Exhibit A in Clatch's case against the bank. "It's your check, isn't it?" The cashier scrutinized the pink slip. "It bears your regular imprint, and the signature is unmistakably yours, but we'll ask Paulson about that." He pressed a button, and when the teller arrived, he showed him the evidence. "It's Mr. Clatch's signature, all right," Paulson stated bluntly. "There won't be any trouble proving that. It's his check, too, bearing the correct consecutive number. I don't know what he's trying to pull, but the check is valid. I overheard him discussing the deal with Mr. Duncan just a day or so before the check arrived." A cold realization coursed through Clatch. He had brought his checkbook and, in sudden panic, fumbled through the stubs. A cry of understanding escaped him. "Here it is. He took a check for $14 I sent him for goods he delivered, and raised it to $14,000. Look, here's the stub, the number matches and the date. This is how he did it." "That's probably it," Paulson said, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the paper. "Yes, it's been altered. I see that now. But it's a clever job, a mighty clever bit of work. Too bad, Mr. Clatch. $14,000 could buy quite a few first-class check-protecting machines." He shrugged. "I've told you several times that you were taking a long chance not to use one." Clatch, vastly relieved, chuckled cheerfully. "I shouldn't worry about that, Paulson. You admit you paid the money on a bad check. The bank could probably absorb the loss, but," the teller interjected smoothly, "you're laboring under a common misconception, Mr. Clatch. The bank would be responsible if your signature had been forged. As it stands, your signature is legitimate. Your account was substantial enough to cover the amount. When you consult a lawyer, you'll find that the loss is yours. Isn't that so, Mr. Brownlee?" Brownlee nodded. "Yes, it's your loss, Mr. Clatch. I'm very sorry, but there's nothing we can do about it. Of course, if you wish, You can sue us, but any lawyer will tell you we're not liable because you left enough space after 14 on your check for anyone to fill in a larger amount. Mr. Clatch left, blustering but gradually realizing that the bank knew what it was talking about. A conversation with his attorney confirmed this notion. He ultimately decided to turn the case over to the police, who are still attempting to locate Mr. John Duncan of the Cosmopolitan building. As for Mr. Duncan, who contemplated a profit of over $13,000 from his 3-month stint as a salesman, he shared his thoughts with his friend Barney Sims. "The whole trick in this check-hoisting play," Duncan confided, "is to pick out a sucker who thinks he's what. This guy Clatch was trying to skin me from the start, making him an easy target. The key point in my game is to bypass the honest lads and look for a crook. The moment I identify someone treating business like a shell game, my job is nearly done." I was in a restaurant when I overheard someone mention a slick trick Clatch had tried to pull. That was all I needed. The rest was a cakewalk. $13,200 for 3 months easy work is more than good enough for me. If there were more guys like Clatch in business, I'd be a billionaire, Barney.
Mandarin's Jade by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. 300 Carat of Fate Sui. I was smoking my pipe and making faces at the back of my name on the glass part of the office door when Violet's McGee called me up. There hadn't been any business in a week. "How's the sleuth racket, huh?" Violet's asked. "He's a homicide dick in the sheriff's office. Take a little flutter down at the beach? Bodyguarding or something it is. Anything that goes with $1, I said. Except murder. I get $3.50 for that." "I bet you do nice neat work too. Here's the lay, John." He gave me the name, address, and telephone number of a man named Lindley Paul who lived at Castellamare, was a socialite and went everywhere except to work, lived alone with a Jap servant, and drove a very large car. The sheriff's office had nothing against him except that he had too much fun. Castellamare was in the city limits but didn't look it, being a couple of dozen houses of various sizes hanging by their eyebrows to the side of a mountain, and looking as if a good sneeze would drop them down among the box lunches on the beach. There was a Sidwa cafe up on the highway, and beside that a cement arch which was really a pedestrian bridge. From the inner end of this, a flight of white concrete steps went straight as a ruler up the side of the mountain. Quinonal Avenue, Mr. Lindley Paul had told me over the phone, was the 3rd street up if I cared to walk. It was, he said, the easiest way to find his place the first time, the streets being designed in a pattern of interesting but rather intricate curves. People had been known to wander about in them for several hours without making any more yardage than an angleworm in a bait can. So I parked my old blue Chrysler down below and walked up. It was a fine evening and there was still some sparkle on the water when I started. It had all gone when I reached the top. I sat down on the top step and rubbed my leg muscles and waited for my pulse to come down into the low hundreds. After that, I shook my shirt loose from my back and went along to the house, which was the only one in the foreground. It was a nice enough house, but it didn't look like really important money. There was a salt-tarnished iron staircase going up to the front door, and the garage was underneath the house. A long black battleship of a car was backed into it, an immense streamlined boat with enough hood for 3 cars and a coyote tail tied to the radiator cap. It looked as if it had cost more than the house. The man who opened the door at the top of the iron stairs wore a white flannel suit with a violet satin scarf arranged loosely inside the collar. He had a soft brown neck, like the neck of a very strong woman. He had pale blue-green eyes, about the color of an aquamarine, features on the heavy side but very handsome, 3 precise ledges of thick blonde hair rising from a smooth brown forehead, an inch more of height than I had, which made him 6'1", and the general look of a guy who would wear a white flannel suit with a violet satin scarf inside the collar. He cleared his throat, looked over my left shoulder and said, "Yes? I'm the man you sent for. The one Violet's McGee recommended." "Violet's?" Gracious, what a peculiar nickname. Let me see, your name is... He hesitated, and I let him work at it until he cleared his throat again and moved his blue-green eyes to a spot several miles beyond my other shoulder. Dalmas, I said. The same as it was this afternoon. Oh, come in, Mr. Dalmas. You'll excuse me, I'm sure. My houseboy is away this evening, so He smiled deprecatingly at the closing door, as though opening and closing it himself sort of dirtied him. The door put us on a balcony that ran around 3 sides of a big living room, only 3 steps above it in level. We went down the steps, and Linley Paul pointed with his eyebrows at a pink chair, and I sat down on it and hoped I wouldn't leave a mark. It was the kind of room where people sit on floor cushions with their feet in their laps and sip absinthe through lumps of sugar and talk from the backs of their throats, and some of them just squeak. There were bookshelves all around the balcony and bits of angular sculpture in glazed clay on pedestals. There were cozy little divans and bits of embroidered silk tossed here and there against the bases of lamps and so on. There was a big rosewood grand piano, and on it a very tall vase with just 1 yellow rose in it. And under its leg there was a peach-colored Chinese rug a gopher could have spent a week in without showing his nose above the nap. Linley Paul leaned in the curve of the piano and lit a cigarette without offering me one. He put his head back to blow smoke at the tall ceiling, and that made his throat look more than ever like the throat of a woman. "It's a very slight matter," he said negligently. "Really hardly worth bothering you about. But I thought I might as well have an escort. You must promise not to flash any guns or anything like that. I suppose you do carry a gun." "Oh, yes," I said. "Yes." I looked at the dimple in his chin. "You could have lost a marble in it." "Well, I won't want you to use it, you know, or anything like that. I'm just meeting a couple of men and buying something from them. I shall be carrying a little money in cash." "How much money and what for?" I asked, putting one of my own matches to one of my own cigarettes. Well, really, it was a nice smile, but I could have put the heel of my hand in it without feeling bad. I just didn't like the man. "It's rather a confidential mission I'm undertaking for a friend. I'd hardly care to go into the details," he said. "You just want me to go along to hold your hat," I suggested. His hand jerked and some ash fell on his white suit cuff. That annoyed him. He frowned down at it. Then he said softly, in the manner of a sultan suggesting a silk noose for a harem lady whose tricks have gone stale, "You are not being impertinent, I hope. Hope is what keeps us alive," I said. He stared at me for a while. "I've a damn good mind to give you a sock on the nose," he said. "That's more like it," I said. "You couldn't do it without hardening up a bit, but I like the spirit. Now let's talk business." He was still a bit sore. "I ordered a bodyguard," he said coldly. "If I employed a private secretary, I shouldn't tell him all my personal business. He'd know it if he worked for you steady. He'd know it upside down and backwards. But I'm just day labor. You've got to tell me. What is it, blackmail?" After a long time he said, "No, it's a necklace of fei sui jade worth at least $75,000. "Did you ever hear of fei sui jade?" "No." "We'll have a little brandy and I'll tell you about it." "Yes, we'll have a little brandy." He leaned away from the piano and went off like a dancer, without moving his body above the waist. I put my cigarette out and sniffed at the air and thought I smelled sandalwood. And then Linley Paul came back with a nice-looking bottle and a couple of sniffing glasses. He poured a tablespoonful in each and handed me a glass. I put mine down in one piece and waited for him to get through rolling his spoonful under his nose and talk. He got around to it after a while. He said in a pleasant enough tone, "Fei sui jade is the only really valuable kind. The others are valuable for the workmanship put on them, chiefly. Fei sui is valuable in itself. There are no known unworked deposits, very little of it in existence, all the known deposits having been exhausted hundreds of years ago. A friend of mine had a necklace of this jade. 51 carved mandarin beads, perfectly matched, about 6 carats each. It was taken in a hold-up some time ago. It was the only thing taken, and we were warned. I happened to be with this lady, which is one reason why I'm taking the risk of making the payoff. Not to tell the police or any insurance company, but wait for a phone call. The call came in a couple of days, The price was set at $10,000, and the time is tonight at 11. I haven't heard the place yet, but it's to be somewhere fairly near here, somewhere along the Palisades. I looked into my empty sniffing glass and shook it. He put a little more brandy in it for me. I sent that after the first dose and lit another cigarette, one of his this time, a nice Virginia straight cut with his monogram on the paper. Jewel ransom racket, I said. Well organized, or they wouldn't know where and when to pull the job. People don't wear valuable jewels out very much, and half of the time, when they do, they're phonies. Is jade hard to imitate? As to material, no, Lindley Paul said. As to workmanship, that would take a lifetime. So the stuff can't be cut, I said, which means it can't be fenced except for a small fraction of the value. So the ransom money is the gang's only payoff. I'd say they'll play ball. You left your bodyguard problem pretty late, Mr. Paul. How do you know they'll stand for a bodyguard? I don't, he said rather wearily. But I'm no hero. I like company in the dark. If the thing misses, it misses. I thought of going it alone, and then I thought, why not have a man hidden in the back of my car, just in case? In case they take your money and give you a dummy package? How could I prevent that? If I start shooting and come out on top and it is a dummy package, you'll never see your jade again. The contact men won't know who's behind the gang. And if I don't open up, they'll be gone before you can see what they've left you. They may not even give you anything. They may tell you your stuff will come to you through the mail after the money has been checked for markings. Is it marked? My God, no. It ought to be, I growled. It can be marked these days so that only a microscope and black light could show the markings up. But that takes equipment, which means cops. Okay, I'll take a flutter at it. My part will cost you $50. Better give it to me now in case we don't come back. I like to feel money. His broad, handsome face seemed to turn a little white and glistening. He said swiftly, "Let's have some more brandy." He poured a real drink this time. We sat around and waited for the phone to ring. I got my $50 to play with. The phone rang 4 times, and it sounded from his voice as if women were talking to him. The call we wanted didn't come through until 10:40. Chapter 2. I lose my client. I drove, or rather I held the wheel of the big black car and let it drive itself. I was wearing a sporty light-colored overcoat and hat belonging to Lindley Paul. I had 10 grand in $100 bills in one of the pockets. Paul was in the back seat. He had a silver-mounted Luger that was a pip to look at, and I hoped he knew how to use it. There wasn't anything about the job I liked. The meeting place was a hollow at the head of Purissima Canyon, about 15 minutes from the house. Paul said he knew the spot fairly well and wouldn't have any trouble directing me. We switched back and figure-eighted around on the side of the mountain until I got dizzy, and then all of a sudden we were out on the state highway, and the lights of the streaming cars were a solid white beam as far as you could see in either direction. The long-haul trucks were on their way. We turned inland past a service station at Sunset Boulevard. There was loneliness then, and for a while the smell of kelp, not very strong, and the smell of wild sage dripping down the dark slopes much stronger. A dim, distant yellow window would peek down at us from the crest of some realtor's dream. A car would growl by, and its white glare would hide the hills for a moment. There was a half-moon and wisps of cold fog chasing it down the sky. Off here is the Bel Air Beach Club, Paul said. The next canyon is Las Pulgas, and the next after that is Purissima. We turn off at the top of the next rise. His voice was hushed, taut. It didn't have any of the Park Avenue brass of our earlier acquaintance. Keep your head down, I growled back at him. We may be watched all the way. This car sticks out like spats at an Iowa picnic. The car purred on in front of me until, "Turn right here," he whispered sharply at the top of the next hill. I swung the black car into a wide, weed-grown boulevard that had never gelled into a traffic artery. The black stumps of unfinished electroliers jutted up from the crusted sidewalk. Brush leaned over the concrete from the wasteland behind. I could hear crickets chirp and tree frogs drone behind them. The car was that silent. There was a house to a block now, all dark. The folks out there went to bed with the chickens, it seemed. At the end of this road, the concrete stopped abruptly, and we slid down a dirt slope to a dirt terrace, then down another slope, and a barricade of what looked like 4x4s painted white loomed across the dirt road. I heard a rustling behind me, and Paul leaned over the seat with a sigh in his whispered voice. "This is the spot. You've got to get out and move that barricade and drive on down into the hollow. That's probably so that we can't make a quick exit, as we'd have to back out with this car. They want their time to get away." "Shut up and keep down unless you hear me yell," I said. I cut the almost noiseless motor and sat there listening. The crickets and tree frogs got a little louder. I heard nothing else. Nobody was moving nearby, or the crickets would have been still. I touched the cold butt of the gun under my arm, opened the car door and slid out onto the hard clay, stood there. There was brush all around. I could smell the sage. There was enough of it to hide an army. I went towards the barricade. Perhaps this was just a tryout, to see if Paul did what he was told to do. I put my hands out, it took both of them, and started to lift a section of the white barrier to one side. It wasn't a tryout. The largest flashlight in the world hit me square in the face from a bush not 15 feet away. A thin, high African voice piped out of the darkness behind the flash. "Two of us with shotguns. Put them mitts up high and empty. We ain't taking no chances." I didn't say anything. For a moment I just stood holding the barricade inches off the ground. Nothing from Paul or the car. Then the weight of the 4x4s pulled my muscles, and my brain said let go, and I put the section down again. I put my hands slowly into the air. The flash pinned me like a fly squashed on the wall. I had no particular thought except a vague wonder if there hadn't been a better way for us to work it. "Thaw's fine," the thin, high, whining voice said. "Just hold like that until I get around to you." The voice awakened vague echoes in my brain. It didn't mean anything, though. My memory had too many such echoes. I wondered what Paul was doing. A thin, sharp figure detached itself from the fan of light, immediately ceased to be sharp or of any shape at all, and became a vague rustling off to the side. Then the rustling was behind me. I kept my hands in the air and blinked at the glare of the flash. A light finger touched my back, then the hard end of a gun. The half-remembered voice said, "This may hurt Jess's a little." A giggle and a swishing sound. A white-hot glare jumped through the top of my head. I piled down on the barricade and clawed at it and yelled. My right hand tried to jerk down under my left arm. I didn't hear the swishing sound the second time. I only saw the white glare get larger and larger, until there was nothing else anywhere but hard, aching white light. Then there was darkness, in which something red wriggled like a germ under the microscope. Then there was nothing red and nothing wriggling, just darkness and emptiness, and a falling sensation. I woke up looking fuzzily at a star and listening to two goblins talking in a black hat. "Lou Lid." "What's that?" "Lou Lid." "Who's Lou Lid?" "A tough dinge gunman you saw third-degreed once down at the hall." "Oh, Lou Lid." I rolled over and clawed at the ground and crawled up on one knee. I groaned. There wasn't anybody there. I was talking to myself, coming out of it. I balanced myself, holding my hands flat on the ground, listening, not hearing anything. When I moved my hands, dried burrs stuck to the skin, and the sticky ooze from the purple sage from which wild bees get most of their honey. Honey was sweet, much, much too sweet, and too hard on the stomach. I leaned down and vomited. Time passed and I gathered my insides together again. I still didn't hear anything but the buzzing in my own ears. I got up very cautiously, like an old man getting out of a tub bath. My feet didn't have much feeling in them, and my legs were rubbery. I wobbled and wiped the cold sweat of nausea off my forehead and felt the back of my head. It was soft and pulpy, like a bruised peach. When I touched it, I could feel the pain clear down to my ankles. I could feel every pain I ever felt since the first time I got kicked in the rear in grade school. Then my eyes cleared enough for me to see the outlines of the shallow bowl of wild land, with brush growing on the banks all around like a low wall, and a dirt road, indistinct under the sinking moon, crawling up one side. Then I saw the car. It was quite close to me, not more than 20 feet away. I just hadn't looked in that direction. It was Lindley Paul's car, lightless. I stumbled over to it and instinctively grabbed under my arm for a gun. Of course, there wasn't any gun there now. The whiny guy whose voice reminded me of someone would have seen to that. But I still had a fountain pen flash. I unshipped it, opened the rear door of the car and poked the light in. It didn't show anything. No blood, no torn upholstery, no starred or splintered glass, no bodies. The car didn't seem to have been the scene of a battle. It was just empty. The keys hung on the ornate panel. It had been driven down there and left. I pointed my little flash at the ground and began to prowl, looking for him. He'd be around there all right, if the car was. Then in the cold silence, a motor throbbed above the rim of the bowl. The light in my hand went out. Other lights, headlights, tilted up over the frayed bushes. I dropped and crawled swiftly behind the hood of Lindley Paul's car. The lights tilted down, got brighter. They were coming down the slope of the dirt road into the bowl. I could hear the dull, idling sound of a small motor now. Halfway down, the car stopped. A spotlight at the side of the windshield clicked on and swung to one side. It lowered, held steady on some point I couldn't see. The spot clicked off again, and the car came slowly on down the slope. At the bottom, it turned a little so that its headlights raked the black sedan. I took my upper lip between my teeth and didn't feel myself biting it until I tasted the blood. The car swung a little more. Its lights went out abruptly. Its motor died, and once more the night became large and empty and black and silent. Nothing. No movement. Except the crickets and tree frogs far off that had been droning all the time, only I hadn't been hearing them. Then a door latch snapped and there was a light, quick step on the ground, and a beam of light cut across the top of my head like a sword, then a laugh. A girl's laugh, strained, taut as a mandolin wire. And the white beam jumped under the big black car and hit my feet. The girl's voice said sharply, "All right, you. Come out of there with your hands up and very damned empty. I've got you covered." I didn't move. The voice stabbed at me again. "Listen, I've got 3 slugs for your feet, mister, and 7 more for your tummy in spare clips, and I change them plenty fast. Coming? Put that toy up," I snarled, "or I'll blow it out of your hand." My voice sounded like somebody else's voice. It was hoarse and thick. "Oh, a hard-boiled gentleman." There was a little quaver in the voice now, then it hardened again. "Coming? I'll count 3. Look at all the odds I'm giving you. 12 big fat cylinders to hide behind, or is it 16? Your feet will hurt you, though. And ankle bones take years to get well when they've been hurt, and sometimes—" I straightened up and looked into her flashlight. "I talk too much when I'm scared, too," I said. Don't move another inch. Who are you? A bum private dick detective to you. Who cares?" I started around the car towards her. She didn't shoot. When I was 6 feet from her, I stopped. "You stay right there," she snapped angrily after I had stopped. "Sure. What were you looking at back there with your windshield spotlight?" "A man. Hurt bad?" "I'm afraid he's dead," she said simply. "And you look half dead yourself." "I've been sapped," I said. "It always makes me dark under the eyes." "A nice sense of humor," she said. "Like a morgue attendant." "Let's look him over," I said gruffly. "You can stay behind me with your pop gun if it makes you feel any safer." "I never felt safer in my life," she said angrily and backed away from me. I circled the little car she had come in. An ordinary little car, nice and clean and shiny under what was left of the moon. I heard her steps behind me, but I didn't pay any attention to her. About halfway up the slope, a few feet off to the side, I saw his foot. I put my own little flash on him, and then the girl added hers. I saw him all. He was smeared to the ground, on his back at the base of a bush. He was in that bag of clothes position that always means the same thing. The girl didn't speak. She kept away from me and breathed hard and held her light as steadily as any tough old homicide veteran. One of his hands was flung out in a frozen gesture. The fingers were curled. The other hand was under him, and his overcoat was twisted as though he had been thrown out and rolled. His thick blonde hair was matted with blood, black as shoe polish under the moon, and there was more of it on his face, and there was a gray ooze mixed in with the blood. I didn't see his hat. Then was when I ought to have got shot. Up to that instant I hadn't even thought of the packet of money in my pocket. The thought came to me so quickly now, jarred me so hard, that I jammed a hand down into my pocket. It must have looked exactly like a hand going for a gun. The pocket was quite empty. I took the hand out and looked back at her. "Mister," she half sighed, "if I hadn't made my mind up about your face—" "I had 10 grand, I said. "It was his money. I was carrying it for him. It was a payoff. I just remembered the money. And you've got the sweetest set of nerves I ever met on a woman. I didn't kill him." "I didn't think you killed him," she said. "Somebody hated him to smash his head open like that." "I hadn't known him long enough to hate him," I said. "Hold the flash down again." I knelt and went through his pockets, trying not to move him much. He had loose silver and bills, keys in a tooled leather case, the usual billfold with the usual window for a driver's license, and the usual insurance cards behind the license. No money in the folder. I wondered why they had missed his trouser pockets. Panicked by the light, perhaps. Otherwise, they'd have stripped him down to his coat lining. I held more stuff up in her light, 2 fine handkerchiefs as white and crisp as dry snow, 6 paper match folders from swank night traps, a silver cigarette case as heavy as a buggy weight and full of his imported straight cuts, another cigarette case with a tortoise shell frame and embroidered silk sides, each side a writhing dragon. I tickled the catch open, and there were 3 long cigarettes under the elastic, Russians with hollow mouthpieces. I pinched one. It felt old, dry. "Maybe for ladies," I said. "He smoked others. Or maybe jujus," the girl said behind me, breathing on my neck. "I knew a lad who smoked them once. Could I look?" I passed the case up to her, and she poked her flash into it until I growled at her to put it on the ground again. There wasn't anything else to examine. She snapped the case shut and handed it back, and I put it in his breast pocket. That's all. Whoever tapped him down was afraid to wait and clean up. Thanks. I stood up casually and turned and speared the little gun out of her hand. "Darn it, you didn't have to get rough," she snapped. "Give," I said. "Who are you, and how come you ride around this place at midnight?" She pretended I had hurt her hand, put the flash on it, and looked at it carefully. "I've been nice to you, haven't I?" she complained. "I'm burning up with curiosity and scared, and I haven't asked you a single question, have I?" "You've been swell," I said, "but I'm in a spot where I can't fool around. Who are you? And douse the flash now. We don't need light any more." She put it out, and the darkness lightened for us gradually, until we could see the outlines of the bushes, and the dead man's sprawled body, and the glare in the southeastern sky that would be Santa Monica. "My name is Carol Pride," she said. "I live in Santa Monica. I try to do feature stories for a newspaper syndicate. Sometimes I can't get sleepy at night, and I go out riding, just anywhere. I know all this country like a book. I saw your little light flickering around down in the hollow, and it seemed to me it was pretty cold for young love, if they use lights." "I wouldn't know," I said. "I never did." "So you have spare clips for this gun. Would you have a permit for it?" I hefted the little weapon. It felt like a Colt 25 in the dark. It had a nice balance for a small gun. Plenty of good men have been put to sleep with 25s. Certainly I have a permit. That was just bluff about the spare clips, though. "Not afraid of things, are you, Miss Pride?" Or would it be Mrs.? No, it wouldn't. This neighborhood isn't dangerous. People don't even lock their doors around here. I guess some bad men just happen to get wise how lonely it is. I turned the little gun around and held it out. "Here. It's not my night to be clever. Now, if you'll be good enough to ride me down to Castellamare, I'll take my car there and go find some law. Shouldn't somebody stay with him?" I looked at the radiolite dial of my wristwatch. "It's 1:45, I said. "We'll leave him with the crickets and the stars. Let's go." She tucked the gun in her bag, and we went back down the slope and got into her car. She jockeyed it around without lights and drove it back up the slope. The big black car looked like a monument standing there behind us. At the top of the rise, I got out and dragged the section of white barricade back into position across the road. He was safe for the night now, and likely enough for many nights. The girl didn't speak until we had come near the first house. Then she put the lights on and said quietly, "There's blood on your face, mister, whatever your name is, and I never saw a man who needed a drink worse. Why not go back to my house and phone West Los Angeles from there? There's nothing but a fire station in this neighborhood. John Dalmas is the name," I said. "I like the blood on my face. You wouldn't want to be mixed up in a mess like this. I won't even mention you." She said, "I'm an orphan and live all alone. It wouldn't matter in the slightest. Just keep going down to the beach," I said. "I'll play it solo after that." But we had to stop once before we got to Castellamare. The movement of the car made me go off into the weeds and be sick again. When we came to the place where my car was parked and the steps started up the hill, I said good night to her and sat in the Chrysler until I couldn't see her tail lights anymore. The sidewalk cafe was still open. I could have gone in there and had a drink and phoned, but it seemed smarter to do what I did half an hour later, walk into the West Los Angeles police station cold, sober, and green, with the blood still on my face. Cops are just people, and their whiskey is just as good as what they push across bars at you. Chapter 3. Lou Lid. I didn't tell it well. It tasted worse all the time. Rivas, the man who came out from the downtown homicide bureau, listened to me with his eyes on the floor, and 2 plainclothes men lounged behind him like a bodyguard. A prowl car unit had gone out long before to guard the body. Rivas was a thin, narrow-faced, quiet man about 50, with smooth gray skin and immaculate clothes. His trousers had a knife-edge crease, and he pulled them up carefully after he sat down. His shirt and tie looked as if he had put them on new 10 minutes ago, and his hat looked as if he had bought it on the way over. We were in the day captain's room at the West Los Angeles police station, just off Santa Monica Boulevard near Sawtell. There were just the 4 of us in it. Some drunk in a cell, waiting to go down to the city drunk tank for Sunrise Court, kept giving the Australian bush call all the time we were talking. "So I was his bodyguard for the evening," I said at the end. "And a sweet job I made of it." "I wouldn't give any thought to that," Rivas said carelessly. "It could happen to anybody. Seems to me they took you for this Lindley Paul, slugged you to save argument and to get plenty of time. Perhaps didn't have the stuff with them at all and didn't mean to give it up so cheap. When they found you were not Paul, they got sore and took it out on him." "He had a gun," I said. "A swell Luger, but 2 shotguns staring at you don't make you warlike." "About this dark town brother," Rivas said. He reached for a phone on the desk. "Just a voice in the dark. I couldn't be sure." "Yeah, but we'll find what he was doing about that time. Lou Lid, a name that would linger." He lifted the phone off its cradle and told the PBX man, "Desk at headquarters, Joe. This is Rivas out in West LA on that stick-up murder. I want a Black Manor, half-black man gunman name of Lou Lid. About 22 to 24, a lightish brown, neat-appearing, small, say 130, cast in one eye, I forget which. There's something on him, but not much, and he's been in and out plenty times. The boys at 77th will know him. I want to check his movements for this evening. Give the colored squad an hour, then put him on the air." He cradled the phone and winked at me. "We got the best shine dicks west of Chicago. If he's in town, they'll pick him off without even looking. Will we move out there now?" We went downstairs and got into a squad car and went back through Santa Monica to the Palisades. Hours later, in the cold gray dawn, I got home. I was guzzling aspirin and whiskey and bathing the back of my head with very hot water when my phone jangled. It was Rivas. "Well, we got Lou Lid," he said. "Pasadena got him and a Mex named Fuente. Picked them up on Arroyo Seco Boulevard, not exactly with shovels, but kind of careful." "Go on," I said, holding the phone tight enough to crack it. "Give me the punchline." "You guessed it already. They found them under the Colorado Street Bridge, gagged, trussed fore and aft with old wire, and smashed like ripe oranges. Like it?" I breathed hard. "It's just what I needed to make me sleep like a baby," I said. "The hard concrete pavement of Arroyo Seco Boulevard is some 75 feet directly below Colorado Street Bridge, sometimes also known as Suicide Bridge." "Well," Rivas said after a pause, "it looks like you bit into something rotten. What do you say now?" "Just for a quick guess, I'd say an attempted hijack of the payoff money by a couple of smart Alecks that got a lead to it. Somehow, picked their own spot and got smeared with the cash. That would need inside help, Rivas said. You mean guys that knew the beads were taken but didn't have them? I like better that they tried to leave town with the whole take instead of passing it to the boss, or even that the boss thought he had too many mouths to feed. He said good night and wished me pleasant dreams. I drank enough whiskey to kill the pain in my head, which was more than was good for me. I got down to the office late enough to be elegant, but not feeling that way. 2 stitches in the back of my scalp had begun to draw, and the tape over the shaved place felt as hot as a bartender's bunion. My office was 2 rooms hard by the coffee shop smell of the Mansion House Hotel. The little one was a reception room I always left unlocked for a client to go in and wait, in case I had a client and he wanted to wait. Carol Pride was in there, sniffing at the faded red Davenport, the 2 odd chairs, the small square of carpet, and the boys' size library table with the pre-repeal magazines on it. She wore brownish speckled tweeds with wide lapels and a mannish shirt and tie, nice shoes, a black hat that might have cost $20 for all I knew, and looked as if you could have made it with one hand out of an old desk blotter. "Well, you do get up," she said. "That's nice to know. I was beginning to think perhaps you did all your work in bed." "Tut tut," I said. "Come into my boudoir." I unlocked the communicating door, which looked better than just kicking the lock lightly, which had the same effect, and we went into the rest of the suite, which was a rust-red carpet with plenty of ink on it, 5 green filing cases, 3 of them full of California climate, an advertising calendar showing the Dion quintuplets rolling around on a sky-blue floor, a few near walnut chairs, and the usual desk with the usual heel marks on it, and the usual squeaky swivel chair behind it. I sat down in that and put my hat on the telephone. I hadn't really seen her before, even by the lights down at Castellamare. She looked about 26, and as if she hadn't slept very well. She had a tired, pretty little face under fluffed-out brown hair, a rather narrow forehead with more height than is considered elegant, a small inquisitive nose, an upper lip a shade too long, and a mouth more than a shade too wide. Her eyes could be very blue if they tried. She looked quiet, but not mousy quiet. She looked smart, but not Hollywood smart. "I read it in the evening paper that comes out in the morning," she said, what there was of it. "And that means the law won't break it as a big story. They'd have held it for the morning sheets." "Well, anyhow, I've been doing a little work on it for you," she said. I stared hard at her, poked a flat box of cigarettes across the desk, and filled my pipe. "You're making a mistake," I said. "I'm not on this case. I ate my dirt last night and banged myself to sleep with a bottle. This is a police job." "I don't think it is," she said. "Not all of it. And anyway, you have to earn your fee. Or didn't you get a fee?" $50, I said. "I'll return it when I know who to return it to. Even my mother wouldn't think I earned it." "I like you," she said. "You look like a guy who was almost a heel and then something stopped him just at the last minute. Do you know who that jade necklace belonged to?" I sat up with a jerk that hurt. "What jade necklace?" I almost yelled. I hadn't told her anything about a jade necklace. There hadn't been anything in the paper about a jade necklace. You don't have to be clever. "I've been talking to the man on the case, Lieutenant Rivas. I told him about last night. I get along with policemen. He thought I knew more than I did, so he told me things." "Well, who does it belong to?" I asked, after a heavy silence. "A Mrs. Philip Courtney Prendergast, a lady who lives in Beverly Hills, part of the year at least. Her husband has $1 million or so and a bad liver. Mrs. Prendergast is a black-eyed blonde who goes places while Mr. Prendergast stays home and takes calomel. Blondes don't like blondes," I said. "Lindley Paul was as blonde as a Swiss yodeler." "Don't be silly. That comes of reading movie magazines. This blonde liked that blonde." "I know. The society editor of the Chronicle told me. He weighs 200 pounds and has a mustache, and they call him Giddy Gertie." "He tell you about the necklace?" "No, the manager of Block's Jewelry Company told me about that. I told him I was doing an article on rare jade for the Police Gazette." "Now you've got me doing the wisecracks." I lit my pipe for the 3rd time and squeaked my chair back and nearly fell over backwards. "Rivas knows all this?" I asked, trying to stare at her without seeming to. He didn't tell me he did. He can find out easily enough. I've no doubt he will. He's nobody's fool. Except yours, I said. Did he tell you about Lou Lid and Fuente the Mex? No. Who are they? I told her about them. Why, that's terrible, she said, and smiled. Your old man wasn't a cop by any chance, was he? I asked suspiciously. Police chief of Pomona for almost 15 years. I didn't say anything. I remembered that Police Chief John Pride of Pomona had been shot dead by 2 kid bandits about 4 years before. After a while I said, I should have thought of that. All right, what next? I'll lay you 5-1 Mrs. Prendergast didn't get her necklace back, and that her bilious husband has enough drag to keep that part of the story, and their name out of the papers, and that she needs a nice detective to help her get straightened out without any scandal. What scandal? Oh, I don't know. She's the type that would have a basket of it in her dressing room. I suppose you had breakfast with her, I said. What time did you get up? No, I can't see her till 2 o'clock. I got up at 6. My God, I said, and got a bottle out of the deep drawer of my desk. My head hurts me something terrible. Just one, Carol Pride said sharply, and only because you were beaten up. But I dare say that happens quite often. I put the drink inside me, corked the bottle but not too tightly, and drew a deep breath. The girl groped in her brown bag and said, There's something else. But maybe you ought to handle this part of it yourself. It's nice to know I'm still working here. She rolled 3 long Russian cigarettes across the desk. She didn't smile. Look inside the mouthpieces, she said, and draw your own conclusions. I swiped them out of that Chinese case last night. They all have that something to make you wonder. And you a cop's daughter, I said. She stood up, wiped a little pipe ash off the edge of my desk with her bag and went towards the door. I'm a woman too. Now I've got to go see another society editor and find out more about Mrs. Philip Courtney Prendergast and her love life. Fun, isn't it? The office door and my mouth shut at about the same moment. I picked up one of the Russian cigarettes. I pinched it between my fingers and peeped into the hollow mouthpiece. There seemed to be something rolled up in there, like a piece of paper or card, something that wouldn't have improved the drawing of the cigarette. I finally managed to dig it out with the nail file blade of my pocket knife. It was a card all right, a thin ivory calling card, man's size. 3 words were engraved on it, nothing else. Suxian the Psychic. I looked into the other mouthpieces, found identical cards in each of them. It didn't mean a thing to me. I had never heard of Suxian the Psychic. After a while I looked him up in the phone book. There was a man named Suxian on West 7th. It sounded Armenian, so I looked him up again under Oriental rugs in the classified section. He was there all right, but that didn't prove anything. You don't have to be a psychic to sell Oriental rugs. You only have to be a psychic to buy them. And something told me this Suxian on the card didn't have anything to do with Oriental rugs. I had a rough idea what his racket would be and what kind of people would be his customers, and the bigger he was, the less he would advertise. If you gave him enough time and paid him enough, he would cure anything from a tired husband to a grasshopper plague. He would be an expert in frustrated women, in tricky, tangled love affairs, in wandering boys who hadn't written home, in whether to sell the property now or hold it another year, in whether this part will hurt my type with my public or improve it. Even men would go to him, guys who bellowed like bulls around their own offices and were all cold mush inside just the same. But most of all, women. Women with money, women with jewels, women who could be twisted like silk thread around a lean Asiatic finger. I refilled my pipe and shook my thoughts around without moving my head too much, and fished for a reason why a man would carry a spare cigarette case, with 3 cigarettes in it not meant for smoking, and in each of those 3 cigarettes, the name of another man concealed. Who would find that name? I pushed the bottle to one side and grinned. Anyone would find those cards who went through Linley Paul's pockets with a fine-tooth comb, carefully and taking time. Who would do that? A cop. And when? If Mr. Linley Paul died or was badly hurt in mysterious circumstances. I took my hat off the telephone and called a man named Willie Peters, who was in the insurance business, so he said, and did a sideline selling unlisted telephone numbers bribed from maids and chauffeurs. His fee was $5. I figured Linley Paul could afford it out of his 50. Willie Peters had what I wanted. It was a Brentwood Heights number. I called Revis down at headquarters. He said everything was fine except his sleeping time, and for me just to keep my mouth shut and not worry. But I ought really to have told him about the girl. I said that was right, but maybe he had a daughter himself, and wouldn't be so keen to have a lot of camera hounds jumping out at her. He said he had, and the case didn't make me look very good, but it could happen to anyone, and so long. I called Violet's McGee to ask him to lunch someday, when he had just had his teeth cleaned and his mouth was sore. But he was up in Ventura returning a prisoner. Then I called the Brentwood Heights number of Suxian, the psychic. After a while, a slightly foreign woman's voice said, "Allo, may I speak to Mr. Suxian?" "I am very sorry. Suxian he will never speak upon the telephone. I am his secretary. Will I take the message?" "Yeah. Got a pencil?" "But of course I have the pencil. The message, if you please." I gave her my name and address and occupation and telephone number first. I made sure she had them spelled right. Then I said, "It's about the murder of a man named Linley Paul. It happened last night down on the Palisades near Santa Monica. I'd like to consult Mr. Suxian." "He will be very pleased." Her voice was as calm as an oyster, but of course I cannot give you the appointment today. Suxian he is always very busy. Perhaps tomorrow. "Next week will be fine," I said heartily. "There's never any hurry about a murder investigation. Just tell him I'll give him 2 hours before I go to the police with what I know." There was a silence. Maybe a breath caught sharply, and maybe it was just wire noise. Then the slow foreign voice said, "I will tell him. I do not understand. Give it the rush, Angel. I'll be waiting in my office." I hung up, fingered the back of my head, put the 3 cards away in my wallet, and felt as if I could eat some hot food. I went out to get it. Chapter 4. Second Harvest. The Indian smelled. He smelled clear across my little reception room when I heard the outer door open and got up to see who it was. He stood just inside the door looking as if he had been cast in bronze. He was a big man from the waist up and had a big chest. Apart from that, he looked like a bum. He wore a brown suit, too small for him. His hat was at least 2 sizes too small and had been perspired in freely by someone it fitted better than it fitted him. He wore it about where a house wears a weathercock. His collar had the snug fit of a horse collar and was about the same shade of dirty brown. A tie dangled from it, outside his buttoned coat, and had apparently been tied with a pair of pliers in a knot the size of a pea. Around his bare throat above the collar he wore what looked like a piece of black ribbon. He had a big flat face, a big high-bridged fleshy nose that looked as hard as the prow of a cruiser. He had lidless eyes, drooping jowls, the shoulders of a blacksmith. If he had been cleaned up a little and dressed in a white nightgown, he would have looked like a very wicked Roman senator. His smell was the earthy smell of the primitive man, dirty, but not the dirt of cities. "Huh," he said. "Come quick, come now." I jerked my thumb at the inner office and went back into it. He followed me ponderously and made as much noise walking as a fly makes. I sat down behind my desk, pointed at the chair opposite, but he didn't sit down. His small black eyes were hostile. "Come where?" I wanted to know. "Huh, me second harvest, me Hollywood Indian." "Take a chair, Mr. Harvest," he snorted, and his nostrils got very wide. They had been wide enough for mouse holes in the first place. Name's Second Harvest. "No, Mr. Harvest. Nuts." "What do you want?" "He say come quick. Big white father say come now. He say—" "Don't give me any more of that pig Latin," I said. "I'm no schoolmarm at the snake dances." "Nuts," he said. He removed his hat with slow disgust and turned it upside down. He rolled a finger around under the sweatband. That turned the sweatband up into view. He removed a paper clip from the edge of the leather and moved near enough to throw a dirty fold of tissue paper on the desk. He pointed at it angrily. His lank, greasy black hair had a shelf all around it, high up from the too-tight hat. I unfolded the bit of tissue paper and found a card which read, Suxian the Psychic. It was in thin script, nicely engraved. I had 3 just like it in my wallet. I played with my empty pipe, stared at the Indian, tried to ride him with my stare. Okay, what does he want? He wants you come now, quick. Nuts, I said. The Indian liked that. That was the fraternity grip. He almost grinned. It will cost him $100 as a retainer, I added. Huh? $100, iron, men, bucks to the number 100, me no money, me no come. Savvy? I began to count by opening and closing both fists. The Indian tossed another fold of tissue paper on the desk. I unfolded it. It contained a brand new $100 bill. Psychic is right, I said. A guy that smart I'm scared of, but I'll go nevertheless. The Indian put his hat back on his head without bothering to fold the sweatband under. It looked only very slightly more comical that way. I took a gun from under my arm, not the one I had had the night before. Unfortunately, I hate to lose a gun. Dropped the magazine into the heel of my hand, rammed it home again, fiddled with the safety, and put the gun back in its holster. This meant no more to the Indian than if I had scratched my neck. I got him car, he said. Big car, nuts. Too bad, I said. I don't like big cars anymore. However, let's go. I locked up and we went out. In the elevator, the Indian smelled very strong indeed. Even the elevator operator noticed it. The car was a tan Lincoln Touring, not new but in good shape, with glass gypsy curtains in the back. It dipped down past a shining green polo field, zoomed up the far side, and the dark, foreign-looking driver swung it into a narrow paved ribbon of white concrete that climbed almost as steeply as Lindley Paul's steps, but not as straight. This was well out of town, beyond Westwood, in Brentwood Heights. We climbed past 2 orange groves, rich man's pets, as that is not orange country, past houses molded flat to the side of the foothills, like bas reliefs. Then there were no more houses, just the burnt foothills and the cement ribbon, and a sheer drop on the left into the coolness of a nameless canyon, and on the right heat bouncing off the seared clay bank at whose edge a few unbeatable wild flowers clawed and hung on like naughty children who won't go to bed. And in front of me 2 backs, a slim whipcord back with a brown neck, black hair, a visored cap on the black hair, and a wide, untidy back in an old brown suit, with the Indian's thick neck and heavy head above that, and on his head the ancient greasy hat with the sweatband still showing. Then the ribbon of road twisted into a hairpin, the big tires skidded on loose stones, and the tan Lincoln tore through an open gate and up a steep drive lined with pink geraniums growing wild. At the top of the drive there was an eyrie, an eagle's nest, a hilltop house of white plaster and glass and chromium, as modernistic as a fluoroscope and as remote as a lighthouse. The car reached the top of the driveway, turned, stopped before a blank white wall in which there was a black door. The Indian got out, glared at me. I got out, nudging the gun against my side with the inside of my left arm. The black door in the white wall opened slowly, untouched from outside, and showed a narrow passage ending far back. A bulb glowed in the ceiling. The Indian said, Go in, big shot. After you, Mr. Harvest." He went in scowling, and I followed him, and the black door closed noiselessly of itself behind us. A bit of mumbo-jumbo for the customers. At the end of the narrow passage there was an elevator. I had to get into it with the Indian. We went up slowly, with a gentle purring sound, the faint hum of a small motor. The elevator stopped, its door opened without a whisper, and there was daylight. I got out of the elevator. It dropped down again behind me with the Indian still in it. I was in a turret room that was almost all windows, some of them close draped against the afternoon glare. The rugs on the floor had the soft colors of old Persians, and there was a desk made of carved panels that probably came out of a church. And behind the desk there was a woman smiling at me, a dry, tight, withered smile that would turn to powder if you touched it. She had sleek, black, coiled hair, a dark Asiatic face. There were pearls in her ears and rings on her fingers, large, rather cheap rings, including a moonstone and a square-cut emerald that looked as phony as a 10-cent store slave bracelet. Her hands were little and dark and not young and not fit for rings. "Ah, Mr. Dalmas, so very good of you to come. Suxian he will be so pleased." "Thanks," I said. I took the new $100 bill out of my wallet and laid it on her desk, in front of her dark, glittering hands. She didn't touch it or look at it. "My party," I said, "but thanks for the thought." She got up slowly, without moving the smile, swished around the desk in a tight dress that fitted her like a mermaid's skin, and showed that she had a good figure. "If you like them 4 sizes bigger below the waist than above it, I will conduct you," she said. She moved before me to a narrow paneled wall, all there was of the room besides the windows and the tiny elevator shaft. She opened a narrow door beyond which there was a silky glow that didn't seem to be daylight. Her smile was older than Egypt now. I nudged my gun holster again and went in. The door shut silently behind me. The room was octagonal, draped in black velvet, windowless, with a remote black ceiling. In the middle of the black rug there stood a white octagonal table, and on either side of that a stool that was a smaller edition of the table. Over against the black drapes there was one more such stool. There was a large milky ball on a black stand on the white table. The light came from this. There was nothing else in the room. I stood there for perhaps 15 seconds, with that obscure feeling of being watched. Then the velvet drapes parted, and a man came into the room and walked straight over to the other side of the table and sat down. Only then did he look at me. He said, "Be seated opposite me, please. Do not smoke and do not move around or fidget if you can avoid it. How may I serve you?" Chapter 5. Suxian the Psychic. He was a tall man, straight as steel, with the blackest eyes I had ever seen, and the palest and finest blonde hair I had ever seen. He might have been 30 or 60. He didn't look any more like an Armenian than I did. His hair was brushed straight back from as good a profile as John Barrymore had at 28, a matinee idol, and I expected something furtive and dark and greasy that rubbed its hands. He wore a black double-breasted business suit cut like nobody's business, a white shirt, a black tie. He was as neat as a gift book. I gulped and said, "I don't want a reading. I know all about this stuff." "Yes?" he said delicately. "And what do you know about it?" "Let it pass," I said. "I can figure the secretary because she's a sweet build-up for the shock people get when they see you. The Indian stumps me a bit, but it's none of my business anyhow. I'm not a bunco squad cop. What I came about is a murder. The Indian happens to be a natural medium," Suxian said mildly. "They are much rarer than diamonds, and like diamonds, they are sometimes found in dirty places. That might not interest you either. As to the murder, you may inform me. I never read the papers." Come, I said. "Not even to see who's pulling the big checks at the front office? Oak, here it is." And I laid it in front of him, the whole damn story, and about his cards and where they had been found he didn't move a muscle. I don't mean that he didn't scream or wave his arms or stamp on the floor or bite his nails. I mean he simply didn't move at all, not even an eyelid, not even an eye. He just sat there and looked at me, like a stone lion outside the public library. When I was all done, he put his finger right down on the spot. "You kept those cards from the police?" "Why?" "You tell me, I just did." "Obviously the $100 I sent you was not nearly enough." "That's an idea too," I said, "but I hadn't really got around to playing with it." He moved enough to fold his arms. His black eyes were as shallow as a cafeteria tray or as deep as a hole to China, whichever you like. They didn't say anything either way. He said, "You wouldn't believe me if I said I only knew this man in the most casual manner, professionally?" "I'd take it under advisement," I said. "I take it you haven't much faith in me." "Perhaps Mr. Paul had. Was anything on those cards besides my name?" "Yeah," I said, "and you wouldn't like it." This was kindergarten stuff, the kind the cops pull on radio crime dramatizations. He let it go without even looking at it. "I'm in a sensitive profession," he said, "even in this paradise of fakers. Let me see one of those cards." "I was kidding you," I said. "There's nothing on them but your name." I got my wallet out and withdrew one card and laid it in front of him. I put the wallet away. He turned the card over with a fingernail. "You know what I figure," I said heartily. I figure Lindley Paul thought you would be able to find out who did him in, even if the police couldn't, which means he was afraid of somebody. Suxian unfolded his arms and folded them the other way. With him, that was probably equivalent to climbing up the light fixture and biting off a bulb. You don't think anything of the sort, he said. How much quickly for the 3 cards and a signed statement that you searched the body before you notified the police? Not bad, I said, for a guy whose brother is a rug peddler. He smiled, very gently. There was something almost nice about his smile. There are honest rug dealers, he said. But Arizmian Suxian is not my brother. Ours is a common name in Armenia. I nodded. You think I'm just another faker, of course, he added. Go ahead and prove you're not. Perhaps it is not money you want after all, he said carefully. Perhaps it isn't. I didn't see him move his foot, but he must have touched a floor button. The black velvet drapes parted and the Indian came into the room. He didn't look dirty or funny anymore. He was dressed in loose white trousers and a white tunic embroidered in black. There was a black sash around his waist and a black fillet around his forehead. His black eyes were sleepy. He shuffled over to the stool beside the drapes and sat down and folded his arms and leaned his head on his chest. He looked bulkier than ever, as if these clothes were over his other clothes. Suxian held his hands above the milky globe that was between us on the white table. The light on the remote black ceiling was broken and began to weave into odd shapes and patterns, very faint because the ceiling was black. The Indian kept his head low and his chin on his chest, but his eyes turned up slowly and stared at the weaving hands. The hands moved in a swift, graceful, intricate pattern that meant anything or nothing. That was like junior leaguers doing Greek dances, or coils of Christmas ribbon tossed on the floor. Whatever you like, the Indian's solid jaw rested on his solid chest, and slowly, like a toad's eyes, his eyes shut. I could have hypnotized him without all that, Sukeeshan said softly. It's merely part of the show. Yeah. I watched his lean, firm throat. Now something Lindley Paul touched, he said. This card will do. He stood up noiselessly and went across to the Indian and pushed the card inside the fillet against the Indian's forehead, left it there. He sat down again. He began to mutter softly in a guttural language I didn't know. I watched his throat. Sss. The Indian began to speak. He spoke very slowly and heavily, between motionless lips, as though the words were heavy stones he had to drag uphill in a blazing hot sun. Lindley Paul bad man. Make love to squaw of chief. Chief very angry. Chief have necklace stolen. Lindley Paul have to get, back. Bad man kill Gur. The Indian's head jerked as Suxian clapped his hands. The little lidless black eyes snapped open again. Suxian looked at me with no expression at all on his handsome face. Neat, I said, and not a darn bit gaudy. I jerked a thumb at the Indian. He's a bit heavy to sit on your knee, isn't he? I haven't seen a good ventriloquist act since the chorus girls quit wearing tights. Suxian smiled very faintly. I watched your throat muscles, I said. No matter. I guess I get the idea. Paul had been cutting corners with somebody's wife. The somebody was jealous enough to have him put away. It has points as a theory, because this jade necklace she was wearing wouldn't be worn often, and somebody had to know she was wearing it that particular night when the stick-up was pulled off. A husband would know that. It is quite possible, Suxian said, and since you were not killed, perhaps it was not the intent to kill Lindley Paul, merely to beat him up. Yeah, I said. And here's another idea. I ought to have had it before. If Lindley Paul really did fear somebody and wanted to leave a message, then there might still be something written on those cards, in invisible ink. That got to him. His smile hung on, but it had a little more wrinkle at the corners than at first. The time was short for me to judge that. The light inside the milky globe suddenly went out. Instantly the room was pitch dark. You couldn't see your own hand. I kicked my stool back and jerked my gun free and started to back away. A rush of air brought a strong, earthy smell with it. It was uncanny, without the slightest error of timing or space. Even in that complete blackness, the Indian hit me from behind and pinned my arms. He started to lift me. I could have jerked a hand up and fanned the room in front of me with blind shots. I didn't try. There wasn't any point in it. The Indian lifted me with his 2 hands, holding my arms against my sides as though a steam crane was lifting me. He set me down again, hard, and he had my wrists. He had them behind me, twisting them. A knee like the corner of a foundation stone went into my back. I tried to yell. Breath panted in my throat and couldn't get out. The Indian threw me sideways, wrapped my legs with his legs as we fell, and had me in a barrel. I hit the floor hard with part of his weight on me. I still had the gun. The Indian didn't know I had it. At least he didn't act as if he knew. It was jammed down between us. I started to turn it. The light flicked on again. Suxian was standing beyond the white table, leaning on it. He looked older. There was something on his face I didn't like. He looked like a man who had something to do he didn't relish, but was going to do it all the same. "So," he said softly, "invisible writing." Then the curtain swished apart and the thin dark woman rushed into the room with a reeking white cloth in her hands and slapped it around my face, leaning down to glare at me with hot black eyes. The Indian grunted a little behind me, straining at my arms. I had to breathe the chloroform. There was too much weight dragging my throat tight. The thick Swedish reek of it ate into me. I went away from there. Just before I went, somebody fired a gun twice. The sound didn't seem to have anything to do with me. I was lying out in the open again, just like the night before. This time, it was daylight, and the sun was burning a hole in my right leg. I could see the hot blue sky, the lines of a ridge, scrub oak, yuccas in bloom spouting from the side of a hill, more hot blue sky. I sat up. Then my left leg began to tingle with tiny needle points. I rubbed it. I rubbed the pit of my stomach. The chloroform stank in my nose. I was as hollow and rank as an old oil drum. I got up on my feet but didn't stay there. The vomiting was worse than last night. More shakes to it, more chills, and my stomach hurt worse. I got back up on my feet. The breeze off the ocean lifted up the slope and put a little frail life into me. I staggered around dopily and looked at some tire marks on red clay, then at a big galvanized iron cross, once white but with the paint flaked off badly. It was studded with empty sockets for light bulbs, and its base was of cracked concrete with an open door, inside which a verdigris-coated copper switch showed. Beyond this concrete base I saw the feet. They stuck out casually from under a bush. They were in hard-toed shoes, the kind college boys used to wear about the year before the war. I hadn't seen shoes like that for years, except once. I went over there and parted the bushes and looked down at the Indian. His broad, blunt hands lay at his sides, large and empty and limp. There were bits of clay and dead leaf and wild oyster plant seeds in his greasy black hair. A tracery of sunlight skimmed along his brown cheek. On his stomach, the flies had found a sodden patch of blood. His eyes were like other eyes I had seen. Too many of them, half open, clear, but the play behind them was over. He had his comic street clothes on again, and his greasy hat lay near him, with the sweatband still wrong side out. He wasn't funny anymore, or tough, or nasty. He was just a poor, simple dead guy who had never known what it was all about. I had killed him, of course. Those were my shots I had heard from my gun. I didn't find the gun. I went through my clothes. The other 2 Suxian cards were missing. Nothing else. I followed the tire tracks to a deeply rutted road and followed that down the hill. Cars glittered by far below as the sunlight caught their windshields or the curve of a headlight. There was a service station and a few houses down there, too. Farther off still, the blue of water, piers, the long curve of the shoreline towards Point Furman. It was a little hazy. I couldn't see Catalina Island. The people I was dealing with seemed to like operating in that part of the country. It took me half an hour to reach the service station. I phoned for a taxi and it had to come from Santa Monica. I drove all the way home to my place in the Bergland, 3 blocks above the office, changed clothes, put my last gun in the holster, and sat down to the phone. Suxian wasn't home. Nobody answered that number. Carol Pride didn't answer her number. I didn't expect her to. She was probably having tea with Mrs. Philip Courtney Prendergast. But police headquarters answered their number, and Rivas was still on the job. He didn't sound pleased to hear from me. "Anything new on the Lindley Paul killing?" I asked him. "I thought I told you to forget it." "I meant to." His voice was nasty. "You told me all right, but it keeps worrying at me. I like a clean job. I think her husband had it done." He was silent for a moment. Then, "Whose husband, smart boy?" "The husband of the frail that lost the jade beads, naturally. And of course you've had to poke your face into who she is." "It sort of drifted to me," I said. "I just had to reach out." He was silent again. This time so long that I could hear the loudspeaker on his wall put out a police bulletin on a stolen car. Then he said very smoothly and distinctly, "I'd like to sell you an idea, Seamus. Maybe I can. There's a lot of peace of mind in it. The police board gave you a license once, and the sheriff gave you a special badge. Any acting captain with a peeve can get both of them taken away from you overnight, maybe even just a lieutenant, like me. Now what did you have when you got that license and that badge? Don't answer, I'm telling you. You had the social standing of a cockroach. You were a snooper for hire. All in the world you had to do then was to spend your last $100 on a down payment on some rent and office furniture and sit on your tail until somebody brought a lion in. So you could put your head in the lion's mouth to see if he would bite. If he bit your ear off, you got sued for mayhem. Are you beginning to get it?" "It's a good line," I said. "I used it years ago. So you don't want to break the case?" "If I could trust you, I'd tell you we want to break up a very smart jewel gang. But I can't trust you. Where are you in a pool room?" "I'm in bed," I said. "I've got a telephone jag. Well, you just fill yourself a nice hot water bottle and put it on your face and go to sleep like a good little boy, will you please?" "Nah, I'd rather go out and shoot an Indian just for practice. Well, just one Indian junior." "Don't forget that bite," I yelled and hung the phone in his face. Chapter 6. Lady in Liquor. I had a drink on the way down to the boulevard, black coffee laced with brandy, in a place where they knew me. It made my stomach feel like new, but I still had the same shop-worn head, and I could still smell chloroform in my whiskers. I went up to the office and into the little reception room. There were two of them this time, Carol Pride and a blonde with black eyes, a blonde to make a bishop kick a hole in a stained-glass window. Carol Pride stood up and scowled at me and said, "This is Mrs. Philip Courtney Prendergast. She has been waiting quite some time, and she's not used to being kept waiting. She wants to employ you." The blonde smiled at me and put a gloved hand out. I touched the hand. She was perhaps 35, and she had that wide-eyed, dreamy expression as far as black eyes can have it. Whatever you need, whatever you are, she had it. I didn't pay much attention to her clothes. They were black and white. They were what the guy had put on her, and he would know or she wouldn't have gone to him. I unlocked the door of my private thinking parlor and ushered them in. There was a half-empty quart of hooch standing on the corner of my desk. "Excuse me for keeping you waiting, Mrs. Prendergast," I said. "I had to go out on a little business." "I don't see why you had to go out," Carol Pride said icily. "There seems to be all you can use right in front of you." I placed chairs for them and sat down and reached for the bottle, and the phone rang at my left elbow. A strange voice took its time saying, "Dalmas? Okay, we have the gat. I guess you'll want it back, won't you?" "Both of them. I'm a poor man." "We only got one," the voice said smoothly. "The one the Johns would like to have. I'll be calling you later. Think things over." "Thanks." I hung up and put the bottle down on the floor and smiled at Mrs. Prendergast. "I'll do the talking," Carol Pride said. "Mrs. Prendergast has a slight cold. She has to save her voice." She gave the blonde one of those sidelong looks that women think men don't understand, the kind that feel like a dentist's drill. "Well," Mrs. Prendergast said, and moved a little so that she could see along the end of the desk, where I had put the whiskey bottle down on the carpet. "Mrs. Prendergast has taken me into her confidence," Carol Pride said. "I don't know why, unless it is that I have shown her where a lot of unpleasant notoriety can be avoided." I frowned at her. "There isn't going to be any of that. I talked to Revis a while ago. He has a hush on it that would make a dynamite explosion sound like a pawnbroker looking at a dollar watch." "Very funny," Carol Pride said, "for people who dabble in that sort of wit. But it just happens Mrs. Prendergast would like to get her jade necklace back, without Mr. Prendergast knowing it was stolen. It seems he doesn't know yet." That's different, I said. The hell he didn't know. Mrs. Prendergast gave me a smile I could feel in my hip pocket. I just love straight rye, she cooed. Could we, just a little one? I got out a couple of pony glasses and put the bottle up on the desk again. Carol Pride leaned back and lit a cigarette contemptuously and looked at the ceiling. She wasn't so hard to look at herself. You could look at her longer without getting dizzy. But Mrs. Prendergast had it all over her for a quick smash. I poured a couple of drinks for the ladies. Carol Pride didn't touch hers at all. In case you don't know, she said distantly, Beverly Hills, where Mrs. Prendergast lives, is peculiar in some ways. They have two-way radio cars and only a small territory to cover, and they cover it like a blanket, because there's plenty of money for police protection in Beverly Hills. In the better homes, they even have direct communication with headquarters, over wires that can't be cut. Mrs. Prendergast put her drink to sleep with one punch and looked at the bottle. I milked it again. That's nothing, she glowed. We even have photocell connections on our safes and fur closets. We can fix the house so that even the servants can't go near certain places without police knocking at the door in about 30 seconds. Marvelous, isn't it? Yes, marvelous, Carol Pride said. But that's only in Beverly Hills. Once outside and you can't spend your entire life in Beverly Hills, that is, unless you're an ant, your jewels are not so safe. So Mrs. Prendergast had a duplicate of her jade necklace, in soapstone. I sat up straighter. Linley Paul had let something drop about it taking a lifetime to duplicate the workmanship on fei sui beads, even if material were available. Mrs. Prendergast fiddled with her second drink, but not for long. Her smile got warmer and warmer. So when she went to a party outside Beverly Hills, Mrs. Prendergast was supposed to wear the imitation. That is, when she wanted to wear jade at all. Mr. Prendergast was very particular about that. And he has a lousy temper, Mrs. Prendergast said. I put some more rye under her hand. Carol Pride watched me do it and almost snarled at me. But on the night of the hold-up, she made a mistake and was wearing the real one. I leered at her. I know what you're thinking, she snapped. Who knew she had made that mistake? It happened that Mr. Paul knew it soon after they left the house. He was her escort. He, touched the necklace a little, Mrs. Prendergast sighed. He could tell real jade by the feel of it. I've heard some people can. He knew a lot about jewels. I leaned back again in my squeaky chair. Hell, I said disgustedly, I ought to have suspected that guy long ago. The gang had to have a society finger. How else could they tell when the good things were out of the icebox? He must have pulled a cross on them, and they used this chance to put him away. Rather wasteful of such a talent, don't you think? Carol Pride said sweetly. She pushed her little glass along the desktop with one finger. I don't really care for this, Mrs. Prendergast, if you'd like another. Moths in your ermine, Mrs. Prendergast said and threw it down the hatch. Where and how is the stick up? I rapped. Well, that seems a little funny too, Carol Pride said, beating Mrs. Prendergast by half a word. After the party, which was in Brentwood Heights, Mr. Paul wanted to drop in at the Trocadero. They were in his car. At that time they were widening Sunset Boulevard all through the county strip, if you remember. After they had killed a little time at the Troc, and a few snifters, Mrs. Prendergast giggled, reaching for the bottle. She refilled one of her glasses. That is, some of the whiskey went into the glass. Mr. Paul drove her home by way of Santa Monica Boulevard. That was the natural way to go, I said. Almost the only way to go unless you wanted a lot of dust. Yes, but it also took them past a certain down-at-the-heels hotel called the Tremaine and a beer parlor across the street from it. Mrs. Prendergast noticed a car pull away from in front of the beer parlor and follow them. She's pretty sure it was that same car that crowded them to the curb a little later, and the hold-up men knew just what they wanted. Mrs. Prendergast remembers all this very well. Well, naturally, Mrs. Prendergast said. You don't mean I was drunk, I hope? This baby carries her hooch. You don't lose a string of beads like that every night. She put her fifth drink down her throat. I wouldn't know a darn thing about what those men looked like, she told me a little thickly. Lynn thaws Mr. Paul, I called him Lynn, you know, felt kind of bad about it. That's why he stuck his neck out. It was your money, the $10,000 for the payoff? I asked her. It wasn't the butler's, honey, and I want those beads back before court gets wise. How about looking over that beer parlor? She grabbled around in her black and white bag and pushed some bills across the desk in a lump. I straightened them out and counted them. They added to $467. Nice money. I let them lie. Mr. Prendergast, Carol Pride plowed on sweetly, whom Mrs. Prendergast calls Court, thinks the imitation necklace was taken. He can't tell one from the other, it seems. He doesn't know anything about last night except that Linley Paul was killed by some bandits. The hell he doesn't. I said it out loud this time, and sourly. I pushed the money back across the desk. I believe you think you're being blackmailed, Mrs. Prendergast. You're wrong. I think the reason this story hasn't broken in the press the way it happened is because pressure has been brought on the police. They'd be willing anyhow, because what they want is the Jewel Gang. The punks that killed Paul are dead already. Mrs. Prendergast stared at me with a hard, bright, alcoholic stare. I hadn't the slightest idea of being blackmailed, she said. She was having trouble with her S's now. I want my beads, and I want them quick. It's not a question of money. Not tall, gimme a drink. It's in front of you, I said. She could drink herself under the desk for all I cared. Carol Pride said, "Don't you think you ought to go out to that beer parlor and see what you can pick up?" "A piece of chewed pretzel," I said. "Nuts to that idea." The blonde was waving the bottle over her 2 glasses. She got herself a drink poured finally, drank it, and pushed the handful of currency around on the desk with a free and easy gesture, like a kid playing with sand. I took it away from her, put it together again, and went around the desk to put it back into her bag. "If I do anything, I'll let you know," I told her. "I don't need a retainer from you, Mrs. Prendergast." She liked that. She almost took another drink, thought better of it with what she still had to think with, got to her feet and started for the door. I got to her in time to keep her from opening it with her nose. I held her arm and opened the door for her, and there was a uniformed chauffeur leaning against the wall outside. "Oak," he said listlessly, snapped a cigarette into the distance and took hold of her. "Let's go, baby. I ought to paddle your behind." "Damned if I oughtn't." She giggled and held on to him, and they went down the corridor and turned a corner out of sight. I went back into the office and sat down behind my desk and looked at Carol Pride. She was mopping the desk with a dust cloth she had found somewhere. "You and your office bottle," she said bitterly. Her eyes hated me. "To hell with her," I said angrily. "I wouldn't trust her with my old socks. I hope she gets raped on the way home. To hell with her beer parlor angle, too. Her morals are neither here nor there, Mr. John Dalmas. She has pots of money, and she's not tight with it. I've seen her husband, and he's nothing but a beanstalk with a checkbook that never runs dry. If any fixing has been done, she has done it herself. She told me she's suspected for some time that Paul was a Raffles. She didn't care as long as he let her alone. This Prendergast is a prune, huh? He would be, of course. Tall, thin, yellow. Looks as if his first drink of milk soured on his stomach and he could still taste it. Paul didn't steal her necklace. No, and she didn't have any duplicate of it. Her eyes got narrower and darker. I suppose Suxian the psychic told you all this. Who's he? She leaned forward a moment and then leaned back and pulled her bag tight against her side. "I see," she said slowly. "You don't like my work. Excuse me for butting in. I thought I was helping you a little. I told you it was none of my business. Go on home and write yourself a feature article. I don't need any help. I thought we were friends," she said. "I thought you liked me." She stared at me for a minute with bleak, tired eyes. "I've got a living to make. I don't make it bucking the police department." She stood up and looked at me a moment longer without speaking. Then she went to the door and went out. I heard her steps die along the mosaic floor of the corridor. I sat there for 10 or 15 minutes, almost without moving. I tried to guess why Suxian hadn't killed me. None of it made any sense. I went down to the parking lot and got into my car. Chapter 7. I crossed the bar. The Hotel Tremaine was far out of Santa Monica, near the junkyards. An interurban right-of-way split the street in half, and just as I got to the block that would have the number I had looked up, a 2-car train came racketing by at 45 miles an hour. making almost as much noise as a transport plane taking off. I speeded up beside it and passed the block, pulled into the cement space in front of a market that had gone out of business. I got out and looked back from the corner of the wall. I could see the Hotel Tremaine sign over a narrow door between two store fronts, both empty, an old two-story walk-up. Its woodwork would smell of kerosene, its shades would be cracked, its curtains would be a sleazy cotton lace, and its bed springs would stick into your back. I knew all about places like the Hotel Tremaine. I had slept in them, staked out in them, fought with bitter, scrawny landladies in them, got shot at in them, and might yet get carried out of one of them to the morgue wagon. They are flops where you find the cheap ones, the sniffers and pin jabbers, the gowed-up runts who shoot you before you can say hello. The beer parlor was on my side of the street. I went back to the Chrysler and got inside it while I moved my gun to my waistband. Then I went along the sidewalk. There was a red neon sign, beer, over it. A wide pulled-down shade masked the front window, contrary to the law. The place was just a made-over store, half frontage. I opened the door and went in. The barman was playing the pin game on the house's money, and a man sat on a stool with a brown hat on the back of his head reading a letter. Prices were scrawled in white on the mirror back of the bar. The bar was just a plain, heavy wooden counter, and at each end of it hung an old Frontier .44 in a flimsy, cheap holster no gunfighter would ever have worn. There were printed cards on the walls about not asking for credit and what to take for a hangover and a liquor breath, and there were some nice legs in photographs. The place didn't look as if it even paid expenses. The barkeep left the pin game and went behind the bar. He was 50-ish, sour. The bottoms of his trousers were frayed, and he moved as if he had corns. The man on the stool kept right on chuckling over his letter, which was written in green ink on pink paper. The barkeep put both his blotched hands on the bar and looked at me with the expression of a deadpan comedian, and I said, "Beer." He drew it slowly, raking the glass with an old dinner knife. I sipped my beer and held my glass with my left hand. After a while I said, "Seen Lou Lid lately?" This seemed to be in order. There had been nothing in any paper I had seen about Lou Lid and Fuente the Mex. The barkeep looked at me blankly. The skin over his eyes was grained like lizard skin. Finally he spoke in a husky whisper. "Don't know him." There was a thick white scar on his throat. A knife had gone in there once, which accounted for the husky whisper. The man who was reading the letter guffawed suddenly and slapped his thigh. "I gotta tell this to Moose," he roared. "This is right from the bottom of the bucket." He got down off his stool and ambled over to a door in the rear wall and went through it. He was a husky, dark man who looked like anybody. The door shut behind him. The barkeep said in his husky whisper, "Lou Lid, huh? Funny moniker. Lots of guys come in here. I don't know their names. Copper?" "Private," I said. "Don't let it bother you. I'm just drinking beer. This Lou Lid was a shine. Light brown, young." "Well, maybe I seen him sometime. I don't recall." "Who's Moose?" "Him? That's the boss, Moose Magoon." He dipped a thick towel down in a bucket and folded it and wrung it out and pushed it along the bar, holding it by the ends. That made a club about 2 inches thick and 18 inches long. You can knock a man into the next county with a club like that if you know how. The man with the pink letter came back through the rear door, still chuckling, shoved the letter into his side pocket and strolled to the pin game. That put him behind me. I began to get a little worried. I finished my beer quickly and stood down off the stool. The barkeep hadn't rung up my dime yet. He held his twisted towel and moved it back and forth slowly. "Nice beer," I said. "Thanks all the same." "Come again," he whispered, and knocked my glass over. That took my eyes for a second. When I looked up again, the door at the back was open, and a big man stood in it with a big gun in his hand. He didn't say anything, he just stood there. The gun looked at me. It looked like a tunnel. The man was very broad, very swarthy. He had a build like a wrestler. He looked plenty tough. He didn't look as if his real name was Magoon. Nobody said anything. The barkeep and the man with the big gun just stared at me fixedly. Then I heard a train coming on the interurban tracks, coming fast and coming noisy. That would be the time. The shade was down all across the front window, and nobody could see into the place. The train would make a lot of noise as it went by. A couple of shots would be lost in it. The noise of the approaching train got louder. I had to move before it got quite loud enough. I went headfirst over the bar in a rolling dive. Something banged faintly against the roar of the train and something rattled overhead, seemingly on the wall. I never knew what it was. The train went on by in a booming crescendo. I hit the barkeep's legs in the dirty floor about the same moment. He sat down on my neck. That put my nose in a puddle of stale beer and one of my ears into some very hard concrete floor. My head began to howl with pain. I was low down along a sort of duckboard behind the bar and half turned on my left side. I jerked the gun loose from my waistband. For a wonder it hadn't slipped and jammed itself down my trouser leg. The barkeep made a kind of annoyed sound, and something hot stung me, and I didn't hear any more shots just at the moment. I didn't shoot the barkeep. I rammed the gun muzzle into a part of him where some people are sensitive. He was one of them. He went up off me like a foul fly. If he didn't yell, it was not for want of trying. I rolled a little more and put the gun in the seat of his pants. "Hold it," I snarled at him. "I don't want to get vulgar with you." 2 more shots roared. The train was off in the distance, but somebody didn't care. These cut through wood. The bar was old and solid, but not solid enough to stop 45 slugs. The barkeep sighed above me. Something hot and wet fell on my face. "You've shot me, boys," he whispered, and started to fall down on top of me. I wriggled away just in time, got to the end of the bar nearest the front of the beer parlor and looked around it. A face with a brown hat over it was about 9 inches from my own face, on the same level. We looked at each other for a fraction of a second that seemed long enough for a tree to grow to maturity in, but was actually so short a time that the barkeep was still foundering in the air behind me. This was my last gun. Nobody was going to get it. I got it up before the man I was facing had even reacted to the situation. He didn't do anything. He just slid off to one side, and as he slid, a thick gulp of red came out of his mouth. I heard this shot. It was so loud it was like the end of the world. So loud that I almost didn't hear the door slam towards the back. I crawled farther around the end of the bar, knocked somebody's gun along the floor peevishly, stuck my hat around the corner of the wood. Nobody shot at it. I stuck one eye and part of my face out. The door at the back was shut, and the space in front of it was empty. I got up on my knees and listened. Another door slammed and a car motor roared. I went crazy. I tore across the room, threw the door open and plunged through it. It was a phony. They had slammed the door and started the car just for a come-on. I saw that the flailing arm held a bottle. For the 3rd time in 24 hours, I took the count. I came out of this one yelling, with the harsh bite of ammonia in my nose. I swung at a face, but I didn't have anything to swing with. My arms were a couple of 4-ton anchors. I threshed around and groaned. The face in front of me materialized into the bored yet attentive pan of a man with a white coat, a fast wagon medico. "Like it?" He grinned. "Some people used to drink it with a wine tonic chaser." He pulled at me and something nipped at my shoulder and a needle stung me. "Light shot," he said. "That head of yours is pretty bad. You won't go out." His face went away. I prowled my eyes. Beyond there was a vagueness. Then I saw a girl's face. Hushed, sharp, attentive. Carol Pride. "Yeah," I said. "You followed me, you would." She smiled and moved. Then her fingers were stroking my cheek and I couldn't see her. "The prowl car boys just made it," she said. "The crooks had you all wrapped up in a carpet for shipment in a truck out back." I couldn't see very well. A big red-faced man in blue slid in front of me. He had a gun in his hand with the gate open. Somebody groaned somewhere in the background. She said, "They had 2 others wrapped up, but they were dead." "Ugh. Go on home," I grumbled woozily. "Go write yourself a feature story." "You used that one before, Sap," she went on, stroking my cheek. "I thought you made them up as you went along. Drowsy?" "That's all taken care of," a voice said sharply. "Get this shot guy down to where you can work on him. I want him to live." Revis came towards me as out of a mist. His face formed itself slowly, gray, attentive, rather stern. It lowered, as if he sat down in front of me, close to me. "So you had to play it smart," he said in a sharp, edgy voice. "All right, talk. The hell with how your head feels. You asked for it and you got it. Give me a drink." Vague motion, a flicker of bright light, the lip of a flask touched my mouth. Hot strength ran down my throat. Some of it ran cold on my chin, and I moved my head away from the flask. "Thanks. Get Magoon, the biggest one." He's full of lead, but still turning over. On his way downtown now. "Get the Indian?" "Huh?" He gulped. "In some bushes under Peace Cross down on the Palisades. I shot him. I didn't mean to." "Holy." Revis went away again, and the fingers moved slowly and rhythmically on my cheek. Revis came back and sat down again. "Who's the Indian?" he snapped. "Suxian's strong-arm man. Suxian the psychic. We know about him," Revis interrupted bitterly. "You've been out a whole hour, Seamus. The lady told us about those cards. She says it's her fault, but I don't believe it. Screwy anyhow, but a couple of the boys have gone out there." "I was there," I said. "At his house. He knows something. I don't know what. He was afraid of me, yet he didn't knock me off. Funny." "Amateur," Revis said dryly. "He left that for Moose Magoon. Moose Magoon was tough, up till lately. A record from here to Pittsburgh. Here, but take it easy. This is ante-mortem confession liquor. Too damn good for you." The flask touched my lips again. "Listen," I said thickly. "This was the stick-up squad. Suxian was the brains. Lindley Paul was the finger. He must have crossed them on something," Revis said, nuts. And just then a phone rang distantly, and a voice said, "You, Lieutenant." Revis went away. When he came back again, he didn't sit down. "Maybe you're right," he said softly. "Maybe you are, at that." In a house on top of a hill in Brentwood Heights, there's a golden-haired guy dead in a chair with a woman crying over him. Dutch act. There's a jade necklace on a table beside him. "Too much death," I said, and fainted. I woke up in an ambulance. At first I thought I was alone in it. Then I felt her hand and knew I wasn't. I was stone blind now. I couldn't even see light. It was just bandages. "The doctor's up front with the driver," she said. "You can hold my hand. Would you like me to kiss you? If it doesn't obligate me to anything." She laughed softly. "I guess you'll live," she said. She kissed me. "Your hair smells of scotch. Do you take baths in it? The doctor said you weren't to talk." They beamed me with a full bottle. Did I tell Revis about the Indian? Yes. Did I tell him Mrs. Prendergast thought Paul was mixed up? "You didn't even mention Mrs. Prendergast," she said quickly. I didn't say anything to that. After a while she said, "This Suxian, did he look like a ladies' man?" "The doctor said I wasn't to talk," I said. Chapter 8. Poison Blonde. It was a couple of weeks later that I drove down to Santa Monica. 10 days of the time I had spent in the hospital, at my own expense, getting over a bad concussion. Moose Magoon was in the prison ward at the county hospital about the same time, while they picked 7 or 8 police slugs out of him. At the end of that time, they buried him. The case was pretty well buried by this time, too. The papers had had their play with it, and other things had come along, and after all, it was just a jewel racket that went sour from too much double-crossing. So the police said, and they ought to know. They didn't find any more jewels, but they didn't expect to. They figured the gang pulled just one job at a time, with coolie labor mostly, and sent them on their way with their cut. That way only 3 people really knew what it was all about. Moose Magoon, who turned out to be an Armenian, Suxian, who used his connections to find out who had the right kind of jewels, and Lindley Paul, who fingered the jobs and tipped the gang off when to strike. Or so the police said, and they ought to know. It was a nice warm afternoon. Carol Pride lived on 25th Street, in a neat little red brick house trimmed with white with a hedge in front of it. Her living room had a tan-figured rug, white and rose chairs, a black marble fireplace with tall brass and irons, very high bookcases built back into the walls, rough cream-colored drapes against shades of the same color. There was nothing womanish in it except a full-length mirror with a clear sweep of floor in front. I sat down in a nice soft chair and rested what was left of my head and sipped scotch and soda while I looked at her. Fluffed-out brown hair above a high-collared dress that made her face look small, almost childish. "I bet you didn't get all this writing," I said. "And my dad didn't get it grafting on the cops either," she snapped. "We had a few lots at Playa del Rey, if you have to know." "A little oil," I said. "Nice. I didn't have to know. Don't start snapping at me." "Have you still got your license?" "Oh, yes," I said. "Well, this is nice scotch. You wouldn't like to go riding in an old car, would you?" "Who am I to sneer at an old car?" she asked. "The laundry must have put too much starch in your neck." I grinned at the thin line between her eyebrows. "I kissed you in that ambulance," she said. "If you remember, don't take it too big. I was just sorry for the way you got your head bashed in." "I'm a career man," I said. "I wouldn't build on anything like that. Let's go ridin'. I have to see a blonde in Beverly Hills. I owe her a report." She stood up and glared at me. "Oh, the Prendergast woman," she said nastily. "The one with the hollow wooden legs." "They may be hollow," I said. She flushed and tore out of the room and came back in what seemed about 3 seconds with a funny little octagonal hat that had a red button on it, and a plaid overcoat with a suede collar and cuffs. "Let's go," she said breathlessly. The Philip Courtney Prendergasts lived on one of those wide, curving streets where the houses seem to be too close together for their size and the amount of money they represent. A Jap gardener was manicuring a few acres of soft green lawn with the usual contemptuous expression Jap gardeners have. The house had an English slate roof and a porte-cochere, some nice imported trees, a trellis with bougainvillea. It was a nice place, and not loud. But Beverly Hills is Beverly Hills, so the butler had a wing collar and an accent like Alan Mowbray. He ushered us through zones of silence into a room that was empty at the moment. It had large Chesterfields and lounging chairs done in pale yellow leather and arranged around a fireplace, in front of which, on the glossy but not slippery floor, lay a rug as thin as silk and as old as Aesop's aunt. A jet of flowers in the corner, another jet on a low table, walls of dully painted parchment, silence, comfort, space, coziness, a dash of the very modern and a dash of the very old, a very swell room. Carol Pride sniffed at it. The butler swung half of a leather-covered door, and Mrs. Prendergast came in, pale blue with a hat and bag to match, all ready to go out. Pale blue gloves slapping lightly at a pale blue thigh. A smile, hints of depths in the black eyes, a high color, and even before she spoke a nice edge. She flung both her hands out at us. Carol Pride managed to miss her share. I squeezed mine. "Gorgeous of you to come," she cried. "How nice to see you both again. I can still taste that whiskey you had in your office. Terrible, wasn't it?" We all sat down. I said, "I didn't really need to take up your time by coming in person, Mrs. Prendergast. Everything turned out all right and you got your beads back." "Yes, that strange man. How curious of him to be what he was. I knew him too. Did you know that?" "Suxin? I thought perhaps you knew him," I said. "Oh yes, quite well. I must owe you a lot of money. And your poor head. How is it?" Carol Pride was sitting close to me. She said tinnily, between her teeth, almost to herself, but not quite, "Sawdust and creosote. Even at that, the termites are getting her." I smiled at Mrs. Prendergast, and she returned my smile with an angel on its back. "You don't owe me a nickel," I said. "There was just one thing." "Impossible. I must. But let's have a little scotch, shall we?" She held her bag on her knees, pressed something under the chair, said, "A little scotch and soda, Vernon." She beamed. "Cute, eh? You can't even see the mic. This house is just full of little things like that. Mr. Prendergast loves them. This one talks in the butler's pantry." Carol Pride said, "I bet the one that talks by the chauffeur's bed is cute too." Mrs. Prendergast didn't hear her. The butler came in with a tray and mixed drinks, handed them around, and went out. Over the rim of her glass, Mrs. Prendergast said, "You were nice not to tell the police I suspected Lynn Paul of being, well, you know, or that I had anything to do with your going to that awful beer parlor. By the way, how did you explain that?" "Easy. I told them Paul told me himself. He was with you, remember? But he didn't, of course. I thought her eyes were a little sly now. He told me practically nothing. That was the whole truth. And of course he didn't tell me he'd been blackmailing you. I seemed to be aware that Carol Pride had stopped breathing. Mrs. Prendergast went on looking at me over the rim of her glass. Her face had, for a brief moment, a sort of half-silly, nymph-surprised while bathing expression. Then she put her glass down slowly and opened her bag in her lap and got a handkerchief out and bit it. There was silence. "That," she said in a low voice, "is rather fantastic, isn't it?" I grinned at her coldly. The police are a lot like the newspapers, Mrs. Prendergast. For one reason and another, they can't use everything they get. But that doesn't make them dumb. Revis isn't dumb. He doesn't really think, any more than I do, that this Suxian person was really running a tough jewel heist gang. He couldn't have handled people like Moose Magoon for 5 minutes. They'd have walked all over his face just for exercise. Yet Suxian did have the necklace. That needs explaining. I think he bought it from Moose Magoon for the 10 grand payoff supplied by you, and for some other little consideration likely paid in advance to get Moose to pull the job. Mrs. Prendergast lowered her lids until her eyes were almost shut. Then she lifted them again and smiled. It was a rather ghastly smile. Carol Pride didn't move beside me. "Somebody wanted Lindley Paul killed," I said. "That's obvious. You might kill a man accidentally with a blackjack by not knowing how hard to hit with it, but you won't put his brains all over his face. And if you beat him up just to teach him to be good, you wouldn't beat him about the head at all, because that way he wouldn't know how badly you were hurting him, and you'd want him to know that if you were just teaching him a lesson." "Wow, what?" the blonde woman asked huskily. "Has all this to do with me?" Her face was a mask. Her eyes held a warm bitterness like poisoned honey. One of her hands was roving around inside her bag. It became quiet inside the bag. "Moose Magoon would pull a job like that," I bored on, "if he was paid for it. He'd pull any kind of a job. And Moose was an Armenian, so Suxian might have known how to reach him. And Suxian was just the type to go skirt simple over a roto queen and be willing to do anything she wanted him to do, even have a man killed, especially if that man was a rival. Especially if he was the kind of man who rolled around on floor cushions and maybe even took candid camera photos of his lady friends when they got a little too close to the Garden of Eden. That wouldn't be too hard to understand, would it, Mrs. Prendergast?" "Take a drink," Carol Pride said icily. "You're drooling. You don't have to tell this baby she's a tramp. She knows it. But how the hell could anybody blackmail her? You've got to have a reputation to be blackmailed." "Shut up," I snapped. "The less you've got, the more you'll pay to keep it." I watched the blonde woman's hand move suddenly inside her bag. "Don't bother to pull the gun," I told her. "I know they won't hang you. I just wanted you to know you're not kidding anybody and that trap in the beer parlor was rigged to finish me off when Suxian lost his nerve and that you were the one that sent me in there to get what they had for me. The rest of it's dead wood now." But she pulled the gun out just the same and held it on her pale blue knee and smiled at me. Carol Pride threw a glass at her. She dodged and the gun went off. A slug went softly and politely into the parchment-covered wall, high up, making no more sound than a finger going into a glove. The door opened, and an enormously tall, thin man strolled into the room. "Shoot me," he said. "I'm only your husband." The blonde looked at him. For just a short moment I thought she might be going to take him up on it. Then she just smiled a little more and put the gun back into her bag and reached for her glass. "Listening in again?" she said dully. "Someday you'll hear something you won't like." The tall, thin man took a leather checkbook out of his pocket and cocked an eyebrow at me and said, "How much will keep you quiet permanently?" I gawked at him. "You heard what I said in here?" "I think so. The pickup's pretty good this weather. I believe you were accusing my wife of having something to do with somebody's death, was it not?" I kept on gawking at him. "Well, how much do you want?" he snapped. "I won't argue with you. I'm used to blackmailers." "Make it $1 million, I said. And she just took a shot at us. "That will be 4 bits extra." The blonde laughed crazily, and the laugh turned into a screech and then into a yell. The next thing she was rolling on the floor, screaming and kicking her legs around. The tall man went over to her quickly and bent down and hit her in the face with his open hand. You could have heard that smack a mile. When he straightened up again, his face was a dusky red, and the blonde was lying there sobbing. "I'll show you to the door," he said. "You can call at my office tomorrow." "What for?" I asked, and took my hat. "You'll still be a sap, even at your office." I took Carol Pride's arm and steered her out of the room. We left the house silently. The Jap gardener had just pulled a bit of weed root out of the lawn and was holding it up and sneering at it. We drove away from there, towards the foothills. A red spotlight near the old Beverly Hills Hotel stopped me after a while. I just sat there holding the wheel. The girl beside me didn't move either. She didn't say anything. She just looked straight ahead. "I didn't get the big warm feeling," I said. "I didn't get to smack anybody down. I didn't make it stick. She probably didn't plan it in cold blood," she whispered. "She just got mad and resentful, and somebody sold her an idea. A woman like that takes men and gets tired of them and throws them away, and they go crazy trying to get her back." It might have been just between the two lovers, Paul and Suxian, but Mr. Magoon played rough. "She sent me to that beer parlor," I said. "That's enough for me. And Paul had ideas about Suxian. I knew she'd miss. With the gun, I mean. I grabbed her. She was shivering. A car came up behind us and the driver stood on his horn. I listened to it for a little while, then I let go of Carol Pride and got out of the roadster and walked back. He was a big man behind the wheel of a sedan. "That's a boulevard stop," he said sharply. "Lover's Lane is farther up in the hills. Get out of there before I push you out." "Blow your horn just once more," I begged him. "Just once. Then tell me which side you want the shiner on." He took a police captain's badge out of his vest pocket. Then he grinned. Then we both grinned. It wasn't my day. I got back into the roadster and turned it around and started back towards
The Abandoned House by Beulah Pointer. First published in The Black Mask, August 1920. Chapter 1. The blinding rain which had been steadily falling for the last hour cut and stung our faces, and the wind wheezing through the trees about us rocked our little car until it made progress almost impossible. An illuminating streak of lightning, followed by a deafening crash of thunder, caused me to cower down in the seat and cover my ears with my hands. "Well, here's our finish," exclaimed my brother, who had valiantly striven to pilot the machine in the storm. "There's a tree lying directly across the road." He brought the car to a standstill and turned his spotlight on the dark object blocking our path. It was a huge tree, evidently stricken down by the lightning, and it covered the entire road. "What on earth are we going to do?" I sobbed hysterically. "We can't stay out in a storm like this, and we are miles and miles away from anyone." We had been steadily climbing an upward grade, and the cavern-like ravines on either side and the depths of blackness behind me struck a chill in my heart. "I wish we'd never come out on this crazy motor trip," I wailed. "New York is good enough for me. Alan, what can we do?" "I'll see," he answered. "Keep your hand on the brake. This is a pretty stiff hill, and the road is slippery. If the car starts skidding, it's good night." He spoke jocularly enough, but I knew he was worried. Climbing out of the machine, he went around to the big supine tree and examined it. "It's no use, Nell," he called to me, pitching his voice above the roar of the wind. "I can't budge it." In the brief light caused by a second flash of lightning, I saw the stark, bare outlines of a two-story house, possibly 100 feet ahead of us on my right. "Alan, there's a house up there further on the hill," I cried wildly. "You're right, there is. It's either an empty one, or its occupants hit the hay early. I'll pull the car out onto the side of the road, and we'll make a run for it." He got back into his seat, and with a few careful maneuvers of the wheel succeeded in bringing the machine around to a spot where it might stand in safety. Then he searched in the darkness until he found a rock, which he placed under the wheel in case something should start it rolling down grade. "Turn up your collar. The rain feels like ice water when you're out in it. That house is probably farther off than it looks. Taking my hand, he helped me out. My feet went into deep mud, and I almost lost my balance. With a little shriek, I clutched him to save myself. Then we started to run. It was uphill all the way, a much steeper and longer climb than I had anticipated, and, as Alan had said, the rain was like ice water beating against the back of my neck and shoulders. I was shaking and shivering like a drowned cat by the time we reached the stoop on the front of the building. The house was barren of fence and surrounding trees, and stood on a sort of knoll at the side of the hills. No light was visible anywhere. Alan used his pocket flash, and that guided us to the front door, which was swinging dismally back and forth on one hinge, making a doleful, creaking noise distinguishable above the wind. We did not stop to knock, feeling pretty certain the house had no occupant, or the door would be locked on a night like this. For such shelter let us give thanks. Alan chuckled grimly, pushing me in first. He closed the door after us to shut out the rain, but it immediately swung open again. We found ourselves in a long, wide hall, which evidently divided the house through the center. At the extreme end was an old-fashioned staircase with banisters. The floors creaked and gave with the weight of our bodies as we walked, and I fancied a rat scurried across my foot. There was an odor of mustiness and damp about the place, as though it had not been occupied for years. There were no furnishings of any kind, no blinds to the windows, and most of the panes of glass were missing. But even in the dim light that Alan's spot afforded, we could see it had an old-time elegance. Probably at one time, monstrous log fires had burned in the massive brick fireplaces at the end of the two rooms opening off the separating hallway. The woodwork appeared to be of black walnut. The floors unquestionably had been highly polished, though now they were worn and earth-stained. The ceilings were falling, and the wallpaper hung in great strips from the plastering. A more uninviting place could not be imagined. I clung to Alan's arm, half afraid to venture farther. "I'm awfully cold," I whimpered through chattering teeth. "Do you suppose there's a stove in the kitchen? Maybe we can find some paper and start a fire if there is." Alan did not answer, but led the way to the back of the house. Before some swinging doors, he hesitated a second, then flung them open and entered. I followed. It was an old-fashioned brick-floored kitchen. In one corner stood a battered, rust-covered coal range. The chimney was disconnected, and part of it lay on the floor before the open oven. Piles of old rags and broken bits of twigs and newspaper filled a box near it. Alan thrust the spotlight into my hand and pounced upon the debris. In a little while, he had a fire burning in the old stove, and the kitchen was filled with sooty smoke and blessed warmth. I stripped off my soggy motor coat and flung it across the box to dry out. Alan removed his coat and did likewise. Now, if I just had a cup of coffee and a sandwich, I wouldn't be at all unhappy, I said. "Forget it," he laughed. "Nothing doing. It's a lucky thing for us this old barn is well built. If it wasn't, I could see visions of that wind lifting it off its pins and tossing it down into the cavern." I shuddered. "Let's not think about it. The car may not even be there in the morning." To kill time and to get our minds off the storm outside, I suggested that we rummage around a bit and see what the place was like upstairs. As we stepped into the long open hallway, a gust of wind whipped through the swinging door and carried with it a perfect torrent of rain that made little puddles at our feet. Fearfully, I followed Alan up the long, broad flight of stairs, feeling that uncanny something that is so often present in an old, unused house. I half expected some spectre of the past to reach out and lay clammy, unearthly hands upon me, or a shadowy something to greet us on the landing, where we paused and looked about. There were 6 doors leading off the corridor, all exactly alike. With the exception of one, they were slightly ajar. The 6th appeared to be locked. Curiosity prompted me to go toward it first. The knob turned in my hand, but the door stayed closed. "Bluebeard's den," laughed Alan. "Take care that you aren't another Anne. It's locked, obviously. I wonder why. Possibly for the same reason that all the others aren't. The owner, when he left the place, didn't take the trouble to unlock it. I twisted and turned the knob, trying to force an entrance, but the lock held in spite of its age and rustiness. Alan laughed at my efforts, then he pushed open the door to his right, which was slightly ajar. His exclamation of surprise called my attention from the bolted door. "What is it?" I gasped. "By George, Nell, look here." Chapter 2. I followed him into the room. My surprise equaled his own at what I saw. In direct contrast to the barrenness of the rooms below, this one was beautifully furnished with rich draperies covering the crumbling walls, and rugs upon the floor. The furniture was evidently new, and though a trifle gaudy, it was not without taste. A table in the center of the room, covered with a damask cloth, china, and silver, was spread as though for a meal. There was a half-emptied bottle of wine and 2 glasses. One glass still contained the liquor. Even a loaf of bread and some cold cuts and salad remained. An open lunch kit rested in a chair near the table. I looked at Alan in amazement. He gave me a glance of equal astonishment. "I don't quite understand it," he murmured. "Do you suppose it is possible that someone lives here?" I shook my head. "With the whole lower floor going to rack and ruin and overrun with rats, no, it isn't possible. Nell, this bread is soft." He lifted the loaf and thrust his finger into the crust. Then he glanced half apprehensively over his shoulder at some velvet draperies that covered the double doors. I don't know why, but I shivered. Judging from their juxtaposition, those doors led into the room that was bolted from the hallway. Alan lowered his voice as he spoke. "Someone is either in this house or has been here but a short time ago," he said. "This food is fresh. For some reason it has not been eaten." I gave a little cry, half of protest, half of fear, as he parted the draperies and drew back the heavy panelled doors behind them. Then I cried out in horror. Lying across a canopied bed was a man in evening clothes. It needed no second glance, even in the small light Alan's spot afforded, to show us he was dead. Either suicide or murder had caused his death, for on the white bosom of his shirt was a hideous red spot, and the blue satin and lace of the bedspread was stained with blood. "My God!" Alan whispered hoarsely. As if to accentuate the gruesomeness of the picture and its surroundings, a streak of lightning flashed directly upon that supine figure on the bed. The burst of thunder that followed seemed to rend the sky in two. The wind, careening madly around the house, rocked and banged the shutters of the one window. Let's try to go on," I sobbed. "This is awful. I can't stand it here like this." "It looks like murder," he muttered. Seemingly compelled against his will, he advanced toward the bed. I watched him in fascination, as he let his light play upon the features of the man lying there. Then, more fearful of the shadows behind me and the blackness of the room we had left than of the dead, I crept close to him. Almost of one accord, we exclaimed, "Judge Macpherson!" A tall, lean man with reddish-grey hair, a trifle long, a sandy beard, and no moustache, keen, cruel eyes with criss-cross wrinkles about them. Macpherson, in life, was a man not easily forgotten if once known, and not to be mistaken for anyone else, even in death. The man stretched out before us was unquestionably Judge Macpherson. Then, too, I recognized an unusual sapphire and diamond ring on his finger, which I had admired at a dinner party not a month before. "It is murder," Alan said. "He hasn't been robbed either. I wonder if there is a telephone here." "Why?" "To call up the police, of course." "There isn't any. I'm sure of it." I was right. Though the 2 rooms we had just entered were furnished and appeared to have been recently occupied, all the others were in the same state of decay as the lower floor. There was no telephone in any of them. After a while, Alan closed the double doors and drew the velvet hangings. Then silently, dazed and horror-stricken, we retraced our steps to the kitchen. The fire we had built at least had life and a certain cheerfulness, and the horror of the thing we had discovered made it impossible for us to stay in the furnished rooms upstairs. "We can't go on tonight," he said. "With daylight, we may find a detour, but we can't risk it in the dark. We don't know how close the road is to the edge of the ravine." I could not banish the picture of the dead man lying upstairs, weltering in his own blood, amidst all the garish luxury of velvets and satin, with the uneaten meal spread so near to him. Such a short time ago he had sat at the same table with us, a genial host, though a bit sardonic in his humour. Knowing him to have been a hard, cruel administrator of justice, I never doubted for an instant that he had been murdered. "Alan," I whispered, half fearful of being overheard by ears forever deafened, "who do you suppose killed him?" He shook his head. "Any one of 100 people might desire his death. Revenge is unquestionably the motive behind it." As he spoke, his eyes widened, and I noted a quick intake of his breath. Then I saw what had caused this. My motor coat, which I had left to dry, was gone, though his still remained where he had placed it. "Someone is in this house," I cried hoarsely. "Yes, the person who killed Macpherson is still here." "What are you going to do?" I wailed as he turned abruptly and started to leave the kitchen. "Search for him," he answered grimly. "But you are unarmed. A man desperate enough to commit murder wouldn't hesitate to kill you." Then a peculiar sound came to us above the roaring of the wind and the drip of the rain. Unquestionably, it was the buzz of a motor. We ran to the window, and regardless of the drenching we received the instant it was opened, we peered out into the darkness. At first, we saw nothing. Then, darker against the dark sky, we distinguished the outline of another building, not so large as the house we were in, but beyond a doubt a big barn. "Our man is in there," said Alan. "He was in the house when we arrived, and beat it to the barn while we were upstairs. He has a car out there. That's the engine we heard. Don't go out, Alan, don't go out there." But my protests were in vain. A door opened from the kitchen to a summer porch, and a path that led to the barn. Almost before the words were out of my mouth, he darted through this door and out into the storm. There was nothing for me to do but to follow. I felt I would rather face a live murderer than stay alone in that great house with his dead victim. Before we reached the barn, a car, which by its long, low outlines was just distinguishable in the darkness, swung out into the road before us. Its lamps were unlighted, and we could not see its occupant. Alan called out commandingly, with a bravery that was foolhardy to an extreme. "Stop! Stop where you are!" The car came toward us. The engine sputtered, the machine swerved a little, as though driven by a drunken person or someone unused to handling a wheel. Alan gave his command again, then deliberately stepped into the pathway. The car came to an abrupt stop. "You can't go on tonight," Alan said. "The road is blocked, and whoever you are, you'd be a fool to attempt it in this storm." The person at the wheel did not reply, but instead swung the car around and returned to the barn. We followed. As we reached a doorway, a sudden gleam of light illuminated the passage. It came from a kerosene lantern held by a figure in a motor coat, which I recognized as my own. A small, unquestionably feminine figure. "I'll go back to the house with you," she said. "After all, what difference does it make?" The woman who stood there holding the lantern above her head was the most tragically beautiful creature I had ever seen. She did not appear to be very young. Possibly she was in her later 30s, but her small, almost childish stature gave her the appearance of extreme youth. Great dark eyes burned in a small, ashen-pale face, whose pallor was accentuated by her vivid scarlet mouth. Masses of blue-black hair tumbled about her shoulders and onto the leather collar of my coat. Evidently the coat had been hastily donned. for it wasn't fastened and exposed to view the shimmery satin of the evening gown she wore. In a brief glance, I noted her sodden silver shoes and the mud-stained hem of her gown. The silver lace which bordered it was mud-stained and spattered with blood. A pongee cloak, which she had evidently used to motor in, lay a drenched and soggy mass on the seat of the roadster. For a strained moment, we stared at each other. The fragile, infinitely pathetic woman facing Alan and me. Then she swayed as if about to fall. I started toward her, but she straightened up bravely and gave a little laugh. It isn't very pleasant out here," she said in a musical voice. "The house is a trifle better." Silently we trudged back through the overgrown grass and weeds, our feet sinking deep into the spongy ground. Alan relieved her of the lantern and lighted us into the house. I'll return your coat to you," she said in a half-apologetic tone, going toward the stove which still glowed red and cheerful from the fire Alan had built. "I shan't need it now. I really didn't mean to steal it. I hoped to return it somehow, some way. I was desperate." As we were silent, she choked and then with an air of bravado continued, "I am sorry I cannot offer you any better hospitality, but—" A wave of a very thin white hand expressed more than words could have done. "Offer us any better hospitality?" Alan repeated dumbly after her. "Yes, this is my home, but it isn't the same as it was when I lived here. I don't quite understand," I stammered. Chapter 3. A thin white line settled about Alan's rigid mouth. I knew he was wondering what connection the beautiful pallid woman had with the dead man lying upstairs. If she had herself killed him, or if she even knew of his existence. She seemed to sense what I did, for the half-born smile on her lips faded, and the dark eyes became darker, if possible, as they widened. Her hands fluttered upward, then dropped helplessly to the side of her orchid-colored gown. "Yes," she said dully, as if in reply to a question, "I killed him. I was in the closet upstairs when you went into the other room. While you were in there, I stole out through the door I had locked on the inside and down the stairs. I took your cloak and ran out to the stable. I was going to drive away when you called me back. Perhaps it is just as well you did. It doesn't matter much one way or another." "You killed Judge Macpherson," I gasped. "Why?" "You knew him very well." An enigmatical smile played about her lips, full and softly rounded like a child's. That smile held a world of wisdom and tragedy in a moment's flicker. It made her face strangely old and careworn in the light of the oil lamp. I suddenly seemed to be looking at the remnants of a once beautiful woman, at a battered and bruised soul, not at the woman herself. "I wonder just how well you knew him," she said as though to herself. "Not as well as I did, at any rate." "He was your lover?" Alan asked. We lowered our voices as if taking our cue from her. Curiously, I felt more of an interest in the woman herself than in the fact that she had killed Judge Macpherson. She shook her head in reply to Alan's question, and her lips curled scornfully. After a little she said, "Would you like to have me tell you all about it?" "Somehow, I feel as if I should be relieved if I did so. I'm really very unnerved and shaken. After all, it's a terrible thing to take a human life. To watch a soul leave a man's body, even though you know that man to be a reptile and deserving of more than one death. I shan't speak when I am arrested. They can do as they like with me. But I'll not have the newspapers and their ravenous readers gloating over my miserable downfall. You do not know who I am, nor do I know you. We shall never meet again, and something tells me that when morning comes you will allow me to go my way, and you will go another, so I should like you to know the truth." She was strangely calm. Only the pallid whiteness of her face and a glitter to her dark eyes showed any of the tumult seething within her. Alan and I both hung upon her words. Somehow it seemed unnecessary for us to talk. She shivered. Without a word, Alan pulled the box on which he had flung his coat nearer the fire and half assisted her to sit upon it. "Shall I go upstairs and fetch you a chair?" he said. No, no, oh no. For one instant, she lost control of herself. The next moment she was as calm and restrained as a society matron serving tea. Alan and I seated ourselves on the floor at her feet. The thunder and lightning had ceased, and but for the steady drip-drip of the rain, the night was placid and quiet. For a long time, it seemed to my overwrought nerves that the woman sat there with her hands clasped loosely in her lap, her great eyes staring at a red glowing spot on the old stove. Once or twice, she glanced apprehensively over her shoulder, as though she expected the man she had slain to appear in the doorway behind her. "I was born here, reared here, and married in this house," she said at last. "My little boy was born here." It was a beautiful old house then. Seeing it now, you can scarcely realize what it was in those days. When I was a girl, it used to be full of young people laughing, dancing, and enjoying life. We had husking bees in the barn, Halloween parties, dances, in the winter sleigh rides and Christmas trees. Many's the time I've coasted down that long hill and landed in a heap at the bottom. Then I married a man I adored. He worshipped me. He placed me on a pedestal as something just a little more than mortal. He was an intensely religious man, perhaps a trifle austere, but because I loved society and young company, we continued to fill the home with guests. There was never a shadowy corner in the house like there is now. The lights were always bright. There were always laughing voices to be heard and music. She spoke very slowly, in an almost pedantic fashion, as though choosing her words and a bit uncertain of them. It was as though she were speaking a tongue not quite familiar to her. When my little boy was born, both my husband and I were overjoyed. Even the fact that he was a fragile little fellow did not drown our happiness. For a year we battled to keep him alive. Then he began to grow sturdy and rosy like the other children who came with their parents to visit us. About that time, my husband became very absorbed in his profession. He was compiling a historical volume of intense interest to himself. Because I was lonesome, I used to go into the city quite often to the theatre, generally to matinees, and come back at dinner time. Several times I went later in the day and remained overnight. I did not realize then that he was jealous of me, that he was suspicious. If only he had said something to me, but he never did, until too late. I was very innocent in those days. Principally because I did not wish to disturb him or impose upon my friends, the few times I remained overnight in the city, I stayed in a small hotel, walking to and from the theatre alone. Imagine my horror when, one night as I turned the corner to go to the hotel, which was in a side street, a man put his hand on my shoulder, and before I could make any protest, informed me I was under arrest. Too dazed and bewildered to demand the reason for this outrage, I did nothing but declare my innocence. I was dragged downtown to the police court and put upon the stand before a grinning, gaping crowd of spectators. I was asked obscene questions by that man lying upstairs, sneered at because of my protestations of virtue, then thrown in a cell with 2 drunken prostitutes and a half-insane old woman. I was so ashamed, so horror-stricken, yet so certain of my release in the morning, that I did not telephone my husband about what had happened. It never occurred to me that I would be branded as a woman of the streets and sentenced to prison. But I was. Judge Macpherson, a man of the world who should be able to distinguish between women, laughed at me, and with one wave of his smug hand, with one word sentenced me to 6 months' confinement and a lifetime of hell. Never so long as I live will I forget his face. That same night my baby was taken ill, and my husband tried to find me. His search discovered to him the fact that I was in jail for soliciting on the street. Then the jealousy, the suspicions he had felt for me burst into flame, making him ready to believe the worst of me. I never saw him but once after that. That one time he denounced me as a woman unfit to live, as a thing too vile to breathe the same air as my child. Then he told me the boy was dead. Of course, he secured my release, but it was too late. When I came out of prison, I went to Judge McPherson's home. I remember he was sitting at dinner. He was very annoyed at having his meal disturbed by a pale, bedraggled, slovenly-looking woman. He was at no pains to hide his annoyance. I told him what he had done to me, an innocent woman, and I demanded that he right this wrong. There was the same smiling sneer on his face as when he sentenced me. "Just how can I do this, my dear lady?" he said. "Go to my husband," I cried wildly. I had not learned to restrain myself then. "Tell him that I am innocent, absolutely innocent. My baby is gone, but there is still a chance for me if he will take me. You must explain to him. You must make him understand." He laughed at me. "Old stuff, my dear," he sneered. "Old stuff. Why can't you women think of something original? Of course you are all innocent. None of you will even admit to a first offense. I'm sorry if your child is dead, that is, if you had one. But I certainly won't help to hoodwink a man, who evidently is a person of principle. If you don't want to suffer, behave yourself, that's all I have to say. Good evening." Then he showed me the door. I think I went insane. I remember standing outside and pounding on it, screaming maledictions on him, shrieking to him that he must clear me, that he must give me back my good name. Then someone seized me, and I was dragged away to the station house again. I left it under a 6-month sentence for disorderly conduct. When I got out this time, dazed, broken, aged, I realized that nothing I could ever do or say would reinstate me. This second arrest, caused by the man who had ruined me, had branded me forever and forever. I learned my husband had divorced me, disposed of everything in our home, and sailed to France. Those who had been my friends passed me on the street without recognition. There was no one in the world I could turn to. I was practically without means. To be sure, I owned this house, but I did not have the money to keep it in repair, and I could not live in it. The memories it recalled were maddening. Then, too, I felt everyone knew my story, and I could not face their scornful glances. Time and again I was tempted to kill myself, but one thing always held me back: my undying, soul-eating hatred for the man who had passed judgment on me. One day I realized why this monstrous thing had happened to me. I was to be the instrument with which to save innumerable women from a fate similar to mine. It was to be my task to rid the world of the viper who destroyed innocence and laughed at his handiwork. I almost became happy in contemplation of what I would do. What did it matter to me that to accomplish his destruction I must accomplish my own? The thing he had branded me, I became in reality. I was beautiful. Soon I learned I was desirable, and I could be fascinating. I studied all the arts and wiles of the oldest profession in the world, and determined to sell myself to the highest bidder. My education, my knowledge of society, my culture, all stood me in good stead. Understand, I always stayed within the law. I was never crude. I took no chances of another arrest. My new name, the one I adopted when I became of the demi-monde, I kept unsmirched, if you could call it that. I became a leader in the set, where mistresses laughed at wives, and where lovers were more popular than husbands. I discovered, to my intense delight, that although austere and apparently religious, Judge McPherson's besetting sin was women, that he used the time-worn excuse of an invalid wife to cover his indiscretions. You don't know it, of course, as he kept the scandal quiet, but it was I who brought about his divorce. It took me 3 years to secure an introduction to him, but it took less than 3 hours to hopelessly ensnare him. It was not strange that in the smiling, elegantly blasé woman of the world, he did not recognize the half-crazed, bedraggled woman of the police courts. He was just at that most susceptible age, when he felt that youth was slipping from him, and old age waiting to claim him had put a taboo on affairs of the heart. With a desperate desire to remain young, he flung himself headlong into my hands, never doubting that I was what I appeared. a divorcee whose misplaced affections had made her a trifle bitter toward men, yet who was longing and looking for a loving protector. I played my cards well. I used all the coyness of the ingenue with the blandishments of the courtesan to keep him on tenterhooks before he became that protector. After that, it was easier. He did not realize why I suggested weekend parties, gradually making this house their setting. I had, from the first, determined that as this was the home he had destroyed, so here he should be destroyed. It was his money which furnished those rooms upstairs. Rather grim humor, isn't it? Can you conceive of the loathing I felt at that man's touch, how I cringed as he embraced me, how I laughed and anticipated the climax of it all? He called me a charming child with quaint ideas when he first saw this place, abandoned and decayed. The unusualness of our rendezvous appealed to him as unique. Early I learned unwholesome things intrigued him. Tonight was our third visit. We arrived just before the storm broke. As usual, we brought a lunch kit with our dinner in it. That meal was never eaten. I had drugged the wine just enough to befog his brain and make him like wax in my hands. Then, as he sat there, stupid, dazed and inert, I told him who I was and why he was here. And I laughed at him as he had laughed at me when he had me taken away, kicking and screaming, by the police. You would have laughed too had you seen his face. When I showed him the revolver and told him I was going to kill him, he cringed like a sick animal, whimpering and begging for mercy, the kind of mercy he hadn't shown me. Still I laughed. He staggered drunkenly to his feet and came toward me. I don't think he felt certain that I meant what I said. I whirled on him and backed him into the bedroom. Then, when he made a lurch toward me, trying to secure the pistol and stumbled against the bed, I fired. He fell across it dead. "Where is the pistol?" Alan asked dryly. The woman's eyes narrowed. "I flung it under the bed. His blood smeared my gown, see." After a little, I went out to drive the car to town, but it was raining so hard I became drenched before I reached the barn. I came back to the house. Then I heard you come in at the front door. I was frightened. I had fancied myself absolutely alone out here. I locked the bedroom door when I heard you climb the stairs. You know the rest. We were silent for a few moments. Then Alan said abruptly, "I'd like to take a look at him again." The woman rose slowly, and we all filed up the stairs again. At the bedroom door she laid a feverish hand on mine, and I felt a shudder go through her. But when we stood staring at the cold, dark figure before us, her face was unexpressive, emotionless. Half entangled in the lace of the bedspread where it had fallen, or been thrown, as Macpherson stumbled against the bed, was the revolver. The light from the lantern, though not brilliant, illuminated more space than Alan's spot had done, hence it had been hidden from our view before. Alan looked steadily at her for a moment. I could not read what was passing through his thoughts. Then he motioned for us to follow him downstairs. The steady drip-drip of the rain made me drowsy. We huddled in silence on the floor before the stove, the woman staring off into space. Presently I dozed, leaning against Alan's shoulder. When I awakened, it was breaking day. She was gone. "Alan," I cried, shaking him a little to wake him. "She's gone." "Yes, I know. I saw her when she left. But who are we to judge?" he asked slowly. Chapter 4. 2 days later, picking up a New York newspaper, I read the headlines. Judson McPherson, well-known justice of the criminal court, commits suicide in abandoned house in the Catskill Mountains. Then followed a half-column account of the act in detail. McPherson, having gotten into financial difficulties, had chosen the coward's way out, so said the paper. A letter announced his intention of dying and gave the location where to find his body. The paper also stated that the knowledge he had recently married a young and beautiful actress came as a distinct surprise to his friends. A picture of his bride accompanied the article. The wistful, almost tragic face pictured was unquestionably that of the woman who said she had killed him. I stared at Alan as I handed him the newspaper. "Was she lying?" I gasped. He shook his head. "If so, she was a clever actress," he answered. "But one thing is certain, we'll never know the truth. Either way, he brought about his own death."
Life and Confession of Sophia Hamilton by William H. Jackson, 1845. It has probably never fallen to the lot of man to record a list of more cruel, heart-rending, atrocious, cold-blooded murders and daring robberies than have been perpetrated by the subjects of this narrative, and that too in the midst of a highly civilized and Christian community. Deeds, too, which, for the depravity of every human feeling, seem scarcely to have found a parallel in the annals of crime. And it seems doubly shocking and atrocious when we find them perpetrated by one of the female sex, which sex has always and in all countries been esteemed as having a higher regard for virtue, and far greater aversion to acts of barbarity, even in the most vitiated, than is generally found in men of the same class. We may truly say that the annals of history have never unfolded to the world a greater instance of human depravity and utter disregard of every virtuous feeling which should inhabit the human breast, than the one it becomes our painful duty to lay before our readers in the account of Sophia Hamilton, the subject of this very interesting narrative. We deem it not unimportant to give a brief account of her parentage, in order that our numerous readers may see the source from which she sprung, as also the inestimable and intrinsic value of a moral education in youth, which is a gem of imperishable value, the loss of which many have had to deplore when perhaps too late. The public may depend on the authenticity of the facts here related, as it is from no less a source than a schoolmate of her ill-fated father. The author has spared no exertions to collect every minute and important particular relating to her extraordinary, though unfortunate, career. Richard Jones, the father of the principal subject of this narrative, was the only son of a wealthy nobleman residing in Bristol, England. He had in the early part of his life received a classical education, but in consequence of the death of his mother, he of course got an uncontrolled career, which continued too long, until at length he became a disgust to his kind and loving father, whose admonitions he disregarded and whose precepts he trampled upon. At the age of 24, he was a perfect sot, regardless of the kind counsel of his relatives, and at length his character became so disreputable that he was accused of almost every outrage perpetrated in the neighborhood in which he belonged. This preyed so much upon his aged father that he became ill, and it is thought by many shortened his life. Richard had then attained the age of 25, and seemed so deeply afflicted by the death of his father, that he promised amendment of conduct, so that his uncle took him as partner at the druggist business. But this was to no effect, for in a short time he sought every species of vice and wickedness which the depravity of human nature could suggest. His uncle and he dissolved, and as he had considerable of the money that his father bequeathed to him, he soon found company to suit his purpose, and became enamored of a woman of low character, who succeeded in making a union with him, and after spending considerable of the money, and seeing the funds likely to be exhausted, immediately scraped up their effects, as she possessed a little property of her own. They then resolved, like many others, to emigrate, finding that they could not live in their native country. They embarked on board a ship bound for St. John, N.B. in the year 1811, remained a short time in the city, when they moved up the St. John River and settled down between Fredericton and Woodstock, where he learned the farming business, and in the course of a little time accumulated means, which enabled him to keep a country store. And as the neighborhood in which he lived was a new settlement, property began to rise, and he commenced speculating in public lands. As he had a good education and bright intellect, he was soon looked upon as a leading man in the neighborhood, and it was thought profitable as well as necessary to establish a tavern in the vicinity, which was strongly recommended by many lumber merchants, and Jones, being considered to be the best adapted for the business, accepted the offer. He at this time was of course prosperous, as he had the whole monopoly and an unbounded concourse of travelers stopping at his house. But an avaricious desire seized him, and he at once became fearless, and his first step was to commence smuggling between Fredericton and Calais, which business he carried on for a considerable time unmolested. While things were going on in this style, it so happened that an old acquaintance, whose name was Thomas Murdoch, moved from St. John and settled in the same neighborhood in which Jones resided. The acquaintance was soon renewed, though not much to the satisfaction of Jones, as he knew Murdoch to be a man of honesty, and it was on this ground and the fear of detection and exposure that Jones dreaded his old acquaintance. For Murdoch was yet entirely ignorant of the business Jones was engaged in, for he, Jones, had previously managed to keep up the appearance of honesty and respectability. As Murdoch frequently visited at the house of Jones, he soon began to suspect that all was not right. However, he said nothing on the subject, until one evening he happened to pass the house of Jones on his way home at an unusually late hour, and seeing a great stir, he determined to go in and satisfy his doubts as to what he before suspected. And there he found Jones secreting a quantity of broadcloth which had been stolen a few nights previous. Jones then, finding that he was at length discovered, begged of Murdoch not to expose him, and at the same time offered him £50, as he said exposure would be the means of bringing his family to disgrace and final destruction, and at the same time endeavoring to induce Murdoch to participate in the capture. But Murdoch flatly refused, saying that his duty to his God and his country forbade such an undertaking. He then begged of Murdoch to allow him a little time to settle up his affairs and leave the country, promising in the most solemn manner, and calling upon his God to witness, that if he would grant him this request he would become an honest man. And Murdoch, seeing that it would be the utter ruin of Jones's whole family, for his children were then but young, consented, after the most solemn assurance that Jones would reform. But we will now see the value of a promise from such a debauchee as he was. Immediately he collected his consorts around and held a consultation as to what should be done. Meanwhile they indulged in the use of the inebriate's cup, which was a necessary ingredient to fit them for their hellish purpose, and at length, after consultation, agreed that it would be necessary to murder Murdoch. They then separated, resolved upon the death of the unoffending and innocent victim. It was agreed that they, 4 in number, should meet the following night at a schoolhouse in the neighborhood of Murdoch's house, which was about 3 miles from the tavern, which they did. But 2 of them being so much intoxicated that the others felt doubtful of success, they finally separated, but resolved to execute the deed the following evening, which they did, assisted by Jones. On approaching the house where Murdoch resided, unconscious of the cruel conspiracy which he was soon doomed to experience from the hands of one who had often shared of his kind benevolence, Jones stationed 2 at the back door, while he and 1 more demanded entrance at the front door. Murdoch, on hearing the voice outside, said, "Is that Jones?" who immediately answered with a coarse voice, "Yes, let me in." Murdoch fell alongside of his wife, exclaiming, "They have come to murder me. Farewell, my dear and affectionate wife." And at the moment Jones rushed in as Murdoch's wife moved out of the bed, and drove a large knife through Murdoch, when the poor afflicted wife screamed aloud, and Jones, missing his way through the house, was confused for some time, and was, perhaps, a little intoxicated. Just at that time the Quebec mail stage came along, and hearing the cries of Mrs. Murdoch, the driver with 6 others repaired to the house, where they found Murdoch stretched in a bloody gore, and Jones torn limb from limb by a large Scotch dog. On hearing the cries the others fled, but one of them, whose name we cannot learn, was taken subsequently and hanged in Fredericton, we believe in the year 1822. Thus some means are always left whereby the guilty are sooner or later brought to condign punishment. Thus ended the career of a disobedient son and a cruel, regardless father, and blood-thirsty, cruel man, whose ear was deaf to the cries of the widow and the tears of the bereaved orphans, which he left, both of his own and the ill-fated Murdoch, who left 6 helpless children to weep over the loss of their kind father. After the death of Jones, his wife carried on the business for some time, but in consequence of the disgraceful death of her husband, which was generally understood in that section of the country, though many of her friends deny that it was he who was found in the house of Murdoch, as he was so much deformed by the dog, and boldly assert that he went to England to see his relatives. But it was pretty generally acknowledged by those best acquainted in the neighborhood. The public forsook the house, and Mrs. Jones was obliged to sell out and leave the neighborhood, which she did, and moved to the St. Lawrence River, where she settled about 30 miles from Montreal. As her means of living began to grow rather scanty, she began also to see the urgent necessity of bringing all her artfulness into practice, for she was a very persevering, arbitrary woman. As she had a very heavy family to support, she endeavored to make her house a house of resort for travelers or persons who wished to spend some of the hot summer months in that cool and delightful region of the country, away from the more unwholesome air of a crowded and suffocated city. And in this manner, as may be expected, they formed many new and stylish acquaintances, so that she soon succeeded in marrying her daughters to persons of respectability, although they were anything but virtuous girls as well as wives. The youngest daughter, whose name was Sophia, and who is the principal subject of this narrative, was at the age of 17 married to a young man whose name was Hamilton, a respectable mechanic, who happened to be traveling in that section of the country, we believe a native of Kingston, Upper Canada. As he chanced to put up at her mother's house in the summer of 1828, and his health was rather delicate, he determined to stop some time, as his physician recommended a change of climate. However, her mother, finding Mr. Hamilton possessed considerable money and considerable personal attraction, at once endeavored to bring round a marriage between him and her daughter. Consequently, he was treated with the greatest care and attention during his illness, Sophia being his constant and only attendant. She possessed an uncommonly agreeable-looking countenance, although rather masculine. She was very fascinating, and seemed to possess a soft, tender, agreeable disposition. At the same time her mother was exercising all her art and influence to induce him. He was not wholly unaware of the real disposition of the daughter, had he only listened to the voice of warning, but to no effect, for he resolved to marry Sophia immediately on his recovery. The following year he returned to Kingston, taking with him his wife, and settled down about 10 miles from the city, and there set up a tavern, which was agreeable to his wife, as her mother taught her the art of subtle deception. He had not been long married, as may be supposed, until he found out the real character of his wife, which preyed so much upon his constitution, that his health began to decline rapidly, and at the end of 2 years he died, leaving a widow about 19 years old. His death was not so much grief to her, as was supposed by those who dealt out sympathy towards her, as the tender-hearted but deceived people thought, she being so far distant from her relatives, if she had any alive, for none were ever seen visiting her since they moved there. But it has since been ascertained by her own confession that he died from the effects of poison which she gave him, through her negro girl, whom she kept as cook, taking care, lest suspicion might occur after his death and an examination take place, that it might appear a mistake, or through the ignorance of the illiterate negro. This she did, thinking, no doubt, that if she was clear of him, as his health seemed declining, she could then carry out any plan she might devise for the gratification of her propensities, for she was very sensual in her pleasures and totally incapable of appreciating that high-toned feeling, and the self-respect and refinement which should govern the female sex. She was almost indifferent to any principle of justice as well as human sufferings. She was bold, revengeful, and courageous, and cunning in the subjects of her pursuits. She was also very deceitful, shrewd, and had a great influence over weaker minds. After the death of her husband, she became one of the most abandoned and notorious of women, giving loose to every species of licentiousness and extravagance, and there was no crime too great, no deed too cruel for her to engage in, to accomplish any object of her desire, often engaging personally in acts of the most outrageous and daring robberies. After living in this manner for 3 years after the death of her husband, her previous course of life being secreted from public censure, in the spring of 1834 she removed from her old place of habitation to La Prairie, a neat village about 9 miles south of Montreal, where she set up a cottage tavern, as she knew she would here have a much better chance of carrying out her wicked and unlawful practices. Here she made use of a great many artifices to induce emigrants and smugglers to put up with her, and she was considered by many a very kind, open-hearted, and generous woman. After giving very liberal contributions to charitable institutions, and seldom charging her visitors anything, in the course of 1 year her house was the principal resort in the village, so that it was necessary to employ a pretty smart bar-keeper, or one who would be capable of superintending the general business. Therefore she hired a young man, whose name was Brown, a native of Maine, who seemed to be very capable as well as admired, until at length he left, but of him we will speak in another page. At this time business seemed very prosperous, so that it was nothing remarkable for young men of every rank, station, and age to visit her house. Besides, she being a young and fascinating widow, having the sole responsibility of a large and prosperous-looking establishment, it was no small inducement to young men who admired an enterprising partner. However, she so managed matters as to make her house a kind of headquarters for quality traveling between the States and Montreal, as her house was situated convenient to the steamboat wharf, at the same time looking out for such as had the appearance of plenty of money. She soon got around her a gang of ruffians who were perfectly obedient to her will, and ready to execute the most bloody act, whenever she planned or commanded. Of this gang she was always the principal deviser. Whenever travelers, or such as she had good reason to suspect had plenty of money, stopped, she immediately marked her object, and frequently became the leader herself in some of the most horrible and outrageous murders. About the middle of November 1835, a gentleman whose name was Parker, from Quebec, on his way to New York, stopped at her house, as he had to wait for the steamboat, which was broke down. Finding that he had a large quantity of specie with him, she placed her unsuspecting guest at a table, so that his back was near an open window, which served as a passage or door leading out to the roof of the back part of the house, through which he was shot by one of her consorts, whose name we could not learn. They then robbed him of everything he had about him. We are informed he had with him £20. They then secreted his body in the cellar until night, when he was buried in a swamp, in the rear of the dwelling. His horse they afterwards sold for $1.50 in Plattsburgh. Soon after the navigation of the lake closed, and the cruel and lawless gang spent the winter, having plenty of money to carry on their gambling. But some of them were compelled to clear out for assassination and other drunken outrages. In about 3 months after, 2 gentlemen from Montreal, on their way to Burlington, Vermont, happened to stop at her house. The traveling being very in consequence of a very heavy snowdrift, which made it impassable, either for wheeling or sleighing, they resolved to put up for the day. After calling for dinner and making some inquiry about the price and quality of furs in the New York and Boston markets, which at once indicated their business, and in all probability cost them their lives, they engaged in conversation, and whiled away the time in exciting and gratifying their feelings by the wit and fascinating conversation of their polished, shrewd, and deceitful hostess. And as the evening began to draw nigh, the brandy decanter became quite a sociable companion, and was used pretty freely. One of them being rather limited in his use of the cup, she resolved that he should not escape her hands, and immediately called for a bottle of champagne, and was understood by the waiter, which left him perfectly stupid. Thus she kept them until about 8 o'clock, when they called for their horses, and while they were making ready to start, Brown and 2 others started about 4 miles ahead, laying obstructions in the way by making fast a rope across the road, about 3 feet high, in order to capsize the horses as they passed down the hill, which proved effectual while they lay in ambush and rushed upon them, shot one and stabbed the other. The affrighted horses broke the harness and run away, but were brought back. The bodies they brought to the tavern and also buried, according to Brown's confession, while in prison at Kingston awaiting the day of execution, from which we find a detail of this almost unprecedented outrage. Sophia was herself present, and was of course employed in searching and dividing the spoil, of which no doubt she claimed a pretty good share. We are informed that they had in their possession £20. The above-named Brown, who was in the capacity of bar-keeper, left the place subsequently, and was committed to prison on a charge of murder last November in Kingston, U.C., where he was tried, condemned, and received sentence to die 2nd of August 1845, and when brought upon the scaffold, declared, as he stood on the brink of eternity, and in the last moments of his earthly existence, expecting in a few moments to meet his God in judgment, that he was perfectly innocent of the crime for which he was about to die, but still acknowledged being guilty of other murders of the blackest shade. He then begged a little time, as he wished to acknowledge to the world some of the crimes of which he was guilty. He then proceeded as follows: I was born near Calais, Me, in the year 1815, of moral, honest, and industrious parents, who were kind, tender, and loving towards me, their only and unworthy son. Instead of adding comfort to their venerable years, I brought grief and sorrow to their hearts, and disgrace to their heads. I lived with my father until I was 17 years old, when I left his house in consequence of my father's contrary disposition, which I thought I had much reason to complain of. But alas, to my sorrow, I since became sensible of my error, but too late both for their comfort and my happiness. Hearing so much of the enterprise of a city life, I determined to try it. I despised my father's counsel, and strolled about from place to place, associating myself with idle and dissipated company, and soon became one of the most idle and dissolute wretches in existence. In this manner I roved about, and finally went to New York. From there to Albany, not finding employment, I started off for Montreal, but stopped at La Prairie, and finally agreed to serve as bar-keeper for Sophia Hamilton. And in November 1835 I was accessory to the murder of Parker, from Quebec, on his way to New York. and in about 3 months after, I was the principal leader of the gang who laid an obstruction across the road, when we killed and robbed the 2 travelers. I then had plenty of money, and I so much feared the arm of detection that I returned to New York, joined a gang of low, dissipated, gambling fellows, joined in companionship and agreed to share equally in whatever we should make. We robbed a man on the Harlem road of $40. He made a desperate resistance. I drew a large knife, which I generally carried with me, and stabbed him when he fell, exclaiming, "I am murdered." Seeing the murder a few days afterwards in the papers, and the mayor offering $10, I feared my companion in the crime might be induced to turn state's evidence. I then determined to leave for New Orleans or some other southern city. I immediately embarked for New Orleans, having plenty of money. I resolved to appear the gentleman. I soon became acquainted with a pretty lady of an excellent education, whose father was a rich and respectable merchant of that city. She received my addresses very cordially for some time, but soon began to suspect that I was not what I pretended, and grew daily more cold and reserved in my presence. I then tried to persuade her to elope with me, but she at once refused, saying that she never would marry contrary to the will of her parents. Finding that I could not induce her to accede to my plans, I then determined on her ruin. About this time I received tidings of the death of my only sister, father, and mother, and seeing that I was now deprived of all my relatives, as also of my father's farm, I became, if possible, more reckless in my mind. I then persuaded her to accompany me in a ride for pleasure, and conducted her to a house of ill repute, called for a room, and desired not to be disturbed. I then locked and bolted the door. Perceiving this, she inquired why I did so. I then told her what my intentions were, promising her at the same time that if she would consent to marry me before returning to her father's house, I would desist. This she flatly refused, saying at the same time that she would rather die than ever permit herself to be led to the altar by me after taking such a dishonorable course. She then attempted to escape, but finding that I prevented her, she began to cry out for help, which so enraged me that I caught up a towel which was hanging in the room and tried to force it into her mouth. She resisted with all her might. I then twisted it around her neck, choking her until she was insensible. I then accomplished my hellish purpose, and knowing that if she should recover, she would immediately expose me, I therefore resolved upon her death, which I consummated by tying a pocket handkerchief around her neck so tight as to prevent the possibility of her breathing. I then left her, and, making my way unperceived, fled from the city. After that, my disposition became, if possible, more reckless. I cared little for what I did. I reproached myself with all the bitterness of anguish, and my very soul was tormented for years, as though I felt the wrath of God and the torments of hell. I would this moment, if I had that choice, suffer 20 mortal deaths, such as she did, than again enter into the like feelings which I have since suffered, but I am about to be released. But if you who hear me could but conceive the slightest idea of the suffering my poor heart felt, you would, no doubt, look on me with pity and not with scorn. But I hope my death will be an example to those who survive me, for I am satisfied to leave this world, and I deserve the fate that awaits me." Brown then faltered back, faintish and silent, and in a few moments received the just sentence of the law. The ill-fated, innocent, and defenseless victim to his savage and cruel feelings, whose name was Sophia Hamilton, was murdered on the 22d day of June, 1830, as was ascertained by Brown's previous confession, while in prison awaiting the day of execution, and from her dear and loving parents, whom he caused to mourn and sigh in bitter anguish for the loss of their affectionate and only daughter. Sophia Hamilton's cruelty at this time had reached to a mature age, for she was enveloped in innocent blood. and it seemed almost impossible that such crimes could be committed by one of such tender looks and affectionate feelings as she seemed to possess. For even at the bar she gained the sympathy of almost every spectator, and even the judge, when passing sentence, looked deeply affected. But of that we will speak in its proper place. 5 years passed quite smoothly, or at least without any known incident of cruelty. She moved from her old stand to the village of St. John's, about 18 miles distant from La Prairie, her previous habitation, and there commenced business anew, but in a more stylish and fashionable house than the one she had before occupied. Her house, as before, was soon the principal resort of smugglers between Montreal, Plattsburgh, NY, and Burlington, VT, so that she had again a wide field to exercise her atrocious and fiend-like designs. In the month of April, 1841, a gentleman named Lucas from Albany, NY, called at her house and put up for the night. He was on his way to Quebec, where he had connection with a sawmill. She ascertained that he had considerable money with him, for she still made a practice of inquiring the business and circumstances of travelers in order to find the object of her desire. While he was at breakfast, she came behind him and plunged a large knife through his back. He fell, screaming for some moments, and then expired. 2 of her consorts, who had been previously sent for, came in, but she, fearing they would not come in season, had attempted and completed her object alone. They robbed him of $800 and carried his body to the wharf and threw it overboard, attaching a large stone to it to prevent it from rising. He was, I believe, a kind, charitable, and good-hearted man, revered and respected by all who knew him. While things were going on in this style without interruption during the course of the ensuing year, about the middle of July, 1842, a merchant from Charleston, South Carolina, on his way to Montreal, stopped at her house. She found that he had money, as she had discoursed with him on the slave trade, and finding that he himself was engaged in the traffic of slaves, she immediately resolved that he never should sell any more. She then put him to sleep in a room separate from the main part of the house, and with 2 of her associates entered the room by a secret passage, which they had fixed for such purposes, and one of them cut his throat from ear to ear, while the others held him in the bed. They then robbed him of $4,000, together with a valuable gold watch, worth $120. The body was afterwards buried in the cellar, where his remains were deposited without a monument to record that he once existed. Soon after this, she cruelly murdered a boy, 12 years of age, whom she had in the house in the capacity of waiter or servant, because he accidentally saw them secreting the body of the murdered man, and had said, when he was one day angry, that he would inform of them. But she resolved, like the pirates, that the dead should tell no tales. She ordered him down to the cellar to regulate something, and followed him with a large knife. While he was stooping, she stabbed him to the heart. She then dragged him over and threw his lifeless body among the skeletons. This inhuman and cruel murder of the unoffending and faithful domestic is the only instance of her disinterested cruelty since the murder of her husband and child, for we find that the love of money seemed to be the sole object of her desire, if that could be any apology for her outrageous crimes. But the more she seemed to get, the more her thirst increased, regardless of the price which it was to cost, and by indulgence arrived to mature age, so that in place of being an ornament to her honored sex, she became a scourge to her fellow creatures, as we find by the confession of her associates in guilt, as well as from her own confession. About the middle of June 1844, she murdered an Irishman, who was in the smuggling business for some time previous, and who was in the habit of putting up at her house, it being convenient to the steamboat wharf. But of his death we have no other account than that which we collect from her confession, which will be seen in the following pages. However, report says that he was a respectable man, who for many years resided in the city of Quebec, and left a kind, affectionate, and loving wife, and 6 orphan children, to sigh and lament after him. The amount of property which it is said he had with him when he left Montreal is variously stated, but we are satisfied that it was considerable. About 6 weeks afterwards, 2 male emigrants come along and put up at her house, we believe natives of Yorkshire, England, and during the course of the evening, she joined in with them in quite a sociable conversation about the old country, as they were well acquainted with that section which was once dear to her ill-fated father, by which she discovered such information as she required, and of that also a more detailed account will be found in her confession, as it is the principal authority we have of those 2 occurrences. Reader, how great must be the patience of the Almighty, who watches over us and desireth not the death of the sinner. But alas, what is human nature when strayed away from the path of virtue? How easy to corrupt, and how hard to reclaim! But it sometimes pleases divine providence to suffer the cruelty and wickedness of the indulged passion, until there is no remedy in its own limits, so that its downfall may be the more observable, as will be seen of this ill-fated family, the history of which would fill a large volume. But as our limits will only afford a glance, we hope it may be a seasonable lesson, or example, to those who may have the responsibility of discharging that duty which is expected of parents, as also those who owe a duty to their parents, that they may earn that blessing by obedience which is pleasing to God, that they may expect the same in return. It was about this time that she received the news of the death of her afflicted mother, who, as report says, was confined to her room for several years before her death, as also the sudden and untimely death of her only brother, of whom she had heard nothing for many years, whose name was Isaac Jones. He was shot at Kingston, U.C., for horse stealing. He had continued his riotous and dissipated life after the marriage of Sophia, and finally joined a gang of horse thieves and counterfeiters, which infested the country round about the lakes. This gang had a regular communication established through from Toronto to Detroit, and from Kingston across through the States to New York. On one occasion, Jones was returning after leaving a number of horses thus stolen, and for which he had received a considerable sum of money for his services, and on passing the officers' quarters, he entered the stable, but was observed by one of the veterans on the look-out, who, on perceiving the door open, gave the alarm to the guard, and Jones, on hearing the alarm given, mounted the horse and putting spurs to the animal, started off at full speed, with the guard in full pursuit, and although they were on foot, they knew the road better than he did, for he killed the horse, which he rode against a gate, and he was shot by the enraged men. His body was taken to the hospital and there deposited, but could not be identified, nor could they obtain any intelligence that would lead to a discovery of his name, and it was only about a year since that it was discovered that Isaac Jones was the name of the man who was shot. Thus ended the unhappy career of father and son, and we shall soon see the unhappy termination of the life of the youngest daughter. What a melancholy contemplation for the reader when it appears that, like their cruel father, they knew no fear, but were of a perverse and cruel disposition, and seemed to set no value on the lives of their fellow beings. And strange, though true, that those who purchase property at such a sacrifice seldom know how to take care of it, and however much they may have, seem to thirst for more. Therefore, the temptations of Satan are vigilant and unceasing, which, when once obtained possession of, it is very difficult to dispossess, and should be guarded against in youth. After the news of the death of her brother, Sophia became, if possible, more barbarous and cruel than before. She now seemed to take no delight whatever in anything but acts of the most blood-thirsty and inhuman nature. Nothing now seemed to satisfy her murderous disposition but the death of some innocent and to her unoffending victim. But her career was nearly run. She had carried it to such a height that it was impossible to continue in this way much longer without being overtaken by justice, and it was not long after this that she was, by the following circumstance, exposed, and her gang broken up, and some of them brought to condign punishment for the high-handed and outrageous crimes they had for a long time committed, and thus far without detection. And it seemed among the most extraordinary circumstances of the age. She had a new gang of associates, who were not quite so expert as those on former occasions. They murdered a Quaker, who was traveling in that section of the country in November 1844, whose name was Morse, who put up at her house to board, as he intended to import some American manufactures, and it was necessary that he should stop at St. John's until the merchandise passed through the custom-house. During his stay in that village, he of course formed considerable many acquaintances, and said to a friend, with whom he had some intercourse, that he would stop at the widow's that night and probably board there, which he did, for he was seen there 3 days after. After the lapse of 2 weeks, a package came in care of Mr. Johnson for Mr. Morse. Another week elapsed, during which time Mr. Johnson thought it strange that Mr. Morse did not call. As he was riding past, he thought he would let him know that a package had arrived for him. He inquired for Mr. Morse. Sophia told him that no such gentleman stopped there. He then inquired when he left, and she said she never knew a gentleman of that name to put up with her. Mr. Johnson went home quite dissatisfied, and, on opening the package, he found, among other things, a letter from his wife, in which she expressed considerable dissatisfaction at his intention of stopping so long. It seems that Morse had written to his wife informing her that he intended to be absent for some time. Her letter went on thus: "My dear husband, I am sorry that you cannot either finish your business or leave it in the hands of some trustworthy person, as it must be disagreeable to you to board at a tavern. But as the owner of the house is a widow, I suppose it bears more similarity to a private boarding-house. I hope your health is good, but I am dreadfully annoyed in my sleep about you." These things looked very strange and suspicious, and in a few days a flame of suspicion spread all around the neighborhood, until some persons came into Mr. Johnson's store, who said they had talked with Mr. Morse in the tavern 2 days after he went there to board, while others had remarked the idle, sauntering fellows that were seen continually hovering around the tavern, having no likely business, and many other circumstances were alluded to, until suspicion became so strong in the minds of the people that they resolved to make a private search, but not until Mr. Johnson, accompanied by some others, went again to make inquiry, but the answer was the same as before. She seemed much confused, which strengthened their suspicions. Accordingly, they went the following afternoon and visited Sophia's house, making some pretense for the visit. One of them said that he was about to build himself a new house, and asked her to give him permission to examine her house, that he might measure and take the dimensions of it, as he liked the plan on which it was constructed. Not suspecting anything, she granted the privilege, though taking care to lock the cellar. They then made such examination as they were able, but discovered nothing above. However, to satisfy their suspicions, they determined to see the cellar, but found it bolted fast, and on their return up a back stairway into the kitchen, they questioned an old domestic as to what was kept in the cellar. She shook her head and said she dare not tell. They then promised to give her a handsome reward if she would only tell them, but her mistress coming in at the moment prevented any further conversation. They then concluded that their information was quite sufficient. The next morning they proceeded to the house, accompanied by the sheriff and constable, and Sophia and two of her consorts, Wilson and Rogers, were taken after a desperate resistance. They were kept in custody until the cellar was searched, where the body of Morse was found, amongst skeletons and other emaciated remains. The prisoners were carried to Montreal prison on the following day, 10th of December, to await the sitting of the Queen's Bench, which sat on the 8th of April, but was postponed until the above term. In the interim, Wilson turned Queen's evidence, and discovered the whole mystery of the murder of Morse, and declared that Rogers was innocent of the murder, for none but himself and Sophia were guilty of perpetrating the horrid deed, and Rogers was immediately released, as the grand jury ignored the bills against him. We deem it quite unnecessary to attempt to give even an outline of her trial, for it would extend far beyond our limits, as we have already said more than we calculated to when we commenced writing. Suffice it to say that her trial and sentence was the most solemn scene perhaps ever witnessed in that city, or any other city on the broad American continent. She seemed stern and quite unmoved throughout the entire time of her trial, which occupied 3 days, and seemed quite composed, while her able counsel, to whom great praise is due for the extraordinary ability which he exhibited while addressing the jury, which occupied over 2 hours, seemed quite affected. After the judge's charge to the jury, which followed, they retired and remained out about an hour, when they returned with a verdict of guilty of murder in the 1st degree. She received sentence on the 11th of August, to die by the law the 5th of September, during which time she remained silent, until 3 days previous to her final destination, when she received a quantity of poison, which she took to avoid the public exposure of a shameful death. But it may be asked how she got the poison, or by whom it was carried into the prison cell. That remains as yet unknown, but, according to the opinion of many of the most respectable persons of the county in which she resided, during her cruel and blood-stained career, she had many associates in guilt, who have not as yet been discovered, but whom I hope will, before long, find their way to condign punishment, as it was utterly impossible that she, or her known associates, could possibly continue such a course of life so long, without recourse to others for assistance. But while numberless conjectures are afloat with regard to this one and that one being associated with her, and partakers of the benefits of her robberies, I consider that it is my duty to speak very careful, lest I should be instrumental in tarnishing the personal character of individuals, on the authority of mere report, as a little time will no doubt satisfy justice by discovering the guilty. There was one circumstance connected with her detection which, I venture to state, gave reason for suspicion, and which may not be amiss to remark. Subsequent to her imprisonment, quite a number of individuals retired from business. Some, who were extensively engaged in grocery business, others, who were equally as extensive as wine merchants, stopped suddenly, or left their business in the hands of others, and immediately disappeared, and no one knew where they went, or could give the slightest intimation of their business abroad, as it is considerably different in a village from that of a city life, as each wishes to know the business of his neighbor, and, in fact, does to a considerable extent. But no one knew the cause of their sudden and unexpected disappearing, whilst others remarked the velocity of the wheels of fortune, which accompanied some of their neighbors from poverty to opulence and wealth, in the space of a few years, and see, together with many other circumstantial opinions which I am compelled to omit. But it may be interesting to the reader to state one more circumstance, to which I was eye-witness, and which seemed very strange to me. She remained silent as before mentioned, and in consequence of the rumor and excitement which prevailed, I was induced to go to see her, in order to speak to her on some important matters connected with her previous course of life. Consequently, on Monday, the 1st instant, I went, and when I reached the prison, the jailer told me that he could not possibly admit me that day, it being Monday. However, I remained in the city until morning, when I went again, accompanied by the sheriff. And I was no little astonished on hearing the jailer say that he hoped that he would not be so much annoyed in future as during the last week, by persons wishing to see her, as there were more applications to visit her than all the other prisoners together. However, the massive iron door was unbolted and swung open, and we proceeded along the dark hall, whilst every tread of my foot, as it sounded in my ear, caused a sensation easier imagined than described, and at length we reached a range of cells, and immediately the turnkey, as he is generally called, unbolted it, and told me to walk in. And as I found myself inside a prison cell for the first time in my life, I stumbled, for it was either too dark to see, or else my sight became dim on approaching the scene of horror which stood erect before me. And before I could recover myself, I was accosted by her strong, stern voice, as she said, "Is that you, Mr. Jackson? Do you want to speak with me?" I answered in the affirmative. She then said, "Sit down." But the place was so small that I could hardly turn around. "Do you think there is any hopes of my reprieve, or shall I have to suffer an ignominious death on the scaffold? If so, I shall be a corpse before tomorrow noon, for I don't want to live any longer. So you may go, for I am as one already dead." Not one word could I get her to speak more, and I retired with a heart overpowered with sorrow. As I walked out of the dreadful tomb of the living, the door was again bolted, which sounded like the mournful death bell. How many solemn reflections rushed into my mind at that dreadful moment, but not one word could I utter for some minutes, when the sheriff, seeing my confused countenance, remarked something lively to me, and I soon regained my strength, but could not, during that entire day, cast off the mantle of horror with which I was clothed. I assure you, gentle reader, were you to behold that solemn scene as I did, that your heart would melt into pity for the misfortune of a child of humanity, however wicked she might have been. But to return to my subject. The sheriff remarked there was a difference in her countenance since he last saw her, and as the time of her destination was fast approaching, it was thought advisable to send a minister of the gospel to render some consolation, and accordingly she was asked by the jailer in what profession she would like to die. She answered that she would prefer to die in that to which she nominally belonged, which was the Wesleyan, and application was immediately made to a minister of that denomination, who attended as early as possible, but too late, for she had privately taken a quantity of poison. After the poison began to operate, she raved like a maniac, tearing the clothes from her body, and attempting to lay hold of and bite everything within her reach, cursing God and the hour that gave her birth. After these fits had a little subsided and reason had again returned, the pangs of a guilty conscience and remorse, with all its frightful horrors and bitter anguish, would seize her soul, and she would cry out in the bitterness of her torments that she already felt the flames of hell, reproaching herself in the most bitter anguish for the awful crimes she had committed. Then she would again rave like a maniac, cursing and swearing in a most horrible manner, and attempting to destroy everything within her reach. So strong was she in those fits of raving, that it was with difficulty that 3 men were able to tie her on the bed. She appeared to be in great agony and pain until she died. About 3 hours before her death, she was visited by a minister of the Methodist Church, to which she nominally belonged. He endeavored to console and reconcile her by telling her that there was yet hope, if she would only repent and acknowledge the crimes which she had committed. She got a little consoled and confessed the following, as near as we could learn from the minister's confused memory. who was much afflicted on beholding her awful appearance. Confession of Sophia Hamilton, narrated by the Reverend Mr. Brooks. I was born in the year 1812, convenient to Woodstock, in the province of New Brunswick. My parents emigrated from England a short time previous to my birth, and I am happy to say that my mother is dead, so that she won't feel the mortification of hearing or knowing of my untimely and ill-fated end, for she was, in early life, doomed to drink deep of the galling cup of bitter sorrow. She was questioned by the minister as to what she had reference to. She replied, "I mean my ill-fated father, who lost his life when I was about 8 years old, in attempting to take that of another, whose name was Murdoch. My father killed Murdoch, and was himself immediately devoured by a large dog which belonged to the house of Murdoch. Soon after my father's death, my poor mother, with a large family and the sole charge and responsibility of a large establishment, and not being acquainted with public life, together with the disgraceful stigma of my father's death, was compelled to sell out and leave that section of the country, which she did in 1823, 2 years after my father's death. She then moved, taking with her the whole family, to Quebec, stopped there, and finding it difficult to maintain a large family. She then moved up the St. Lawrence River and settled down about 18 miles from Montreal, where I lived with her until I became 18 years old, when I was married to Mr. Hamilton in the year 1830. About 10 months after my marriage, I moved with my husband to his native place, which was about 10 miles from Kingston, Upper Canada, where I, during the first year, enjoyed the happiest portion of my natural life. But I soon began to discern a dark shade in his countenance, caused by jealousy, as if to signify that he was sorry that he ever beheld me. My mortification on beholding that, and listening to the taunting and sneering of his relatives with which I was situated, was great. My solitary and melancholy contemplations were much easier imagined than described, being all alone, without one trustworthy friend to console my wounded feelings. Therefore I was left all alone to contemplate on my misfortune, during which time I often resolved, that if I could find no alternative, that I would rather die than live to be made the tool of contempt, as I was innocent of the guilt with which I was charged. But I bore it with fortitude, for my resolute and arbitrary temper was hard to subdue. Although spurned with contempt, and looked upon as an inferior in rank, family, and education, I at once resolved to teach them a lesson on the ladder. She then attempted to jump up, but was unable. Soon after I found his health beginning to decline, in consequence of a pleuritic fever which seized him. I thought it was a good opportunity to put an end to my melancholy life, but alas, I was only dipping myself deeper into the pit of misery. I poisoned him when 2 years and 8 months married to him, to free myself from the trials incident to a protracted illness. The poison I administered to him through my negro cook, and in 3 months after I strangled to death my first offspring, which was the only child that nature ever furnished me with. Oh, that ever memorable year and day! To it I will seal my condemnation, for it never left my memory either day or night. It has haunted me and followed my footsteps through every moment of my unhappy life since. The cries of the innocent victim, I think just now. Here she got into a terrible rage of despair for some time, then, getting a little calm, proceeded. Were I on the summit of Mount Ararat, and could utter language as loud as thunder, and could speak every tongue and language, and had around me all the nations of the earth, I would proclaim that I deserve the cruelest death of any being which ever existed, if I only thought that it would be the means of preventing one single misguided and cruel wretch from a similar offense. Yes, I wish that my name and the memory of my cruelty may be forever engraven on the memory of those who survive me, or hear of my cruel life and miserable death. that it may be a warning to those entering on the path of life, that they may suppress human passion and untie the strong holds of Satan, who was my daily companion through life. She was again interrupted by the good and meek parson, who tried to console her by reminding her of the patience which holy Job exercised during his long affliction. She then became quite composed, and quite a consoling discourse was given by the minister by telling her that, as she soon expected to meet her eternal Judge, he hoped that her repentance might be sincere, at the same time reminding her of the sorrow of Judas, who despaired of salvation and was consequently lost forever. He then referred to the repentance of the thief on the cross, for example, to show that there was hopes for salvation even at the 11th hour, and cautiously warned her against the awful consequences of dying in despair of the salvation of that good and bountiful Providence, who is ever willing to extend the arm of mercy to each and every one of us, however black and grievous looking may be our sins. And here he quoted some texts of Scripture, which says that he desireth not the death of the sinner, but rather that they live and be converted, and said that he had every reason to hope that it pleased the Almighty to punish her in this world. She then seemed quite composed and easy, though weak. She went on to say, I would bear all the torture and affliction with pleasure. Here the humble and consoling servant of God, who felt pleasure in the dark recess of the prison cell, then referred to the cruel torture and affliction which was endured by the primitive Christians and the early saints, who suffered, though innocent, as also the patience of the innocent and harmless, who suffered in England during the Reformation. Here he referred to Lady Jane Grey and the innocent Mary, Queen of Scots, who laid their heads on the block to appease the wrath of that blood-stained and cruel people. She then proceeded as follows. After the death of my husband, I sold out my effects and left that part of the country, and lived with my mother a short time. But my disposition being unsettled, I soon after moved from there to La Pereira, a village a short distance from Montreal, where I commenced keeping tavern in the fall of 1835, and in 2 months after I assisted to kill a gentleman from Quebec, whose name was Parker. Richard, son of one of my consorts, shot him through a window as he sat at dinner. We robbed him of £20. His horse was afterwards sold in Plattsburgh, New York. This was the first murder that I was guilty of after the death of my husband and child, which could never be erased from my memory, were I to live longer than I now desire. I was the principal deviser of the cruel act before related, of obstructing the road, by which the 2 men from Montreal were killed, and I was on the ground a few minutes after, just as they were expiring. I assisted to search their pockets and wallets, where we found over 200 sovereigns in gold. The ill-fated Brown, who was executed at Kingston, was my principal assistant, and perpetrator in the blackest deeds that ever disgraced a being. In 1840 I moved from my old stand to the village of St. John's, where I commenced business in April 1841. With my own hands I killed a gentleman from Albany, New York, who stopped at my house while he was at breakfast. I robbed him of $80. In the month of November following, I assisted to rob a gentleman from Charleston, South Carolina, who stopped at my house. I, with 2 others, entered the room whilst he was sleeping and cut his throat from ear to ear. We found in his wallet $4,000 in paper. Shortly after, I, with my own hands, killed a boy who was for some time in my house in the capacity of waiter, because he threatened to discover of what he had previously seen. About 6 months before I was taken, I murdered a smuggler, who put up at my house frequently on his way to the States. He came in at an unusually late hour and ordered supper. I mixed a quantity of poison in the bread which I gave him. I then put him to sleep in a room separate from the main part of the house, so that if he should make any alarm during the night he would be unheard, taking care to secure the money which he left in my charge until morning. 6 weeks after this, I murdered 2 emigrants on their way from Montreal to New York. Finding that they had considerable money, as they inquired about the currency of English gold in the States, I inquired how much they had, they showed it to me, and I told them that it was generally too light. I then put them to sleep in a room adapted for such persons, and in the night we entered by means of a slide door which was for the purpose, where we found them asleep. Each of us were armed, but we found no resistance. We soon committed them to eternity. Their bodies we buried in the wood-house, and found £40 in gold in their bed. We then divided the spoil. Their names I never knew. And last of all, I assisted to murder Morse, the Quaker, from New York, while boarding at my house. I am guilty of 10 deliberate murders with my own hands, and accessory to many more. I will not confess any more, for I do not, nor cannot, expect forgiveness, for I already feel the wrath of an avenging God searing my very soul, for my crimes are too black, my deeds too heinous, to expect to reign in happiness with those innocent beings that I caused to leave the world by my cruel treachery. The tears of the bereaved widows and the cries of the helpless orphans will speak with tongues of indignation against me. She here made another attempt to rise, but in vain. She then laid down for a little time quite still and motionless, but was again seized with another fit of despair. Placing her eyes fast on the object of her consolation, in the most terrific and agonizing cries, she exclaimed that she now felt the pains of hell searing her very soul. The turnkey now came in and assisted to support her. For some time she remained in most exquisite anguish, until she at last sunk back on her pillow, weak and exhausted, and her immortal spirit winged its way, to appear before its eternal Judge, there to answer for the deeds committed in the body, and we hope will, or has, found more favor and mercy than she did from the human tribunal, which sentenced her to die, according to the civil law, which I hope will still continue to be rightly and justly administered, because on its administration depends our safety and happiness, as well as civil and religious liberties. Her death was truly heart-rending and awful, and should serve as a warning to all those who read this account, to be prepared to meet their eternal Judge, to render such an account of their past lives as may stand the test on that great day, when each and every one of us shall have the book of life unfolded, either to our everlasting happiness or eternal condemnation. When we reflect how awful must be the afflictions of the guilty sinner in the last and terrible moments, when, finding their earthly career of misspent time about to close on them forever, what price would they then give for a new life, or the opportunity which was so abused? What would then signify the paltry, ill-gotten treasure, which was obtained at the expense of the tears of the widow and the cries of the helpless orphan, or at the expense of the life and blood of their fellow being, and last of all, at the loss of their happiness here, and their immortal souls hereafter? The ill-fated and long-to-be-remembered Sophia Hamilton breathed her last on the evening of the 3d of September, 1843. Thus terminated the cruel, atrocious, and bloodthirsty career of father, son, and daughter. And now, gentle reader, you may contemplate over this melancholy field of human wickedness, which, I venture to say, stands unparalleled in the annals of crime. For true it is, that as man lives, he generally dies, as we find Brown did, who was mentioned in the foregoing pages, and whose career ceased with hers. Therefore it is to be sincerely hoped that the exposure of the lives of those atrocious beings may be a timely lesson to those who may read this, that all may learn to avoid a wicked, regardless course of life in youth, lest it might grow up to maturity and cease only with their mortal career. When we behold the hardened and regardless sinner, who perhaps mocks at the idea of practical religion, as well as the boasting, disdainful infidel, who not only mocks, but tramples on the holy ordinances of religion, could we behold him prostrate on the couch of death, then indeed we would find an awful lesson in the contradiction of his previous pretensions to attempt to mock, or at least disregard everything that was sacred. Even the modern infidel Paine, who mused and cherished the grossest and most blasphemous infidelity in France. But thank God that the day was then arriving when infidelity together with the Inquisition was about to find a deep grave in that once happy land. He, not content with that defeat, in vain attempted to introduce it into the land of his nativity, but found himself again frustrated, and it was then that he, in his last effort, turned his attention to America, where he got permission to publish his works, the fruits of which require but little commentary. Reader, if I have wandered from my subject, it is in order to show that a miserable death is the fruits of a wicked life. For how did Paine seem to feel on the matter during the close of his earthly campaign? He died like Voltaire, his predecessor, and many other remarkable infidels. Yes, reader, and like Judas, who betrayed his divine master, afflicted by the bitter gall of remorse and sorrow. But it is to be feared not true repentance. Therefore we should try to live as we would wish to die, or at least with a conscience as free from guilt as possible, in order to render our last moments happy. Still keeping in view the subjects here quoted as a living lesson, which on due reflection will not fail to dictate to any thinking mind the true path to virtue here below, and to everlasting happiness hereafter. The true object for which man was created and endowed with reason to guide and direct his path through this life of troubles which he makes for himself by his own neglect of his duty. In giving to the public an abridgment of the life of this atrociously wicked women, we hope that our numerous readers, either moral or immoral, will never need such a lesson as that already detailed. But it may be truly looked upon as one of the most astonishing circumstances of the age, in the midst of civilization and morality. Were we to attempt to give even an outline of the melancholy and sad-looking scene which the trial presented, it would, we fear, fill the minds of our gentle and tender-hearted readers with horror. But we have endeavored as much as possible to avoid the darker and more disagreeable portion of the cruelty with which this vile creature was charged. We assure you, reader, that we entertain too much respect for the feelings, as well as the moral effect which the exposure of such crimes might have on the weaker minds, and we therefore consider it a duty we owe to the public to lay before the world the foregoing pages. As regards the truth of the foregoing, we presume the greater portion of our readers throughout Canada and the United States have already seen an outline, if not a detail of her trial, through the columns of the numerous journals, and consequently we were induced to search after and find out a well-authenticated account of her parentage, of which we gave an abridged account in the foregoing papers, hoping that it will not be doubted by any incredulous of the truth or authenticity of this narrative. If they will find a Montreal or Quebec journal of the middle or latter part of August, their doubts will be satisfied. We hope the public will feel satisfied with the account here given, as we were prompted by no other view than that of preserving the honest fame of those who enjoy a moral reputation, and to secure a peace of mind to those who are yet unconscious of offense, as it is well known, to the misfortune of many, that an artful mind, actuated by illusion, if not checked in youth, may pass on to acts of fraud and violence, and in some instances to deliberate and cold-blooded murder, as it appears that then even the tenderness of the female sex, of which the foregoing pages furnish an example, is converted into the barbarity of the traitor, that she who should make her arm a pillow for the head of her husband, conspired to raise it against his life, that the bosom which should be filled with fidelity and affection planned his destruction. Hence, as has been observed by the author, it is his sincere hope, in sending this narrative abroad, that it may be the means of saving some misguided youth from similar offence, as there are many in the moral retiracy of village life, little conscious of the wickedness and depravity of the world. They too often advance on the journey of life without caution, a road which every youth should walk with the vigilance of an experienced mariner, who watches the uncertain clouds in order to prepare in season for a coming storm, which, if the ill-fated subjects of this narrative had done in early life, they would have avoided their unhappy lives and untimely and disgraceful end. End of Life and Confession of Sophia Hamilton by William H. Jackson.
"412B Eros" by Malcolm Jameson. Planet Stories, Spring 1941. 412B Eros. A strange code, but grizzled space trader Carnes used it to break the perilous Mercury-Venus jinx. Mackie chop chop. Quay, quay. The two Venusian coolies squatted down between the shafts and with one quick motion elevated the sedan chair to shoulder height. Then they started off in a lazy run through the torrential downpour, splashing mud right and left as their sturdy yellow legs struck into the watery lane of muck that passes for a road in Veniceburg. Captain Hank Carnes, the lone trader, sank back in his seat and watched idly with mild blue eyes as first one grass hut, and then another appeared momentarily through rifts of rain. There would be time enough to worry about Cappy Wilkerson's plight when he reached the administration building and found out more about the charges against him. No doubt it was just another shakedown, the effort of some minor official to pry loose a little more than the customary cumshaw. Captain Carnes had berthed his own old trading tub not an hour earlier, and as he registered the arrival of his swapper, he noted that under the date of 3 days before there was the entry: Wanderer, Captain Wilkerson, en route Mercury to Luna. After it was the notation in red: Detained by order collector of the port, Captain in custody. Hank Carnes thoughtfully pawed his long white beard. Cappy Wilkerson was a careful and upright man and a lifelong friend. What manner of charge could they have trumped up against him? That they were trumped up he took for granted, for the local government of autonomous Venus was notoriously corrupt, and always had been. The Venusians themselves were the descendants of coolies brought centuries before from tropical Asia. They took little or no interest in government. Politics had, therefore, fallen into the hands of white adventurers, most of whom lived on Venus for the very good reason they were not wanted elsewhere. The Central Council of the loose Interplanetary Federation seldom interfered with them unless for acts so flagrant as to affect the Federation as a whole. The old space merchant left his chair at the courtroom and squeezed through the crowd at the back just in time to hear the whack, whack, whack of the gavel marking the end of the trial. Standing defiantly in the prisoner's box was Cappy Wilkerson, his eyes flashing and his iron-gray mane thrown back. He looked like an indignant old lion brought to bay by a pack of jackals. The judge, a young man with a monocle and a stiff black pompadour, was dressed in a smart military uniform which made him appear anything but judicial. He was biting out his words as if what he was saying was inspired by personal venom. "I have heard all you have had to say, including your filthy imputations as to the integrity of this court. Your guilt is so apparent that we need not trouble even to preserve the record of your silly and malicious allegations." Here the judge contemptuously tossed a sheaf of papers into a wastebasket. "Therefore, bearing in mind not only your guilt but your contumacious conduct before me, I sentence you to 5 years at hard labor in such a one of our prison camps as the Director of Welfare and Beneficence may select. It is further directed that your ship, together with its illicit contents, be confiscated and sold at public auction in order to defray the cost of these proceedings. Marshal, take him away." Hank Carnes was on his feet at once, elbowing and pushing his way forward through the departing throng of curiosity seekers. His voice was shrill with indignation. "Hey, you can't do that," he yelled. Officials closed in on him at once, and the judge's face grew red with anger. "This is a court of law," he said, "and the decisions of the presiding judge are final. Now get out before I haul you up for contempt." "Tarnation damn," muttered Hank Carnes as he turned and left the building. This was no ordinary shakedown. This called for action, and quick action, for it was unthinkable that his buddy should be carted off to the insect-infested, fever-ridden, infamous great swamp of Venus. White men lived but a few months there. A year, let alone 5 years, was as good as life. A bulletin caught his eye, and as he read it, he gasped. The paste that fastened it to the board was still wet, but the paper bore characteristics of printed type. It must have been prepared at least a day ago. It read, "Collector's sale. One confiscated tube ship, the Wanderer, complete with fittings. The cargo of the same consisting of miscellaneous trade goods. Saturday. Inquire at collector's office for details." "Phew," gasped Hank Carnes. That was quick work, and planned. He turned and made his way to the collector's office. The man at the front desk gaped at him woodenly. "S already sold," he said indifferently, the third time Carnes put his question. "But it says Saturday." "Okay, it says Saturday. So what?" "B, but this is only Tuesday. We have a Saturday every week, Dodo. Now trot along and annoy somebody else for a change. I have work to do." Hank Carnes blinked. Why, Saturday was the day the Wanderer docked. These Venusians were getting raw. They must have sold her that very day. Who is that old man? Throw him out. Carnes turned slowly and viewed the new speaker. He was a big man, with piercing black eyes and a hawk nose, and heavily bearded. A strange sight for super-tropical Venus, where men kept clean-shaven for coolness. But the man turned abruptly away and entered an inner office, slamming the door behind him. Hank Carnes' eyes followed him all the way. They were fixed on the back of the fellow's neck. There, oddly enough, just above the shoulder line, peeped a line of color demarcation. Above the line, which was made visible by the fact that its wearer had pulled open his collar for comfort, the skin was the normal pallor usually seen on Venus. Below, it was a mottled chocolate color. "Did you hear what the collector said?" snarled the clerk. Scram. Without a word, Hank Carnes turned and left the office. He passed through the thronged corridors almost in a daze. There was Cappy Wilkerson, gone to the swamp, virtually condemned to death. There was his ship sold, even before the trial which was to condemn it. And everywhere there was high-handed insolence, seemingly inspired by this overbearing man with the duplex complexion. What did it mean, and the fact that he could not yet place those sharp eyes and that predatory nose, though somewhere, sometime, he had encountered them before, puzzled Hank Carnes still more. Something stank in Venus. An hour later he sat morosely in a tiny tavern he had long known, hidden up the blind alley known as Artemis Lane. For half a century it had been familiar to him as the hangout for his kind. "So you see how it is," the bartender was concluding. "At this rate there won't be any more. With all the old-timers dead or in the swamp, how in hell can I keep running? No, sir, this joint is for sale, for what it'll bring. Drink up and have another." Captain Carnes took the proffered drink from the grizzled tavern keeper, but despite its cheering nature, for it was purest comet dew, he took it glumly. Never in all his long and active life had he heard so much evil news at one sitting. Another of his old pals had come to grief, and all because he had touched at mercury. Mercury, it appeared, was poison to all his tribe. The record was too consistent to be accounted for by coincidence. Coincidents do not occur in strings, and what makes it stink all the worse? Persisted the indignant bartender, bitterly. Not a damn finger is lifted to stop the flow of trilobane. The town is lousy with it. Half these natives stay hopped up all the time. "I thought the Federals had cleaned that up 10 years ago," commented Hank Carnes. "It's back," was the laconic retort. Hank Carnes said nothing. The fact that 3 of his buddies were languishing in the malarial swamps of Venus, continually subject to the indignities of brutal guards, was uppermost in his mind. And besides that, 2 others, Bill Ellison and Jed Carter, had died on Mercury when their ships mysteriously blew up on the takeoff. That, too, had an especial significance, for those two were the only members of the trader tribe who had any sort of reputation as fire-eaters. In their youth, of course, all of them had been bolder and more truculent, but as they gained in experience, they learned that there is more to be gained by soft words than bluster. If Hank was to secure the release of his friends, it must be by guile, the use of a cunning superior to that employed by their common enemies. If he was to secure, there was no if about it. He must, for it was Bob Merrill and Ben Wilkerson who had once rescued him, Hank Carnes, from an even more deadly situation. More than 20 years ago that had been, on far-off Io, and Hank Carnes winced at the memory of it. On that occasion he had, through the machinations of the notorious Von Kleber gang, been convicted and sentenced as a pirate. 10 hateful and horror-filled days and nights he had spent in the mines of Sans Esperance, the federal penitentiary, digging radioactive ores. 2 of his friendly competitors heard of it and pled for a new trial wherein it was shown that he had been sent up through perjured testimony to screen the trial of the real culprits. The wave of public opinion they started then did not subside until Von Kleber and his outlaws were put finally behind the bars. No, there was no choice. Cappy Wilkerson and Cappy Merrill must be released and Ellison and Carter avenged. How, that remained to be seen. While, drawled Hank Carnes elaborately, now that his mind was made up, I'll be seeing you. I'm taking a little trip into Mercury and back. The bartender shook his head ominously. No fool like an old fool, he said, and he didn't laugh. In the rain lock, or the vestibule outside the bar, Carnes stopped. He felt inside the lining of his vest, and after much fumbling produced a dog-eared memorandum book. He ran through the yellowed pages until he found one covered with cryptic entries. They appeared as if made long ago, but several interlineations in various colored inks showed that amendments had been made from time to time since the original writing of them. Halfway down was the group P2, and what followed had been twice changed. The line that stood in lieu of them read, VBG, Wickerware, 41/2B, Eros. Hank Carnes read the line through 2 or 3 times, then snapped the book shut and replaced it in its hiding place. He carefully buckled up his slicker and jammed his sou'wester tight upon his head. Then he stepped forth into the steamy drizzle of Artemis Lane. He sloshed his way through mud and water until he came to the main drag. He turned to the right and splashed along until he came to the corner where Roseville Road turned off. He took the turn and plugged along for 4 blocks of its twisting, boggy length. A dozen steps farther on, he lifted his eyes and peered from beneath dripping brows at the signs about. Across the street was what he sought, a sagging awning crudely painted with the legend, and Scherger, dealer in native basketry. On the bedewed window below was another, Herspack Anglass. Hank Carnes stopped under the awning long enough to squish some of the water out of his shoes, then he entered. A swarthy, turbaned Venusian met him, rubbing his hands together obsequiously and bowing jerkily at every step. Yes, my lord. Welcome to miserable shop. Vat vishes, my lord. Wickerware, said Hank Carnes tartly for him, for export. Ah, breathed the representative of Enscherger. Shiplods, you pay. Captain Carnes shook his head and pointed to the private door at the back. Ah, Vickware, no pay. Maybe boss at sea, eh? Yep, trot him out, said Hank Carnes, and began fingering the clever basketware of the Venusian hillman. He knew it would be quite a while before the Earthman came, if this was operated like the Calistan branch had been, 20 years before. After a time, without quite knowing how he knew, he was aware that someone else was in the showroom, studying him from a distance. Howdy, he said, turning around. I kinda wanted to finance a deal that's too big for me to swing. Is this the place? Might be, said the man non-committally. He was a typical terrestrian businessman, not much over 30, baldish, and plainly not given to foolishness. I don't touch anything as a rule unless I see a profit in it, and no chance of loss. What is your collateral? Hank Carnes mentioned his ship. The man snorted and started to turn away. You're wasting time. I got a ring, too. It's a, well, sorta heirloom. The man came back. He was still not interested, but he took the ring Carnes offered him and weighed it in his hand. Then he applied a loop to his eye and examined it closely. "You've hawked this before?" "Yes," chuckled Hank Carnes, "and got it back, too." "Him," said the man. "It looks genuine. What do you want?" "I am dropping into Mercury to do a little trading. When I get back I might want to buy a chair or so, meb a houseful of stuff, and just wanted to be sure my credit was good." "You speak in riddles, my friend," said the man with a curious, tight little smile. He was tossing the ring thoughtfully all the while. "I'm only a lone trader," said Hank Carnes wistfully, "and don't know no better. Supposing you keep the ring while I'm gone to appraise it, so to speak. All I want to know is who to call for when I get back. If I get back." The man pocketed the ring. "Where will the call come from?" "I dunno. Space, meb. Jail, meb. My radio call is Care Assistant Dockmaster, Venusberg Sky Yard. Mention berth 23 somehow. As to the jail angle, I do not as a general thing do business with people in jail. In that event, I might send you a lawyer in consideration of this ring. Tell Rashab, the night turnkey, you'll know him by the double scar on his chin, that you want to see Mr. Brown. I can't guarantee he'll go, but if he does, bear in mind he's a very cagey fellow, and that Venusberg jail is studded with dictaphones and scanners. If what you have in mind smacks at all of illegality, it's likely he'll walk out on you." "Yep," snapped Hank Carnes, beginning to shut the clasps on his slicker. "I'll remember. Only I don't think it'll be a lawyer I'll need. If the joint is lousy with spy machines, what I'll want is an old friend, a man of my type." The man, whatever his name was, for he had still not given it, laughed outright for the first time. He slapped the lone trader on the back. "Men of your type, you old humbug, are extinct as the horse." Hank Carnes looked up to laugh back at him, but he was gone. In his place stood the Turb and Venusian, still doing washing motions with his hands. "My lord, no like Vicvair. My lord, go now." "My lord, yes, I go now." Carnes jammed on his sou'wester, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. A half-hour later he was making ready for the take-off for Mercury. It was a shot in the dark, but it was a chance he had to take. To hell with that, thought Hank Carnes. Then briskly to the boy he had brought with him this trip as a general utility man. "Hey, Billy, look alive. Bear a hand with getting them their rakes stowed." "So that's Mercury," exclaimed Billy Hatch 4 days later, as he stared goggle-eyed into the visiplate. This was his first interplanetary trip. "Yep," said Carnes. "That's her, the doggonettest planet barren none in the whole dad-frazzled system. After you've been here you can tell 'em you've seen wind blow, and I mean blow. That's what them rakes is for. To get around you lie down on your belly and pull yourself along by them. It's a hell of a place. The sun on your back to fry you, 'cepting there's always a ice-cold hurricane cooling you off." "How can that be, Cap'n?" "Convection's the 10-sol word for it. It's 'cause she's sizzling hot on one side and colder'n the underside of a iceberg on other. The wind goes straight up over the desert and comes straight down over the backside glaciers. Then it scoots for the desert again, and how? Nobody could live an hour in any part of the place if it warn't for the temperate strip, and that's cockeyed enough. You got a steady 100-200-mile wind going straight into the sun, for that's right down to the horizon. In the lee of a house you burn up, in the shade of it you'd freeze solid in 5 minutes. And the houses have to be stone and streamlined. Hank Carnes kept a watchful eye on the terrain coming up to meet them. Mooring a ship in that wind required the utmost art. As I told you, it's a hell of a place. Nothing grows there but a sort of grass and some moss. The only animals is varmints, like the cangrella and the troclobec. It's cangrella claws and troclobec hides we trade for." Billy Hatch listened, wide-eyed. This was romance. The troclobec is a critter something on the order of an armadillo, only it's got horns and big claws to hang onto the ground. It grazes, with its head aloose into the wind. The cangrella is built along the lines of a crab and has claws, too. It crawls up behind the troclobec and kills them while they're feeding. Troclobec scales and cangrella claws are both harder'n hell. They use 'em in machinery. "Oh," said Billy Hatch, "but you better get for'ard there and tend to them grapples, 'cause a getting hold of the ground here is ticklish business. Ef we miss it's just too bad. We'll roll over and over for miles and miles, like as not." Hank Carnes said no more for a time. As a matter of fact, he was far from ready to land. He had deliberately come up on the wrong side of the planet for making the landing at Sam Atkins' little trading store. He wanted to give it a general bird's-eye view. It was in a valley scooped out by the wind that he saw the first sign of a major alteration. Behind a huge artificial windbreak lay a group of new buildings, and one of them was dome-topped with a squat chimney. A matter of 10 miles farther away was another new house and a small warehouse behind it. Just over the next low ridge lay Atkins' place. "Stand by," warned Hank Carnes as he brought the ship's nose into the hurricane and began losing altitude. "Don't let go till I tell you, and that'll be when we're practically down." Just as the keel kissed the ground, Carnes gave the signal and the anchor. At the same instant he cut his rockets and the ship began falling away to leeward, dragging her anchors behind. In a moment they grabbed, pulled loose and grabbed again. That time they held. Carnes released a long pent-up sigh. It was a perfect landing. Sam Atkins' house lay but a bare 100 yards on the quarter. There was still the business of shooting a wire over the trading post and making it fast at both ends, Atkins coming out to do his share. Then Captain Carnes slid down the wire to the shack and allowed himself to be hauled in by the trading post keeper. "I'm glad to see you, Captain, and sorry at the same time," was his greeting from Sam Atkins. Atkins was a grumpy sort and a self-made hermit. He seemed to enjoy the solitude of windswept Mercury and the tedious, strenuous work of snaring cangrellas. "How come sorry, Sam?" asked Hank Carnes, as innocently as if he had never visited Venus. Atkins looked mournfully at him and jerked a thumb eastward. "I've got neighbors, bad ones. Whatever you do, don't go over there. They'll trick you somehow. They don't want outsiders coming here. They've got a ship of their own that makes a trip every week or so." Hank Carnes raised his eyebrows. "Troclobecs must be breeding faster'n they used to," he observed. "Mercury never produced enough to justify more than 2 trips a year, if that. Troclobecs, stated Atkins, are practically extinct, and the cangrellas are starving. I doubt if I could scare up 4 cases of prime claws to save my soul. It's Pagras that's doing it. The place is crawling with them. They bite the Troclobecs and they curl up and die." Commented Hank Carnes. He remembered those serpents well. They were originally a Venusian beast, a variety of dragon, and extremely venomous. They were really legged snakes, having 36 pairs of taloned legs and crab-like claws near the head, but the body was slender, rarely exceeding a yard in girth, for all their 30-foot lengths. "I'm closing up shop here," said the gloomy Atkins next. "You can take the pick of what I own if you'll set me down at the next stop you make." "Now you just keep your shirt on, Sam Atkins," replied Hank Carnes. "I'm not a-doing anything of the damn kind. I'm going over and have a talk with those gents in the next valley." Sam Atkins glared at him. No fool like an old fool, he remarked hopelessly. Hank Carnes chuckled. "Seems folks are agreed pretty well about me. But let's eat, so I can get along my way." Unmooring and getting in the anchors was a troublesome job with only a green boy for a helper, but Hank Carnes managed it. At that, it was a much easier maneuver to move the ship that mile over the ridge than to try to crawl it in the teeth of a permanent typhoon. Moreover, if there was cargo to take aboard, and Hank Carnes felt sure there would be, the ship would have to be moved anyhow. So he took off, circumnavigated the planet, and came up again, this time to the little office building and warehouse next to Atkins' shack. He took good care not to go near the other group of buildings. As he descended, casting about for a good spot to fling out his grapnels, he kept a sharp eye out for signs of life about the buildings. All he saw was a couple of bronzed men, both bald as billiard balls, working over some object in the lee of the warehouse. Upon sighting the descending spaceship, one went inside the warehouse, and the other caught hold of the guide wire, and let himself be blown down to what appeared to be the office building. The man had on a heavily quilted suit of gray material, quilted so that if he lost his hold and was blown away, He would not bruise himself to death along the ground. On the fourth try, Hank Carnes managed to ground his ship not far from the office door. This time he landed to leeward and had to make his way upwind by crawling, assisted by a Mercurian staff, or one of the rakes among his trade goods. As he crawled, he observed he was being watched from a loophole beside the door. But as he drew himself erect, the door opened and a man came out to greet him. "Hello, Captain," said the man cordially. "We're very glad to see you. Come in and rest yourself." The man, Carnes observed, was dressed in a heavily quilted suit and was breathing heavily. But he had a full head of hair and a luxuriant mustache. "Howdy, yourself," returned the lone trader. "Phew, it's sure dusty hereabouts. I've heard of the place, but I never seen it. The Far Trojans is my bailiwick and the asteroids in that corner." "Really?" said the man, helping his visitor through the door. The office was a single room, and no one else was in it. There was a bottle of violet-hued liquor on the table and 2 glasses. "Have a drink. This is home brew, our Mercurian version of Comet Dew, made from flowers that grow under the glacier lips." "Don't care if I do," remarked Carnes, and sat down in the seat indicated. "As I was saying, I thought I'd look in on this place, seeing as how I had to make the perihelion hop home. Have to get home to see my oldest grandchild married." "Wouldn't be interested in a bit of cargo, would you?" asked the man. "Our own ship is overdue, and I have some freight for Venus." "I'm a lose interested in a bit of cargo," said Carnes, "but this trip I can't stop by Venus, time's too short." "Oh, well," said his host indifferently, "it doesn't matter about that. I was thinking of shipping some boxes of claws and hides to our agent at Venusberg for sale there. We are a new company and have no outlets on Terra yet, unless you wanted to speculate on your own account and buy them outright." "Speculation's my business," said Hank Carnes, serene and bland, and added, with just a touch of foxiness, "if the buying price is right." "Oh, we won't quarrel about that," laughed the man. "The hides are a byproduct with us. This is a pharmaceutical outfit. We make a preparation from the hormones of these beasts. You can have the horns at almost any price." They spent the better part of an hour in good-natured haggling, the childlike old man raising first one trivial objection after another to win small advantages, chiefly in the matter of valuation of the various items of trade goods he had to offer. None of the lone traders ever dealt in cash. The swapper was most appropriately named. At last they shook on the bargain, and a bargain it most obviously was from the trader's point of view. Mr. Raoul Dement, or so the company man styled himself, presented the visiting captain 2 flasks of the violet liquor after the old custom of the trade. "Nice stuff," observed Hank Carnes, licking his lip. "The best I ever." "There's 12 cases of it in the warehouse," said Dement with a wink. "Now, if you were the smuggling sort, there would be a nice profit for you. But, of course—" "Hell!" exploded Hank Carnes, "running Comet Dew's no sin. Wished I had a decimo for every gallon I've hauled. Once in a coon's age I get stuck with a little fine, but shucks, the customer'll lose pay that for you." There followed more dickering, but the upshot of it was that Hank Carnes signed up for everything that had been offered him. "Bon voyage," said Mr. Dement. "If you ever pass this way again, drop in and visit." "Sure will," said Hank Carnes, looking his man in the eye. He was interested in his host's forehead. About an inch from the right temple there was a slight depression, the ineradicable scar of an old skull injury. Mercury was still a big disk behind when the swapper straightened out on her earthward trajectory. "Step alive there, Billy, we got lots to do." All the blandness, all the gullibility and childlike faith were gone from Hank Carnes' face now. He looked much more like work-ridden gnome than an emaciated Santa Claus. For they had unpacked every case and strewn its contents on the deck, looking for contraband of a more serious nature than the harmless Comet Dew. But no case contained anything except what the invoice declared. Hank left the job of repacking to the boy and went about a minute's search of the ship itself. In that he was not a moment too soon. Behind the control board, hidden under the vine-like mass of electric leads, were 2 thermobombs. Their detonating coils were already hot. The control board was divided into 3 panels, each controlling an opposite pair of the 6 tubes, which were arranged hexagonally about the stern. 2 of the panels were about to be ruined by fire. Hank Carnes' first impulse was to snatch the bombs loose and let them burn out harmlessly on the deck, but suddenly he checked it. Instead, he withdrew his hand and stuck his blistered fingers in his mouth. Then he shouted a warning to Billy Hatch. "Hey, stand by for a blast. Bring an extinguisher, quick." The boy ran up, but nothing happened for several minutes. Then the 2 boards flashed fire. They put the fire out, but the damage was done. The swapper was not nearly up to acceleration. She could never get to Earth at that velocity. She would have to limp into Venus on her 2 remaining tubes and have yard electricians renew her wiring. "Pretty neat," said Hank Carnes admiringly, contemplating his ruined controls. "I did the best I could, Cap'n," said Billy modestly, thinking the compliment was meant for him. "You did all right, son," said the skipper. "Supposing you turn in now. I'll do what's left." Hank Carnes did not at once change course for Venus. He was still unsatisfied that he knew all he should know about his ship and its seemingly innocuous cargo. It was too obvious to miss that Dement had ordered the bombs planted to ensure the swappers going into Venus. It was an easy guess that the suggestion to take liquor on board was a device to ensure the ship's arrest and the confiscation that was sure to follow, Venusian courts being what they were. But to Hank Carnes' suspicious mind there was much more to it than that. In the first place, he could have obviated both. He could have snatched the bombs before they exploded, and he could yet jettison the liquor. Moreover, if the mere elimination of all visitors to Mercury was what they were after, those bombs could just as well have been of ferrixite and designed to destroy the ship entirely, as was done in the case of the openly hostile Merrill and Carter. No, the master plot required the swapper to go into Venus and be done away with there. Why? He thought that over. Suddenly he arose and unlocked his little safe. From its lead container he withdrew a small pellet of radium and set up his fluoroscope. Then he dragged out one of the Trochelbeck hides. He searched it systematically from horn to stubby tail, from the scaly back to the claws of the feet. Then he put his fluoroscope away. Grinning into his beard, he went aft and got a pair of pliers, a hammer, and a cold chisel. One of the horns came away as he screwed it off. He knew already from its fluorescence that it was hollowed out and filled with some substance, but he wanted to make sure. He shook the pale green powder inside out into his palm and sniffed it. Yes, that was it. There was the unmistakable odor of crushed cherries and the sickish sweetness of the hashish of the skies, trilobane. Ah, now he was getting somewhere. And as he split a few back scales at random, he found that each had a few grams of the insidious drug within it. One such hide would supply a retail peddler for many months, each scale a separate delivery. He delayed no longer. He shifted his course toward Venus and at the same time sat down to his radio key. He sent, urgent, Venusberg Sky Yard. Attention, Assistant Dockmaster. 4 tubes disabled account switchboard fire. Please reserve for me berth 23. Litigation in prospect. Can you recommend lawyer? Signed Hank Carnes, Captain, T.S. Swapper. Well, he said to himself as he carefully swept up the telltale green dust from the deck and added it to the bundle of broken scales and neatly bored and threaded horns preparatory to firing it all through the garbage tube into his wake. I've shot my wad. Now let's see how smart Mr. Brown turns out to be. He learned very soon that the thermobombs were but an added precaution. He had not been waiting more than a couple hours when his loudspeaker began to buzz. He glanced at it in surprise, as he was still a long way from Venus. The message began coming through, harsh and peremptory. Lay to, Swapper, to receive a boarding party. Lay to, or take the consequences. Sky Guard calling. Lay to. Hank Carnes cut his rockets and went to the airlock to await the arrival of the cruiser. It was not long in coming. 2 smartly uniformed young officers sprang in. Let's see your manifest, ordered one curtly, while the other headed for the hold. In a moment the second came back with 2 flasks of the pale violet Comet Dew. The old boy is lousy with the stuff. He reported to the other. Cases and cases of it. Yes, said the first, and not a damn word about it in the manifest. This makes the second one of these old coots we've hauled up this month. What do you say? Shall we call this one conspiracy? Why not? Countered the other. Carnes said nothing beyond the usual blustering protests that would be expected of him. Then he lapsed into silence as the two took over after ordering their own vessel to proceed. They did not go to the commercial sky yard, but to the official one. Other officers met them, and Hank Carnes was led straight away to jail. He protested every step of the way, demanding to be taken before the terrestrial resident commissioner, or to be booked in the usual way. Both those demands were refused, whereupon he asked for a lawyer. "Don't kid yourself, old man," said one of his guards. "You're in Venus now. Here you are." Ray gun leveled, the guard shoved Hank stumblingly forward. He staggered and nearly fell, striking his head against the barred window. Outside he could see the form of a spaceship, but it was not the swapper. The guard laughed and swaggered out. There he was. There was no question about that. The barred door slammed behind his departing escort with an air of utter finality. "Hi-ya, pop," screamed some hoodlum down the corridor. "What you in for?" After that nothing happened. Hank Carnes looked about him at his cramped cell and settled down to make the best of it. It would be tiresome, locked up alone this way, but in a day or so perhaps the mysterious Mr. Brown would put in his appearance. The next day came, but no Mr. Brown. However, early in the morning another visitor came in his place. Carnes heard footsteps approaching and the jangle of keys. His door was flung open, and a tall stranger stepped in. The man was quite old and clad in the blue uniform, faded and patched, of a space skipper. He was obviously a lone trader, but if he was the only one in the universe that Hank Carnes did not know. For this man, with his beetling gray eyebrows and hard steely eyes beneath, he had never laid eyes on before. 2 minutes, no more, warned the guard, and stood back in the corridor where he could both see and hear. "Howdy, Hank," said the newcomer. "Danged if it ain't getting so that Tom Bagley spends half his time bailing you out or paying fines. Why, I'd hardly landed here but what I heard you'd been slung into the calaboose again, and I says to myself, says I." "Yeah, Tom, I know," said Hank Carnes penitently, trying not to look at the eavesdropping guard. Inwardly he was seething with doubt and curiosity. Could it be that this was some minion of the collector trying to trick him, or was he acting for Mr. Brown? He remembered telling the fellow in the wickerware place that what he really needed was a man of his own type. Maybe they had found one. At any rate, he chose to pretend he knew him. "Anyhow," went on the stranger, "I looked up a feller named Brown that I know here and asked him what to do. He said things looked pretty black, and his advice was to plead guilty and say nothing. Might get off with a fine or something, and that he had a little money of yours. He got me this pass, but said he couldn't work it twice. Now tell me, Hank, what do you want me to do? I gotta get out of here for Mercury in a day or so." Hank Carnes looked at the man steadily for a moment. He was on the spot. The man was evidently from Brown, but he knew neither of them personally. But worse, the guard was listening to every word, and there were doubtless dictaphones as well. But the 2 minutes were running out, and there would not be a second visit. "I'll tell you, Tom, there isn't but one thing you can do. I'll have to take my medicine, I guess, but I hate, like everything, to lose them Troclobec hides and horns. The critters is dying off, poisoned by Pagris. Them danged snakes are all over Mercury. You might not have money enough to buy 'em in, but sort, to keep track of 'em, won't you? They're not worth much now, but they'll be mighty valuable some day. There's a man here from EO that'll pay a good price for 'em, if you can find him." "Time's up," snapped the guard, coming forward. "All right, you old scalawag," said the phony trader captain jovially. "I'll do my best. But watch your step with that jedge. He's tough." "I know," said Hank Carnes despondently, and settled his face in his hands. The door slammed and the footsteps withdrew, ringing emptily down the metal passage. Dreary day followed dreary day. Time after time Carnes heard footsteps ringing in the corridor, and as often he heard the rattle of keys as some door was opened, and another unfortunate was ordered out to meet his doom, the sentence that was to change his state from slow dry rot to the swift wet rot of the swamp. But it was never Carnes' door. Then at last came the day when guards took him to the identical court where Wilkerson had been tried. The evidence was brief and to the point. He was apprehended trying to sneak into Venus when his clearance papers called for Terra as his destination. He had on board 8 cases of illicit liquor. He had no acceptable explanation. Guilty. 2 years in the swamp, and the loss of his ship was the sentence. Then they took him back to his cell to await the next caravan to the penal camps. The second stretch of waiting was harder to take than the first, for he had placed the enigmatic collector now in his memory. The man was von Kleber, thought to have died many years ago in the uranium mines of Sans Esperance. Carnes knew him to be a convict from the fact that he had grafted new skin on his face and head so that the burns and baldness caused by radioactivity would not show. But that he was the notorious von Kleber himself had not occurred to him, and with that recognition came the other. Raoul Dement was the man known as Frenchy the Hop, vice president of the von Kleber ring. It was he who had operated the narcotic racket, while the big boss turned his attention to such other lines as piracy, white slaving, and smuggling in general. If such men could flourish unchecked in the well-policed Jovian satellites for more than a decade, it was hopeless to expect to dislodge them from their place on corrupt and autonomous Venus. And so time dragged on, and Hank Carnes sat, awaiting the day when he would be taken away to the swamp. He wondered apathetically whether he would be sent to the same camp where Wilkerson and Hildreth were. But at last there came a day when footsteps rang again in the corridors, and he heard doors being opened and men taken away. Finally, men stopped before his own cell and called him forth. Between 2 soldiers they marched him away. To his surprise they took him first to the street, where 3 sedan chairs were waiting. The guards very politely indicated that Carnes was to get in the middle one, and they took the others. Hank clambered in, and they set off. Shortly they drew up before the courthouse. He was met inside by a tall, slender man of nearly his own age, who wore the uniform of Chief Inspector of the Interplanetary FBI. "How are you, Captain?" he said cheerily. "Sorry you had such a long stay in jail, but we'll try to make that up to you. Come in here and let me show you something." Hank Carnes looked at the inspector in amazement. He was Frank Haynes, the man who had broken the von Kleber case years before. There had been a time when they worked closely together on the information that Carnes furnished when he was released from Sans Esperance. He said nothing in reply, though, as Haynes was leading the way into the courtroom. In the dock were 2 bald-headed prisoners, von Kleber, erstwhile collector of the port, and Mr. Dement, manager of the Mercurian Drug Works. The judge was a new one, a judge who looked like a judge should look. "There they are, thanks to you," said Haynes, pointing. "2 as clever criminals as ever plagued the system. We've been a long time catching them, but their career is over now. Our local operative, known as Brown to you, has been trying for months to locate the source of the Trilobane flood, but without avail. The Venusian authorities blocked him at every turn, but there was nothing we could do about that unless we could hang a federal offense on them. It was you who did that for us. I am very glad I gave you that identification ring after our cleanup on Callisto, and the list of the secret addresses of our agents. I felt then that you were a man of discretion and would not abuse its privileges, and today I most certainly am more than justified. When I interviewed you in your cell, you..." Inspector Haynes grinned at Hank's surprise. "Pretty effective disguise, eh? Well, as I was about to say, you gave me all the tips that were needed. First of all, your mention of the scourge of Pagras told me it was Trilobane you had aboard, for that is a distillation of pagravenom. That gave us jurisdiction. I attended the secret auction and tried to bid. Everything in the ship went for a song to von Kleber's pals, but when I went to bid on the Troclobec hides I ran into stiff opposition. They were not to be had at any price, so I stopped bidding. Our operatives trailed those hides through 5 sets of owners before we came to the collector himself. Early this morning we made our raid and took in all their supplies of drugs and 25 of their peddlers. Previously, we had raided Mercury, and those men came in about an hour ago. They had quite a thriving little business, and why we didn't think of their method of smuggling in the Trilobane before this I'll never know. We knew, of course, that it must be coming in the ships that they confiscated. That much we were sure of, but we couldn't prove a damn thing until we knew how. Thanks to you, the ring is busted now, and we can do something for those poor devils who were innocently duped into being carriers of the drug. Runners have already been sent to the swamp to bring back your friends, and there you are. You'll find your old swapper in the yard, completely overhauled and stocked to the gunwales with grade A trade goods. Hank Carnes, trader, tugged at his grizzled beard and looked rather sheepishly at the floor. Dag it all. He said that's fine enough, but gosh, I sure hated to make a damn fool of myself in front of everybody thataway. Inspector Haynes broke into laughter and crossed over and slapped him on the back. You old liar. You loved it. End of 412b. Eros by Malcolm Jameson.
Goldfish by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. I wasn't doing any work that day, just catching up on my foot dangling. A warm, gusty breeze was blowing in at the office window, and the soot from the Mansion House Hotel oil burners across the alley was rolling across the glass top of my desk in tiny particles, like pollen drifting over a vacant lot. I was just thinking about going to lunch when Kathy Horn came in. She was a tall, seedy, sad-eyed blonde who had once been a policewoman and had lost her job when she married a cheap little check bouncer named Johnny Horn. To reform him. She hadn't reformed him, but she was waiting for him to come out so she could try again. In the meantime, she ran the cigar counter at the Mansion House and watched the grifters go by in a haze of nickel cigar smoke, and once in a while lent one of them $10 to get out of town. She was just that soft. She sat down and opened her big shiny bag and got out a package of cigarettes and lit one with my desk lighter. She blew a plume of smoke, wrinkled her nose at it. "Did you ever hear of the Leander pearls?" she asked. "Gosh, that blue serge shines. You must have money in the bank, the clothes you wear." "No," I said, to both your ideas. "I never heard of the Leander pearls and don't have any money in the bank." "Then you'd like to make yourself a cut of 25 grand, maybe." I lit one of her cigarettes. She got up and shut the window, saying, "I get enough of that hotel smell on the job." She sat down again, went on, "It's 19 years ago. They had the guy in Leavenworth 15, and it's 4 since they let him out. A big lumberman from up north named Saul Leander bought them for his wife, the pearls, just 2 of them. They cost 200 grand. It must have taken a hand truck to move them," I said. "I see you don't know a lot about pearls," Kathy Horn said. "It's not just size. Anyhow, they're worth more today, and the 25 grand reward the Reliance people put out is still good." "I get it," I said. "Somebody copped them off. Now you're getting yourself some oxygen." She dropped her cigarette into a tray and let it smoke, as ladies will. I put it out for her. "That's what the guy was in Leavenworth for, only they never proved he got the pearls. It was a mail car job. He got himself hidden in the car somehow, and up in Wyoming he shot the clerk, cleaned out the registered mail, and dropped off. He got to BC before he was nailed, but they didn't get any of the stuff, not then. All they got was him. He got life. If it's going to be a long story, let's have a drink. I never drink until sundown. That way you don't get to be a heel." "Tough on the Eskimos," I said. "In the summertime, anyway." She watched me get my little flat bottle out. Then she went on, "His name was Sipe, Wally Sipe. He did it alone. And he wouldn't squawk about the stuff, not a peep. Then, after 15 long years, they offered him a pardon if he would loosen up with the loot. He gave up everything but the pearls." "Where did he have it?" I asked. "In his hat?" "Listen, this ain't just a bunch of gag lines. I've had a lead to those marbles." I shut my mouth with my hand and looked solemn. "He said he never had the pearls, and they must have halfway believed him because they gave him the pardon. Yet the pearls were in the load, registered mail, and they were never seen again. My throat began to feel a little thick. I didn't say anything. Kathy Horn went on. One time in Leavenworth, just one time in all those years, Wally Sipe wrapped himself around a can of white shellac and got as tight as a fat lady's girdle. His cellmate was a little man they called Peeler Mardo. He was doing 27 months for splitting $20 bills. Sipe told him he had the pearls buried somewhere in Idaho. I leaned forward a little. "Beginning to get to you, eh?" she said. "Well, get this. Peeler Mardo is rooming at my house, and he's a cokehound, and he talks in his sleep." I leaned back again. "Good grief," I said, "and I was practically spending the reward money." She stared at me coldly, then her face softened. "All right," she said a little hopelessly. "I know it sounds screwy. All those years gone by and all the smart heads that must have worked on the case, postal men and private agencies and all, and then a cokehead to turn it up. But he's a nice little runt, and somehow I believe him. He knows where Sipe is." I said, "Did he talk all this in his sleep? Of course not. But you know me. An old policewoman's got ears. Maybe I was nosy, but I guessed he was an ex-con, and I worried about him using the stuff so much. He's the only roomer I've got now, and I'd kind of go in by his door and listen to him talking to himself. That way I got enough to brace him. He told me the rest. He wants help to collect." I leaned forward again. "Where's Sipe?" Kathy Horn smiled and shook her head. "That's the one thing he wouldn't tell. That, and the name Sipe is using now. But it's somewhere up north, in or near Olympia, Washington. Peeler saw him up there and found out about him, and he says Sipe didn't see him." "What's Peeler doing down here?" I asked. "Here's where they put the Leavenworth rap on him. You know an old con always goes back to look at the piece of sidewalk he slipped on. But he doesn't have any friends here now." I lit another cigarette and had another little drink. "Sipe has been out 4 years, you say. Peeler did 27 months. What's he been doing with all the time since?" Kathy Horn widened her china blue eyes pityingly. "Maybe you think there's only one jailhouse he could get into." "Okay," I said. "Will he talk to me? I guess he wants help to deal with the insurance people, in case there are any pearls, and Sipe will put them right in Peeler's hand and so on. Is that it?" Kathy Horn sighed. "Yes, he'll talk to you. He's aching to. He's scared about something. Will you go out now before he gets junked up for the evening?" "Sure, if that's what you want." She took a flat key out of her bag and wrote an address on my pad. She stood up slowly. "It's a double house. My side's separate. There's a door in between with the key on my side. That's just in case he won't come to the door." "Okay," I said. I blew smoke at the ceiling and stared at her. She went towards the door, stopped, came back. She looked down at the floor. "I don't rate much in it," she said, "or maybe not anything. But if I could have $1,000 or $2 waiting for Johnny when he came out, maybe." "Maybe you could hold him straight," I said. "It's a dream, Kathy. It's all a dream. But if it isn't, you cut an even third." She caught her breath and glared at me to keep from crying. She went towards the door, stopped, and came back again. "That isn't all," she said. "It's the old guy, Sipe. He did 15 years. He paid hard. Doesn't it make you feel kind of mean?" I shook my head. "He stole them, didn't he? He killed a man. What does he do for a living?" "His wife has money," Kathy Horn said. "He just plays around with Goldfish." "Goldfish," I said. "To hell with him." She went on out. Chapter 2. The last time I had been in the Gray Lake District, I had helped a DA's man named Bernie Oles shoot a gunman named Poke Andrews. But that was higher up the hill, farther away from the lake. This house was on the second level, in a loop the street made rounding a spur of the hill. It stood on a terrace, with a cracked retaining wall in front and several vacant lots behind. Being originally a double house, it had 2 front doors and 2 sets of front steps. One of the doors had a sign tacked over the grating that masked the peep window, Ring 1432. I parked my car and went up right-angle steps, passed between 2 lines of pinks, went up more steps to the side with the sign. That should be the roomer's side. I rang the bell. Nobody answered it, so I went across to the other door. Nobody answered that one either. While I was waiting, a gray Dodge coupe whisked around the curve and a small, neat girl in blue looked up at me for a second. I didn't see who else was in the car. I didn't pay much attention. I didn't know it was important. I took out Kathy Horn's key and let myself into a closed living room that smelled of cedar oil. There was just enough furniture to get by. Net curtains, a quiet shaft of sunlight under the drapes in front. There was a tiny breakfast room, a kitchen, a bedroom in the back that was obviously Kathy's, a bathroom, another bedroom in front that seemed to be used as a sewing room. It was this room that had the door cut through to the other side of the house. I unlocked it and stepped, as it were, through a mirror. Everything was backwards except the furniture. The living room on that side had twin beds, didn't have the look of being lived in. I went towards the back of the house, past the second bathroom, knocked at the shut door that corresponded to Kathy's bedroom. No answer. I tried the knob and went in. The little man on the bed was probably Peeler Mardo. I noticed his feet first, because although he had on trousers and a shirt, his feet were bare and hung over the end of the bed. They were tied there by a rope around the ankles. They had been burned raw on the soles. There was a smell of scorched flesh in spite of the open window. Also a smell of scorched wood. An electric iron on a desk was still connected. I went over and shut it off. I went back to Kathy Horn's kitchen and found a pint of Brooklyn Scotch in the cooler. I used some of it and breathed deeply for a little while and looked out over the vacant lots. There was a narrow cement walk behind the house and green wooden steps down to the street. I went back to Peeler Mardo's room. The coat of a brown suit with a red pinstripe hung over a chair with the pockets turned out and what had been in them on the floor. He was wearing the trousers of the suit and their pockets were turned out also. Some keys and change and a handkerchief lay on the bed beside him, and a metal box like a woman's compact, from which some glistening white powder had spilled. Cocaine. He was a little man, not more than 5'4", with thin brown hair and large ears. His eyes had no particular color. They were just eyes, and very wide open and quite dead. His arms were pulled out from him and tied at the wrists by a rope that went under the bed. I looked him over for bullet or knife wounds. Didn't find any. There wasn't a mark on him except his feet. Shock or heart failure or a combination of the two must have done the trick. He was still warm. The gag in his mouth was both warm and wet. I wiped off everything I had touched, looked out of Kathy's front window for a while before I left the house. It was 3:30 when I walked into the lobby of the mansion house, over to the cigar counter in the corner. I leaned on the glass and asked for Camels. Kathy Horn flicked the pack at me, dropped the change into my outside breast pocket, and gave me her customer's smile. "Well, you didn't take long," she said, and looked sidewise along her eyes at a drunk who was trying to light a cigar with the old-fashioned flint and steel lighter. "It's heavy," I told her. "Get set." She turned away quickly and flipped a pack of paper matches along the glass to the drunk. He fumbled for them, dropped both matches and cigar, scooped them angrily off the floor, and went off looking back over his shoulder as if he expected a kick. Kathy looked past my head, her eyes cool and empty. "I'm set," she whispered. "You cut a full half," I said. "Peeler's out. He's been bumped off in his bed." Her eyes twitched. 2 fingers curled on the glass near my elbow. A white line showed around her mouth. That was all. "Listen," I said, "don't say anything until I'm through. He died of shock. Somebody burned his feet with a cheap electric iron." "Not yours," I looked. I'd say he died rather quickly and couldn't have said much. The gag was still in his mouth. When I went out there, frankly, I thought it was all hooey. Now I'm not so sure. If he opened up, we're through, and so is Sipe, unless I can find him first. Those workers didn't have any inhibitions at all. If he didn't give up, there's still time. Her head turned, her set eyes looked towards the revolving door at the lobby entrance. White patches glared in her cheeks. "What do I do?" she breathed. I poked at a box of wrapped cigars, dropped her key into it. Her long fingers got it out smoothly, hid it. "When you get home, you find him. You don't know a thing. Leave the pearls out, leave me out. When they check his prints, they'll know he had a record, and they'll just figure it was something caught up with him." I broke my cigarettes open and lit one, watched her for a moment, She didn't move an inch. "Can you face it down?" I asked. "If you can't, now's the time to speak." "Of course." Her eyebrows arched. "Do I look like a torturer?" "You married a crook," I said grimly. She flushed, which was what I wanted. "He isn't. He's just a damn fool. Nobody thinks any the worse of me, not even the boys down at headquarters." "All right, I like it that way. It's not our murder, after all. And if we talk now, you can say goodbye to any share in any reward, even if one is ever paid." "Darn tootin' Kathy Horn," said pertly. "Oh, the poor little runt," she almost sobbed. I patted her arm, grinned as heartily as I could, and left the mansion house. Chapter 3. The Reliance Indemnity Company had offices in the Gross Building, 3 small rooms that looked like nothing at all. They were a big enough outfit to be as shabby as they liked. The resident manager was named Luton, a middle-aged, bald-headed man with quiet eyes, dainty fingers that caressed a dappled cigar. He sat behind a large, well-dusted desk and stared peacefully at my chin. "Marlowe, eh? I've heard of you." He touched my card with a shiny little finger. "What's on your mind?" I rolled a cigarette around in my fingers and lowered my voice. "Remember the Leander pearls?" His smile was slow, a little bored. "I'm not likely to forget them. They cost this company $150,000. I was a cocky young adjuster then. I said, "I've got an idea. It may be all haywire. It very likely is. But I'd like to try it out. Is your 25 grand reward still good?" He chuckled. 20 grand, Marlowe. We spent the difference ourselves. You're wasting time." "It's my time. 20 it is then. How much cooperation can I get? What kind of cooperation? Can I have a letter identifying me to your other branches, in case I have to go out of the state, in case I need kind words from some local law?" "Which way out of the state?" I smiled at him. He tapped his cigar on the edge of a tray and smiled back. Neither of our smiles was honest. "No letter," he said. "New York wouldn't stand for it. We have our own tie-up. But all the cooperation you can use, under the hat, and the 20 grand if you click. Of course you won't." I lit my cigarette and leaned back, puffed smoke at the ceiling. "No, why not? You never got those marbles. They existed, didn't they?" "Darn right they existed, and if they still do, they belong to us. But 200 grand doesn't get buried for 20 years and then get dug up." "All right, it's still my own time." He knocked a little ash off his cigar and looked down his eyes at me. "I like your front," he said, "even if you are crazy. But we're a large organization. Suppose I have you covered from now on. What then? I lose. I'll know I'm covered. I'm too long in the game to miss that. I'll quit, give up what I know to the law, and go home." "Why would you do that?" I leaned forward over the desk again. "Because," I said slowly, "the guy that had the lead got bumped off today." Oh. Luton rubbed his nose. "I didn't bump him off," I added. We didn't talk any more for a little while. Then Luton said, "You don't want any letter. You wouldn't even carry it. And after you're telling me that you know damn well I won't dare give it you." I stood up, grinned, started for the door. He got up himself very fast, ran around the desk and put his small, neat hand on my arm. "Listen, I know you're crazy, but if you do get anything, bring it in through our boys. We need the advertising." "What the hell do you think I live on?" I growled. 25 grand. I thought it was 20. 25, and you're still crazy. Sipe never had those pearls. If he had, he'd have made some kind of terms with us many years ago. "Okay," I said. "You've had plenty of time to make up your mind." We shook hands, grinned at each other like a couple of wise boys who know they're not kidding anybody, but won't give up trying. It was 4:45 when I got back to the office. I had a couple of short drinks and stuffed a pipe and sat down to interview my brains. The phone rang. A woman's voice said, "Marlowe?" It was a small, tight, cold voice. I didn't know it. "Yeah." "Better see Rush Matter." "Know him?" "No," I lied. "Why should I see him?" There was a sudden tinkling, icy cold laugh on the wire. "On account of a guy had sore feet," the voice said. The phone clicked. I put my end of it aside, struck a match and stared at the wall until the flame burned my fingers. Rush Matter was a shyster in the Corn building. An ambulance chaser, a small-time fixer, an alibi builder-upper, anything that smelled a little and paid a little more. I hadn't heard of him in connection with any big operations like burning people's feet. Chapter 4. It was getting toward quitting time on Lower Spring Street. Taxis were dawdling close to the curb, stenographers were getting an early start home, streetcars were clogging up, and traffic cops were preventing people from making perfectly legal right turns. The Corn building was a narrow front, the color of dried mustard, with a large case of false teeth in the entrance. The directory held the names of painless dentists, people who teach you how to become a letter carrier, just names and numbers without any names. Rush Matter, attorney at law, was in room 619. I got out of a jolting open-cage elevator, looked at a dirty spittoon on a dirty rubber mat, walked down a corridor that smelled of butts, and tried the knob below the frosted glass panel of 619. The door was locked. I knocked. A shadow came against the glass, and the door was pulled back with a squeak. I was looking at a thick-set man with a soft, round chin, heavy black eyebrows, an oily complexion, and a Charlie Chan mustache that made his face look fatter than it was. He put out a couple of nicotined fingers. Well, the old dog catcher himself. The eye that never forgets. Marlowe is the name, I believe? I stepped inside and waited for the door to squeak shut. A bare carpetless room paved in brown linoleum, a flat desk and a roll top at right angles to it, a big green safe that looked as fireproof as a delicatessen bag, 2 filing cases, 3 chairs, a built-in closet and wash bowl in the corner by the door. Well, sit down, Matter said. Glad to see you. He fussed around behind his desk and adjusted a burst-out seat cushion, sat on it. Nice of you to drop around. Business? I sat down and put a cigarette between my teeth and looked at him. I didn't say a word. I watched him start to sweat. It started up in his hair. Then he grabbed a pencil and made marks on his blotter. Then he looked at me with a quick darting glance. Down at his blotter again. He talked to the blotter. Any ideas? He asked softly. About what? He didn't look at me. About how we could do a little business together, say in stones. Who was the Wren? I asked. Huh? What Wren? He still didn't look at me. The one that phoned me. Did somebody phone you? I reached for his telephone, which was the old-fashioned gallows type. I lifted off the receiver and started to dial the number of police headquarters, very slowly. I knew he would know that number about as well as he knew his hat. He reached over and pushed the hook down. Now listen, he complained. You're too fast. What you calling copper for? I said slowly, they want to talk to you, on account of you know a broad that knows a man had sore feet. Does it have to be that way? His collar was too tight now. He yanked at it. Not from my side. But if you think I'm going to sit here and let you play with my reflexes, it does. Matter opened a flat tin of cigarettes and pushed one past his lips with a sound like somebody gutting a fish. His hand shook. All right, he said thickly. All right, don't get sore. Just stop trying to count clouds with me, I growled. Talk sense. If you've got a job for me, it's probably too dirty for me to touch, but I'll at least listen. He nodded. He was comfortable now. He knew I was bluffing. He puffed a pale swirl of smoke and watched it float up. That's all right, he said evenly. I play dumb myself once in a while. The thing is, we're wise. Carol saw you go to the house and leave it again. No law came. Carol? Carol Donovan, friend of mine. She called you up. I nodded. Go ahead. He didn't say anything. He just sat there and looked at me owlishly. I grinned and leaned across the desk a little and said, Here's what's bothering you. You don't know why I went to the house or why, having gone, I didn't yell police. That's easy. I thought it was a secret. We're just kidding each other, Matter said sourly. All right, I said, let's talk about pearls. Does that make it any easier? His eyes shone. He wanted to let himself get excited, but he didn't. He kept his voice down, said coolly, Carol picked him up one night, the little guy. A crazy little number full of snow, but way back in his noodle an idea. He'd talk about pearls, About an old guy up in the Northwest or Canada that swiped them a long time ago and still had them. Only he wouldn't say who the old guy was or where he was. Foxy about that. Holding out. I wouldn't know why. He wanted to get his feet burned, I said. Matter's lips shook, and another fine sweat showed in his hair. I didn't do that, he said thickly. You or Carol, what's the odds? The little guy died. They can make murder out of it. You didn't find out what you wanted to know. That's why I'm here. You think I have information you didn't get. Forget it. If I knew enough, I wouldn't be here, and if you knew enough, you wouldn't want me here. Check? He grinned, very slowly, as if it hurt him. He struggled up in his chair and dragged a deeper drawer out from the side of his desk, put a nicely molded brown bottle up on the desk, and 2 striped glasses. He whispered, "Two-way split. You and me. I'm cutting Carol out. She's too damn rough, Marlowe. I've seen hard women, but she's the bluing on armor plate. And you'd never think it to look at her, would you? Have I seen her? I guess so. She says you did. Oh, the girl in the Dodge." He nodded and poured 2 good-sized drinks, put the bottle down, and stood up. "Water? I like it in mine." "No," I said. "But why cut me in? I don't know any more than you mentioned. Or very little. Certainly not as much as you must know to go that far." He leered across the glasses. "I know where I can get 50 grand for the Leander pearls, twice what you could get. I can give you yours and still have mine. You've got the front, I need to work in the open. How about the water?" "No water," I said. He went across to the built-in wash place and ran the water and came back with his glass half full. He sat down again, grinned, lifted it. We drank. Chapter 5. So far I had only made 4 mistakes. The first was mixing in at all, even for Kathy Horn's sake. The second was staying mixed after I found Peeler Mardo dead. The third was letting Rush Matter see I knew what he was talking about. The fourth, the whiskey, was the worst. It tasted funny even on the way down. Then there was that sudden moment of sharp lucidity when I knew, exactly as though I had seen it, that he had switched his drink for a harmless one cached in the closet. I sat still for a moment, with the empty glass at my fingers' ends, gathering my strength. Matter's face began to get large and moony and vague. A fat smile jerked in and out under his Charlie Chan mustache as he watched me. I reached back into my hip pocket and pulled out a loosely wadded handkerchief. The small sap inside it didn't seem to show. At least Matter didn't move, after his first grab under the coat. I stood up and swayed forward drunkenly and smacked him square on the top of the head. He gagged. He started to get up. I tapped him on the jaw. He became limp, and his hand sweeping down from under his coat knocked his glass over on the desktop. I straightened it, stood silent, listening, struggling with a rising wave of nauseous stupor. I went over to a communicating door and tried the knob. It was locked. I was staggering by now. I dragged an office chair to the entrance door and propped the back of it under the knob. I leaned against the door, panting, gritting my teeth, cursing myself. I got handcuffs out and started back towards Matter. A very pretty, black-haired, gray-eyed girl stepped out of the clothes closet and poked a .32 at me. She wore a blue suit cut with a lot of snap. An inverted saucer of a hat came down in a hard line across her forehead. Shiny black hair showed at the sides. Her eyes were slate gray, cold, and yet light-hearted. Her face was fresh and young and delicate, and as hard as a chisel. "All right, Marlowe, lie down and sleep it off. You're through." I stumbled towards her, waving my sap. She shook her head. When her face moved, it got large before my eyes. Its outlines changed and wobbled. The gun in her hand looked like anything from a tunnel to a toothpick. "Don't be a goof, Marlowe," she said. "A few hours sleep for you, a few hours start for us. Don't make me shoot." I would. "Damn you," I mumbled. "I believe you would." "Right as rain, toots. I'm a lady that wants her own way." "That's fine. Sit down." The floor rose up and bumped me. I sat on it as on a raft in a rough sea. I braced myself on flat hands. I could hardly feel the floor. My hands were numb. My whole body was numb. I tried to stare her down. "Ha-ah, L Lady K killer." I giggled. She threw a chilly laugh at me, which I only just barely heard. Drums were beating in my head now, war drums from a far-off jungle. Waves of light were moving, and dark shadows and a rustle as of a wind in treetops. I didn't want to lie down. I lay down. The girl's voice came from very far off, an elfin voice. Two-way split, eh? He doesn't like my method, eh? Bless his big, soft heart. We'll see about him. Vaguely as I floated off, I seemed to feel a dull jar that might have been a shot. I hoped she had shot madder, but she hadn't. She had merely helped me on my way out, with my own sap. When I came around again, it was night. Something clacked overhead with a heavy sound. Through the open window beyond the desk, yellow light splashed on the high side walls of a building. The thing clacked again, and the light went off. An advertising sign on the roof. I got up off the floor like a man climbing out of thick mud. I waded over to the washbowl, sloshed water on my face, felt the top of my head and winced, waded back to the door and found the light switch. Strewn papers lay around the desk, broken pencils, envelopes, an empty brown whiskey bottle, cigarette ends and ashes, the debris of hastily emptied drawers. I didn't bother going through any of it. I left the office, rode down to the street in the shuddering elevator, slid into a bar and had a brandy, then got my car and drove on home. I changed clothes, packed a bag, had some whiskey and answered the telephone. It was about 9:30. Kathy Horn's voice said, "So you're not gone yet. I hoped you wouldn't be." "Alone?" I asked, still thick in the voice. "Yes, but I haven't been. The house has been full of coppers for hours. They were very nice considering. Old grudge of some kind, they figured." "And the line is likely bugged now," I growled. Where was I supposed to be going? "Well, you know. Your girl told me." "Little dark girl, very cool? Name of Carol Donovan." "She had your card. Why wasn't it?" "I don't have any girl," I said grimly. And I bet that just very casually, without thinking at all, a name slipped past your lips, the name of a town up north. "Did it?" "Yes," Kathy Horn admitted weakly. "I caught the night plane north. It was a nice trip, except that I had a sore head and a raging thirst for ice water." Chapter 6. The Snoqualmie Hotel in Olympia was on Capitol Way, fronting on the usual square city block of Park. I left by the coffee shop door and walked down a hill to where the last, loneliest reach of Puget Sound died and decomposed against a line of disused wharves. Corded firewood filled the foreground, and old men pottered about in the middle of the stacks, or sat on boxes with pipes in their mouths and signs behind their heads reading, "Firewood and split kindling, free delivery." Behind them, a low cliff rose, and the vast pines of the north loomed against a gray-blue sky. Two of the old men sat on boxes about 20 feet apart, ignoring each other. I drifted near one of them. He wore corduroy pants and what had been a red and black mackinaw. His felt hat showed the sweat of 20 summers. One of his hands clutched a short black pipe, and with the grimed fingers of the other, he slowly, carefully, ecstatically jerked at a long curling hair that grew out of his nose. I set a box on end, sat down, filled my own pipe, lit it, puffed a cloud of smoke. I waved a hand at the water and said, "You'd never think that ever met the Pacific Ocean." He looked at me. I said, "Dead-end, quiet, restful, like your town. I like a town like this." He went on looking at me. "I'll bet," I said, "that a man that's been around a town like this knows everybody in it and in the country near it." He said, "How much you bet?" I took a silver dollar out of my pocket. They still had a few up there. The old man looked it over, nodded, suddenly yanked the long hair out of his nose and held it up against the light. "You'd lose," he said. I put the dollar down on my knee. "Know anybody around here that keeps a lot of goldfish?" I asked. He stared at the dollar. The other old man nearby was wearing overalls and shoes without any laces. He stared at the dollar. They both spit at the same instant. The first old man said, "Leedle deef." He got up slowly and went over to a shack built of old boards of uneven lengths. He went into it, banged the door. The second old man threw his axe down pettishly, spit in the direction of the closed door and went off among the stacks of cordwood. The door of the shack opened. The man in the mackinaw poked his head out of it. "Sewer crabs is all," he said, and slammed the door again. I put my dollar in my pocket and went back up the hill. I figured it would take too long to learn their language. Capitol Way ran north and south. A dull green streetcar shuttled past on the way to a place called Tumwater. In the distance I could see the government buildings. Northward, the street passed 2 hotels and some stores and branched right and left. Right went to Tacoma and Seattle. Left went over a bridge and out to the Olympic Peninsula. Beyond this right and left turn, the street suddenly became old and shabby, with broken asphalt paving, a Chinese restaurant, a boarded-up movie house, a pawnbroker's establishment. A sign jutting over the dirty sidewalk said "Smoke Shop," and in small letters underneath, as if it hoped nobody was looking, "Pool." I went in past a rack of gaudy magazines and a cigar showcase that had flies inside it. There was a long wooden counter on the left, a few slot machines, a single pool table. 3 kids fiddled with the slot machines, and a tall, thin man with a long nose and no chin played pool all by himself, with a dead cigar in his face. I sat on a stool, and a hard-eyed, bald-headed man behind the counter got up from a chair, wiped his hands on a thick gray apron, showed me a gold tooth. "A little rye," I said. "Know anybody that keeps goldfish?" "Yeah," he said, "no." He poured something behind the counter and shoved a thick glass across. 2 bits. I sniffed the stuff, wrinkled my nose. Was it the rye the yeah was for? The bald-headed man held up a large bottle with a label that said something about cream of Dixie straight rye whiskey, guaranteed at least 4 months old. "Okay," I said. "I see it just moved in." I poured some water in it and drank it. It tasted like a cholera culture. I put a quarter on the counter. The barman showed me a gold tooth on the other side of his face and took hold of the counter with 2 hard hands and pushed his chin at me. "What was that crack?" he asked, almost gently. "I just moved in," I said. "I'm looking for some goldfish for the front window." "Goldfish." The barman said very slowly, "Do I look like a guy would know a guy would have goldfish?" His face was a little white. The long-nosed man who had been playing himself a round of pool racked his cue and strolled over to the counter beside me and threw a nickel on it. "Draw me a Coke before you wet yourself," he told the barman. The barman pried himself loose from the counter with a good deal of effort. I looked down to see if his fingers had made any dents in the wood. He drew a Coke, stirred it with a swizzle stick, dumped it on the bar top, took a deep breath and let it out through his nose, grunted, and went away towards a door marked "Toilet." The long-nosed man lifted his Coke and looked into the smeared mirror behind the bar. The left side of his mouth twitched briefly. A dim voice came from it saying, "How's Peeler?" I pressed my thumb and forefinger together, put them to my nose, sniffed, shook my head sadly. "Hitting it high, huh?" "Yeah," I said. "I didn't catch the name." "Call me Sunset. I'm always moving west." "Think he'll stay clammed?" "He'll stay clammed," I said. "What's your handle?" "Dodge Willis, El Paso," I said. "Got a room somewhere?" "Hotel." He put his glass down empty. "Let's dangle." Chapter 7. We went up to my room and sat down and looked at each other over a couple of glasses of scotch and ice water. Sunset studied me with his close-set expressionless eyes, a little at a time, but very thoroughly in the end, adding it all up. I sipped my drink and waited. At last he said in his lipless stir voice, "How come Peeler didn't come hisself?" "For the same reason he didn't stay when he was here." "Meaning which?" "Figure it out for yourself," I said. He nodded, just as though I had said something with a meaning. "Then, what's the top price?" 25 grand. Nuts." Sunset was emphatic, even rude. I leaned back and lit a cigarette, puffed smoke at the open window, and watched the breeze pick it up and tear it to pieces. "Listen," Sunset complained. "I don't know you from last Sunday's sports section. You may be all to the silk, or I just don't know." "Why'd you brace me?" I asked. "You had the word, didn't you?" This was where I took the dive. I grinned at him. Yeah, Goldfish was the password. The smoke shop was the place. His lack of expression told me I was right. It was one of those breaks you dream of, but don't handle right even in dreams. "Well, what's the next angle?" Sunset inquired, sucking a piece of ice out of his glass and chewing on it. I laughed. Okay, Sunset. I'm satisfied you're cagey. We could go on like this for weeks. Let's put our cards on the table. Where is the old guy? Sunset tightened his lips, moistened them, tightened them again. He set his glass down very slowly, and his right hand hung lax on his thigh. I knew I had made a mistake, that Peeler knew where the old guy was exactly. Therefore I should know. Nothing in Sunset's voice showed I had made a mistake. He said crossly, "You mean why don't I put my cards on the table, and you just sit back and look 'em over? Nix." "Then how do you like this?" I growled. "Peeler's dead." One eyebrow twitched in one corner of his mouth. His eyes got a little blanker than before, if possible. His voice rasped lightly, like a finger on dry leather. "How come? Competition you two didn't know about." I leaned back, smiled. The gun made a soft metallic blue in the sunshine. I hardly saw where it came from. Then the muzzle was round and dark and empty, looking at me. "You're kidding the wrong guy," Sunset said lifelessly. "I ain't no soft spot for chiselers to lie on." I folded my arms, taking care that my right hand was outside, in view. I would be if I was kidding. I'm not. Peeler played with a girl and she him, up to a point. He didn't tell her where to find the old fellow. So she and her top man went to see Peeler where he lived. They used a hot iron on his feet. He died of the shock. Sunset looked unimpressed. "I got a lot of room in my ears yet," he said. "So have I snarled, suddenly pretending anger. "Just what the hell have you said that means anything, except that you know Peeler?" He spun his gun on his trigger finger, watched it spin. "Old man Sipes at Westport," he said casually. "That mean anything to you?" "Yeah, has he got the marbles?" "How the hell would I know?" He steadied the gun again, dropped it to his thigh. It wasn't pointing at me now. "Where's this Competish you mentioned?" "I hope I ditched them," I said. "I'm not too sure. Can I put my hands down and take a drink?" "Yeah, go ahead. How did you cut in?" "Peeler roomed with the wife of a friend of mine who's in stir. A straight girl, one you can trust. He let her in and she passed it to me afterwards." "After the bump? How many cuts your side?" "My half is set." I took my drink, shoved the empty glass away. "The hell it is." The gun lifted an inch, dropped again. "How many altogether?" he snapped. "3, now Peeler's out, if we can hold off the competition." "The feet toasters? No trouble about that. What they look like?" "Man named Rushmatter, a shyster down south, 50, fat, thin, down-curving mustache, dark hair thin on top, 5'9", 180, not much guts." "The girl, Carol Donovan, black hair, long bob, gray eyes, pretty, small features, 25 to 8, 5'2", 120, last seen wearing blue, hard as they come. The real iron in the combination." Sunset nodded indifferently and put his gun away. "We'll soften her if she pokes her snoot in," he said. "I've got a heap at the house. Let's take the Air Westport way and look it over. You might be able to ease in on the Goldfish angle. They say he's nuts about them. I'll stay under cover. He's too stir-wise for me. I smell of the bucket." "Swell," I said heartily. "I'm an old Goldfish fancier myself." Sunset reached for the bottle, poured 2 fingers of scotch and put it down. He stood up, twitched his collar straight, then shot his chinless jaw forward as far as it would go. "But don't make no error, Bo. It's going to take pressure. It's going to mean a run out in the deep woods and some thumb twisting. Snatch stuff, likely." "That's okay," I said. "The insurance people are behind us." Sunset jerked down the points of his vest and rubbed the back of his thin neck. I put my hat on, locked the scotch in the bag by the chair I'd been sitting in, went over and shut the window. We started towards the door. Knuckles rattled on it just as I reached for the knob. I gestured Sunset back along the wall. I stared at the door for a moment, and then I opened it up. The 2 guns came forward almost on the same level, one small, a .32, one a big Smith & Wesson. They couldn't come into the room abreast, so the girl came in first. "Okay, hot shot," she said dryly. "Ceiling 0. See if you can reach it." Chapter 8. I backed slowly into the room. The 2 visitors bored in on me either side. I tripped over my bag and fell backwards, hit the floor and rolled on my side, groaning. Sunset said casually, "Hissed 'em, folks? Pretty now." Two heads jerked away from looking down at me, and then I had my gun loose down at my side. I kept on groaning. There was a silence. I didn't hear any guns fall. The door of the room was still wide open, and Sunset was flattened against the wall more or less behind it. The girl said between her teeth, "Cover the Seamus, rush, and shut the door. Skinny can't shoot here. Nobody can." Then, in a whisper I barely caught, she added, "Slam it." Rush Matter waddled backwards across the room, keeping the Smith & Wesson pointed my way. His back was to Sunset, and the thought of that made his eyes roll. I could have shot him easily enough, but it wasn't the play. Sunset stood with his feet spread and his tongue showing. Something that could have been a smile wrinkled his flat eyes. He stared at the girl, and she stared at him. Their guns stared at each other. Rush Matter reached the door, grabbed the edge of it, and gave it a hard swing. I knew exactly what was going to happen. As the door slammed, the .32 was going to go off. It wouldn't be heard if it went off at the right instant. The explosion would be lost in the slamming of the door. I reached out and took hold of Carol Donovan's ankle and jerked it hard. The door slammed. Her gun went off and chipped the ceiling. She whirled on me, kicking. Sunset said in his tight but somewhat penetrating drawl, "If this is it, this is it. Let's go." The hammer clicked back on his Colt. Something in his voice steadied Carol Donovan. She relaxed, let her automatic fall to her side, and stepped away from me with a vicious look back. Matter turned the key in the door and leaned against the wood, breathing noisily. His hat had tipped over one ear, and the ends of 2 strips of adhesive showed under the brim. Nobody moved while I had these thoughts. There was no sound of feet outside in the hall, no alarm. I got up on my knees, slid my gun out of sight, rose on my feet, and went over to the window. Nobody down on the sidewalk was staring up at the upper floors of the Snoqualmie Hotel. I sat on the broad old-fashioned sill and looked faintly embarrassed, as though the minister had said a bad word. The girl snapped at me, "Is this Lug your partner?" I didn't answer. Her face flushed slowly and her eyes burned. Matter put a hand out and fussed, "Now listen, Carol, now listen here. This sort of act ain't the way. Shut up." "Yeah," Matter said in a clogged voice. "Sure." Sunset looked the girl over lazily for the 3rd or 4th time. His gun hand rested easily against his hip bone, and his whole attitude was of complete relaxation. Having seen him pull his gun once, I hoped the girl wasn't fooled. He said slowly, "We've heard about you two. What's your offer? I wouldn't listen even, only I can't stand a shooting rap." The girl said, "There's enough in it for 4. Matter nodded his big head vigorously, almost managed to smile. Sunset glanced at me. I nodded. "4 it is," he sighed. "But that's the top. We'll go to my place and gargle. I don't like it here." "We must look simple," the girl said nastily. "Kill simple," Sunset drawled. "I've met lots of them. That's why we're going to talk it over. It's not a shooting play." Carol Donovan slipped a suede bag from under her left arm and tucked her .32 into it. She smiled. She was pretty when she smiled. "My auntie is in," she said quietly. "I'll play. Where is the place?" "Out Water Street. We'll go in a hack. Lead on, sport." We went out of the room and down in the elevator. 4 friendly people walking out through a lobby full of antlers and stuffed birds and pressed wildflowers in glass frames. The taxi went out Capitol Way, past the square, past a big red apartment house that was too big for the town except when the legislature was sitting. Along car tracks past the distant Capitol buildings and the high closed gates of the governor's mansion. Oak trees bordered the sidewalks. A few largish residences showed behind garden walls. The taxi shot past them and veered onto a road that led towards the tip of the Sound. In a short while a house showed in a narrow clearing between tall trees. Water glistened far back behind the tree trunks. The house had a roofed porch, a small lawn rotten with weeds and overgrown bushes. There was a shed at the end of a dirt driveway, and an antique touring car squatted under the shed. We got out, and I paid the taxi. All 4 of us carefully watched it out of sight. Then Sunset said, "My place is upstairs. There's a schoolteacher lives down below. She ain't home. Let's go up and gargle." We crossed the lawn to the porch, and Sunset threw a door open, pointed up narrow steps. "Ladies first." Lead on, beautiful. Nobody locks a door in this town." The girl gave him a cool glance and passed him to go up the stairs. I went next, then Matter, Sunset last. The single room that made up most of the second floor was dark from the trees, had a dormer window, a wide daybed pushed back under the slope of the roof, a table, some wicker chairs, a small radio, and a round black stove in the middle of the floor. Sunset drifted into a kitchenette and came back with a square bottle and some glasses. He poured drinks, lifted one, and left the others on the table. We helped ourselves and sat down. Sunset put his drink down in a lump, leaned over to put his glass on the floor, and came up with his Colt out. I heard Matter's gulp in the sudden cold silence. The girl's mouth twitched as if she were going to laugh. Then she leaned forward, holding her glass on top of her bag with her left hand. Sunset slowly drew his lips into a thin, straight line. He said slowly and carefully, "Feet burners, huh?" Matter choked, started to spread his fat hands. The Colt flicked at him. He put his hands on his knees and clutched his kneecaps. "And suckers at that," Sunset went on tiredly. "Burn a guy's feet to make him sing and then walk right into the parlor of one of his pals. You couldn't tie that with Christmas ribbon." Matter said jerkily, "All right. What's the payoff?" The girl smiled slightly, but she didn't say anything. Sunset grinned. "Rope," he said softly. "A lot of rope tied in hard knots with water on it. Then me and my pal trundle off to catch fireflies, pearls to you, and when we come back—" He stopped, drew his left hand across the front of his throat. "Like the idea?" He glanced at me. "Yeah, but don't make a song about it," I said. "Where's the rope?" "Bureau?" Sunset answered, and pointed with one ear at the corner. I started in that direction, by way of the walls. Matter made a sudden thin whimpering noise, and his eyes turned up in his head, and he fell straight forward off the chair on his face, in a dead faint. That jarred Sunset. He hadn't expected anything so foolish. His right hand jerked around until the Colt was pointing down at Matter's back. The girl slipped her hand under her bag. The bag lifted an inch. The gun that was caught there in a trick clip, the gun that Sunset thought was inside the bag, spat and flamed briefly. Sunset coughed. His Colt boomed, and a piece of wood detached itself from the back of the chair Matter had been sitting in. Sunset dropped the Colt and put his chin down on his chest and tried to look at the ceiling. His long legs slid out in front of him, and his heels made a rasping sound on the floor. He sat like that, limp, his chin on his chest, his eyes looking upward, dead as a pickled walnut. I kicked Miss Donovan's chair out from under her, and she banged down on her side in a swirl of silken legs. Her hat went crooked on her head. She yelped. I stood on her hand and then shifted suddenly and kicked her gun clear across the attic. "Get up." She got up slowly, backed away from me, biting her lip, savage-eyed, suddenly a nasty-faced little brat at bay. She kept on backing until the wall stopped her. Her eyes glittered in a ghastly face. I glanced down at Matter, went over to a closed door. A bathroom was behind it. I reversed a key and gestured at the girl. "In." She walked stiff-legged across the floor and passed in front of me, almost touching me. "Listen a minute, Seamus." I pushed her through the door and slammed it and turned the key. It was all right with me if she wanted to jump out of the window. I had seen the windows from below. I went across to Sunset, felt him, felt the small, hard lump of keys on a ring in his pocket, and got them out without quite knocking him off his chair. I didn't look for anything else. There were car keys on the ring. I looked at Matter again, noticed that his fingers were as white as snow. I went down the narrow, dark stairs to the porch, around to the side of the house, and got into the old touring car under the shed. One of the keys on the ring fitted its ignition lock. The car took a beating before it started up and let me back it down the dirt driveway to the curb. Nothing moved in the house that I saw or heard. The tall pines behind and beside the house stirred their upper branches listlessly, and a cold, heartless sunlight sneaked through them intermittently as they moved. I drove back to Capitol Way and downtown again as fast as I dared, past the square and the Snoqualmie Hotel, and over the bridge towards the Pacific Ocean and Westport. Chapter 9. An hour's fast driving through thinned-out timberland, interrupted by 3 stops for water and punctuated by the cough of a head gasket leak, brought me within sound of surf. The broad white road, striped with yellow down the center, swept around the flank of a hill. A distant cluster of buildings loomed up in front of the shine of the ocean, and the road forked. The left fork was signposted Westport 9 miles and didn't go towards the buildings. It crossed a rusty cantilever bridge and plunged into a region of wind-distorted apple orchards. 20 minutes more and I chugged into Westport, a sandy spit of land with scattered frame houses dotted over rising ground behind it. The end of the spit a long, narrow pier, and the end of the pier a cluster of sailing boats with half-lowered sails flapping against their single masts. And beyond them, a buoyed channel and a long irregular line where the water creamed on a hidden sandbar. Beyond the sandbar, the Pacific rolled over to Japan. This was the last outpost of the coast, the farthest west a man could go and still be on the mainland of the United States. A swell place for an ex-convict to hide out with a couple of somebody else's pearls the size of new potatoes, if he didn't have any enemies. I pulled up in front of a cottage that had a sign in the front yard, luncheons, teas, dinners. A small rabbit-faced man with freckles was waving a garden rake at 2 black chickens. The chickens appeared to be sassing him back. He turned when the engine of Sunset's car coughed itself still. I got out, went through a wicket gate, pointed to the sign. "Luncheon ready?" He threw the rake at the chickens, wiped his hands on his trousers, and leered. "The wife put that up," he confided to me in a thin, impish voice. "Ham and eggs is what it means." "Ham and eggs get along with me," I said. We went into the house. There were 3 tables covered with patterned oilcloth, some chromos on the walls, a full-rigged ship and a bottle on the mantel. I sat down. The host went away through a swing door, and somebody yelled at him, and a sizzling noise was heard from the kitchen. He came back and leaned over my shoulder, put some cutlery and a paper napkin on the oilcloth. "Too early for apple brandy, ain't it?" he whispered. I told him how wrong he was. He went away again and came back with glasses and a quart of clear amber fluid. He sat down with me and poured. A rich baritone voice in the kitchen was singing Chloe over the sizzling. We clinked glasses and drank and waited for the heat to crawl up our spines. "Stranger, ain't you?" the little man asked. I said I was. "From Seattle, maybe? That's a nice piece of goods you got on." "Seattle," I agreed. "We don't get many strangers," he said, looking at my left ear. "Ain't on the way to nowheres. Now before repeal." He stopped, shifted his sharp woodpecker gaze to my other ear. "Ah, before repeal," I said with a large gesture, and drank knowingly. He leaned over and breathed on my chin. "Hell, you could load up in any fish stall on the pier. The stuff come in under catches of crabs and oysters. Hell, Westport was lousy with it. They give the kids cases of scotch to play with. There wasn't a car in this town that slept in a garage, mister. The garages was full to the roof of Canadian hooch. Hell, they had a Coast Guard cutter off the pier watching the boats unload one day every week. Friday always the same day." He winked. I puffed a cigarette, and the sizzling noise and the baritone rendering of Chloe went on in the kitchen. "But hell, you wouldn't be in the liquor business," he said. "Hell no, I'm a goldfish buyer," I said. "Okay," he said sulkily. I poured us another round of the apple brandy. "This bottle is on me," I said, "and I'm taking a couple more with me." He brightened up. "What did you say the name was?" "Marlowe. You think I'm kidding you about the goldfish. I'm not." "Hell, there ain't a livin' in them little fellers, is there?" I held my sleeve out. "You said it was a nice piece of goods. Sure, there's a living out of the fancy brands, new types all the time. My information is there's an old guy down here somewhere that has a real collection. Maybe would sell it, some he'd bred himself." A large woman with a mustache kicked the swing door open a foot and yelled, "Pick up the ham and eggs!" My host scuttled across and came back with my food. I ate. He watched me minutely. After a time, he suddenly smacked his skinny leg under the table. "Old Wallace," he chuckled. "Sure you come to see old Wallace. Hell, we don't know him right well. He don't act neighborly." He turned around in his chair and pointed out through the sleazy curtains at a distant hill. On top of the hill was a yellow and white house that shone in the sun. "Hell, that's where he lives. He's got a mess of them. Goldfish, huh? Hell, you could bend me with an eyedropper." That ended my interest in the little man. I gobbled my food, paid off for it, and for 3 quarts of apple brandy at $1 a quart, shook hands and went back out to the touring car. There didn't seem to be any hurry. Rush matter would come out of his faint, and he would turn the girl loose. But they didn't know anything about Westport. Sunset hadn't mentioned the name in their presence. They didn't know it when they reached Olympia, or they would have gone there at once. And if they had listened outside my room at the hotel, they would have known I wasn't alone. They hadn't acted as if they knew that when they charged in. I had lots of time. I drove down to the pier and looked it over. It looked tough. There were fish stalls, drinking dives, a tiny honky-tonk for the fishermen, a pool room, an arcade of slot machines and smutty peep shows. Bait fish squirmed and darted in big wooden tanks down in the water along the piles. There were loungers, and they looked like trouble for anyone that tried to interfere with them. I didn't see any law enforcement around. I drove back up the hill to the yellow and white house. It stood very much alone, 4 blocks from the next nearest dwelling. There were flowers in front, a trimmed green lawn, a rock garden. A woman in a brown and white print dress was popping at aphids with a spray gun. I let my heap stall itself, got out and took my hat off. "Mr. Wallace live here?" She had a handsome face, quiet, firm-looking. She nodded. "Would you like to see him?" She had a quiet, firm voice, a good accent. It didn't sound like the voice of a train robber's wife. I gave her my name, said I'd been hearing about his fish down in the town. I was interested in fancy goldfish. She put the spray gun down and went into the house. Bees buzzed around my head, large, fuzzy bees that wouldn't mind the cold wind off the sea. Far off like background music, the surf pounded on the sandbars. The northern sunshine seemed bleak to me, had no heat in the core of it. The woman came out of the house and held the door open. "He's at the top of the stairs," she said, "if you'd like to go up." I went past a couple of rustic rockers and into the house of the man who had stolen the Leander pearls. Chapter 10. Fish tanks were all around the big room, 2 tiers of them on braced shelves, big oblong tanks with metal frames, some with lights over them and some with lights down in them. Water grasses were festooned in careless patterns behind the algae-coated glass, and the water held a ghostly greenish light, and through the greenish light moved fish of all the colors of rainbow. There were long, slim fish like golden darts and Japanese veiltails with fantastic trailing tails, and X-ray fish as transparent as colored glass, tiny guppies 1/2 inch long, calico popeyes spotted like a bride's apron, and big lumbering Chinese Moors with telescope eyes, frog-like faces and unnecessary fins, waddling through the green water like fat men going to lunch. Most of the light came from a big sloping skylight. Under the skylight, at a bare wooden table, a tall, gaunt man stood with a squirming red fish in his left hand, and in his right hand a safety razor blade backed with adhesive tape. He looked at me from under wide gray eyebrows. His eyes were sunken, colorless, opaque. I went over beside him and looked down at the fish he was holding. "Fungus?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "White fungus." He put the fish down on the table and carefully spread its dorsal fin. The fin was ragged and split, and the ragged edges had a mossy white color. "White fungus," he said. "Ain't so bad. I'll trim this feller up and he'll be right as rain. What can I do for you, mister?" I rolled a cigarette around in my fingers and smiled at him. "Like people," I said. "The fish, I mean. They get things wrong with them." He held the fish against the wood and trimmed off the ragged part of the fin. He spread the tail and trimmed that. The fish had stopped squirming. "Some you can cure," he said, "and some you can't. You can't cure swimming bladder disease, for instance." He glanced up at me. "This don't hurt him, case you think it does," he said. "You can shock a fish to death, but you can't hurt it like a person." He put the razor blade down and dipped a cotton swab in some purplish liquid, painted the cut places. Then he dipped a finger in a jar of white Vaseline and smeared that over. He dropped the fish in a small tank off to one side of the room. The fish swam around peacefully, quite content. The gaunt man wiped his hands, sat down at the edge of a bench and stared at me with lifeless eyes. He had been good-looking once, a long time ago. "You interested in fish?" he asked. His voice had the quiet, careful murmur of the cell block in the exercise yard. I shook my head. "Not particularly, that was just an excuse. I came a long way to see you, Mr. Sipe." He moistened his lips and went on staring at me. When his voice came again, it was tired and soft. "Wallace is the name, mister." I puffed a smoke ring and poked my finger through it. "For my job, it's got to be Sipe." He leaned forward and dropped his hands between his spread bony knees, clasped them together. Big gnarled hands that had done a lot of hard work in their time. His head tipped up at me, and his dead eyes were cold under the shaggy brows, but his voice stayed soft. "Haven't seen a Dick in a year. To talk to. What's your lay?" "Guess," I said. His voice got still softer. "Listen, Dick, I've got a nice home here, quiet. Nobody bothers me anymore. Nobody's got a right to. I got a pardon straight from the White House. I've got the fish to play with, and a man gets fond of anything he takes care of. I don't owe the world a nickel. I paid up. My wife's got enough dough for us to live on. All I want is to be let alone, Dick." He stopped talking,